The Untold Story of Jiu-Jitsu in Brazil, hereafter Chouqe, began as a short historical introduction to Jiu-Jitsu in the South Zone 1997 to 2008. After writing 60 pages, I realized that I hadn't included a single concrete, specific, reliably referenced fact for anything that happened before 1951. The limited information available was uniformly of questionable quality and was almost entirely marketing and advertising materials for one particular school or another. The combination of misinformation, dubious sources, gaps, and contradictions made it difficult to write a historical introduction. The occasional exception was suggestive rather than reliable. In a series of articles written between 1997 and 2008, and published between 2000 and 2008, the Global Training Report, GTR, internet site provided some alternatives to the prevailing view. But GTR did not claim to be authoritative. GTR simply reported what its representative, Robert Pedreira, the author of Jiu-Jitsu in the South Zone, and Chouqe, saw, read, and was told while in Brazil between 1997 and 2008. No one was trying to deceive him. They simply didn't have the answers. In most cases, they didn't care. With rare exceptions, the source of almost all available information was the same in every case. That was Ryan's Gracie's documercial, a commercial disguised as a documentary known as Gracie's in Action in 2 volumes, released in 1988, and to a lesser degree, Pat Jordan's 1989 Playboy article on Rory and Gracie. The handful of articles written in Brazil addressing history were written after UFC 1 in 1993. They were unavoidably influenced by Rory and Gracie's version of events, primarily because it was the only version there was. In most cases, they had no other sources of information. At least one individual with first-hand knowledge regarded the story as fantasy. Others disagreed with particular aspects of the story, mainly in the matter of who should get credit for what. The only way to find out the truth about Jiu-Jitsu in Brazil was to go back to independent sources, and as far back as the sources went. That is what Chouqe is about. 1. Chouqe is organized chronologically rather than thematically. Rather than focusing on a particular event or individual, it describes everything of relevance within every year between 1856 and 1949, with the following exceptions. Chapter 1 treats the period from 1856 to 1899. During this period, organizational structures, venues, expectations, and cultural practices were established. They included the novel European concepts of leisure, family entertainment, sport, and physical culture, among others. Essential forms of media, transportation, and technology evolved. Slavery was abolished, May 13, 1888, and the First Republic was created, November 15, 1889, which contributed to the formation of an incipient middle class with modest amounts of disposable income, which stimulated the growth of professional fighting as one form of spectator entertainment. Certain individuals who would play major roles in the later evolution of the business of professional jiu-jitsu appeared. Pascual Segreto was foremost among those. Chapter 2 delves more specifically into this topic, which is absolutely essential for understanding what followed. Chapter 3 deals with the rise and fall of the first jiu-jitsu representative in Brazil in 1909. He was Sada Miyako. Chapter 4 focuses on the period 1910 to 1913, when jiu-jitsu was an obscure and little-practiced amateur sport championed by an esgrimista fencer named Mario Alixo. Chapter 5 deals with Mitsuyo Maeda, more commonly called Conde Coma in Brazil, and his first troop of jiu-jitsu fighters in Sao Paulo in 1914. Chapter 6 deals with Conde Coma and his second troop in Rio in 1915. Chapter 7 treats the period from 1915 to 1920. 7. Up to the arrival of the next Japanese master, Gio Omori. After Chapter 7, all subsequent chapters focus on periods of a single year, the one exception being Chapter 22, the war years, 1942 to 1945, in which for obvious reasons, professional sports and entertainment were curtailed or modified to meet the objectives of the war effort. Appendix 1 lists every known jiu-jitsu representative in Brazil between 1856 and 1949, as well as all of their opponents from rival styles, including those who did not have a style. The list also includes important promoters, managers, writers, organizations, referees, and the names and addresses of major venues, gyms, and academies. Appendix 2 provides a list of all known and confirmed contests between jiu-jitsu representatives and any other stylist. Contests that were announced before and on the scheduled day, but for which no report of a result has been found, are included as unconfirmed. Appendix 3 attempts to reconstruct lineages of teachers and students. Appendix 4 is a historical glossary, containing words used between 1856 and 19. To describe jiu-jitsu and other fighting techniques and other relevant terminology, the epilogue sums up the story in very general terms and sets the stage for Chouqe, The Untold Story of Jiu-Jitsu in Brazil, Volume 2, 1950 to 1960. Sources are provided in the notes section. Substantive notes are also included. The illustrations section contains newspaper clippings from 1879 to 1922 and after. E-books do not have page numbers, but readers can find most of what they need by using appendices 1 and 2, and then referring to the appropriate chapter. The print version of Chouqe contains a conventional, old-school index. Some readers may feel that Chouqe contains too much information and too much detail. It is true that there are copious amounts of both. That was a deliberate decision. In view of how little reliable factual information there is on the subject, I resolved to include everything of potential interest for the benefit of future researchers. Much of the detail and specifics, including most of the original Portuguese material, is contained in the notes section. Readers who do not need this information or level of detail can feel free to ignore it. Spelling in Brazilian newspapers was erratic and essentially a matter of personal preference. There was no national standard, particularly before 1943. And the earlier we look, the more idiosyncratic the spelling appears. Newspapers had their own spelling conventions, and sometimes asked their readers what they preferred. One newspaper conducted a survey in March of 1940, offering a chance to win a 6-valve Fata radio in a lottery for readers who would say whether or not they preferred a new or simplified orthography. 2. The result revealed that a majority, 75%, preferred a simplified orthography, which the newspaper adopted from April 16.3. In some cases, or many, no one really knew how a name was spelled, and it might be written 2 or 3, or more different ways in the same article, and still other ways in headlines and photo captions. I made no attempt to modernize or standardize spellings, especially names, where in many cases there probably was no one correct spelling. The selections quoted are reproduced as they were originally printed, including errors, as it is generally impossible to distinguish between errors and the normal spelling style of the time. Exceptions are when the meaning of the content is significantly altered or unintelligible. In those cases I provided a clarifying note, if possible, or the legend, sick, meaning that's the way it was. The Conventions of International Copyright Law and the Lei de Direito Autoral, Lei 9.610 de 19 de Fevereiro de 1998, have been observed in reproducing photographs that might conceivably still be protected by copyright or whose status is unascertainable. Readers with research intention should note that most of the supporting material, including original Portuguese language texts, are provided in the notes section. In the electronic version, each chapter concludes with the phrase chapter notes, which links to the appropriate chapter notes. Individual note superscripts in the text are not linked to notes in the notes section. For example, chapter 2 notes at the end of chapter 2 will link to the section chapter 2 notes in the notes section. However, the superscript 10, for example, example 10, is not linked to note 10 in the notes section. In the print version, readers will simply open the book to the reference page. Preface notes. Chapter 1, 1856 to 1899. By 1909, Rio and a few other cities in Brazil were well supplied with professional fighting. But between 1856 and 1909, there was only luta romana, and occasionally, from 1862, savate. They were presented via circuses and variety shows. Eventually, individuals began offering instruction in some arts. Under the influence of the English concept of sport and the various continental concepts of physical culture, clubs and associations were formed and incorporated the fights, luta romana, esgrima, and luta livre, into their menu of offerings. Sport was viewed as an activity, or school, where both leaders and followers learned moral and spiritual lessons. Winning was one possible outcome of competition, but it was secondary to learning the lessons of life and developing character. Of course, gamblers had their own perspective on that, and paying customers had still another. In this way, a combat art, or form of fighting, could be modified to serve many purposes. Circuses and variety shows were sites for family entertainment, as a typical theater. Gabinete de Ilusão. At 33, Rua do Cano, first floor, emphasized, this entertainment is for families. People who are not decently dressed will not be admitted. 3. The entertainment consisted of trained animals, singers, dancers, illusionists, freaks, exotic foreigners, comedians, clowns, musicians, dramatic and comic actors, trick riders, acrobats, contortionists, magicians, precocious children, strong men, in short, anything and everything that could be found in any of the many circuses and myriad vaudeville theaters and music halls of the period in any European or North American city. Significantly, for the purpose of this book, that included professors of esgrima, fencing and foot fighting, savate, and after 1856, luta romana. Within a short period, luta romana was a standard and nearly ubiquitous offering. By 1909, in Brazil, luta romana had become and remained the foremost style of entertainment fighting or professional wrestling, but not the only one. It was augmented by luta livre, also called catch as catch can, catch, and luta livre americana. Luta de Jiu-Jitsu, or simply Jiu-Jitsu, made its stage debut in 1909, as did luta de boxe. Capoeiragem was associated with slaves or their descendants. It was not thought of as a sport or as a form of family entertainment or something that a respectable person would want to be associated with. The Victorian concept of sport had not yet arrived in Brazil as eager as upper-class Brazilians were to adopt the latest fads and fashions from Europe. The notion of physical exertion as a sophisticated leisure time activity must have seemed quite bizarre to middle-class Brazilians, or rather people with enough money to be able to afford entertainment. At that time, sports and physical culture seemed too much like labor, which was something to be done by slaves, who were a familiar part of everyday life up until May 13, 1888. 4. Slaves often did not like being enslaved. They sometimes ran away. Slaves were valuable property, so owners sought to recover them, frequently by placing an escravo fugido, runaway slave, or preto fugido, runaway black man ad in newspapers, just above the announcement for the day's Luta Romana show at Teatro DS. Jose, in Sao Paulo, there was an offer of a generous reward, uma boa gratificação, for the return of a runaway slave named Rufina. Rufina was about 35 to 40 years old, tall, big corpo grosso, had good teeth and a gray parda complexion. Similar ads were not uncommon. Every edition of every newspaper carried ads for the rental or sale of slaves. Escravos, male slaves, could be rented to perform whatever work they were capable of. Escravas, female slaves or negrinhas, young black girls, took care of children, did housework, and breastfed babies. Moleques, black boys, could be employed peddling vegetables or other work that did not require adult strength. People also placed ads seeking to buy or lease slaves. Notices for slave auctions were not unusual. 6. This was the social context in which luta romana arrived. Luta romana was Greco-Roman wrestling, although it was known by various names. The rules of the sport were established in 1840. 8.8. It was then, essentially what it is now, upper body wrestling. At first it was described simply as two gladiators. Eventually, after Brazilians had become familiar with the concepts of sport and physical culture, its sportive aspects were elucidated. But it is likely that fans got the general gist of the game, which was two large men each trying to put the other on the ground by a combination of lifting, pushing, pulling, and similar such maneuvers. This took several decades, however. Luta romana was introduced in Brazil on Sunday, December 14, 1856, at Circo Olímpico at Rua da Guarda Velha, by a company directed by Alexandre Luande. Nothing about luta romana was described in the advertisement for the show. It was simply one act among many. 9. It is very possible that audiences did not know what it was other than a novel entertainment act from Europe. By December 2, 1859, the pattern had been set. At Circo Olímpico, this time at Rua Nova de Conde, luta romana was described as dos gladiadores. Two gladiators identified by name as Angelo Onofre and Jacinto de Mondonca. They were referred to as artistas rather than fighters. 10. What audiences saw was a stage show, and it is likely that it was interpreted, like everything that was presented on the same stages or areas set aside for performances, as a dramatic or comic performance rather than an athletic contest. Savate was introduced no later than 1862, as part of esgrima fencing shows and contests, which were invariably acts in the same circuses and theater shows that featured luta romana. On Sunday, June 8, 1862, at 11 a.m., at Pavilhão Fluminense, C. Dongramo, gave a demonstration of games of weapons, armas, savate and punching, jogo de socos. He was assisted by a team from the French ship Francesa Bayard. The weapons included florete, espada, bayoneta, bengala, and pau. It was a series of assaltos, the Portuguese version of the French word used to denote friendly fencing contests or exhibitions. Later expanded to mean the distinct periods, separated by rest periods, or rounds during which the match took place. 11. Entrance was $3. The public was invited to watch, or if they preferred, to participate. Gentlemen who were interested in participating were asked to register at the House of C. Dengramont at Rua do Fogo N29. Vierzonte December 1863. The brothers Hogel and Keefe from North America performed a luta romana, the 9th of 10 acts, that day, October 13, 1863, at Teatro des José, in Sao Paulo. On January 31, 1864, Angelo Onofre and Jacinto de Mendonça were back with Circo Olímpico at Rua da Guarda Velha. 14. A few years later, the performances were being described both as assaltos and as jogos, games. On Sunday, November 1, 1868, Circo Olímpico at Rua da Guarda Velha presented an extraordinary and great show consisting of games, jogos, and matches assaltos of blade fighting, luta romana, savate, and punching, featuring French, Spanish, and Portuguese artists. Felipe and an unnamed amateur would offer games of savate, jogo de savate, and punching, jogo de soco. The final performance was a Portuguese sticking fighting match. There would also be performances of horsemanship, gymnastics, acrobatics, contortion, balancing, and dancing. It was scheduled for 2:30 if it didn't rain. 15. By 1872, it had become important to present performers as international masters and champions. One typical example was Gigante, who performed exhibition matches, assaltos of savate and soco, and demonstrations of weapons such as florete, espada, bengala, and pau. Gonti was billed as ex-mestre de esgrima do Exército Francés de África, French African Army, who studied in many countries including Hong Kong, Japan, Batavia, and India. He was assisted by masters from the French frigates Jean Bart and Venus, and by English and American sailors Marineros. The esgrima and savate demonstrations were preceded by an orchestra performance and comedy in 3 acts. The show was held at Teatro S. Luis on Tuesday, December 17, 1872, 1:16. In 1879, Teatro Circo, 94 on Rua do Lavradio 94, hosted the Grande Compañía Norte Americana, which in addition to gymnastics, variados ejercicios gimnásticos provided real luta romana, a verdadera luta romana. The invincible Italian fighter, José Perotti, invincible lutador, José Perotti, offered $400 to any strong man who would test him. 2 men signed up. They were the famed Hercules, the Greek Henrique Grego, and Carlos Donade. The match was scheduled for Saturday, September 6, 1879. They signed up the next day as well. 18. On September 14th, Francisco Pinto Nogueira from Portugal challenged Perotti, who accepted. The match was held at Teatro Circo Monday, September 16, 1879, 19. On Saturday, October 18, 1879, Jose Perotti was scheduled to face Domingos M. de Amancio o Mortero. On Sunday, October 19, 1879, Perotti would face Francisco Pereira Diaz at skating rink Nictheroy. 21. Most shows took place in Rio and to a lesser extent, Sao Paulo. Rio was the political capital of the country and the major population and business center as well. But some troops did venture outside Rio and Sao Paulo, at least two coastal cities en route to other destinations. On December 24, 1879, at the Circo no Tivoli, in Fortaleza, the human Canon Homem Canhao Sr. Battaglia offered $500 to anyone who could beat him in Luta Romana Overeca. O premio de 500,800 a pessoa que o vencer de Luta Romana. His troop, Matsansao, demonstrated his arms of steel bracos de ferro by bending two types of steel bars. Skeptics in the audience were invited to submit their own bars for Sansao to bend. 2. On Wednesday, August 3, 1881, at the Politeama Fluminense, Bartoletti defeated a masked amateur, later revealed to be Gariglio Antonio, from Turim, Italy, 30 years old, married, and residing at Rua dos Invalidos, N 6023. On Saturday, November 12, 1881, the Politeama presented a match of Luta Romana, followed by a costume mask ball, Hahoje Luta Romana e Baile, a Fantasia. 24. On Saturday, May 20, 1882, Grande Pavilhão Espanhol on Rua do Imperador presented a Real Desafio de Luta Romana, pitting Di Maximo Rodriguez, the Hercules Espanhol, against the fearless Destemido Italian Jose Magnani. A week later, Sunday, May 28, 1882, Rodriguez was preparing to take on Luis da Costa. The management asked the public to remain respectably under control during the match so that the fighters could concentrate. 6. On Saturday, April 16, 1882, Politeama Fluminense 94 on Rua do Lavradio presented a parody of a great Luta Romana, Parodia a Grande Luta Romana, Qual Será Me Valente, and a stick-fighting game Jogo do Pau, disputed by Ribeiro, Teixeira, and others, and also 3 comedy performances and a symphony. 20. On Sunday, September 2008, 1884, it was announced that Silva Pereira would soon be disputing some Roman games Jogos Romanos with Nunes do Lucinda at Palacete do Rua Lavradio. 28. Ordinary people probably weren't very capable of distinguishing genuine contests from staged matches, but by 1887, they seemed to understand that Luta Romana performances were not real fights. On Monday, August 22, 1887, at 2 in the afternoon, police arrived at a house at Rua do Lavradio N97, where 2 tough guys Valentos, named Jose Martins, Simos and Sebastião Lopes Castanheira were engaged in Luta Romana training, not for show, but for real exercicios de Luta Romana, más luta de verdad. The fight must have been violent because they were arrested without further ado quando chegou a polícia e se os foi levando. 9. On Sunday, April 20th, the Real Compagnia Equestre Italiana made its debut at Politeama Fluminense in Rio. The company was directed by F. Cantoni and had a cast of 120 performers including 25 clowns, 25 females, 50 horses, and a strongman named Juilo Sali. Sali was not merely an artista, but an athlete fighter as well, atleta lutador. Sally had won a prize in Melbourne and was the only rival to the celebrated Sandow of London, probably referring to Eugene Sandow. The advertisement implied that there were 10 other artist-athlete fighters in the company: Stanislao Daniel, Corset, François, Nuti, Cassi, Tusi, Santi, Sabatiani, and Hector. On Friday, May 23, 1890, the management of Politeama Fluminense, SRSF Cantoni and C. de Silva, invited any strongman or professional fighter to measure forces with their Luta Romana champion Giulio Sali. If anyone managed to throw him to the ground according to the rules of Luta Romana, they would receive a large prize. So that no one would go home without being properly entertained, there would also be clowns, singers, acrobats, and animals, including 4 Russian horses. On Wednesday, June 11, Sali took on 2 challengers. One was San Martin de Fonseca of Brazil. The other was Pedro Vanotti of Italy. Pedro had already met the celebrated Bartoletti in a previous epoch. J. Alutu N. Outra época com o celebre Bartoletti, implying that he was experienced but old. Sali defeated both without difficulty, sem dificuldade. So, another who rose to the challenge was the well-known local athlete, Otto Schonier, who was regarded as one of the strongest men in Rio. The encounter would be a 15-minute Luta Romana match at Politeama Fluminense on Friday, June 13. According to the correct rules of that noble art of measuring forces, members of the German colony in Rio would be placing their bets on Otto. Either Otto and Sali fought twice, or the match was postponed, because they met, or were scheduled to meet, on Wednesday, June 15.33. Otto either liked fighting Sali or coveted the $800 prize money. Está depositados, $800 para o vencedor. He sent a letter to Correio do Povo and Gazeta de Noticias challenging him again, prompting F. Cantoni and C. da Silva to promote another match on Wednesday, June 25.34. Luta Romana continued as one circus and stage show attraction among many others. There were many circuses from Europe and North America, and they toured constantly, staying in one place for as long as their contract specified, based on the local promoter's knowledge of indigenous conditions. All offered similar attractions and were always open to anything that could increase their gate, with the caveat that their entertainment was for nice middle-class families. There wasn't a great deal of differentiation because audiences tended to enjoy the same sorts of shows. Accordingly, performers developed skills that were marketable. Sufficient leisure time and disposable income to attend shows tended to be found among the middle class and above. Circuses and stage show companies followed the money. Luta Romana matches and challenges were presented in September of 1891 at the El Dorado. On September 15th, the German Hercules Roberto was scheduled to meet Carlos Bergam from Rio Grande. On September 16th, also from Rio Grande, Guilherme Muller would meet anyone who wanted to try him. Aceita ese desafío con cualquier pessoa. On Friday, September 18th, Saturday, September 19th, and Saturday, September 26th, Guilherme and Roberto would be facing each other and also accepting challenges. On Tuesday, December 4th, 1894, at Teatro S. Pedro de Alcantara, the Grande Compañía Norte-Americana under the direction of Franca Gardner made its debut. The group included a monkey named Jesse, the man of rubber Frank Nazca o Homem, com os osos de borracha, and acrobats, dogs, snakes, gymnasts, and horse riders. It also included the invincible fighter, Invincible Lutador, Samsão Hercules William, who immediately announced that he feared no man in Luta Romana, declara que no respeita a pessoa alguma en Luta Romana. And Samsão William undoubtedly intended his statement as an invitation to local tough guys. On Monday, December 17, 1894, the company took a day off. The next day, Tuesday, December 18, it had been arranged for a fighter named Max Sham to face Samsão William, 38. In 1895, the most important single individual in the history of jiu-jitsu in Brazil attracted the attention of the press. His name was Pascoal Segreto. Pascoal Segreto and his brothers opened a restaurant called Café America on Rua 7 de Setembro N 213, specializing in cold food, milk from Minas, Italian wines, chocolate, porridge, and coffee. 39. In 1897, Segreto was operating a Salão de Novidades amusement house called Animatographo Lumiere, showing the latest movies from around the world. The motion picture entertainment business had just been created the previous year. 41. Pascoal Segreto was not a man who wasted time when there was entertainment to be presented and money to be made. In October of 1897, Segreto commissioned Esperidiano Paulo to go to Europe to buy the equipment necessary to make Brazilian movies for his theater. 42. He did not want to be limited to exhibition alone, when there were profits to be made in production and distribution as well. Segreto was not a man who thought small. Cariocas knew Segreto and associated him with quality entertainment. Within 3 months, between 5,000 and 6,000 people per day were enjoying movies in his theater, Super Lumiere. 43. By the end of March, the number of daily patrons was up to 12,000, eager to watch the movies. From Europe that Segreto was importing, always bigger and better, Mais Gordo, Mais Bonito. On September 4th, Segreto's brother Alfonso left for New York and Paris, in search of new acts to offer middle-class cariocas. 45. Eventually these would include fights and fighters of all persuasions, luta romana, luta de boxe, lutte, livre, and even the exotic Japanese game of defense and physical culture known as Jiu-Jitsu. There is no record of any fighting taking place in any of Pascoal Segreto's establishments. During the 19th century, which by 1898 included Paris no Rio, that was about to change. Chapter 1 Notes. Chapter 2. 1900 to 1908. On January 1st, a new century began but nothing really changed in Rio. Luta Romana still ruled the variety show stages. It was at this point that Pascoal Segreto began offering fights to middle-class carioca families. By 1901, Segreto's venues included the Parque Fluminense and the Moulin Rouge. On Monday, April 29, 1901, Segreto presented something that was a familiar sight in Rio and a few other larger Brazilian cities, but was new to him. It was Luta Romana. The first match at Moulin Rouge was Porthos versus Juan Forbes, also known as John Forbes, and Hercules Forbes. 1. The combination of Pascoal Segreto and fighting became an unstoppable force. A pattern was quickly established. The first fight ended inconclusively after 3 rounds. Another fight would be held without a time limit until one or the other won. Representatives of the press were invited to serve as judges, thereby ensuring publicity both before and after the fight. If they worked gratis, Segreto also saved money. The fight lasted less than 2 minutes. Forbes lifted Porthos by the waist and dumped him on the ground. Forbes, agarruse a Porthos, levanto pela cintura e estatelo no suelo. The excitement, or disappointment, was too much for Porthos's friend and supporter. The well-known Italian journalist, designer, and caricaturist, Alfredo Laureate, only 35 years of age more or less, suffered a heart attack and died. 3. The show went on. On Tuesday, May 7, 1901, at Moulin Rouge, John Forbes gave a demonstration of the 32 attacks. and 32 defenses of luta romana, 32 ataques, and 32 defensas que componen a dita escola. There was a 5-year gap in the ads, but campeonatos generally marked or were contained within the period of a temporada or season, of which there was one per year. Individual contests could of course be held at any time. The third Campeonato Internacional de Luta Romana began Saturday, October 6, 1906 at Moulin Rouge. 5. The fourth Grande Campeonato Internacional de Luta Romana began Tuesday, August 13, 1907. The participating lutadores were Amalou from Africa, Ottinger from Germany, Danvers from Belgium, and Calvet, Cassot, Omer, Popon, Le Boucher, and Limousin, all from France. 6. Ticket prices range from $2 for general admission ingressos to $20 for ringside box seats camarota avant-scene, with other viewing options priced accordingly. 7. On Wednesday, August 21, 1907, newspapers announced that the campeonato would continue. 8. One could add examples ad infinitum. The point is that in Brazil until 1909, professional fighting meant luta romana, or as it was also written, lucta romana. People were not unaware of jiu-jitsu. It simply took some time and effort to market it as professional fighting, jiu-jitsu. Brazilian government and military officials had been aware of jiu-jitsu since even before the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1959 as a form of physical training for the military and a form of combatives for the civil police, and probably, as was true in other countries, as a recruitment aid and something to keep the troops productively occupied when not performing their duties. Japan's successes in its first military test against a Western power made a deep impression on Europeans and Americans, and on the political and military leaders of Brazil as well. The fact that Japan had gone from Asian backwater to world power in 35 years made many people eager to learn the secret of their success, or at least to consider what might be learned from their example. It was obvious that they had mastered the arts of science and technology in the service of war. But that was not new. Indeed, they learned from the West. More intriguing to many people were the distinctly Japanese characteristics that they had retained in the process of their rapid modernization. Jiu-Jitsu seemed to be one of those things. Jiu-Jitsu was already known in England and America through the work of a few men who had earlier learned in Japan after the opening of the ports subsequent to Perry's visits in 1853-54. The number of serious jiu-jitsu students was undoubtedly small. Most economic immigrants or diplomatic visitors seemed to have scant interest in jiu-jitsu, assuming that they noticed it at all. 10. The distinguished Brazilian historian and career diplomat Manuel Oliveira Lima served in Japan from 1901 to 1000. 903.1. Before his next posting in Peru, he presented a series of public lectures in Rio about Japan. One took place at 2 p.m. on Sunday, August 2, 1903, at Salão de Honra da Escola Senador Correa. The subjects of his lectures were modern Japan compared to ancient Japan, o Japão moderno comparado com o antigo, and potential relations between Brazil and Japan, as relações possíveis entre o Brasil e o Japão. 12. According to one researcher, he briefly mentioned jiu-jitsu as being an Asian version of capoeira. Interest was heightened by Japan's success against Russia in 1904 to 1905. Japan, a country of small polite people, had defeated big brutish Russia. Some writers attributed this result to the quality of Japan's fighting men and their jiu-jitsu training. Sitar Nacht. Many books about jiu-jitsu were written in English during and immediately following the Russo-Japanese War. 15. Some were in print even earlier. 16. The most popular were those of H. Irving Hancock. One was translated into Portuguese and available in Brazil by June of 1906. The book was Jiu-Jitsu, Educação Física Japonesa. The translators were Brazilian naval officers Santos Porto and Francisco Radler de Aquino. 17. Capitão Tenente Porto and First Tenente Radler translated the subtitle as the system of exercises, diet, and general way of life that has made the people of the Mikado the healthiest, strongest, and happiest many women in the world. O sistema de exercicios, alimentação e modo geral de vida. Que fez do povo da Mikado os mais sábios, os mais fortes e mais felizes homens e mulheres do mundo. Hancock had incorrectly translated jiu-jitsu as muscle breaking. Santos Porto and Radler de Aquino translated Hancock's incorrect translation literally as quebra musculos, a clear indication that future jiu-jitsu masters in Brazil who used this phrase 18 were influenced by and may have acquired their conhecimentos knowledge from Hancock, and from this translation in particular. Other translations of Hancock's books were available by 1912, and the original English versions and French translations of some of these books were available no later than April 19, 1908. A Brazilian who wanted to master the scientific Japanese game of defense had few authentically qualified teachers to learn from. But there was no shortage of books. Other games of attack and defense. Jiu-jitsu was introduced to the general public in circuses and variety theater shows exactly as luta romana and to a lesser extent eskrima and savate had been 53 years before. Indeed, jiu-jitsu followed closely the path paved by luta romana. Jiu-jitsu performers appeared in the same theaters, under contract to the same impresarios, offering similar shows using identical promotional and theatrical methods. In a sense, jiu-jitsu became the new luta romana. Along with Jiu-Jitsu, almost simultaneously came luta livre, also referred to as catch-as-catch-can, sometimes written with hyphens, sometimes not. Boxing, luta de boxe, had been introduced as early as 1890 as a variety show attraction, and was later reintroduced specifically as English boxing, boxe inglaise, or o jogo inglés. At the same time, luta romana did not vanish, but coexisted and cooperated harmoniously with Jiu-Jitsu, as did for that matter, luta livre and boxing. Capoeira did not quite fit into the pattern, as it tended to be associated with criminality and in fact was prohibited by law from 1890, Decreto N. 847, Libro 3, Capítulo 13, Artigos 403, 404, and 405. However, as the national game Jogo Nacional, or national fight Luta Nacional, Capoeira had avid supporters. Capoeira did not compete with Jiu-Jitsu on the stages, but from about 1908, at least it did in the area of public policy or access to government contracts. Jiu-Jitsu and Capoeira were rival candidates for the position of official fight to be taught to the assorted military, paramilitary, and police organizations of various states and municipalities. Later, from 1928, Capoeira became a rival to Jiu-Jitsu in the circuses and variety shows as well. Or at least something labeled as Capoeira was. Jiu-Jitsu did not exist apart from the other martial arts, and many people cross-trained, or moved from one art to another, or created their own styles out of elements of others. To survive in an unstable economic environment, teachers and fighters needed to be versatile. Most did at least a little of everything. Capoeiras and Jiu-Jitsu men fought catch-as-catch-can matches. The main styles competing for attention were luta romana, luta livre, Jiu-Jitsu, and Capoeira. Boxing flourished within its own domain. As in the United States and Europe, sports coverage was one of the keys to selling newspapers. 20. The superstars of the foreign rings were assured of prominent coverage in the pages of every newspaper that aimed at a wide circulation. Unlike luta livre, Jiu-Jitsu, everyone understood accurately what boxing was. The rules were not negotiable and did not vary match by match. Accordingly, boxing versus other styles matches were not common, and boxers who did participate tended to be inexperienced, unsuccessful, or past their peak earning years. Luta livre differed from luta romana in allowing joint locking techniques, leg attacks and chokes, with occasional exceptions and restrictions. Depending on the rules negotiated for a particular match, limited use of strikes might also be allowed. The rules were so negotiable that a luta livre match could actually become a jiu-jitsu match, and vice versa. Striking could be prohibited entirely, or just in certain positions. In any given fight, certain kinds of strikes could be permitted while others were not. Fighters had a lot to remember, and they sometimes couldn't, which created controversy and frequently rematches. To take one example, the capoeiras who faced the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu representatives in July 1931 were not permitted to strike on the ground, and one of them lost by desclassificação or disqualification because he did. A few fights were Valendo Tudo 21, in which comparatively more striking was allowed than in a typical luta livre match. Fights could also vary in how arranged they were, ranging from not at all to completely. Fans didn't necessarily know how to distinguish between real and fake fights and didn't necessarily care, up to a point, exercising their right to a willing suspension of disbelief. Fans wanted entertaining fights. Fighters were happy to oblige, but didn't want to and couldn't afford to get unnecessarily hurt. The more they fought and the more realistically they fought, the greater the chance of incurring an economically disastrous injury. Often their opponents were also friends and business associates. Together, these encouraged arranged fights. Not all fights were arranged, but many were. Luta romana was first introduced as an entertainment attraction, but it could be practiced as an amateur sport, and eventually was. On Sunday evening, December 19, 1909, the Centro de Cultura Física held an evening of gymnastics, fencing, jiu-jitsu, and luta romana, all under the direction of the noted sportsman and luta romana professor, Aeneas Campello. João Baldi, later to be a Gracie ring rival and a victim of one of their street ambushes, participated in a no-time limit luta romana match. 2. Luta romana was primarily upper body wrestling, but photographs from 1909 showed Cazot versus Constant Lemarin in a raised ring, with two obviously jerry-rigged ropes engaged in some form of ground grappling, or what Greco-Roman stylists now call parterre. 23. Prohibited techniques golpes prohibidos of luta romana were demonstrated in the magazine Ilustração Brasileira in 1910. They included twisting the hands, torcer as mouse, guillotine chokes, envolver o pescoço, banging the opponent, his head on the ground, bater como cabeça no chão, and hooking the opponent's leg, trecar a perna. The techniques were posed by the Russian lady wrestler Shuvalov, whose nickname was Golden Girl Menina de Oro, assisted by Filippi, among others including João Baldi, and the Brazilian amateur lady wrestler, Nini. Only one permitted technique, lindo golpe, was shown, a ceinture arrière rear bear hug. Or, 2 days later, the same magazine showed world champion Giovanni Raicevic of Italy, and Aimable de la Calmette, France, in the en-garde starting position. Each fighter had a grip on his opponent's opposite side wrist, with a collar tie. Also shown were former world champion Romanov of Russia and Ruggiero, Italian, champion in the en-garde de tête, head-to-head position. Like football, luta romana was an easy game to understand, and could be played almost anywhere. Other things being equal, exposure increases liking. That tended to make them popular. Luta Romana continued to be a popular spectator sport until the late 1930s when it was displaced as a form of spectator entertainment by luta livre and catch as catch can, which depending on the time and place were sometimes seen as the same thing with different names, but sometimes as distinct forms of wrestling, each with its own rules. It was to the advantage of teachers and promoters to distinguish them, as it seemed to offer more variety. There were cases of two fighters engaging in a luta livre match one night and then a catch match a few days later, just as they would alternate between luta livre rules and jiu-jitsu rules, and for the same reason. The more styles there were, the more matches any two fighters could engage in without losing the fans' interest, and the easier it was for a fighter to remain undefeated. Savate had originally been devised as a less lethal alternative to dueling, using hands and feet rather than weapons. Savate was sometimes included as a component of eskrima shows, which featured, in addition to rapiers floriti, and swords espada, and other bladed weapons, more pedestrian objects such as canes bengala and sticks pow. Savate was originally the art of punching and kicking. As early as 1862, Savate had become specialized as the game of legs, o jogo do pernas. Punching was a separate game, o jogo dos sacos. Probably the reasons were two. By separating them, shows would have greater variety and could be twice as long. In addition, the public was probably more impressed with flashy kicks than punches, which anyone could throw. This became fixed terminology when boxing arrived. Variously referred to as box, luta de box, or box inglés. Boxing was the new, improved, specialized, and more widely accepted and practiced form of the jogo dos sacos, with standardized and internationally recognized rules and an already well-established economic framework, with practitioners, both amateur and professional, from the developed countries and others, but especially Europe and North America. There was money in boxing, and the possibility of international prestige. Like luta romana, boxing was easy to understand. There were, however, some differences between the sport of boxing, in both amateur and professional guises, and their predecessor, prize fighting. Brazilians were duly informed about them. The principles of boxing were described in 1909 to the general literate public in an article titled, Box, Seis Principes, Golpes e Paradas, Boxing, the Principal Blows and Blocks in Revista da Semana. 13 pictures with captions describe the major punches, positions, and movements, including the Bob Fitzsimmons shift punch, high right followed by outside step and left to solar plexus, and some general training information, such as how to spar, what size gloves are worn, and so on. 20 boxing matches were occasionally staged in Rio, following the same format set by luta romana. The first Internacional Campeonato de Boxe Inglés was held in Rio in 1913. It was promoted by the man who had brought the first jiu-jitsu expert, Sada Miyako, to Brazil, and would 1 year later present on the stages of his theaters the most famous of all, Conde Coma, and subsequently many other fighters of less celestial stature. The concept of a world boxing champion dates from December 28, 1882. Subsequently, the public developed certain expectations for how champions would be crowned. The winner of a tournament on a single stage in one city in Brazil could hardly claim to be a world or even national champion. The tournament format was not often used for boxing shows. Boxing also, despite being endorsed by two of the most advanced countries, England and the United States, was not regarded favorably by all Brazilians. As one wrote in 1910, Box, o sport mais estúpido e bestial boxing, the most stupid and animalistic sport. He described boxing as savate com as maus. 29. He did not go into great detail as to why he disliked the noble art, but he wasn't the only one. The spectacle of two men punching each other did not seem like entertainment to many people, particularly not to respectable Christians. Professional boxing had a hard road before it was finally legalized in the United States. 30. It took a world war, a hard-hitting heavyweight named Jack Dempsey, and the marketing genius of Tex Rickard to make professional boxing the multi-million-dollar business that it became. 31. Luta Livre was introduced as an extension of Luta Romana. The objective was similar, to put the other man on the ground, but Luta Livre offered more. The rules and techniques were explained in numerous articles and demonstrations, as Jiu-Jitsu had been. In 1909, a newspaper columnist named Cousin Henry summarized the differences. He also showed a clear grasp of the business side of professional wrestling. 32. There are two types of luta, he explained. One is luta romana, occasionally referred to as luta greco-romana. In his view, luta romana had once been but no longer was an athletic contest or sport, but rather a commercial exhibition, now a mais uma sport mass. Exhibicow commercial. The other was luta livre, which was a genuine sport and athletic contest with the purpose of throwing a man to the ground using the techniques and rules of the game, enviar o adversario ao solo, or pinning his shoulders to the mat, encostamento as duas espaduas, using the various techniques of the sport such as prizes, locks, grips, crocs en jambe, leg hooks, prise de pieds, footlocks, and others. Luta livre is called catch as catch can in North America, he explained, and practiced there, and in England, Turkey, and India. In the troop system, he explained, fighters form groups which are contracted by an impresario, promoter, to perform espectacular shows for a specific temporada, season, or period of time. Fighters are paid before fighting. The troop leader decides what the outcome of the match will be the day before or sometimes hours before the fights. In the case of desafios, challenges, the fighter doesn't risk his own money. Rather, the impresario underwrites the performance, viewing an occasional defeat as an operating expense. Henry's overview was generally correct, but didn't foresee that luta livre would quickly recapitulate the trajectory of luta romana. In fact, he probably overestimated how different luta livre was from luta romana even in 1909. The same could probably be said of professional Jiu-Jitsu. Capoeiragem. Between 1856 and 1909, capoeiragem was associated with slaves and former slaves, black people, and in general the lowest classes. As Opais expressed it, use of the sardinha, as capoeiras, called razor blades, turned the public against the national game, which originated in Africa. Famous gangs formed whose existence was contrary to Brazilian civilization, and capoeira began to be adopted exclusively by the lowest classes of society, by criminals and cold-blooded vagabonds, until it reached the disreputable and degraded condition that it has now reached. Capoeiragem from 1887 and 1888 was generally referred to in the context of police arrest reports of individuals of a certain class who were caught in the act of performing street exhibitions. Exercicios of agility, agilidad, and dexterity, destreza. Armas prohibidas, prohibited weapons, were invariably used as props which intimidated passers-by. 3 examples may suffice to give the general impression of capoeiragem in the days before the official abolition of slavery, May 13, 1888. Yesterday at 11:30 in the morning, a slave named Trajano, belonging to Justino da Silveira Machado, was arrested on Rua da União. He had been performing a capoeiragem show exercicio with some other individuals who eluded authorities. Trajan injured João Baptista dos Santos by throwing a rock at his head. 34. Felicio Joaquim Martins, known by the nickname Moleque Felipe, was arrested for performing capoeiragem at Largo de S. Francisco. He was injured when he was stabbed by another capoeira, Dominguinhos da Sé, who ran away. 35. Sebastião José da Silva was arrested yesterday for performing a capoeiragem demonstration, armed with a razor blade. 36. Similar examples could be added almost ad infinitum. Capoeiragem was regarded as a threat to public safety, an impediment to commerce, and in its milder manifestations, a general nuisance. It was not seen as a sport, a system of self-defense, or a form of physical culture. Nevertheless, some critics couldn't help but observe that some of the capoeiras demonstrated admirable physical attributes. To put it in perspective, capoeiragem in 19th century Brazil was something like the break dancing that one can see on the streets of some large American cities today. The difference is that break dancers don't perform while brandishing straight razors. The slaves were freed in 1888. 37. But capoeiragem remained a crime. In 1890, the Código Penal dos Estados Unidos do Brasil Decreto N. 847 of October 11, 1890 was enacted. The section addressing crime and punishment, dos crimes y das penas, was published for everyone to see. It consisted of 4 major sections, livros. Section 3 addressed das contravencos em especie, types of misdemeanor, of which there were 13. Capítulos, chapters or subsections, each with several articles, artigos, related to specific offenses. Chapter 13 concerned varias y capoeiras, vagrants, and capoeiras. 9th. 3 articles specifically concerned capoeiras, the first article 403, being most relevant. Article 404 concerned repeat offenders and foreigners. Article 405 concerned aggravating conditions. Article 403 of the 1890 Penal Code specified imprisonment for 2 to 6 months or longer under certain circumstances. As many young men continued to perform capoeiragem in public, prisons needed to be built to accommodate them. One example occurred in 1898 when the Superior Tribunal do Justiça of Pernambuco passed a law, Lei N. 370, authorizing the governor of the state to create a penal colony on the archipelago of Fernando de Noronha or some other place for people convicted of the crimes of mendigação, begging, embriaguez, drunkenness, vagabundagem, vagrancy, or capoeiragem. 42. Even with laws prohibiting it, capoeiragem continued. Young, uneducated, unskilled, and unwanted black men didn't have many job options. Capoeiragem might have been seen as a somewhat less profitable but also less dangerous occupation than robbing and kidnapping. Given the social identities of the capoeiras, it isn't surprising that capoeiragem continued to have a negative connotation. 22 years of freedom did not provide potential recruits into the ranks of the capoeiras with places in civilized Brazilian society. That cost money, required family connections in government, and was associated with skin color. Brazilians in general, but especially slaves, did not have a hard work leads to success myth. In their historical experience, hard work led to more hard work, and anyone who could avoid it did. Emancipation did little or nothing to change public perceptions of capoeiragem or capoeiras, nor did the reality change much. To some degree, the term capoeiragem began to be used to mean violence, particularly when it was associated with alcohol and deadly weapons. A few more examples will suffice. Yesterday, Ricardo José da Rocha and Faustino Cornelio were put in jail for performing capoeiragem. 43. At 3 p.m. at Rua dos Arcos, at the corner of Rua do Lavradio, there was a frightening capoeiragem demonstration between Manuel do Nascimento and José Martins. Both were armed with razor blades. The fight went on for a half hour until the police arrived and arrested them. Both received serious lacerations to their right arms. 44. A street cake vendor named Ocabra was arrested by Capital Castro for teaching capoeira gym at the doors of the Teatro Fluminense the day before yesterday at 12 at night. His students, discípulos, were told to take care of his cake box. 45. Ocabra's case was revealing. He apparently was not a street thug, but rather a working man. His mistake was teaching capoeira gym rather than selling cakes. An 18-year-old seaman of German extraction, Ernesto Peterson, was walking late at night by the Largo de S. Francisco da Prainha when he was confronted by two minors who proceeded to give him a lesson in capoeira gym. He defended himself as well as could, but due to the inequality of the contest, fell and slightly injured his left shoulder. 46. Antonio de Souza, described as one of the most famous capoeiras, dos mais afamado capoeiras da zona da saúde, armed with a knife faca. Antonio Galdino Ferreira, with a pocket knife canivete, had a duel last night on Praca Municipal. They were both arrested. 47. Oswaldo de Lemos was sentenced to 2 months in prison for violation of Article 402 of the Penal Código Capoeira Gym. Francisco de Paula, Luis José da Silva, and Julia Maria da Conceição got 22 and a half days for violating Article 399, vadiagem, vagrancy. 48. However, the impression was not uniformly negative. Some people distinguished capoeira gym from misuses and abuses of the art. The positive aspects of capoeira gym were appreciated. Some editorialists recommended that the excellent practice of capoeira gym should be adopted officially by the armed forces. Or 9. Some professors of gymnastics, physical education, luta romana or esgrima took it upon themselves to rehabilitate capoeira gym, or perhaps more accurately to create a style under the name of capoeira gym. The two foremost were Mario Aleixo and Agenor Moreira Sampaio, better known by his capoeira gym nickname of Sinjosinho. Some people believe that capoeira gym was in fact simply the national adaptation of savate, and it was indeed often referred to as savate nacional and similar expressions. Its supporters naturally believed that it was the best art of defense, but it was not agreed that it was the most appropriate art for every application. One writer complained in 1909 that it is known that the Army and Navy train various types of defense, but not the best one, which is capoeira gym. Not long ago, one of my relatives, Captain Gomes Pedreira, brought with him to Rio 2 Japanese jiu-jitsu professors. It was signed Capoeira Man. It won. If he wasn't fabricating, Capoeira Man had an impressive family background. Captain Gomes Pereira was Antonio Coutinho Gomes Pereira, the naval officer who, on the ship he commanded, personally transported the first jiu-jitsu teachers to Brazil. That seemed to give Capoeira Man a veneer of authority, or perhaps impartiality. It isn't clear which or why he mentioned it. His letter may have been edited prior to publication. Dr. Carolino de Leone Ramos, chief of police of Rio State, did not share Capoeira Man's opinion. He ordered jiu-jitsu, rather than capoeira gym, to be taught to the civil guards, guardas civis. He was criticized for being unpatriotic. The Brazilian military and law enforcement organizations should use the Brazilian game. Some objected. Others disagreed. Gazeta de Noticias observed that if capoeira gym is really just the Brazilian version of savate or originated in Africa, it isn't particularly patriotic to officially endorse it over some other fight. On more practical grounds, the writer reasonably continued, capoeira gym demands exceptional agility. Not everyone can learn it. Jiu-jitsu, on the contrary, is a defense, especially for weak people. Its techniques don't require exceptional strength or agility. A jiu-jitsu man would not stand a chance against a good capoeira, he went on, alluding to the encounter between Sada Miyako and Siriako in 1909, in which the limitations of jiu-jitsu, or Sada Miyako, were harshly exposed. But the civil guards don't usually meet people like Siriako on the streets, he conceded. Jiu-jitsu is exactly what is needed by law enforcement personnel to deal with the types of situations they are likely to encounter, but without the excessive brutality of capoeira gym. 53. The disagreement would not be quickly resolved. Capoeira and jiu-jitsu men would continue to clash in their competition for ring victories, publicity, and government contracts. On December 31, 1908, in Marigny, France, the question whether jiu-jitsu was superior to boxing was answered in less than 10 seconds. Boxer Sam McVia rushed across the ring in the opening seconds of the first round of his mixed styles match with jiu-jitsu expert Matsuda and knocked him unconscious with a cross to the jaw. 54. A reasonable person would have concluded that the sample size of the mixed fights that had at that point been conducted was too small to draw valid conclusions. But maybe that was precisely the point. The sample size would need to be increased with more fights. Chapter 2. Notes. Chapter 3. 1909. In 1921, one of the most eminent sportsmen and martial artists, a master of both jiu-jitsu and capoeira gym, Mario Aleixo, recalled fighting a Japanese jiu-jitsu master named Sagamako 3 times in 1900. And 4.1. There is no record of a Sagamako during that decade. Aleixo may have been alluding to Sada Miyako, but if so, his memory failed him. Miyako didn't arrive in Brazil until 1908. There may have been a qualified jiu-jitsu instructor in Pernambuco in 1906. That is where and when Second Tenente Jose Barbosa began his 2-year course of studies of the Japanese game. At least that is what he said in 1932.2. In any event, with few Japanese immigrants or visitors to teach them, Brazilians, who wanted to learn jiu-jitsu had narrow options, at least until 1909. But they were not uninformed. Literate Brazilians, particularly in the port cities, knew about jiu-jitsu through reports from the exterior, specifically Portugal. O Século reported that Luta Romana has taken on a new look at the Coliseum of Recreios because the champions there have been challenged by the well-known Japanese jiu-jitsu champion Raku. 3. For the benefit of those who might not have heard of jiu-jitsu, O Século described jiu-jitsu as the extremely complicated science, invented and cultivated by the Japanese to effortlessly throw the devil to the ground. 4. Raku was the stage name of Sadakazu Uyenishi, author of Textbook of Jiu-Jitsu, as practiced in Japan. Raku's book was published in 1905, and so is accessible to any Brazilian who could read English. They could also read the copiously illustrated French book on jiu-jitsu that came to Brazil sometime in the recent past. 6. In fact, they could hardly avoid reading about or seeing jiu-jitsu as long as they read mass circulation periodicals and watched movies. 7. Bernardinho Machado reported from Lisbon that there continues to be great enthusiasm for the matches between Raku and the other champions at Coliseum of Recreios. The fury of the fights has reached exaggerated proportions. The Coliseum is packed every night. 8. After having achieved colossal success by beating everyone in Portugal, teve sucesso colossal, venceu todos, including the German wrestler Chouqe, Raku proceeded to Madrid in August where he performed at Circo de Paris with the lady jiu-jitsu stylist Cholito. 9. Raku was scheduled to fight in Rio in 1909. He was contracted by Pascoal Segreto, the king of Luta Romana promoters. If it had happened, Raku would have preceded Conde Koma by 5 years. But it didn't. The honor of being the first Japanese jiu-jitsu fighter and teacher belonged to someone else. In fact, to a duo. And it was a total accident. Sada Miyako and Momo Kakihara. The first confirmed professional jiu-jitsu fighters in Brazil were Sada Miyako and Momo Kakihara, who arrived in Rio at 1 a.m. Wednesday, December 16, 1908, on board the Brazilian Navy cruiser Benjamin Constant. While en route from Honolulu to Japan, May 22, 1908, the Benjamin Constant, commanded by Captain Antonio Coutinho Gomes Pedreira, detoured toward Wake Island to avoid bad weather. While reconnoitering the island, they encountered more than 20 survivors from the Japanese fishing boat Kokin Maru. The Benjamin Constant transported them to Yokohama, where all but 3 disembarked. One of the 3 was From Ise, who remained on the ship as a Taifero steward's assistant. The other 2 signed on as jiu-jitsu instructors. They were Sada Miyako and Mme Kakihara. Sada Miyako and Mme Kakihara left the ship and soon found work at Pavidao Internacional, telephone 180, at Avenida Central 154, located at the corner of Rua de Santo Antonio 90, next to Companhia Jardim Botanico. By April 18, they were appearing daily, sometimes twice a day. Like other jiu-jitsu men and professional wrestlers, Sada offered prizes to anyone who could beat him. Pavilhão Internacional was one of many venues operated by Pascoal Segreto in São Paulo, Rio, and Niterói, across the bay. Pascoal Segreto was the creador dos divertimentos populares no Rio, creator of popular entertainment in Rio, the man who made entertainment available to ordinary middle-class people, formerly something that only a gente de dinheiro, people with money, could enjoy. He was the man who introduced movies to Rio. 11. His theaters included Salão Paraíso Rio, 1900, Moulin Rouge, 1901 to 1907, Eden Teatro, 1906, Maison Moderne, Teatro Carlos Gomes, Teatro S. Pedro, Teatro S. José, Cinema Rio, in Niterói, Teatro Variedade, and Teatro Apollo, the latter 2 in São Paulo. Not all presented lutas. Pavilhão Internacional was one of the several that did. It was a barracão large shed, where bearded ladies were exhibited along with Luta Romana Ada box and other phenomena. It was said that you could travel the world in 40 minutes volta ao mundo en 40 minutos at Pavilhão Internacional. They appeared daily between April 18 and May 10, 1909 at least, and possibly before and after as well. Sada also worked under contract with the Ministro da Marinha, presumably teaching jiu-jitsu. 13. The debut of Sada Miyako. On Sunday, April 18, 1909, advertisements in the daily papers, Gazeta de Noticias and O País, announced that 2 Japanese professors of the Japanese sport of jiu-jitsu, O Sport, Japonês do Jiu-Jitsu, by the names of Sada Miyako and Momo Kakihara, would be appearing twice that day. The afternoon matinee started at 2:15. The evening soiree show started at 8:45. They offered 5 libras of gold to anyone who could avoid being thrown to the ground in a 3-minute match. 14. The public was highly familiar with Luta Romana, and possibly to a lesser extent Savate. Luta Romana in particular must have been virtually self-evident. 2 large men tried to throw each other to the ground. It was obvious when one lost. He was on the ground and the other man wasn't. Jiu-jitsu therefore was somewhat perplexing. Although the shows had been underway for 10 days and had stimulated much interest, the management of Pavilhão Internacional felt that the public could enjoy the matches more if the rules were explained. Jiu-jitsu was specifically contrasted with the more intuitively understandable Luta Romana. Unlike Luta Romana, it was explained, being on the ground, even on both shoulders, did not constitute defeat. In fact, the article elaborated, Jiu-Jitsuanos had techniques that they deliberately went to the ground in order to apply. A jiu-jitsu match was decided when one combatant was subjected to pain that he could not endure, and signaled surrender by tapping the ground or opponent's body 2 times with the palm of his hand. The only other sport that can be compared to jiu-jitsu, and even then only vaguely, it was clarified, was lutte livre, or as the Swiss call it, lutte au calicu, or as the English call it, catch as catch can. 4 techniques were prohibited in a jiu-jitsu match, or at least the matches at Pavilhão Internacional. They were 1. Dedos nos olhos, fingers in the eyes. 2. Fractura. Dos dedos, breaking the fingers. 3. Camagamento da columna. Vertebral ou clavicular, bending the spine or collarbone. And 4. Torcigao nas partes sexuais, twisting the sexual parts. A man should signal his submission or concession by tapping with his hand twice algum. Dos adversários se de por vencido, batendo com a mão as 2 pancadas de estilo. It was also pointed out that jiu-jitsu was a sport, but one with great self-defense, potential even against weapons, with the exception of guns, menos arma de fogo. The costumes that jiu-jitsuanos wore perplexed many people. The article explained that because jiu-jitsu was intended in Japan for street self-defense, clothes were worn when practicing and competing. Sada Miyako's performance schedule from April 19 to May 10 is summarized below. Results were generally not reported. That was not unusual. Jiu-jitsu and luta romana matches were held every night espectaculo todas as noites, as part of a full slate of variety, entertainments that included comedians, musical acts, dramatic performances, with short movies shown in between. 16. Management evidently and rationally felt that it was more pressing to let people know what was going to happen, rather than what had already happened. Sada Miyako's first challenge match took place on Monday, April 19, 1909, the day after his debut. It was in fact arranged in advance, as it was announced on his debut day. Challengers did not simply walk up to the stage, but rather had to sign up and wait for a scheduled day. The challenger was Arnoldo José Ferreira. Arnaldo was described as an 18-year-old Portuguese with a 1-meter chest. He had previously defeated the celebrated Jiu-Jitsu professor Raku in Lisbon, at the Coliseo dos Recreios vencido de match com o celebre japonés Raku. Arnaldo challenged Raku to a 10-minute match of Jiu-Jitsu. The result was not reported. The routine. Miyako's next challenge was the following day, Tuesday, April 20, 1909. The challenger was identified simply as a French amateur, Amador Frances. The specific rules were not mentioned, but presumably the French amateur would try to stay on his feet for 3 minutes. The result was not reported. 18. What people thought about Sada Miyako at the time was not extensively revealed, although his name became legendary later. One article, however, is suggestive, if not of Sada's abilities, then about the hype surrounding him. According to the article, there is now a Concerto Avenida, a Japanese, who is said to have a career as the greatest Jiu-Jitsu athlete. It is said that he has even defeated the well-known champion Raku. This is false. Everyone who knows Jiu-Jitsu knows that Raku has only been beaten by 2 men, Taro Miyako and Dialutsu. This indicates that Raku set a high standard, but not the highest. Sada Miyako was not regarded as being at the level of Raku. On Monday, April 26, 1909, it was announced that on that day, Sada Miyako would face 4 men who would push a cane with all of their strength against his throat. Imparar com toda a forca uma bengala encostada na garganta. Sada Miyako would resist effortlessly while smoking a cigar. O Japones. Do Jiu-Jitsu, fumara charuto dexando 4 homens 4. It is unclear whether this was a challenge or a demonstration, but in any case it was not a fight. It was not reported whether Sada Miyako was able to smoke his cigar. 20. Ads appeared in several of the Rio papers almost every day, stating that Sada Miyako and Mimi Kakiara would be fighting every night disputada todas as noites at Concerta Avenida or something very similar. For example, Sada Miyako will continue his ever more exciting matches of jiu-jitsu, with lively movies between sessions. 1. On Wednesday, April 28, 1909, it was announced in the Theatros columns that Sada would take on the Syrian fighter Rich Jorge that same day, in what promised to be a very interesting jiu-jitsu match, Havara match de jiu-jitsu entre o lutador, Sirio Rich Jorge o Japones Sada Miyako, que promete ser interesantísimo. The rules of jiu-jitsu were once again explained, in the sport column. 2. Jiu-jitsu versus capoeira gym. Siriaco was a likable light-skinned mixed-race man, mulatto alto, mestizo. He was thin magro, from Campinas, quick and agile, and worked as a stevedore. His full name was Siriaco Francisco da Silva. He was known by the nickname Moleque Siriaco. Siriaco represented capoeira gym. His specialty was the stingray tail kick, rabo de araya. It was a mixed styles fight, capoeira gym versus jiu-jitsu, the national school Escola Nacional versus the Japanese school Escola Japonesa. At least that's the way it turned out. It is not clear that Sada Miyako's challenges were open to strikers. At least the rules of jiu-jitsu that were announced made no mention of striking. Either way, it affected how jiu-jitsu challenge matches were conducted in the future. It was Miyako who issued the challenge, as usual offering a prize to anyone who could defeat him. Desafiaba a cualquier pessoa para lutar, prometendo premios aquel que o conseguisse subjuga. Siriaco, barefooted, and his supporters showed up at the Pavilhão Internacional at the usual time on Saturday, May 1st. But Sada Miyako declined to fight Siriaco. The public loudly protested until Sada acquiesced. According to O País, Ciriaco put his game plan into action, jumping like a cat and then crouching so much that he seemed to be sitting. Miyako looked for an opening to close the distance. Suddenly, Ciriaco unleashed a powerful Rabo de Araya stingray tail kick. That struck Miyako on his right temple, knocking him down instantly. After 20 seconds, Miyako stood up, ready to resume the contest. Ciriaco knocked him down again with another Rabo de Araya. That almost killed Miyako, quasi mata de novo o japonés. Miyako then conceded defeat and left the arena. Ciriaco's supporters were delirious with joy and carried him to the editorial office of O País, where he was congratulated for defending the national school, Capoeirajim, against the Japanese school, Jiu-Jitsu. Ciriaco was proclaimed to be a champion. Ciriaco e pues campeão. Despite this very convincing demonstration of the limitations of Jiu-Jitsu, Miyako continued giving his shows. He may have taken a week off to recuperate. Newspaper ads are lacking for the first week of May. On Monday, May 10, 1909, O País announced that Sada Miyako will continue the lutas of Jiu-Jitsu that have aroused such interest. Sada Miyako continuará as lutas do Jiu-Jitsu que tanto interesse tem despertado. That was the last ad. He may have continued, as the ad stated. However, there is no record available at this time. Miyako's defeat probably had a negative impact on public perceptions. If a simple stevedore could crush a Jiu-Jitsu champion, Capoeirajim must be the better art, some people clearly concluded. But Jiu-Jitsu partisans saw it differently. It isn't the art alone, but the art applied by a man. Jiu-Jitsu was scientific and everyone knew how powerful science was. Maybe the man, Sada Miyako, was lacking some of the elements needed to successfully represent the game. Perhaps a more decorated Jiu-Jitsu man could represent the art more satisfactorily. Certainly that is what commentators later concluded. Sada Miyako may have gone to Sao Paulo. In June of 1910, the Japanese Imperial Navy warship Ikoma paid a visit to Rio. Goodwill and public relations events included demonstrations of espada, esgrima, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, boxing, described as jogo ingles, and Japanese sword dancing kenbu. In addition to local dignitaries, members of the Colonia Japonesa of Sao Paulo attended. Among them were Sekiguchi and Sada Miyako. Miyako's name was also written Miyako and Miyako, both described as members of the Japanese colony in Sao Paulo, membros da Colonia Japonesa da Capital de Paulo. Departure of Sada Miyako. Sada Miyako and Memi Kakiara departed, but Pascual Segreto planned to bring Jiu-Jitsu back, but this time a more famous expert, namely Raku Sadakazu Uyenishi. In the meantime, Luta Romana and Luta Livre continued. The following is a brief sketch of what happened. The results of the fourth night of the fifth Luta Romana Grande Campeonato Internacional, with a prize of 30,000 francos at Concerto Avenida, Friday, August 6, 1909, were reported. Competitors were required to weigh at least 98 kilos to be qualified to enter. World champion Peterson, 112 kilos, defeated Austrian champion Schneider. 110 kilos, by Chantour Arebu Toubion, Italian champion. Grena Raffaele, 113 kilos, bested Russian champion Konstantinowicz. 110 kilos, by Prise de Politaire, Constant Le. Marin, 115 kilos, from Belgium beat Girsa, 98 kilos. From Turkey by Duba Prise de Pol, and D'Anvers, 111 kilos, champion of Belgium, subdued German champion Schachmann, 108 kilos, by Cientour and Avant after a 23-minute war, Turada Duru de Mesadamente. The results were reported with great seriousness. 6. Mixed fighting. In a 72-minute Luta Romana match, on Monday, September 20, 1909, Calmet broke the rules by administering a bofetada slap to the face of Constant Le Marin. The match had been equal and closely disputed up to that point. Offended by Calmet's dishonorable act, Constant requested permission to fight Luta Livre, but was denied, a decision that was roundly booed by the fans. Calmet left the ring to consult with Schachmann, who was watching. After re-entering the ring, he was easily defeated by Constant, with a prise de devant. 7. In their Thursday, September 30th match, Paul Pons and Constant again drew. It seemed that another match would be needed to decide the winner. On Friday, Aimable de la Calmette would face Peterson, and Queso would confront Dieri from Senegal. Dieri was scheduled to encounter Schmeichel the following Tuesday in a Luta Livre match. Pascual Segreto, in addition to presenting interesting Luta Livres, was organizing challenges between Luta Romana and Luta Livre fighters. Queso, Schachmann and Dieri were already on board. A brave Japanese fighter was expected to arrive soon. The Japanese fighter was Sadakazu Uyenishi, better known to local fans as Raku. 20. Precise adherence to any rule set took a definite backseat to entertainment value. Anything was possible if the fans would pay to see it. Between September 21st and October 6th, many Luta Romana men had become Luta Livre men, or adopted the game. Luta Romana could become Luta Livre by the simple expedient of allowing the fighters to slap each other, which presumably generated more fan interest. 9. Grabbing the legs was allowed but not required. The wrestlers didn't need to modify their act to a great extent. Luta Romana fighters could also punch and kick. The match would be described as savate for the occasion, not because the wrestlers had any savate qualifications, but because it was different. Fans would pay to see it. Savate francesa was used by bad guys and vagrants in France, como he usado pelos malandros e varias franceses. It was the French version of capoeira gym, which was the sport of bad behaviors, sport de malandragem. It might attract fans. The fighters and promoters had nothing to lose by trying. On Friday, October 8, 1909, Queso faced Calmet in a Sav-8 match. Queso won after 35 minutes, 31. Few such matches were offered, so it is likely that the wrestlers were too far out of their element to put on convincing shows. Sav-8, after all, was the jogo do pernas, the game of legs, the art of kicking. Enormous men probably felt safer and looked less ridiculous with their feet on the ground. Saturday, October 9, was the last day of the 4th Campeonato Internacional de Luta Romana. It had been going on for the last 2 months. Iniciado ha seguramente 2 meses no palco do Concerto Avenida. The great French champion Paul Pons would meet Peterson, 32. Siriaco returns. Not long after demolishing Sada Miyako, Siriaco happened to watch a luta livre match. He immediately challenged any luta livre fighter, Diary in particular, to face him. Diary was a luta romana wrestler, but like most luta romana wrestlers, he fought under luta livre rules when required. Siriaco promised to put into play all of his maneuvers, including the stingray tail kick Rabo de Araya that he used to knock out Sada Miyako. Siriaco was registered to compete in the Jiu-Jitsu Championship scheduled to be held at Concerto Avenida soon after the imminent arrival of the champion Raku. No doubt he would be setting his sights on Raku himself. 30. Diary accepted. The match was set for Monday, October 11th, if the police allowed it to take place. 34. There was no mention of the Diary vs. Siriaco fight in subsequent editions, nor did it become the stuff of legends like the Siriaco vs. Sada Miyako fight, so apparently the police didn't allow it. In any event, the Jiu-Jitsu champion Raku was Siriaco's next target. No money. Tuesday, October 12, 1909 was the final day of the 5th Campeonato that began August 3. As expected, Pons defeated Peterson with a double prise de tête-à-tête to emerge as the tournament champion. Pons climbed into the ring along with Constant Lemarie, Amable, and Peterson to collect the 30,000 francos that Pascual Segreto had promised. But strangely, Segreto did not arrive with the money. The fighters offered it to the poor people of the city, presumably when or if Segreto came up with it. They evidently believed that he was good for it because they contracted for 4 more months of Luta Romana matches, although not necessarily a tournament. From Wednesday, October 13.35, the famous World Jiu-Jitsu champion Raku was expected soon. He would certainly provide some novelty. Raku versus Siriaco. As always, the actual physical arrival of fighter or troupe was preceded by several weeks of advertising, announcing their imminent arrival and usually the initiation of a tournament. A Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira gym match pitting Raku versus Siriaco was promised. 36. Ads and short news items about Raku appeared almost every day in the local newspapers. Beginning October 6, 1909. 37. The promised vehicles for his fights were the Campeonato Internacional de Luta Romana, the Grande, Campeonato Internacional de Jiu-Jitsu, and the Campeonato de Luta Japonesa. Previously, it had been mentioned that Raku had suffered losses to Arnoldo Jose Ferreira, to Taro Miyake, and to Dialutsu, but now he was described as invincible, and the only fighter who had never been beaten, único luchador que nunca fue derrotado. 8. The last mention of Raku's arrival was October 24th in Revista da Semana, in which it was announced that Concerto Avenida was preparing a new championship of the Japanese fight with Raku, again described as invincible. 9. There is no evidence that Raku arrived until 1915, when he came to Rio with the Conde Coma troupe. By that time, Siriaco had died on May 18, 1912, leaving no marketable capoeira gym representative to face him. Instead, Raku fought with members of his own troupe and from time to time with the co-resident Luta Romana representatives. Chapter 3, Notes. Chapter 4. 1910 to 1913. Between the departure of Sada Miyako in 1909 and the arrival of the Conde Coma troupe. In 1914, the circuses and variety show stages of Rio were bereft of Jiu-Jitsu. Jiu-Jitsu was not forgotten, however. It was used by police for law enforcement purposes and physical training, and by athletically inclined civilians as a sport. Valdemar Silva and Carlos Pinto Soares engaged in a jiu-jitsu match on Sunday, December 19, 1909. It was one event in an all-day sports festival at Centro de Cultura Física. The festival included 4 Luta Romana matches, one featuring the professional wrestler Joao Baldi, and a fencing match between Mario Lages and Mario Alexo. 1. Baldi and Alexo later played significant, if unintended, roles in popularizing jiu-jitsu in Rio. People who did not practice sports could read about or see them. English and French language translations of jiu-jitsu books had been available since 1906. At the latest and probably earlier, and jiu-jitsu images had been visible on the movie screens. In August of 1912, a new translation of one of Irving Hancock's books was on sale in Rio bookstores, among them Levaria Chetino, On Travessa do Uvidor. The book's ample photographs clearly showed the most difficult positions and made it easy to study jiu-jitsu. As fotogravuras explicam bem as me difficile posicos e jiu-jitsu é fácil de estudar. It is more than possible that some jiu-jitsu enthusiasts, possibly even those who claim to have mastered the secrets and unlocked the mysteries of jiu-jitsu, acquired their knowledge from this and other books. They definitely adopted the cliches and misconceptions. Jiu-jitsu could be used to create a news item, or at least content for a magazine or newspaper article. One example, in an article in Fan Fan, The hook was the fact that one of the two English suffragistas advocates of equal voting rights for women, who established a feminist association, was a jiu-jitsu expert. She was Mistress Garud, and she wanted to teach the resources of the Japanese game to her partner Miss Kelly and their feminist colleagues. She hoped to build an army of athletes composed of the fair sex whose primary assignment would be to eject men who tried to disrupt their feminist meetings. Mistress Garud personally threw a 6-foot policeman to the ground, it was alleged. 3. In January of 1912, Gazeta de Noticias invited various authorities and experts to express their opinions about which sport is most difficult. ¿Cuál sport más difícil? The noted sportsman Mauricio Gillard believed that the most difficult sport was jiu-jitsu because it developed all of the muscles and in addition cultivated sangue frio, or coolness under pressure. He mentioned Taro Miyake, Raku Uyenishi, and Yuko Otani as exemplary practitioners, and concluded with a comment that is as applicable today as it was then: all sports are equally good. The big mistake is not training in any of them. Todos os demás sports são igualmente bons. O grande erro é não praticar nenhum deles. 4. Mixed fighting. While boxing was not a widely practiced domestic sport, international boxing news was regularly reported. Boxing films were also shown. The Odeon Theater showed 7 movies on Thursday, September 18, 1910. The 7th was the Sam McVia versus Jim Johnson match to box from Paris. On the same day, World Luta Romana champion Rasevich would be confronting Russian champion Romanov at Pascual Segredo's theater Carlos Gomes. 5. After the George Carpentier versus Jim Sullivan fight, February 29, 1912, Constant Lemarin announced that he planned to leave Luta Romana and lose 10 of his 106 kilos to focus on boxing. In the same article, it was reported that in the middle of April the famous North American heavyweight world boxing champion Jack Johnson would, he said, engage in a wrestling match with Frank Gotch, who offered a guarantee of 150,000 francs. 6. Campeonatos of boxing were presented alongside Luta Romana and Luta Livre in the same theaters, presented by the same impresarios. Sometimes, Luta Romana and Luta Livre fighters tried their hands at boxing, and eventually, vice versa. In 1913, a North American boxer named Sam McVia, also called Kid McVeigh and Mace Villa, appeared in at least one Rio variety show boxing campeonato, conducted along the same lines as the tournaments of Luta Romana, Livre, and in due course, Jiu-Jitsu. All were presented by the legendary impresario Pascual Segreto. Luta Romana champion Jose Floriano Peixoto, despite not being a boxer, he had one boxing bout under his belt, accepted the general challenge launched by Belgian boxer Joseph Beerens, just arrived in Rio. On February 13th they fought at Desempata Morte, meaning that they had already fought and drawn twice before in the previous 2 weeks. 7. For his part, Beerens had competed successfully in Luta Romana fights in Chile in 1905 and 1907. 8. Luta Romana champions Jules Jourdan and Alfred Popper engaged in an 8-round boxing match in May 1913. It ended in a draw. 9. Luta Romana continued to attract fans. Teatro Alvaro de Carvalho in Florianopolis, operated by Empresa Gonçalves, and CIA, presented the great continuation of Luta Romana between the worthy champions, Grande Continuaca de Luta Romana, entre os valentes campeos, as the 7th of 7 acts that Tuesday. 10. Luta Romana contests were still popular in 1917, and after as well. 11. In fact, Luta Romana remained more popular, or at least more newsworthy, than Luta Livre for decades, using 2 major newspapers, Correio da Manhã and Jornal do Brasil, as reference points, because they are archived by decade over the relevant time period. Between 1900 and 1909, Luta Romana was referenced 951 times, Luta Livre, 5 times. Between 1910 to 1919, Luta Romana was referenced 1,058 times, Luta Livre, 56 times. Between 1920 and 1929, Luta Romana was referenced 612 times, Luta Livre 47 times. Between 1930 and 1939, Luta Romana was referenced 188 times, Luta Livre 758 times, and between 1940 and 1949, Luta Romana was referenced 16 times, Luta Livre 443 times. The relative rise of Luta Livre vis-a-vis Luta Romana is easy to see. Luta Romana. In February of 1913, Pascual Segreto announced that he would be opening a Grande Campeonato de Luta Romana at Pavilhão Internacional within the next few days and Brez Dias. The troupe of fighters arrived on Wednesday, February 19, 1913, on the Principessa, Mafalda, and promptly visited the Impartial editorial office to introduce themselves. The participating wrestlers, their names, heights, weights, titles, dates of birth, and nationalities were described 2 days before their arrival and the day after in Impartial and A Época. 12. Segreto wanted to leave no doubts that these were big men. They were international, and they were all champions. They were Fritz Muller, 186 centimeters, 130 kgs, born in 1881, champion of Europe. Victor Husch, 182 centimeters, 125 kgs, born in 1878, champion of Belgium. Willy Felgenhauer, 181 centimeters, 120 kgs, born in 1880, champion of Austria-Hungary, Emil Verve. 175 centimeters, 120 kgs, born in 1875, champion of France, Alfred Popper. 184 centimeters, 110 kgs, born in 1879, champion of Vienna, Ferdinando Priano. 183 centimeters, 100 kgs, born in 1891, champion of Ligues, Jules Jourdan. 172 cm, 120 kgs, born in 1878, champion of Marseille, Ambroise Le Suisse. 173 centimeters, 95 kgs, born in 1889, champion of Switzerland, Ella Pampuri. 175 centimeters, 91 kgs, born in 1879, champion of Geneva, Henry Coenen. 195 centimeters, 125 kgs, champion of Brussels, Emilio Ruggiero. 180 centimeters, 116 kgs, champion of Italy, Giovanni Racevic. 173 centimeters, 115 kgs, born in 1882, world champion, Modelo de Jiu-Jitsu. The Japanese Navy training ship Tase Maru visited Rio in April. On Sunday afternoon, April 27th, a festival was hosted on board, featuring demonstrations and matches of Kenjutsu and Jiu-Jitsu. A Modelo de Jiu-Jitsu was presented by M. Katsuki and Yu Ogishima. Then matches involving B. Baba, K. Ishibashi, N. Nakahara, E. Iranaka, H. Aminaka, R. Ogawa, M. Katsuki, and S. Ama. The individual competitors represented two groups, the red and the white. The red group won Vensu Grupo Vermelho. The Kenjutsu presentation, which preceded the Jiu-Jitsu activities, was similar. The guests were greatly impressed with the cleanliness of the ship and the skillfulness of the matches and demonstrations. Teen. Pavilhão Internacional had presenting boxing since as early as February 1913. When Joseph Behrens met the Brazilian Luta Romana champion José Floriano Peixoto Filho, they had several, indeed numerous, rematches. In fact, they were still fighting on Sunday, March 30 in what was called a continuação do Grande Combate de Boxe Inglês entre Floriano Peixoto e Joseph Behrens. 14. On April 2nd, Joseph Behrens and North American champion Jack Murray fought a decimate tiebreaker. The fight the night before, Tuesday, April 1st, had been an empate draw. Behrens had been in the ring 3 nights straight. 15. Pascual Segreto had been presenting individual matches of boxing, concurrently with Luta Romana and Luta Libre Campeonatos. He merged the two concepts and decided to provide a campeonato of boxing. And rather than wrestlers like José Floriano, real boxistas who were already in Rio and others who were expected to arrive, no cual se inscreverán, varias boxistas que se hachan neste capital y otros a llegar. Pascual Segreto was known as a man who made things happen. By May 1, he had his boxers. 16. The international boxers participating in the Pavilhão Internacional Campeonato 17 included Joseph Behrens, Belgium, Alfredo Leconte, France and Argentina, Louis Condor, probably the French comic, gymnast, Harry Green, North America, Jack Murray, North America, Jose Leslie, Portugal, Charles Jackson, Paul Winter, Adam Stone and Kid McVia, described as the North American Preto, black man. This may have been someone using Sam McVia's name, or it might actually have been Sam McVia, who was well known by informed fans for his devastating victory over the Japanese jiu-jitsu professor Matsuda in France in 1900 and 801-8. One of the boxers, Leconte, also spelled Leconte, was versatile. He later fought and lost to Conde Coma in Belém by disqualification in December 19, 1915. Fighters came and went. A few were regulars, while others fought once or twice. On April 5th, English champion Jamie Grossman fought North American champion Ben Smith. 20. 2 days later, Ben Smith fought Lecomte on April 7. 2-1 the next 2 nights. April 8 and 9, Alfred Lecomte fought German champion Joe Kraus. 2. It is possible that some fighters sometimes used fake names or ethnic identities to create the impression of novelty, to appeal to fans from particular cultural groups, to disguise their true identity, or for any other reason. It was not unusual at the time. Even heavyweight champion Jack Dempsey did it. 2-3. Boxing eventually became too big, too profitable, too popular, and too regulated for circuses and variety shows. Wrestling was the perfect fit. A typical evening at Pavilhão Internacional was Thursday, May 8, 1913. The program began at 9 with Luta Livre, Ambroise Le Suisse versus Jules Jourdan, followed by boxing, Louis Condor versus McVia, Alfred Lecomte versus Stone, and Charles Jackson versus Paul Winter, and finally Luta Romana at 11, João Baldi versus Henry Coenen, Victor Hensch versus Willie Felgenhar, and Emilio Ruggiero versus Elia Pampuri. 24. Luta Romana could segue into Luta Livre, either by prior agreement or by treachery on the part of one fighter. Willie Felgenhauer, Luta Romana, champion of Austria-Hungary, promised to need no more than 20 minutes to subdue world Luta Romana champion Giovanni Racevic in a Luta Livre contest on Wednesday, April 30 at Pavilhão Internacional. At the end of match, Racevic was still standing and in consequence was declared the winner. In the same program, Ruggiero faced Vervet. Unfortunately, the match degenerated from a sport into a tirada bullfight. Due to Vervet's dirty tactics and recourse to illegal blows golpes prohibidos, including socos punches and rasteras leg kicks or leg sweeps, Rogerio retaliated in kind from the middle of match, finally dealing defeat to the French champion. Closing out the evening fights, Victor Hench and Jules Jourdain fought by luta livre rules and drew. The Grande Campeonato Internacional continued on Saturday, May 5th. Hench and Jourdain drew again, anda now desempataram, in their third match on Friday, May 4th. There was no other alternative than to have another match to decide who was stronger. To arouse interest in another match between Rajcevic and Fegelnhauer, Pascual, Segredo offered 2,000 race dos contos de race to the winner. Mario Aleixo. Mario Aleixo was teaching jiu-jitsu in Rio before Conde Coma arrived. He was teaching jiu-jitsu after Conde Coma left. He also mixed jiu-jitsu with boxing and capoeira regime to form his own original style that, he claimed, was superior to and more efficacious than any of its three sources. Mario Aleixo was an esgrimista fencer. He opened a program of fencing and jiu-jitsu in Rio at the Club de Regatas Boqueirão do Passeio on September 8, 1914. 27 He had already been teaching jiu-jitsu, however, since 1913 in the suburbs, in the North Zone, at the Centro Desportivo do Engenho Doye. As everyone knew, Mario Aleixo was one of the most knowledgeable exponents of both fencing and jiu-jitsu in Brazil. 29 Students would certainly be in good hands. With his background in fencing, it was probably inevitable that he would eventually try to synthesize the two games, throwing capoeira regime as well, in an early version of Jeet Kune Do. Between the rise and fall of Mario Aleixo, there was another jiu-jitsu master. His name was Mitsuyo Maeda, better known in Brazil as Conde Coma. 30 Conde Coma made his first appearances on the variety show stages of Sao Paulo. A year and a half after Mario Aleixo began teaching jiu-jitsu in Rio, Coma came to Rio in April of 1915 and left in May. His presence was impressive but brief. Mario Aleixo maintained a lower profile, but he was a permanent fixture. He wasn't going anywhere. Mario Aleixo shifted his focus to capoeira gem, but he remained acknowledged as a master of jiu-jitsu in Rio, at least until December of 1931. Chapter 4, Notes. Chapter 5, 1914. On Wednesday, September 23, 1914, residents of Sao Paulo were informed that the world champion Conde Coma and his famous troupe of Japanese jiu-jitsu fighters would soon be arriving. That was followed by a note explaining that jiu-jitsu is absolutely different and very distinct from any other form of fight, and that it is the real art of self-defense and physical culture of Japan. 1. The members of Coma's troupe were not identified by name, but based on the results of the matches that took place over the approximately 3 weeks of their engagement, they were Coma himself, Satake, Okura, Matsura, and Akiyama. Conde Coma and his troupe made their first appearance at Pascual Segreto's Teatro Variedades, in the Largo do Paissandu, in Sao Paulo, on Friday, September 25.3. They shared the bill with a bevy of international female singers, Vivian Het, Martha Cotti, Jean Jorel, La Moyanito, Nelly Berti, Alexandra Vives, and Hedda, an Italian comedy team named Les Valliere, and the great attraction of the epoch, the world athlete, Atleta Mundial, Mr. Gallant. 4. Teatro Variedades was one of the many theaters operated by Pascual Segreto. 5. In Sao Paulo, in Rio, and across the Guanabara Bay in Nictheroy, now spelled Niterói. Many presented fights in addition to the usual variety show acts. One of them was Pavilhão Internacional, where Sada Miyako performed in 1909. Segreto also ran the Teatro Carlos Gomes, also in Rio, where Luta Romana, Luta Livre, and Luta de Boxe Ingles were presented. Segreto had tried unsuccessfully to book Raku as a replacement for Sada Miyako. In his Pavilhão Internacional Campeonatos of Luta Romana and Jiu-Jitsu, Conde Coma was now in Sao Paulo. Bringing him to Rio was the logical next step. By coincidence, Segreto would finally get Raku for his stages. Raku joined the Coma troupe in Rio. The Coma troupe debut performance was an astounding success. Sucesso asombroso. But they had stiff competition. On the night of their debut and every night, Paulistas had abundant entertainment options. If they didn't care for fights, they could see the operetta, A Gran Duquesa, de Gerolstein at Segreto's Apollo Teatro on Rua de José de Barros. They could watch a 4-act play called Sherlock Holmes, O Amador Policial, at the Palace Theater, on Avenida Brigadeiro Luis Antonio, N69. They could watch a Conflagração Europeia and Ciúma Mata Primides, and as Duas Mais, at the Iris Theater. 7. If that didn't suit them, the S. Jose was presenting a variety of operettas and revues. The Jockey Club Paulistano presented horse racing at Hippodromo Paulistano. The Frontal Boa Vista at Rua Boa Vista No. 48 presented Grande Função Sportiva, Quinela de Honra. Football and target shooting tiro were also available. People who had leisure time and disposable income did not have to go far to find entertainment. Performers from all corners of the world came to them. Mostly they came from Europe and North America. Japan was still exotic and vaguely mysterious, including its scientific form of fighting, jiu-jitsu. Invariably written with quotation marks. Conde Coma and his troupe of jiu-jitsu fighters were worth seeing. Not just because they were national or world champions. Every fighter on the stages of Sao Paulo and Rio was a champion of some sort. That was taken for granted. But Conde Coma and his men were unique. There were so few of them. Their game of defense may have been mysterious to Paulistas, but their show was not hard to understand. The Coma troops shows in Sao Paulo were probably very similar to the shows they put on not long after, in Maranhão. A typical show involved, 1. The monetary offer, 2. Introduction of Coma and the troupe, 3. Coma's invitation to spectators who wanted to test him, 4. Demonstrations of self-defense techniques, 5. Demonstrations of winning jiu-jitsu competition techniques, 6. Demonstrations of prohibited techniques, and finally 7. A match between two troupe members. 8. The rules of a jiu-jitsu fight, or at least the rules used by Conde Coma, were also probably the same as those that were publicized a few months later for their Rio appearances at Segredos Teatro Carlos Gomes. 9. They were as follows. The wrestlers should be clean and cut their finger and toenails todo lutador deverá se apresentar decente, como es un has das mãos e dos pés perfeitamente cortadas. 2. They should wear a kimono, provided by Conde Coma deverá usar traje kimono, que o Conde Coma le facilitará. 3. Biting, scratching, headbutting, and punching were prohibited, nao. E permitido morder, arranjar, pegar como cabeca u como punho. Or, when using the foot, the curved part rather than the pointed part should be used. Cuando se fizer uso do pé, nunca se fará como ponta e sin como curva. 5. A fighter would not be considered to be defeated by pinning his shoulders to the mat now. Se considera vencido, o que tenha as espaduas entera ainda que tenha caído primero. 6. Fighters should indicate that they give up by tapping 3 times on the ground, or the opponent's body, o que considera vencido, o demonstrará dando 3 palmadas sobre o acolchoado e sobre o corpo do adversario. 7. The referee would declare a fighter beaten if it appeared that he was unable to tap 3 times under his own volición, o juiz considera vencido, o que efeito da luta now se recorde que debe dar 3 palmadas. 8. Rounds would be 5 minutes with 2-minute breaks between rounds. The referee would count the minutes in a loud voice so that the fans could hear as luta se dividirá en rounds o encontros de 5 minutos, por 2 de descanso. Tendo o juiz de campo que contra os minutos en voz alta para mayor comprehensión do público. 9. If the wrestlers fell out of the ring, they should obey the referee's instructions and get back into the center of the ring, standing up, facing the opponent. Se os lutadores caíram fora do tapete sem que nenhum dele tenha avisado, o senhor juiz deve obrigá-los a colocar-se de novo no centro do acolchoado, em pé, frente a frente. Day set. The judges may substitute for the referee substituirão em suas obrigações ao senhor juiz, o cicirado. Desafio. Conde Coma would later publicly offer 5,000 francs to anyone of any size or weight who could defeat him, and sometimes 500 francs for anyone who could survive 15 minutes without desisting. 10. His shows in Sao Paulo were advertised and plugged in every, or almost every daily edition of the Correio Paulistano between Wednesday, September 23rd and Wednesday, October 20th. Ads and news items announced matchups for the day or next day. Conde Coma's offer to challengers was not included in any ad or item. That may account for why there were so few of them, in Sao Paulo at least. In fact, there was only one on October 5th, when Conde Coma was scheduled to confront Miguel Jorge. The troupe performed almost every day. As noted above, there were only 5 members in the troupe. Without amateur challengers, the performances would inevitably become repetitious and predictable. Results were not reported except indirectly when the match was a desempate. Tiebreaker, or desempate de morte, tiebreaker of a tiebreaker. Based on these limited results, it appears that most, possibly all, matches ended in draws. The matches that did occur were: on Saturday, October 3rd, Coma and Satake fought a desempate, tiebreaker. This means that they had fought to a draw sometime in the previous week, 11. On Sunday, October 4, Conde Coma and Satake fought a desempate de morte, tiebreaker of a tiebreaker, indicating that the Saturday match had again been a draw empate. 12. Coma was scheduled to face Turkish amateur Miguel Jorge on Monday, October 5.13. The result, if the match took place, was not subsequently mentioned. On Wednesday, October 7, Akiyama and Satake squared off. 14. On Friday, October 9, Coma confronted Akiyama. 15. 2 matches were held on Sunday, October 11th. Matsura faced Satake, and Akiyama confronted Okura. This scene. On Monday, October 12, Akiyama and Satake fought a tiebreaker, desempate, meaning that their meeting on October 7th had been an empate draw. 17. On Tuesday, October 13th, Coma and Akiyama fought a desempate, meaning that their October 9 had been an empate. 18. On Sunday, October 18th, Coma measured forces with Matsura. 19. There were no reports of anyone winning or losing a match. In fact, few results were reported. We can only infer some of them from the fact that subsequent matches were described as desempates or desempate de morte. Perhaps Sao Paulo was a test run for Rio, or possibly the troupe was shorthanded for the needs of an extended engagement. A number of changes were made in the format by the time the reconstituted troupe arrived in Rio. Conde Coma's 5,000 francos offer to anyone who could beat him was conspicuously publicized, and more challengers showed up to test themselves and take a shot at the prize money. Results of the matches were more often reported and were more often discussed and analyzed. Upcoming matches were previewed and discussed, and quite a few matches ended in submissions. The troupe stayed in Sao Paulo for more or less 3 weeks. With 12 or more participants, Luta Romana tournaments generally went on for several months. That was part of the key to Luta Romana and Luta Livre's long-lasting popularity. There was no shortage of wrestlers. Jiu-Jitsu fighters, however, were few in number. They had a virtual monopoly on the Jiu-Jitsu market, but there were not enough of them to keep a tournament underway for longer than a week or two. Jiu-Jitsu could not compete with the Luta Romana people in terms in number and variety of matchups or local interest. Luta Romana fighters hailed from many European countries, and each could be the champion of an expatriate community, Colonia. Any Brazilian of almost any background could dig into his roots to become a foreign fighter. Indeed, everyone retained their ethnicity unless or until they naturalized, at which time they would shift from being, for example, an Estonian fighter to being a national Brazilian fighter. Moreover, there were plenty of Brazilian Luta Romana wrestlers. But all of the Jiu-Jitsu fighters were obviously Japanese, and while there was a Japanese colony in Brazil, it was not at that time ensconced in the heart of the city of Sao Paulo, nor were the Japanese immigrants the sort of middle-class citizens who attended variety shows in large numbers. Unlike Luta Romana, which any big strong man could try his hand at, Jiu-Jitsu, even in 1914, was a game of skill, which few if any Paulistanos had at that time. Teatro Variedades was presenting several new acts on Tuesday, October 13th, including a group of Egyptian dancers, Mora La Zoraida, and 3 new singers, Etna and Fiorina from Italy, and Angelina, who was international. Other acts and attractions were Les Leia, a comedy team, Evaristo, a xylophonist, Gab Darmoville, a French singer, Milgina, and short movies between acts. 20. The bill changed every day or every other day and included a half dozen or so acts, generally with afternoon and evening shows. That same day, Tuesday, October 13th, Pascual Segreto announced that he would be presenting a new Campeonato Internacional de Luta Greco-Romana. He had already been signing up fighters from various countries or representing various nationalities. 12 men were needed, and recruitment would end October 15th. Cash prizes awaited victorious wrestlers. Medals, medallas de distinção, and diplomas de honra could also be won. Conde Coma and his troupe continued their shows. There were no ads for the Coma troupe in Sao Paulo after October 21st. The next news item appeared December 29th, reporting that the troupe continued to draw large crowds for their performances at the Politeama in Ribeirão Preto in northeast of Sao Paulo state, indicating that they had been there for some time. No doubt they kept busy, but documentation for their whereabouts and activities is sketchy until they get to Rio. Chapter 5. Notes. Chapter 6. 1915. On Thursday, March 11, 1915, Empresa Pascual Segreto announced the imminent arrival in Rio of a troupe of Jiu-Jitsu lutadores currently in Sao Paulo 1. The troupe members were identified as Conde Coma, World Champion, Satake, Champion of New York, Okura, Champion of Chile, Matsuura, Champion of Peru, Hara, Champion of Tokyo, Akiyama, Champion of North America when the lutadores arrived. On April 4th, they visited the editorial offices of A Época and Correia da Manhã. 2. The composition of the group had changed. It now consisted of Conde Coma, World Champion, Satake, 1913 Champion of New York, Okura, 1914 Champion of Chile, Shimizu, 1913 Champion of Peru, Raku, 1913 Champion of Mexico. These were the fighters, whose fight results were reported the next several weeks during their engagement. Matsuura and Hara had vanished. Akiyama had gone to Argentina. He did not take part in any reported fights in Rio, and when on Tuesday, August 3rd, the troupe boarded the Itapama bound for Recife and points beyond, Akiyama was not among them. 4. Thus, as in Sao Paulo, the troupe consisted of 5 fighters. Coma, Satake and Okura remained from the Sao Paulo contingent. Shimizu and Raku replaced Matsuura and Akiyama. The troupe was scheduled to debut the second week of April. In the meantime, they were spending the week giving seminars, schmoozing with the press, and engaging in other promotional activities, some of which will be described in more detail below. However, they did not actually make their formal stage appearance until May 1st. Gazeta de Noticias reported that they would perform at one of 4 theaters, operated by Pascual Segreto, Teatro S. Jose, Teatro S. Pedro, Cinema, Teatro Carlos Gomes, and Cinema Rio in Niterói, Niterói. As it turned out, they appeared at the Carlos Gomes, and occasionally Cinema Rio. Conde Coma offered 5,000 francs to anyone who could beat him, and 500 francs to any amateur who could survive more than 15 minutes. Offerís 5,000 francos a como vencer e 500 francs ao amador que le resistia más de 15 minutos. 6. It was an offer that was repeated many times. A few bold men took up the challenge. With nothing to lose except possibly their self-esteem, it is surprising that not more men accepted the challenge. Articles, short news items, and ads appeared every day in one or more newspapers plugging the upcoming Jiu-Jitsu Campeonato, along with results of the already in-progress Luta Romana tournament and the day's matchups. March 29 was the Yusuf vs. Cormendi match. 17 years later, Yusuf would challenge Jiu-Jitsu champion Gio Omori to a Luta Livre or Jiu-Jitsu match and get choked out for his trouble. The regress rules of Jiu-Jitsu for the second Campeonato of Jiu-Jitsu to be held at Teatro Carlos Gomes were published. Tuesday, March 30th, 1915 in O Imparcial, and Friday, April 12th, 1915 in Gazeta de Noticias. As described in Chapter 5, the Jiu-Jitsu challenges were not anything goes, but rather contests of submission grappling. Coma and his troupe visited the editorial office of Correo de Mana Saturday evening, April 3rd, 1915. They planned to spend the final week before their debut at Teatro Carlos Gomes, giving demonstration lessons, Classe Academica, and visiting the press. According to the report of the visit, Conde Coma fought in England in 1914 and became a professor to the English police, subsequently doing the same in Russia, North America, Havana, Mexico, and San Salvador. With him were Satake, New York champion in 1913, Shimizu, Peru champion, Okura, Chile champion in 1914, and Raku, Mexico champion in 1913. Conde Coma's standing offer was repeated, 5,000 francs to anyone who could beat him, and 500 francs to any amateur who could last 15 minutes without tapping. 7. The next day, Coma, Shimizu, Okura, and Raku visited A Epoca offices. The A Epoca report added the details that Coma was the wearer of the belt of gold, Ceinture d'Or, after winning a tournament in London in 1914. Before the beginning of the second campeonato of the terrible Japanese game, O Terrible Jogo Nipponico, Coma offered a special session for doctors and representatives of the press in which he explained in minute detail the effects of the terrible techniques of attack and defense. On Wednesday, April 7th, the Japanese minister attended a performance of the Coma troupe at the Carlos Gomes, returning the visit that Coma had paid to him earlier. 9. The Jiu-Jitsu tournament did not begin until May 1, but Coma and the troupe generated interest in their forthcoming Jiu-Jitsu Campeonato by giving demonstrations during intermissions of the Luta Romana tournament. Luta Romana was popular, judging by the media attention. Results of matches were reported in some detail, using French without translation to describe the winning techniques, which indicates that fans were familiar with them. On April 7, Gallant defeated Umberto by Ceinture, a Ribors en tourbillon. Pampuri from Italy easily subjugated. Goldbach of Austria with a prise de hanches en tête, and Schultz defeated Matuszewicz by Ceinture en souplesse. Matches scheduled for Wednesday, April 8 were Chevalier vs. La Palata, and Pampuri vs. Cormandy and a tiebreaker between the 128-kilo Turk Yusuf and 142-kilo German Lobmeier. 10. On Sunday, April 4th, local champion João Baldi expressed interest in participating in the 6th Campeonato. Pascual Segreto reluctantly agreed. According to Gazeta de Noticias, in a few days Baldi would be demonstrating his vast knowledge of the sport of Greco-Romana, and commented that Baldi appeared to be in excellent shape, and that it was a shame that other fighters didn't emulate him. On Saturday, April 24th, the Luta Greco to Romana Campeonato moved to the Cinema Rio in Nictheroy. Some wrestlers made the short 14-kilometer, 8.7 miles, ferry trip across the Bahia de Guanabara Bay. The other wrestlers stayed in Rio and continued their nightly battles at the Carlos Gomes. 12. Finally, the day came. On Friday, April 30th, it was announced in Hanoi that the Jiu-Jitsu championship that everyone had been kept anxiously waiting for was going to begin the next day, Saturday, May 14th, 1915. Conde Coma and his troupe of skillful Japanese fighters would take part. 10. The Saturday, May 1st, 1915 editions of O País o Século, Gazeta de Noticias, A Época, and O Imparcial made sure that no would be failed to know about it. Gazeta de Noticias reiterated Coma's standing offer of 5,000 francos to anyone who could beat him and additionally announced that the first match would pit Satake, champion of New York, against Raku, champion of Mexico. Challengers. The troops' advance work had not been wasted. 4 amateurs had already signed up to challenge Coma. They were Paulo Geolas, Joaquim Guadencio Alves, Edmundo Esteves de Assumpção, and Antonio Diaz Guimarães. There would also be Luta Romana matches, and the comic acrobats Les Fredones would also be on stage. 14. That night, Coma performed an exhibition. Satake fought Raku. The next day, Gazeta de Noticias mistakenly reported that Satake defeated Okura. By knee bar in the 5th round, Okura fue vencido por una chave de perna. Such misreporting was not the norm, but it was not rare. It may have been an editorial slip, or it may have been that the writer did not really see the fight. O País reported that it would not attempt to write the Japanese name of the Chouqe trick technique that Satake defeated Raku with, to avoid confusing readers. Now escrevemos en japonés, para não atrapalhar os nossos leitores. But the technique was called chave de pernas in Portuguese. Chave de pernas is leg lock. 15. The next match was Okura vs. Shimizu, scheduled for May 2, 1915, 10:30 p.m. 16. Meanwhile, Luta Romana continued to attract fans. With 12 rather than 5 fighters, each from a different national or cultural group, they could offer more variety and appeal to multiple fan bases. Instead of 1 match per day, the Luta Romana fighters typically presented 3. For example, the May 2 matches were Schultz from Germany versus Gallant from Russia, Goldbach from Austria versus Le Boucher from France, and Yusuf from Syria versus Umberto from Italy. 17. Thus there were 6 fighters representing 6 different countries, or regions. The Jiu-Jitsu fighters needed to recruit amateur challengers to round out their show. They could of course perform self-defense demonstrations, but fans quickly grew bored and wanted to see real fights, or at least fake but convincing fights, with exciting action. Unfortunately, the amateurs seldom put up a good fight. As one observer commented, they don't make a good impression. The amateurs of jiu-jitsu who show up to try for the prize offered by Conde Coma, who easily nullified their attacks. 18. Jiu-jitsu fights seem generally to be less compelling. They were reported in less detail. Perhaps fans and writers were less familiar with the techniques, which were less intuitively comprehensible than the luta romana techniques. Anyone could understand luta romana. People who hadn't experienced arm bars and chokes and what was required to set them up were less able to appreciate the drama in a jiu-jitsu match. For example, on Monday, May 3rd, Satake and Shimizu faced off for the first of 3 times in 7 days. One newspaper reported only that the 5-round fight ended in a draw terminou por empate. According to another report, referee Cesareo was unfamiliar with the rules of jiu-jitsu and failed to keep one of the fighters under control, which accounted for the inconclusive result. 20. Another problem was the fact that the jiu-jitsu masters were all obviously friends and colleagues. They all learned their secrets in the same school. 21. They were too constrained by racial stereotypes to be able to enact the stock characters of professional wrestling. They may have tried. According to the review of one fight, Satake was the youngest member of the troupe and was so nervous that he became violent at times. 2. This was unusual, however, as it clashed with the fans' image of what a Japanese jiu-jitsu expert should be. They were all equally mysterious, calm, polite, and scientific. In other words, they were the Japanese stereotype with science added. Unlike the luta romana and luta livre wrestlers, Conde Coma and the troupe couldn't convincingly pretend to be enemies in order to artificially enhance dramatic interest. They lacked the elements to pose as rivals. Theatrical jiu-jitsu was packaged to be entertaining, with enormous brutes being flipped through the air with effortless flicks of the wrist. But stage demonstrations were too predictable after a while to sustain public interest. Fans wanted fights, preferably with heroes to root for, and villains and rivals to root against. Amateur challengers provided this to a degree. The problem, as observers pointed out, was that they lacked the technical knowledge and skills that could make the outcome of a match uncertain, hence interesting. For a master to fight a novice would be not much more appealing than watching a demonstration. A secondary problem might have been that local challengers blurred the line between heroes and villains. It was obvious who was better at jiu-jitsu, but who was the good guy, the hero, the champion that the local fans wanted to identify with? No one doubted Coma's greatness, but he and his fighters were outsiders just passing through. The matches lacked an ingredient that all commercially successful spectacles and series need, and that is rivalry. Rivalry is a relationship between personalities, or aggregates of them. Rivalry implies a general equality of forces. There must be a possibility of defeat. That is what creates the drama that people will pay to see. A partial solution was mixed styles matches. A few were offered. Jiu-Jitsu versus Luta Romana. Jiu-Jitsu champion of Mexico Raku faced Luta Romana representative Goldbach, Tuesday, May 4th at 10:30 p.m. 23. Conde Coma was the referee. This was the first opportunity the public had to witness a style versus style fight, one newspaper commented. 4. Jiu-Jitsu prevailed, but the fight may not have lived up to expectations in terms of excitement. Raku did nothing during the first 2 rounds, feeling out his opponent. Apparently Goldbach did nothing as well. In the 3rd round, Raku launched an unrelenting and ferocious attack. In the 5th round, he applied a chave de pescoço necklock or gravata, guillotine choke, and Goldbach conceded defeat. 5. Another style versus style confrontation was scheduled for Wednesday, May 5th, the Cossack. Luta Romana representative Matuchevich versus New York Jiu-Jitsu champion Satake. However, the match was not precisely style versus style, but rather stylist versus stylist. The crowd was intrigued by the clear disparity in size between the fighters. It seemed that it would be a contest between force and brute size, forca massa bruta, and agility agilidade. Reports did not indicate whether Matuchevich wore a kimono, but the fact that it was described as a jiu-jitsu match, poulet de jiu-jitsu, suggests that he did. Matuchevich weighed 90 kilos. Satake may have had difficulty taking him to the ground, but when he finally did, he sank a choke chave auto-collar in and to the shock of the fans, won the fight. Presumably, Matuchevich tapped out. 26. Apparently more such mixed fights were planned. An ad in one newspaper promised sensational encounters between Luta Greco-Romana champions and jiu-jitsu fighters. 27. Few or none actually took place. Pascoal Segreto became the most successful promoter in Brazil by giving the public what it wanted at affordable prices. It is possible that the wrestlers or jiu-jitsu men didn't want to engage in these mixed styles fights or possibly demanded excessive additional compensation. But the most likely reason there weren't more fights was that the public didn't want to see them enough to pay for them. Thursday through Sunday, May 6 to May 9, 1915, some Luta Romana fighters and member of the Conde Coma troupe, including Coma himself, performed at Cinema Rio, Pascoal Segreto's theater in Nicteroy. Conde Coma, Satake, Shimizu, Raku, Okura were the jiu-jitsu representatives. The Luta Romana representatives included Umberto, Lobmeyer, Jose Floriano Peixoto, Cormandi, Tigre, and Gonzalez and Goldbach, who fought a Luta Livre match on May 9th. The fights ended at 11:28. On May 8, Raku defeated Okura 7 minutes into the 2nd round with a chave de perna leg lock. Conde Coma was scheduled to face Okura the next day, 29. The final matches, Ultimas Pools of the Grande Campeonato de Lucha Greco-Romana, were scheduled to take place soon, and the fighters would be departing. Despedida des luchadores que se inscreverán no Grande Campeonato de Lucha Greco-Romana. Although the current Luta Romana tournament would conclude, there would continue to be Luta Romana matches, and some of the competitors in the Campeonato would likely be among the fighters. They could also participate in Luta Livre, as many already had done. Conde Koma and his troupe would be staying. 30. On Sunday, May 9th, Satake and Shimizu met to break their drawn match on Thursday, May 6th. This time, Satake came out on top of his agile and courageous opponent, who succumbed to a vigorous leg lock in the 4th round. Satake won, but not without considerable difficulty. One observer felt that if it had not been for that unfortunate leg lock, Shimizu would have emerged as the victor. The first challenge matches between Jiu-Jitsu amateurs and Conde Koma were scheduled to begin Monday, May 10, 1915. 32. It was not specified that the Jiu-Jitsu amateurs actually had any Jiu-Jitsu background, which in any case would not have been easy to obtain in Brazil at that time, but simply that they were willing to compete under the Jiu-Jitsu rules enforced during the matches. That evening, Monday, May 10th, Paulo Giolas, 33, stepped up to challenge Conde Koma in a Jiu-Jitsu match. He would be trying to survive 15 minutes and thereby win 500 francs. 34. Giolas went home empty-handed. He was easily defeated. 35. According to one observer, Giolas was a mosquito who only managed to survive the first minute thanks to Koma's gentlemanly attitude. 36. Giolas nevertheless could truthfully say that he fought Conde Koma. There is no evidence that he ever opened up a jiu-jitsu academy, but if he did, he might have inflated that story a bit, as other people sometimes did. Perhaps in the Giolas family the fight was remembered as a moral or some other sort of victory. Meanwhile, at popular request, the theater's management promised to continue the Luta Romana Campeonato with Yusuf, Chevalier, Gallant, and Lobmare. 37. On Tuesday, May 11th, Raku applied a footlock, chave de paix, to submit Okura. In the 4th round of a hotly disputed, bastante disputada fight, Conde Koma was scheduled to face Shimizu in the next day's match. 38. After his humbling experience at the hands of Conde Koma, Paulo Giolas must have believed that he would fare better a second time. He was matched with Raku next, who was smaller than Koma. The fight was set for Saturday, May 15. In the meantime, Koma faced O Lisboeta, Joaquim Gaudencio Alves, on Thursday, May 13. 39. O Lisboeta did not have any better luck than Paulo Giolas. A footlock in the 2nd round was his downfall. 40. On Friday, May 14, Satake defeated Okura by armlock Cheve de Braco in the 4th round. 41. Tuesday, May 18 was announced as the last night of the Luta Greco to Romana Campeonato. The message was ambiguous, however. The troupe was leaving Despedida, but some of the individual fighters would be staying. Indeed, some never left, and taking part in Luta Romana and other types of matches. Sunday, May 16th and Monday, May 17th were also both advertised as the final night of Luta Romana matches Ultimas Pools, Ultimata Noite. 42. Family entertainment would not come to a standstill. English ballerina Miss Cocktail, written Miss Captail in later editions, was debuting. Alden and Lopez and Lamuse were also performing. The Campeonato of Jiu-Jitsu with Conde Koma and his troupe of Japanese fighters continued. 43. Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira Gym. Rafael Goltis was a capoeira, believed by some to be a worthy exponent of the national game. On Saturday, May 15, Conde Koma, knowing that Goltis was in the audience, deviated from the script and directly challenged him. Goltis accepted but asked for 8 days to prepare. A curious writer wondered if Goltis was another Siriaco. 44. Perhaps 8 days was not enough for Goltis after all. There was no report of the fight happening, and the Koma troupe departed soon after. On Monday, May 17th or Tuesday, May 18th, Shemisura Sik Shimizu defeated Raku in the 3rd round by armlock Chave de Braco. 45. Cops. On Wednesday, May 19, 1915, Conde Koma gave a demonstration of jiu-jitsu self-defense to the Rio Civil Guards. The visit was covered by a Noite, Correo de Manha, and a Epocha. A Noite included a photograph of Koma demonstrating an armlock on the ground, with both legs over the opponent's neck. Chief of Police Dr. Aurelino Leal and 7 or 8 presumably civil guards were shown standing, observing. All but one, probably Dr. Leal, was wearing kimono tops, dark belts, and dark pants, suggesting that they participated. According to the report, the class was impressive and jiu-jitsu training was going to be made mandatory for the civil guards. Jiu-jitsu vai ser obrigatorio para os guardas civis. Classes would take place mornings in the patio of the Central Police Building, Edificio da Policia Central. Officers were satisfied with the demonstration class, but insisted that the lessons take place during their service hours, tempo de servicio, and not on their own time, horas da folga. Epica pointed out for those who hadn't already heard that jiu-jitsu is a game by which the weak can use the force of the adversary to easily defeat him. O jiu-jitsu é jogo que facilita ao me fraco utilizarse das forca do adversario e vencê-lo facilmente. The techniques were of the traditional self-defense variety. Whether the secrets of real fighting were covered was not mentioned. Conde Koma taught the police finger locks, torçado dos dedos, and defenses against knife faca, club pow, punch soco. thug chokes gravita deum apechi, and techniques for arresting a person without fear that they would escape. But the class was not limited to self-defense techniques. Coma sparred with some guards and defeated them easily. Conde de Coma lutu com alguns guardas, vencendo-os facilmente. No doubt this aspect of the class was less a lesson and more a demonstration of credibility. The reporter mentioned that jiu-jitsu was not entirely unknown among Cariocas. Various troops of players jogadores of this sport had already visited Rio to entertain the people. However, the fame of one troop was shattered after the leader was knocked out in a few minutes by a capoeira using a stingray tail kick, rabo de araya. The writer was alluding to the Siriaco vs. Sada Miyako challenge match in 1909. But, he added, Siriaco died and other capoeiras didn't want to fight in public, which allowed jiu-jitsu to come back. On Friday, May 21, 1915, the amateur Benjamin Constant Azevedo accepted Coma's challenge, promising his friends that he would spring a surprise. Engazopar on Coma. Moreover, he would not let Coma grab him. As others have learned, that is easier said than done. Azevedo's actual performance was disappointing. Reporting on the contest the next day, Gazeta de Noticias commented, "So far, a great number of amateurs that have shown up at Teatro Carlos Gomes, seeking the prize offered by Conde Coma. These matches have not been interesting. So far, none of these amateurs have been able to last very long. They haven't served as an example to those who want to challenge the world champion of the Japanese sport." Yesterday, Benjamin Constant Azevedo showed up at the theater to fight Conde Coma. Despite telling various people that he would surprise Coma and wouldn't let himself be grabbed, he didn't last even 4 minutes. He wasn't able to apply a single technique during this short period of time, demonstrating that he didn't have any idea about jiu-jitsu. For yet, having taken a detour to administer a lesson to the brash challenger, Coma's previously scheduled meeting with Satake was shelved. Instead, Okura fought Satake, May 21st. Satake won the match with an armlock in the 5th round, 49. Sunday, May 23rd was the last news item or AD related to Coma and the troop's engagement at Teatro Carlos Gomes. According to Opais, he and his troop would be performing that day, along with the final appearances of Miss Cocktail and Alden and Lopez. The coming week, Teatro Carlos Gomes would be presenting Japanese fencing Esgrima Japonés. 50. Conde Coma and his troop disappeared from the local news after May 23rd until June 5th, when a brief notice appeared in Opais stating that the fighters would be leaving the following evening, Sunday, June 6, 1915, for Belo Horizonte. There they would be performing at the Teatro Casino. 51. The troop's subsequent movements can be roughly reconstructed from the following news reports. O'Farrell reported that they performed Thursday, June 24 at the Politeama in Juiz de Fora, Sao Paulo State. On July 1st, Opais informed readers that the troop would be making its first appearance that day, Thursday, July 1, at the Politeama in Juiz de Fora. Conde Coma's offer of 5,000 francs to anyone who could beat him, regardless of size or weight, was still good. Free. Conde Coma and the troop were back in Rio by July 15th. They performed at the Circo Spinelli at Rua Figueira de Melo N11. They stayed at least 3 days, Thursday, July 15 through Saturday, July 17.54. The troop may have been resting or engaging in private teaching. The Rio de Janeiro chief of police, Dr. Aurelino Leal, decided officially that jiu-jitsu would be taught to the civil guards and that Conde de Coma would in charge. 55. Perhaps Coma's role was merely titular, a situation that was not unknown in Brazil or many other places, such that while he was in charge of the lessons, he did not necessarily teach them and didn't necessarily even need to be in Rio, which appears to have been the case because soon after Dr. Leal's announcement was made public, a ship, the Itapama, left Rio on Tuesday, August 3, 1915, headed for Recife and other destinations, Escalas. Among its passengers were 5 Japanese jiu-jitsu fighters and 1 other Japanese person. They were identified as Okura, Satake, Raku, Sekinis, Ito, and C. Coma. 6. Coma and the troop next appeared at Teatro Moderno in Recife, Pernambuco. They arrived on Friday, August 26, on board the Paquete Para. Given the dates of departure from Rio and arrival in Recife, they obviously stopped along the way, no doubt in Salvador and probably other coastal cities. They had barely left the ship when Coma was challenged by African Luta Romana champion Alfredo Bowler. Bowler's objective was not to test himself or defend the national game or any other such thing. He had no intention of trying to beat the Japanese master at his own game. He just wanted the 500 francos that he could win by not being beaten himself. By 7, the troop made their debut that same day, Sunday, August 26. The champion of New York, Satake, met the champion of Mexico, Raku. After an intensely violent 12-minute struggle, Satake defeated Raku. The next day on the way to greet the local press corps, Coma accepted Bowler's challenge. On Sunday, August 29, the troupe performed 2 shows. The first was an afternoon matinee, especially for children dedicada as criancas. The troupe promised a match de esgrima japonesa, Japanese fencing, the likes of which had never been seen in Recife. In the evening soiree show, Satake would fight Laku Raku in a match de luta jiu-jitsu. 39. On Monday, August 30th, Akiyama, champion of Argentina, was scheduled to fight Okura, formerly professor of the Naval School of Chile. The following day, Raku would fight an amateur challenger Distinto Amador. On Monday, August 30th, Coma was scheduled to have his encounter with Alfredo Bowser. News came from Argentina that Akiyama would leave soon for Brazil and intended to spend time in Sao Paulo. 6-2. Akiyama had been a member of the Sao Paulo troupe, but dropped out by the time they arrived in Rio. Evidently, he had gone to Argentina. It is unclear how accurate this report was since Akiyama ostensibly had already fought Okura in Chile in Recife. Perhaps a different troupe member fought Okura, using his name. Reports tended to confuse who was who and where they were champions of. Possibly the public didn't care, as long as they were champions of somewhere. Spelling of names was even more inconsistent. On Wednesday, September 1st, Satake was scheduled to meet Okura at the Teatro Moderno. 63. On Saturday, September 4th, 1915, it was announced that on Monday, September, Okura would confront a student of Conde Coma named Bienor de Oliveira. Oliveira was also the director of the Gimnasio Brasileiro in Pernambuco. Oliveira emphasized that his role was defensive only, limitar-se a fazer sua defesa pessoal. So be it. On September 6, 1915, Satake was slated to meet Akiyama in a 5-round luta de Jiu-Jitsu at Teatro Moderno. The same day, the departure of the troupe Despedida da Troupe was announced. 6-5. It is unclear where they went next, but several articles in November and December referred to Coma in Belém do Pará. He was appearing at various theaters in Belém, one being the Bar Parance. Some people were impressed. Others, apparently capoeira gym adepts, were skeptical. They felt that the Japanese fighters were only taking on naive hillbillies caipiras and unskilled dock workers ingenuos estibadores, but avoiding real capoeiras. If the Japanese dared to confront a real capoeira de verdade, they believed, everyone would see that jiu-jitsu was clearly inferior to Brazilian capoeira, o jiu-jitsu é manifestamente inferior a capoeira nacional. 6. Maybe Coma need a break. 20 years at the same game is a long time. Hillbillies and stevedores may not have been skilled at capoeira gym, or capoeira, as it was increasingly called, but they were, obviously, big, strong, and agile. That could take a toll on an aging jiu-jitsu fighter. He was born in 1878. But he was not idle. He fought and defeated the luta livre expert Alfredo Leconte in Para in 1915. By 14th round disqualification, according to later reports. 7th. North American cowboy Hercules Jack Hilson, 68, had been performing with his colleagues at the Teatro Cinema Palace in São Luís, in the state of Maranhão since at least Monday, November 29.69, on December 3, 1915. It was announced that the following Monday, a troupe of Japanese was expected to arrive in Para with variety artists, offering jiu-jitsu matches. The troupe debuted Tuesday, December 7, 1915, at Teatro Cinema Palace. As usual, Coma and his troupe offered 5,000 francs to anyone who could beat anyone of them, and 500 francs to any amateur who could last 15 minutes. 71. The troupe was one segment of a full night of entertainment. They followed strongman Jack Hilson, North American comedian Tony Wine, comic, acrobats Les Van Hels, and North American song and dance duet, Danny and May. Orchestra performances were interspersed between acts. They appeared the next day as well. 7-2. There were 2 shows per day, the first starting at 7:30, Hava duas sessões, sendo a primeira as 7.5 horas. First class admission was 1,000. Second class was 300. Unit of currency was not specified, but the mill race was used at the time. Obviously well rehearsed, the show was structured as shown below. Conde Coma and the troupe are introduced. Apresentação da Conde Coma e sua troupe. 2. Conde Coma invites spectators to challenge him. Conde Coma convida os espectadores que com ele quiseram lutar. 3. Demonstration of self-defense techniques. Demonstração dos golpes para a defesa pessoal. Specifically, defense against punch, agressão a soco. Defense against a knife, agressão a faca. Defense against a stick, agressão ao pau. Defense against choke with hands, estrangulamento, prisão das mãos. Defense against being grabbed around the waist, cogido pela cintura. Defense against thugs, agressão dos apaches. Defense against being punched by surprise from behind, ataca box, surpreendido pela retaguarda. Defense against various knife attacks, diversos agressos a faca. After the above presentation, sample jiu-jitsu matches were performed. In the first match in the first show, Raku faced Satake. In the second session, Shimizu squared off with Okura. On Wednesday, December 8, Shimizu faced Okura in the first session, and Conde Coma faced Raku in the second. Between the first and second sessions, a Criollo named Leonel Silva challenged Raku, who accepted. 7-5. The result of Raku versus Silva was not revealed in the next day's news. But Conde Coma was slated to face the champion of Argentina Schmidt Shimuzu that day, December 10th. As these are the 2 greatest Japanese jiu-jitsu men, it is expected to be a close contest, it was predicted. 7-6. Clearly it was more urgent to inform people about the match before, rather than after it happened. As far as we know, these were the last jiu-jitsu matches of 1915. Conde Coma, Shimsu Shimizu, and Lakut Raku were next seen in the middle of January, 1916, at the Polytheama in Manaus, working alongside Alfredo Albuquerque and Anita Manfield. Chapter 6, Notes, Chapter 7, 1916 to 1927. Conde Coma was not in Sao Paulo or Rio in 1916 or after, but Paulistas and especially Cariocas were interested in the Japanese game independently of Conde Coma or any particular individual fighter, teacher, or performer. With Conde Coma out of the picture, Mario Aleixo filled the void. Aleixo had been teaching jiu-jitsu even before Coma arrived, but seemed to have little or no interest in stage fighting or challenges, at least not until 1931. He devoted his efforts to disseminating the game as a sport and form of physical culture and self-defense. On Sunday, September 5, 1915, Aleixo and 5 of his students, members of the Civil Guard Guarda Civices, gave a jiu-jitsu demonstration in a sports festival sponsored by Centro de Cultura Física Enéas Campello. The event was held at Jardim do Passeio Público, starting at 2 p.m. In 1916, Aleixo and 2 of his students, Ernesto Gaith and Jorge Mulan, gave a jiu-jitsu demonstration at the new school of gymnastics established by the União Empregados no Comércio. They demonstrated throws, quedas, defenses against knives, defesa de golpes de faca, and golpes mortis, deadly techniques. Future capoeira gym master Agenor Sampaio Sinhozinho demonstrated luta romana, and future Gracie nemesis Manuel Rufino dos Santos demonstrated various gymnastics skills. 2. Magazines. Eu Sei Tudo and Revista da Semana were general interest illustrated magazines covering literature, science, travel, world politics, history, nature, and almost anything else that literate Brazilians were curious about. Self-defense and fights of all kinds were regular topics. Exotic foreign styles were apparently particularly interesting. When someone wanted to promote their art or possibly even a style that they made up, they needed to explain how it differed from the one style that everyone knew best, namely luta romana, and to show or at least to assert that it was superior to other styles. Jiu-Jitsu had been successfully marketed as the ultimate system of self-defense and had taken on the role of comparison target against which others were assessed. Jiu-Jitsu was talked about even when not many people were training it. In 1917, Eu Sei Tudo carried a story, a luta greco-romana, in which it was mentioned that the systems of fighting that were currently best known were luta livre, luta de calcao, luta suisse, Swiss foot fighting, Indian wrestling, Turkish wrestling, North American wrestling, jiu-jitsu or Japanese wrestling, and French wrestling or greco-romana. The article was continued in the next issue a month later. Catch wrestling, or catch as catch can, was defined as agarra como puderes, grab as possible. According to the author, luta livre was always practiced in North America, but with a tendency toward Indian wrestling, implying North American native Indians, which was catch as catch can. The object of the game was to make the opponent give up due to unbearable pain. Fingers could be twisted to achieve that end. Jiu-Jitsu, the article emphasized, is a variety of luta livre. A luta japonesa é uma variedade da luta livre do quatro. By 1918, Mario Aleixo had created his own system of self-defense, an early version of Jeet Kune Do. He called it Escola de Defesa Pessoal. Escola in this context meant style or system. He described it as Savate Nacional, Brazilian Savate. His system was originally a combination of capoeira gym and jiu-jitsu. 5. Later he added boxing. 6. Aleixo hoped that it would become the national school style game fight system, in the same way that jiu-jitsu was Japanese and boxing was North American. In July of 1919, Aleixo was teaching jiu-jitsu to a 15-man team of police officers guardas under the command of General Laurentino Pinto. Classes were held Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturdays. Aleixo claimed that he had been a student discipulo of Sada Miyako. 7. Mario Aleixo was an all-around sportsman. He coached football and taught gymnastics as well as the fighting arts. He maintained his interest in capoeira gym. At some point he began calling it capoeira, rather than capoeira gym, specifically to dissociate it from the negative connotations that the latter had picked up with multas gangs from the classe baixa, lower class, that infested the city. Aleixo claimed that it was based on the original authentic capoeira gym, but had been revised, augmented, and improved. Revista, aumentada e mejorada. We don't know where he learned his capoeira gym, and it isn't clear how he revised and improved it, but clearly the Gracie brothers were not the first to take an older art and improve it. Aleixo had been doing it before they arrived in Rio, and before they began learning jiu-jitsu. 8. Aleixo regarded capoeira as a non-grappling art. Like everyone else, he viewed capoeira as the art of kicking, Brazilian savate. For the purpose of his mixed system of self-defense, he incorporated jiu-jitsu to take care of situations where striking was inappropriate or impossible. Photographs of specific techniques of Aleixo's system suggest that they had been inspired or copied from one or more of the popular instructional books available in Rio at the time, such as those of Irving Hancock and others. Aleixo claimed that his system was superior to any other system of unarmed self-defense, superior a cualquier otro sistema de luta de defensa a ataque a mãos livre. He pointed out that jiu-jitsu had some similar techniques, but the jiu-jitsu versions were less efficient, he said. One example was the tesoura, leg scissors. The difference was that Aleixo's tesoura was applied with the hands on the ground, like the rabo de araya kick that the capoeira Siriaco used to destroy jiu-jitsu professor Sada Miyako in 1909 and adopted by pro wrestlers like Antonio Roca in the late 1940s. This modification of the technique might have been what Aleixo meant when he said that his style was a mixture The system also included defenses against weapons and ground techniques. They obviously did not come from boxing or capoeira gym. Either he invented them or learned them from Sada Miyako if he studied with him as he claimed. Unfortunately, that is open to question. Alexo claimed that he had engaged in 3 matches with Sada Miyako in 1900 and 4.10. However, Sada did not arrive until December 1908. Either Alexo's memory let him down or he was indulging in some of the type of exaggeration that was not unusual in the marketing of martial arts and wrestling at the time or before or after in Brazil. In addition, Alexo clearly had an obvious interest in jiu-jitsu, and jiu-jitsu instructional books were available in Rio. It is unlikely that he didn't read some of them. He wasn't the only Brazilian who learned from books. 11. In 1920, Alexo and a certain professor of jiu-jitsu named Senior Okura established a school of national gymnastics and jiu-jitsu in Rio. Okura offered 3 lessons per week in the evenings. Rafael Lothus assisted. The lessons were intended as a contribution toward the physical development of the Rio's young people. It is unknown who Okura was, who he taught, what he taught, or for how long he taught. Jiu-jitsu was apparently just one sport among many, lacking the sort of public event or marketing campaign that is usually needed to instigate a fad or sustain interest. Rafael Lothus, incidentally, was probably the capoeira Rafael Golthus, who had been challenged by and agreed to fight Conde Coma in May of 1915. Spelling of names was extremely idiosyncratic at that time. Word usage also was highly flexible. National gymnastics referred to capoeira gym, or capoeira, as it was increasingly written. Technically, capoeira referred to a practitioner of capoeira gym. After a while, capoeira began to be used interchangeably with capoeira gym, and capoeirista referred to a practitioner. As with jiu-jitsu and judo later, usage tended to be confusing. One needed to see the context to understand what was meant. Children were also interested in jiu-jitsu. After writing about football in his regular magazine column as Licos de Vovo Grandfather, his lessons, the writer, Vovo Grandfather, was deluged with requests from his grandchildren Netiños to explain other sports. 4 readers wanted to know about Luta Romana, 7 wanted to know about box franchise, and 12 wanted to learn about jiu-jitsu. In June 1920, responding to his readers' wishes, Vovo wrote a half-page article with 3 illustrations, explaining the principles of jiu-jitsu, exemplifying them with 3 self-defense techniques. One was o cutelo u golpe de talo, a chop or slice. This could be aimed at the assailant's neck, pescoco, arm braco, shoulder ombro, forearm, antebraco, wrist pulso, thigh coxa, shin canela, jaw maxilla, or chin queixo. The second technique was defensa contra a prisão de garganta, defense against someone trying to throttle you from the front. The defense consisted of bringing the elbow down on the assailant's arm, then kicking him in the shin. The third was a technique for releasing a grab, desviando o golpe. Vovo explained that in jiu-jitsu, one uses the open hand, either the palm or the side of the hand, as the situation requires. Vovo emphasized that jiu-jitsu should only be used for self-defense, precisum. De saber o jiu-jitsu somente como recurso de defensa. 14. Tex Rickard. Despite not actually being a heavyweight, Georges Carpentier was the heavyweight boxing champion of France in 1919. Campeão de boxe, peso maximo. On Thursday, December 4th in London, Carpentier became the heavyweight champion of Europe with a single right hand to the face of English champion Joe Beckett. It was shock for the British fans. Beckett was the betting favorite at 6-4, but many believed that the slick boxing skills of Carpentier, an ex-saboteur, could defeat Beckett. They didn't imagine that it would be so easy. 15. Carpentier's purse was estimated at not less than $100,000, a substantial amount of money in 1919, for the 30 seconds it took to dispose of Beckett. 16. Immediately after Carpentier's surprisingly easy victory, pressure began building for a showdown with American Jack Dempsey for the world heavyweight boxing title. 17. There was a problem. Carpentier was small. He had trounced the larger Beckett. But Jack Dempsey was another matter altogether. Promoting such a fight could be financially ruinous. There was only one man capable of handling it, Tex Rickard. But Rickard wasn't interested. Dempsey's manager Doc Kearns bamboozled Rickard into taking the challenge on. Rickard transformed the gross mismatch into the battle of the century. And, incidentally, boxing into a socially acceptable form of highbrow entertainment. He did it by repackaging boxing, not as an athletic contest or display of controlled violence, but rather as a form of drama pitting a hero, Carpentier, against a villain, Dempsey. 18. Rickard's gamble and inspired promotion paid off. Dempsey vs. Carpentier, on July 4, 1921, was the first $1 million gate. It was also world news. It was as extensively covered in Rio as in other world capitals. One of the Brazilians who were engrossed in the fight was a young man named Carlos Gracie. 19. Carlos couldn't have avoided reading about Rickard. Every article of any length about the fight had a column or sidebar on Rickard, who was almost as prominently featured as the champion and Carpentier themselves. The vast sums of money involved were as much part of the story as the fight. 20. Rickard was the mastermind behind Jack Dempsey's subsequent $1 million gates, all of which were news in Brazil. In addition to his interest in Jack Dempsey and boxing, Carlos Gracie was also interested in finding a way to make money without working hard at a conventional job. Tex Rickard showed him the way. 22. Carlos probably read about Rickard's trial in 1922 for allegedly having illicit sexual relations with underage girls. That was also news in Brazil. 23. Carlos was neither as lucky nor as innocent in 1941 as Rickard was in 1922. The art of Dempsey. Brazilians thought of themselves as Europeans and looked to France, Germany, and England, and, from about 1889, the United States for approval and leadership. 24. Boxing was the Anglo-American sport, but anyone who wanted to partake was welcome to lace up the gloves. The fortunes that Rickard and Dempsey had proved could be earned made boxing seem attractive. In fact, boxing was called the Arte de Dempsey during his reign, 1919 to 1926, and even after. Boxing had been a form of stage entertainment as early as 1909. Brazilians were interested in boxing, but mostly as something that foreigners did. Not surprisingly, they associated it with the lower layers of society, as everyone else did until Rickard and Dempsey refined it. 25. The majority of boxers in Brazil were sojourners or immigrants. Historians of boxing in Brazil as early as 1926 considered that authentic boxing, by which they meant fought according to international rules and not staged, arrived in Brazil in December 26, 1921. One early program, but not the first, was the January 19, 1924 fight between the Rio de Janeiro lightweight champion Romeu Garcia and Brazilian lightweight champion Rodrigues Alves. 27. Other boxers on the program were Horacio Guimarães versus Newton Rager, Valentim Produno versus Anibal Arizaga, and Henri Fort versus the future jiu-jitsu professor Donato Pires dos Reis. Donato won the fight by walkover when Henri Fort sick failed to show up for the fight. Fate. Immigrants either brought boxing with them or took it up as a route to status and upward mobility. The first boxing gyms, or clubs, were probably the International Boxing Club founded in 1921 by Adriano Malagrini, also known as Fred Deloney, and the Sao Paulo Boxing Gym on Avenida das Palmeiras. 29. By 1926 there were at least 5 amateur and professional boxing gyms, academias, in Sao Paulo, and a number of clubs that offered boxing opportunities. They included Brasil America Boxing, on Rua do Seminário, Academia do Bois, on Caminho Choro Menino, Academia Paulista de Pugilismo on Avenida Rangel Pestana, Frontal do Brás, Academia Central do Box, on Rua do Progresso 20A, Academia de Launi on Rua Astrubal Nascimento, 83, Escola de Pugilismo on Avenida da Passos, N. 34, Associação Crista de Mocos YMCA, and Club de Regatas Tiete, among others. 30. Rio lagged behind Sao Paulo in boxing ardor, but not by much. In 1927, the Associação Metropolitana de Boxe was formed and granted official approval to control amateur boxing in Rio. That same year it made plans to hold 2 boxing tournaments, the Campeonato Carioca de Boxe in 1927 and 1928. At least 2 future jiu-jitsu legends signed up to fight in 1927. One showed up for the Pesagym weigh-in. He was Donato Pires dos Reis. One did not. He was George Gracie, 31. The most established boxing club in Rio was the Club Nacional de Boxe, whose instructor was the Carioca champion Jaime Santos, also known as Michelina. Clubs that were expected to enter fighters included Flamengo, Vasco da Gama, Fluminense, Internacional, Boqueiro do Passeio, Nacional de Boxe, Rio Box, Andaraí, Vila Isabel, and many more. 32. Some boxing gyms offered luta livre and jiu-jitsu instruction at times. And some boxers became managers or promoters of mixed fighting. Kid Pratt, who taught at the Brasil America Boxing Club, became the manager of Roberto Ruman, whose popular appeal provided numerous jiu-jitsu fighters with paydays. Adriano Malagrini, under his ring name of Fred Deloney, operated a gym where George Gracie taught and trained in the late 1930s. Jose Antonio Lage, who taught at Academia Central do Boxe, became a boxing promoter who also included luta livre and jiu-jitsu in some of his shows. Yasuiti Ono taught at Club de Regatas Tiete. Ono, Takeo Yano, and Gio Omori all taught at Associação Crista de Mocos. Some boxers took part in luta livre matches. Irving Klausner, Ismail Hockey, Traveris Crespo, among others, and many more played the publicity game of exchanging threats, insults, accusations, and challenges with representatives of rival styles. That was a net gain for jiu-jitsu. Boxers had no lack of international opponents. Jiu-jitsu representatives more often than not found themselves without anyone to fight and were eventually left with the choice of manufacturing opponents, or catch wrestling, or nothing. Even when they were not fighting and there was no possibility of a fight, jiu-jitsu professionals invariably found it worthwhile to challenge boxers. Some boxers taught jiu-jitsu men. One of Conde Coma's students, said to be the only Brazilian with a diploma from the master himself, was Donato Pires dos Reis, who later taught Carlos and George Gracie. In 1924, Donato was a student of João Scherer, manager of Rio de Janeiro, champion Romeu Garcia, and owner of the Escola da Pugilismo. The pain. Boxing may have been scientific in its own way, sweet or otherwise, but no one pretended that it wasn't likely to be painful. Boxing teacher João Scherer generously contributed an article to one newspaper in 1926. He explained how to avoid being punched in the face, which, he stressed, was important to know. Before Jiu-Jitsu, however, was quite the contrary. It was painless. It was easy. It was associated not with the lower layers of society, but with a sophisticated, exotic, and potent foreign culture. It also appealed to the masses. Average people knew that by definition, they didn't have the exceptional physical qualities needed to excel at boxing. But Jiu-Jitsu was explicitly for average people. Abnormal strength, flexibility, and agility were not required. A few lessons, perhaps 36 or so, would be enough to master the scientific principles of Jiu-Jitsu. 35. A 3-page illustrated article in EU Say Tudo in 1922 featured Mario Aleixo teaching defenses against golpe, the box punch, cintura pela frente, bear hug from front, and 2 positions for controlling the opponent on the ground: dominado o adversario no chao, cachetada club attack, bofetada slaps fachada knife, and cintura, por trás bear hug from behind, and golpe de mão esquerda ao pieto, pushing victim's chest with the left hand. One technique, called golpe pavilhão, was a combination of elbow lock with an urinage back throw. Another technique, created by himself, called guayamo, involved pushing the attacker's face while lifting him from the crotch. The assailant will fly, Aleixo said. 36. At the end of the year, A Arte de Se Defender by Paul Janet explained and illustrated a variety of Mario Aleixo's self-defense techniques. One was called golpe de pai Francisco. Most or all looked as though they could have been taken from Irving Hancock, Sadakazu Uyinish, Raku, John O'Brien, or other instructional books published in the first decade of the century. Jiu-Jitsu stayed in the public mind. Everyone knew that it was the scientific Japanese art by which the weak could overcome the strong. They also knew that all Japanese people trained Jiu-Jitsu, even geishas and movie stars. Seisuo Hayakawa was born in Japan and immigrated to America to make movies. He was a charming, handsome, and sexy leading man. He was also a Jiu-Jitsu champion, Campeo de Jiu-Jitsu. According to Correo de Mana and O Impartial, as a patriotic and legitimate Japanese, needless to say, he enthusiastically trained Jiu-Jitsu. He was so good that he could throw men much bigger and stronger than himself. His skills were useful in his screen work, he found. In fact, he used them in his latest movie Onde as Luxo Sao Baixas, Where Lights Are Low, playing in Rio at the Parisiennes Theatre in October of 1923. Hayakawa was a major Hollywood star in the days before Japan's image changed from quaint, cute, mysterious, deferential, and ultra-courteous to the epitome of self-destructive ideological commitment and barbarous brutality exceeded only by Nazi Germany. It is likely that more than a few Brazilians rushed to see his latest movie. Even those who missed it probably read about it, thereby reinforcing their stereotypes about the powerful way of fighting, poderosa manera de lutar, known as Jiu-Jitsu. If relatively few people were training it as a sport or learning it for self-defense, that was at least partly due to the lack of qualified instructors. Unlike other combat sports and self-defense systems, Japan essentially had a monopoly on credible knowledge. Mario Aleixo may have been the only non-Japanese jiu-jitsu instructor in Brazil until 1930, whatever his qualifications might have been. Naive beginners were no more capable of assessing an instructor's qualifications in the 1920s and 1930s than they were at any other time, and autodidacts probably overestimated their knowledge and skills. Many people undoubtedly learned from books. As immigration from Japan increased, however, that changed. Japanese immigrants originally were recruited to work on coffee plantations. Most were not originally agricultural workers in Japan. Some had Kodokan Judo experience. When their contracts were finished, or before, they left the jungles and plantations and moved to cities. Sao Paulo was the nearest and most went there. 39. Former World Jiu-Jitsu champion Konde Koma, Maeda Mitsuyo, played more than a small part in getting the immigrants settled into jobs in the north of Brazil. He gave up fighting in 1920, or at least in his new home of Belém, Tuiuti. He fought at least once more, in Cuba, in 1922. But he did not give up jiu-jitsu, or more precisely, Kodokan Judo, as that was the variety of jiu-jitsu that he knew best, the variety that he had learned in Japan, and probably the only variety that he ever needed in his work. As far as we know, none of his fights in Brazil included striking. Koma had numerous students in Belém. The foremost among them was Jacinto Ferro, already well known as a bicyclist, pedestrian, competitive walker, weightlifter, boxer, and Ludo-Romana wrestler. Ferro met Koma in 1915 and added jiu-jitsu to his list of activities. He never lost nunca sofreu derrota. Nunta. Ferro did not live long enough to generate his own lineage. But he was not the only ambitious sportsman in Belém at that time learning the mysteries of the Japanese game. Konde Koma and Satake learned jiu-jitsu together in Tokyo from Sakujiro Yokoyama. They had traveled the world and presented many shows in Brazil. Now they went in their own directions. Konde Koma remained in Belém. Satake went 1,300 kilometers around the coast and up the river to Manaus. In Manaus, Satake kept his hand in the game. He refereed fights and fought himself. On Sunday, August 14, 1917, he referred a match between Rodolfo Corbiniano from Barbados and Geraldo de Souza Silva from Sao Paulo. After 2 inconclusive 3-minute rounds, Silva won by disqualification when Rodolfo punched him in the stomach. According to the local press account, Silva's victory proved that Brazilians were superior to other races because they played by the rules. Satake refereed the match. 43. On Tuesday, August 7, Geraldo was back in the ring, this time against Naguib in a match to box. Silva was 45 years old and weighed 60 kilos, of medium height. Naguib was Syrian, 40 years old, tall, and weighed 80 kilos. Geraldo did his best but had to withdraw after the first round due to pain in his shoulder incurred in an accident 8 days earlier. The press report complained that because of the difference in weight and height the match lacked the characteristics of decent sport. It was more like a lutte livre, and as such was without merit, and above all, dangerous. The paper urged the directors of Circo Alhambra not to permit such potentially fatal contests to be held in the future. A boxing match de boxe between Naguib and Satak was not deemed to be too dangerous, however. It was announced for the following Saturday, August 11.44. On Sunday, May 12, 1918, Satake participated in a festival to inaugurate the new União Sportiva Portuguesa Sports Center, with headquarters at Praça Tenrário Arana N3. The festival started at 8:30 p.m. Satake's demonstration of Jiu-Jitsu followed eskrima and gymnastics demonstrations and preceded a vocal duet by F. Carvalho and Coelho, and a dance routine by two children, Emilio Silva and Arthur Grands. +5. Triangle. Halfway around the world now incorporated into Kodokan Judo, Jiu-Jitsu continued to evolve. Innovation came from within the ranks and was not dictated from above. In 1922, Kanemitsu Yaichibei, building on the inspirations of two high school judokas named Ichinomiya Katsusaburo, B, and Hayakawa Masaru, introduced what later became known as the front triangle Chouqe 1.446. One of Kanemitsu's students was Yasuiti Ono, who immigrated to Brazil in 1929. 47. Chapter 7 notes. Chapter 8. 1928. The Quirolo Brothers Circus, Circo Quirolo, arrived in the Brazilian port city of Santos on June 20, 1921. From Montevideo, and points between on the steamship Rio de Janeiro to initiate a season of performances in the capital. One of the featured acts was Prof. Conde Themistocles, demonstrating his technique of estrangulo vivo, living strangle, by which a volunteer would be painlessly rendered unconsciousness and then quickly resuscitated. The circus also periodically presented boxing 2 and luta romana, or luta greco-romana. In 1926, the brothers presented 2 Greco-Romana matches. One was between the Preto Dick and Susu. The other was between 10-year-old Hugo Laterga and his 12-year-old brother Paulo. 3. In 1928, a new attraction was added in the form of a Japanese champion of Greco-Romana named Gio Omori. According to an article in Diario Nacional, Omori had been with the circus a matter of weeks. 4. The circus invited anyone who wanted to test themselves against Omori to step up, desafiado os que quisessem lutar como campeão japonês, promising a gold medal worth $30, medalha de oro no valor de $30, to the winner. There was no mention of jiu-jitsu in the article. But Omori was a jiu-jitsu fighter. Specifically, as he later emphasized, he practiced the Kodokan style of jiu-jitsu, which was known in his own country as judo. Omori had once been defeated in a memorable luta de jiu-jitsu in New York by a certain Takamura, according to a spokesman for the Quirolo brothers, who offered Takemura 10,000 race 10 contos de race to come to Sao Paulo to fight Omori again. The brothers insisted that their offer was serious. Takemura apparently did not reply. 5. The first mention of Omori as a jiu-jitsu representative, and in the context of mixed fighting, occurred on October 19, 1928. In a sports spectacular, the invincible Japanese Gio Omori would be taking on Oswaldo Caetano Vasquez in an exciting capoeira versus jiu-jitsu match, luta capoeira contra jiu-jitsu. Point. Gio Omori dasen rangye. Gio Omori signed his name on publicity photographs in 4 different ways. Most often, it was simply Gio Omori. He also signed his name Gio Omori, with a period after Gio. He also signed his name in Japanese kanji characters as Dasen Rangyi 7, or in mixed kanji and syllabic katakana as Dasen Zyozi. Both are pronounced Omori Joji. The photos with English signatures also included the phrases sincerely yours or friendly yours, sick. No photos were written in Portuguese. Omori obviously performed in front of Japanese fans. He had a supply of photographs signed in English, suggesting that he really did have a ring career in North America under the name of Gio Omori, or possibly George Omori. The signature, Gio, with a period, suggests that he might have used the anglicized form of his name. In Japanese, George is pronounced the same as Joji. The name George is or was at one time abbreviated as Gio, with a period. Gio was sometimes written simply as Gio, but sometimes Gio, with the acute diacritic over the letter E. The fact that he wrote his Japanese name with katakana suggests that he was sensitive to the educational limitations of his fans who were immigrants. Literacy levels were much lower in pre-World War II Japan than they were after, as a result of post-war educational reforms. Omori was a common family name that probably anyone could recognize, as both of the kanji used to write it are used in many personal and place names. But the first character in Joji was very uncommon. Even in 2013, well-educated Japanese, for example college teachers, rarely are able to recognize the first character without consulting a dictionary. In addition, the fact that some of his publicity pictures were signed friendly yours indicates the involvement of a non-native speaker of English in North America. Finally, Omori's Japanese awkward writing of his own name suggests that someone else copied his signature, someone who was not accustomed to writing in Japanese. Gio Omori was a man of few words. That was his reputation, at least in Brazil, where he was described as quiet, a friend of silence, taciturno, amigo do silencio. Some or all of his taciturnity may have been due to the fact that he could not speak a single word of Portuguese. He was born in 1892 in Japan, where he was involved in the tropical fish business, which he loved. He trained at the Kodokan and was a friend of Conde Koma. The evidence does not permit us to say when or where he knew Conde Koma, but it probably wasn't Japan since Koma left, in 190,410, at which time Omori would have been only 12 years old. He had lived and fought in North America before coming to Brazil. He began his professional Brazilian fight career in Sao Paulo in August 1928. Previously, he ran a tropical fish shop, Casa de Peixes Raros e de Fantasia. The shop did not turn a profit. He was married to Chouqe and had a daughter named Kimika, born in 1934. He died mysteriously and pennilessly in 1938. The national champion of Luta Greco-Romana Archimedes Rogerio wanted a piece of Omori. But there was a problem. He had failed twice before to beat Omori. The first time, he held out for 23 minutes before quitting. He also lost the rematch. Circo Querolo spokesman Alcides Querolo was cool to the idea of a third fight. A new match would be absurdo, he said. Fans did not like to see the same fight many times and might even suspect that the fights were fixed. Alcides worried. But Rogerio wanted another shot. The Querolo brothers relented. Rogerio would get his shot. In the meantime, Omori confronted the Hispanic-American boxer Jacques Marin on Saturday, September 15, 1928. Jiu-Jitsu versus boxer. Jacques Marin was described as North American Spanish and Hispano-Americano. His first appearance in Brazil was in 1922 when he participated in the Campeonato de Boxe at the Teatro Carlos Gomes, where Conde Koma and his troupe had performed in 1915, which began on Saturday, January 21, 1922. He weighed 68 kilos and was 168 centimeters tall. In 1923, he was hired as a trainer at the S. Paulo Boxing Club on Rua Brigadeiro Galvão N. 167. He had matches with another Omori opponent, in 1932, Tavares Crespo. Both, as well as other boxers of less than the highest caliber, also participated in Luta Livre contests, Irvin Klausner and Ismail Haki being among the better known. The September 15 Omori vs. Jacques Marin fight lasted 3 rounds as stipulated in the contract. Near the end of a 5-minute overtime period, prorrogação, Omori managed to impose his superiority, thereby winning the fight. The specific technique he used was not mentioned. It is not clear what type of fight it was for that matter. The headline to the result report read, Box e Jiu-Jitsu, Boxing and Jiu-Jitsu. That may have referred to the fact that Marin was best known as a boxer. It also might have been an error in the page makeup, something that was not uncommon. In any event, Marin lost the fight. Despite that, observers felt that Marin had given Omori his toughest fight so far. 14. While waiting for his chance to even the score with Gio Omori, Rogerio took on another Japanese jiu-jitsu champion by the name of M. Gatto. On this occasion, Rogerio was described not as the national Luta Greco-Romana champion, but rather as the Sao Paulo Luta Livre champion. The date was Monday, September 17, 1928. The place was Circo Querolo. Rogerio was on offense from the beginning to the moment, 22 minutes later, when he applied a gravata kimono headlock on Gatto, and took him to the ground unconscious and seriously injured, sem sentidos gravemente contundido. According to the report, Rogerio demonstrated that he belongs to a race of strong people who can excel in any sport, including those of the land of the geishas Atos da Terra das Geishas. The approximately 2,000 spectators gave Rogerio a warm round of applause. 15. Rogerio's September 24 date with Gio Omori was described as a tiebreaker, embate, desfora, despite the fact that the previous 2 fights ended in Omori's favor. The fight was scheduled to take on Monday, September 24th. It would be a 30-minute 1-round fight, with no timeouts. A medal and all prize money of 3 contos de race, 3,000 race, would go to the winner. Omori fought and beat Rogerio again in 1929. Given his track record, it is a reasonable bet that he won the 3rd match, assuming that it was not postponed indefinitely as well. 16. One of the Omori vs. Rogerio matches might have what was described in a September 1920 8-Time magazine article 17 as a wrestling match in a 1-ring circus in Sao Paulo. One combatant was a gigantic nameless Bahian Negro fighting after the manner of capoeira, a national style of fighting that included blows as well as grips. His opponent was a small Jap name also unknown, using a style of combat peculiar to his nation, Jiu-Jitsu, the gentle and famous art of making an opponent use his strength to encompass his own defeat. If not Rogerio and Gio Omori, then it might have been Okido and Zacharias. Omori and Rogerio were in fact the best-known mixed fighters, but they weren't alone, as we will see below. Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira Gym. Omori had not been taking it easy. His next match was against a capoeira named Oswaldo Caetano Vasques, also known as Obalaca Capoeira Carioca, who was said to be the most fearsome capoeira in the famous Moro Favela in Rio, O Mais Temido dos Capoeiras do Afamado Moro da Favela do Rio. It was specifically advertised as Capoeira contra Jiu-Jitsu. The fight took place Friday, October 19, 1928, at Rua Formosa No. 20A, Praca do Correio, Tel, 4-4265. The current installment of the Sao Paulo Amateur Luta Romana Championship, Campeonato Paulista de Luta, Romana para Amadores, sponsored by the S. Paulo Jornal, was also presented. 18. Fight promoters had already learned that ethnic rivalry stimulated fan interest, especially in places like Brazil with diverse colonias, ethnic or immigrant communities. It was rare that a fighter's ethnic background was not highlighted, and probably to some extent modified, to appeal to the local communities, the above-mentioned case of Jack Marin being an example. Promoters apparently felt that a Styles versus Styles fight would do the same. Vasquez was the Nacional Brazilian, representing the Jogo Nacional Capoeira Ajam, against the Jogo Nipponica Jiu-Jitsu of the Japanese champion. The promoter's hunch was correct. The fight aroused keen interest and was covered in detail. Capoeira Ajam partisans pinned high hopes on Vasquez. The public had become accustomed to fights with irregularities, reporters commented, but believed that Vasquez's mastery of Capoeira Ajam, perfeito conhecedor da inigualável arma brasileira, gave him a good chance of beating Omori, perfeitamente capaz de vencer. Reporters complained about the exorbitant prices and inadequate facilities. The main event, Vasquez versus Omori, was set for 4 3-minute asaltos rounds. The fighters' weights were not indicated, but simply that Vasquez had a considerable advantage. After 2 preliminary bouts, Omori and Vasquez confronted each other. The fans were excited. As reporters described the fight, it wasn't just the Japanese versus the Brazilian, it was also a demonstration of the efficiency of Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira Ajam, whose Brazilianness was emphasized as a source of national pride. Eficiencia de uma arma perigosa, como Jiu-Jitsu, era Capoeira insuperal genuinamente nossa e que constitui legítimo orgulho para nos brasileiros. In the first round, Omori was serene and unworried. Although this was his first public fight, Vasquez also did not seem nervous. Both wore kimonos, to the disadvantage of the capoeira, the reporter explained, because the advantage of Capoeira Ajam is distance. Once he is grabbed, he loses his eficiencia. Bayaca, Vasquez, started well with a rabo de frente. Omori stood back descoberto, exposed. Bayaca then entered into a rasteira, followed by 2 rabo de arrayos to the back. He immediately fell down into an impregnable pulo de passarinho, and refused to stand up. During this phase, Bayaca lost the chance to take his antagonist out of the game por fora de combate. In the second round, the farce Brincadeira de Olhar continued until the fans, tired of the pantomime, broke out in jeers vaias. If Vasquez had wanted, the reporter believed, he could have knocked Omori down 10 times, as he did to Lecomte, but he didn't. Se Vasquez quisesse, teria derrubado 10 vezes o seu antagonista, como fizera com Lecomte. Now toquem Omori por him. Omori tried to apply leg techniques golpe de perna, and advanced on Vasquez, threatening savatadas kicks. When Omori grabbed Vasquez's collar, he was vulnerable to a shot from the side, a powerful kick to the chest, na pegada. De gola, o japonés ficou ainda a descoberto para uma tirado de lado. Forte golpe no peito, producido pelo pé. After the third round, Omori could have finished the fight any time he wanted to, but waited until the final seconds, before crushing Esmagar, the Brazilian, who did not hesitate to tap 3 times to signal his defeat and disgrace. The reporter was clearly very disappointed in Vasquez's performance. He scolded him for not having the patriotism to remember that he was representing Brazil and for letting money cause him to forget the thousands of people who looked at him as a hero. The writer contrasted Vasquez's weak showing against Omori with his much more satisfactory performance against Lecomte, Lecomte. In that fight, both men were able to put into play all of their techniques, and Vasquez won easily. The writer blamed Vasquez for lacking the will to win, falta de vontade que Vasquez tinha, vencer, and recommended that the fight should be investigated by the police. He summed up by saying that the fight clearly reflected the interest of the Circo Carollo in maintaining the invincibility of Omori, whose winning record was a source of inexhaustible profits for the Circus Fonte Inesgotavo de Apetitosa Renda. This was another way of saying that he thought that the fight was fixed, because otherwise Vasquez should have won. 20. Luta Livre com Kimono. The next week, October 23rd, again at Circo Carollo, Gio Omori met Mariano in a Luta Livre versus Jiu-Jitsu match. On the same bill, Othello fought Eduardo in a Luta Livre com Kimono bout, Luta Livre with kimono. Othello was undoubtedly Othello Carollo, also known as Chouqe, who fought Oswaldo Gracie in December 21, 1936. Just 2 days later, Omori met Jack Marin in a Luta Livre match. The fact that their October match was a decimate tiebreaker suggests that they may have squeezed in one additional match between September 15th and October 25th, a scheduling possibility that was not out of the ordinary. Although Marin was primarily a boxer, his encounter with Omori did not involve striking. Omori, like other jiu-jitsu men, did indeed beat large boxers, but on more than a few occasions the boxers were limited to grappling where they were at a clear disadvantage. If the money was less than it would have been for a boxing match, it was also less painful. There was no time limit. They would fight without a break between rounds until there was a winner, sem descanso atque haja vencedor. The following day, there would be another Luta Livre match between the two giants Crispim, 97 kilos 190 centimeters, and Sardelli, 93 kilos 185 centimeters. This was a Luta Livre match, but with a twist. It was Luta Livre with kimono com kimono. Just as there were jiu-jitsu without kimono sem kimono, so too there could be Luta Livre with kimono, for example. The contest between Rogerio and Jose Detti at Circo Cairolo on October 18, 1928-23. Both were the exceptions, however. A jiu-jitsu without kimono match was usually classified simply as luta livre. Luta livre matches with kimono were usually referred to as jiu-jitsu. Both luta livre and jiu-jitsu men agreed that their styles differed mostly in details, the most conspicuous one being the kimono. But some jiu-jitsu men were willing to fight without kimono, and some luta livre men were willing to put on a kimono. They were professionals. They followed the money. There were also luta livre de jiu-jitsu, contra luta livre versus jiu-jitsu, in response to public demand or as a novelty to stimulate ticket sales. The difference was primarily in the rules. In a jiu-jitsu match sem-kimono, jiu-jitsu rules applied, except the rules specifying the kimono. Similarly for luta livre com kimono, in style versus style fight, the rules always had to be negotiated. One fighter might wear kimono while the other did not. Striking might or might not be permitted, and if so, which strikes were permitted was also negotiable. The kimono was also an equalizer and a bargaining chip. Some fighters refused to leave the familiar territory of their chosen style, but not many. They tended to be boxers who were successful enough in the boxing ring to earn adequate incomes without needing to branch out into luta livre. Jiu-jitsu representatives. Gio Omori was not the only jiu-jitsu representative employed by Circo Cairolo. Another was the 67-kilo Peruvian Dario Letone. Letone was a champion of boxing, luta romana, and more, campeão de boxe, luta romana, etc. 24. The etc. evidently included jiu-jitsu. On November 11, he faced the noted boxer Irvin Klausner at Circo Cairolo. The fight was ardently disputed, a luta fue arduamente disputada, but Letone lost. The Omori and the Circo Cairolo were not the only game in town. The Japanese jiu-jitsu champion Okido reigned undefeated at Circo Alcibiades in Sao Paulo, making short work of anyone foolish enough to confront him. Okido stumbled on November 9 when he was challenged by the Pretinho Brasileiro Brazilian black boy Benedicto Zacarias. The fight began at 11:50 p.m. and went on for 1 hour and 40 minutes. After a rocky start, Benedicto imposed his total domination on the champion. Okido was saved from certain defeat when the police stepped in and suspended the fight. Nevertheless, Benedicto was cheered by fans for his outstanding performance. The reporter expressed the opinion that if a desempate took place, and Benedicto managed to apply a golpe feliz, he would have a good chance to defeat the fearsome Okido. 26. Okido moved to the Colombo, run by Impresa, J. Castro ACIA, at Largo de Concordia. Tel, 9-0-0-70. On December 14, he confronted Henkin in a jiu-jitsu versus luta livre match. His colleague Goto faced M. Abreu. Challengers, both amateurs and professionals, were invited to step up and take their chances in a luta livre versus jiu-jitsu fight. They would earn 500 reais if they were successful. 27. Star power. Okido did not stay on the scene for long. Omori basically ruled the roost. He had what Hollywood movie people called star power. His name sold tickets. Fighting Omori was considered by other fighters as a mark of success. Win, lose, or draw, as an actor would regard working with a distinguished director. Winning was hard, so most aimed at not losing. But even that could increase one's earning potential if the fight demonstrated excellent qualities, but just fell slightly short of being enough. One example was Gibbon, who fought Omori, at least 3 times. He lost every time, but that was enough to give him a reputation as a strong fighter, someone who could put up an interesting fight and create some uncertainty as to the outcome, qualities that were as important to gamblers as to fans. That, unfortunately, paved the way for combinadas and other arrangements. Professional fighting was after all a form of spectator entertainment. Getting paid was the bottom line. At the same time, winners usually got paid more than losers. If a fighter had what it took to win, he would generally be better off winning. Omori had it. It was not even necessary to fight and lose to Omori. It was sometimes enough merely to challenge him. In November, a capoeira named Antonio Gomez from Campinas sent a letter to the Diario Nacional expressing his desire to fight Omori. He would even fight Omori at Circo Cairolo, Gomez offered. The paper said that it would lend its support if Gomes would come to Sao Paulo and demonstrate his skills. Apparently, nothing came of it. Capoeirajum versus Jiu-Jitsu. After Vasque's poor representation of the national game against Jiu-Jitsu, another capoeira stepped up to challenge Omori. Argemiro Feitosa was his name. He was from Sierra. He didn't care about the prize money, he said. He only wanted a chance to prove that the Arma Nacional Capoeirajum was superior to the Japanese game Jiu-Jitsu. It would necessarily be a luta livre match. Capoeirajum was a striking art, so Capoeirajum versus Jiu-Jitsu implied striking, hence was a type of mixed fight. Feitosa's only condition was that it take place somewhere other than Circo Cairolo. 39. Omori accepted Feitosa's challenge. Feitosa wanted a sem-kimono, no kimono match. Omori replied that the kimono is the custom of his country. He also said that he would not take responsibility for any injuries that Feitosa may suffer. A compromise was reached. It was agreed that the fighters could wear whatever they wanted. All techniques of capoeirajum and jiu-jitsu would be permitted, and it would be for the luta livre title. A percentage of the gate would go to a charitable organization Instituição de Caridades. The winner would take all 30. Not even waiting to see the outcome, Luis Gonzaga de Almeida, better known as Gradin, challenged Omori, certain that he would be able to defeat him and thereby restore the good name of Capoeira Nacional. Apparently, he wasn't confident about Feitosa's chances. 31. Exponents of capoeira were animated by the prospect that either Feitosa or Gradin would be able to rehabilitate the Arma Nacional through a victory over the theretofore undefeated Omori. As Gradin and various others had expressed doubt about the possibility of a fair fight in the Carollo Brothers Circus, they demanded a neutral site. Omori agreed to fight both of them, Feitosa and Gradin, at a location other than Circo Carollo. 32. Capoeira began to be increasingly used as a shorter variant of capoeira gym. Advocates of the national game had been trying to clean up its image and, in the process, they began calling it capoeira instead of capoeira gym. Capoeiras, the fighters, came to be called capoeiristas. Another factor was undoubtedly that capoeira fits more compactly into newspaper headings. Space is a scarce resource in periodicals. Longer words, in aggregate, compete with paid advertising. Advertising pays the bills and makes the cover price lower, which increases circulation, allowing fight promoters and advertisers to get the word out more broadly and more economically. 3. It took time to get the Omori versus Feitosa affair off the ground. In the meantime, Omori took advantage of his popularity to establish a fully equipped jiu-jitsu academia, which was called Academia Paulista de Jiu-Jitsu. His partner was K. Bendant. It was located at Frontal do Brás, sharing space with a Academia de Boxe. Classes were offered daily 1930 and 23, 34. That it was not a long-term success may have stemmed from the fact that Omori would soon run out of opponents in Sao Paulo. Chapter 8, Notes. Chapter 9, 1929. While waiting for the Feitosa fight to eventuate, Omori took on two opponents. In one night at Circo Carollo on January 2, 1929, one was Farina, a luta livre man, the other, Francisco, representing luta romana. Omori was predicted to have no problems defeating both of them. 1. Apparently, Omori did not encounter anything that he could not handle. Redemption. The meeting with Capoeira Argamiro Feitosa was set to take place January 6, 1929. The fight would be a luta livre match of 5 5-minute rounds. It would be held at Campo of Atletica Asociação São Bento, Ponte Grande. Ticket prices range from $3 for Jurace, general admission, floor level, standing, $5 for Archibancadas bleacher seats, to $10 for Cadeiras Especia special box seats. 4 preliminary matches of Jiu-Jitsu and Luta Livre, 4 5-minute rounds were scheduled. They were Gibbon versus Date, Ismail Haki versus Ervin Klausner, Goto, Jiu-Jitsu, versus Guarani, Luta Livre, and Okido Jiu-Jitsu versus Rodolfo, Luta Livre, 2. The ring was 15 meters in diameter. As per the contract, the fighters would wear what they chose. Omori chose to wear a kimono as was the custom of his country, while Feitosa would be shirtless and would wear shoes, the better to put an early end to Omori, he promised. 3. Fans were eager to see the fight, but they had to wait. It was postponed a week to make way for a football game. Local observers, supporters of capoeira gym primarily, complained about the inferior quality of capoeira representatives. According to one newspaper reader, Omori's last opponent, who the writer, mocked by calling Bagunca, o terrible capoeira, did not even know how to execute the handstand part of the rabo de araya, stingray tail, kick correctly and ended up on the ground where he had no skills. Another Omori opponent, this time identified as Oswaldo or Bayaca, was supposedly a formidable capoeira, but turned out to be a simple stevedore, who learned some lessons of savate as a child, now pasa de simples, estibador, que tomó cuando crianca algumas licos de savate. The writer charged that the Nacional game would not be redeemed until a qualified practitioner entered the ring with Omori. He mentioned 22 Marajo and Hollandes as possibilities. 5. While waiting for fight night, Gio Omori went to Rio to look for new opponents. He had run out of opponents in Sao Paulo. 6. Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira gym. The Omori versus Feitosa fight finally took place, January 13, 1929. Fans of the national game were again disappointed. The headline in Diario Nacional read, "A luta final foi fracasso." The fight was a flop. According to the paper, Omori dominated from the beginning, putting Feitosa on the defensive and keeping him there. Omori protested a duplo golpe double punch to the kidneys, but it was decided that it was a legal technique of Feitosa's art. After that, Feitosa inexplicably refused to fight. Omori did whatever he wanted. Feitosa dropped to the ground with seconds remaining in the round. In the second round, Omori's superiority was overwhelming. He threw Feitosa to the canvas various times and punished him, while the crowd expressed their indignation at Feitosa's lack of fighting spirit. Omori won in the second round by armlock golpe de braco. 7. The writer was perplexed by Feitosa's poor showing. He could not comprehend how a master of capoeira gym with many students who already given impressive public demonstrations could be so inept in the ring, let alone against such a small Japanese person. 8. Feitosa attributed his lackluster performance to nervousness. He also alleged that Omori was warned not to apply pressure on the throat, but he did it anyway. Feitosa retaliated with a Quebeca pressa nos rins, head press to the kidneys of Omori, and was cautioned by the judge. Feitosa wanted a desfora rematch, without restrictions as to techniques sem restrictão de golpes. The writer concluded that after his pitiful showing it would be difficult for Feitosa to rehabilitate himself in the eyes of the public. A rematch wouldn't draw flies. The evening wasn't a total washout, however. According to Diario Nacional, the preliminary matches were good. Gibbon bested Valdemar in the third round. Klausner beat Hockey in the third round of what was described as the best fight of the night. 10. Takeda, a last-minute substitute for Aikido, was considered to be the winner vencedor after choking Rodolfo unconscious. In the third round, Takeda fez o adversario ficar desmayado no tercero asalto, siendo a considerado vencedor. The Guarani vs. Goto match was even in round 1 with the fighters exchanging aggressively. Guarani was declared the victor when Goto declined to come out for round 2. Amana, Carioca de Mana, O Impartial, and Annoyed also all reported on the fight on January 15, 1929, indicating that there was wide general interest in such mixed fights. They were not at that time viewed as pure entertainment without athletic merit. People really wanted to know which country's system of defense was superior. Omori's Academia Paulista de Jiu-Jitsu, now referred to as Escola de Jiu-Jitsu J.O. Omori, arranged a big Jiu-Jitsu tournament, Gran Torneo de Jiu-Jitsu, to attract attention to the new academy. 11. The matchups in the tournament were Wada vs. Kitajima, Kaveno vs. Arizanuma in matches of 3 5-minute rounds. Takada encountered Lubas, and Omori's partner in the academy, Bandant, confronted Gibim, whose name was also spelled Gibbon and Gibbon, in matches of 4 5-minute rounds. Neither for the first nor last time, Omori would face two opponents, Weber and Guarani. 5 5-minute rounds each, alternating rounds, with 2 minutes between rounds. The program began at 8:30 p.m. Results are unknown. Ervin Klausner was a well-known boxer with a long career in Brazil. Originally an amateur boxer from Estonia, he became a professional in Rio in 1926, making his debut against Canadian champion Soldier Jones on Saturday, July 10, 1926. In addition to an impressive boxing record as a heavyweight, he was undefeated in luta livre. He was regarded by some observers as the most perfect luta livre fighter currently. In Sao Paulo, o mais perfeito lutador do luta livre, ora em Sao Paulo. 14. Omori was scheduled to fight Klausner in a 4-round luta livre match. Friday, January 25, 1929, at Circo Cairolo. On the bill also were 4 boxing bouts and 2 luta livre matches between Takeda and Ritter, and Ismail Hockey and Goen. Klausner and Omori had already met at least 3 times. It was predicted that the fight would be close because Klausner was the most dangerous opponent Omori had yet faced. 15. With outstanding grappling skills, or even basic grappling skills, and a heavyweight punch, Klausner might have been a dangerous opponent indeed. But the Omori vs. Klausner match was a luta livre vs. jiu-jitsu contest, without striking. The result is not known. Based on subsequent reports, Omori did not lose. Omori encountered Rogerio Archimedes twice more in February 1929, in Taubaté, a smaller city in Sao Paulo state about 120 kilometers from the capital city, held at the Campo do EC Taubaté. Both matches were jiu-jitsu. The first match time was on February 3rd, the second was on February 14. According to Diario Nacional, the citizens of Taubaté were unfamiliar with jiu-jitsu. It was desconocido, but knew about luta romana. Rogerio was well-known conocido as the champion of Sao Paulo. Omori won both fights. 16. Fighting multiple opponents in the same evening was not normal operating procedure. George Gracie did it several times. Naoki Ono did it. Others on the top rung of the status hierarchy did it from time to time. Boxers did it. Jack Dempsey routinely did it. On August 25th, he fought 4 opponents in Portland, Oregon. 17. He only knocked out 2 of them, Bill Hartwell and Dave McRae, letting 2 escape the axe, Denny Lenhart and Bob Mariels. On September 8 in Reno, Nevada, he fought and knocked out 3 opponents, Eddie Burns, Sam Baker and Red Tingley in one outing. 18. The fighter had to be confident. Even so, things could sometimes go wrong. Pushovers sometimes brought more to the ring or mat than they had been expected to. Generally, what happened was that they survived when they weren't expected to or made the champion work harder than he planned. Occasionally the result was a genuine shock. That is what happened to Gio Omori when he took on both Valdemar and the Austrian Ritter, probably the 72-kilo German, luta romana wrestler Francisco Ritter, in luta livre matches in the same evening, February 21, 1929. The match with Valdemar went unremarkably. But to everyone's surprise, Ritter won. According to Correo Paulistano, it was a sensational occurrence. To many, it seemed like a dream. To others, it seemed like a fixed fight. But the fact is that Omori was unconscious, and Ritter received the honor of being the first to defeat the previously unbeaten Japanese. 19. Omori requested a rematch. In the meantime, the hillbilly Pedro O Caipira was being mentioned as a potential Omori opponent. It was said that he had already fought Omori twice to draws. Against Omori, that was a respectable record and seemed to qualify him for another shot. A rematch was set for Gio Omori versus Ritter at Circo Cairolo on Saturday, March 9, 1920. If Ritter repeated his previous upset, it would have been the stuff of myths and legends. As no mention was ever made of it, it is likely that Omori won the rematch and rehabilitated himself. Later, in Rio, he would claim to never have been beaten. Such prevarication was normal. Omori confronted Rogerio again, identified as Panthera Paulista, in a for assalto round luta de jiu-jitsu. The match was held at Salao Gabriel D'Annunzio at Rua Major Diogo 43 on Saturday, March 23, 1929, in a program to honor the sportsman Jose Dedi. Other three-round jiu-jitsu matches were Antonio Andriotti versus Raul, Felipe Contino versus Jose de Oliveira, Maximino versus Henke, and the guest of honor, Jose Dedi versus Assumpção. Admission was free. The fights were preceded by an illusionist and some singers, and followed by a Bailey familiar family dance. 21. Omori fought Estevam on Thursday, April 18, 1929, at Circo Cairolo. Estevam was not identified by family name. Possibly he was familiar enough to local readers that he didn't need to be, or possibly he was not important enough to merit more detailed identification. It was not unusual for fighters and other people to be mentioned by one name only, including a nickname, or by multiple names with multiple spellings. Estevam might have been Estevam Giskus, also spelled Jerkus, the giant Lithuanian who battled Jose Dedi in 1936. Okaipira fought the strong German athlete Myth on the undercard. It was mentioned that Okaipira's record against Omori at that time was 1 loss and 3 draws, indicating that he had fought Omori twice since February 21.2. However, there is no report of those fights. Enter Carlos Gracie. Carlos Gracie had been in the news before, from June 1924, but not for jiu-jitsu. 23. In March of 1929, he made his first appearance on the stage of professional fighting. He did it the smart way, on the coattails of an already established big name. In Sao Paulo in 1929, there was no bigger name than Gio Omori. Carlos Gracie informed a reporter for the Diario de Minas 24 that he had been teaching the Minas Civil Police in Minas since March of 1928. He taught jiu-jitsu, which he learned from Conde Coma in Para, he said, not as a sport but as a form of self-defense. Conde Coma provided an instructive example of his power and agility at the old movie theater Cinema Comercio, Carlos explained. A member of the audience was acting violently and crazily. No one dared to confront him. Moeda, sick. Coma, who had been watching the movie, got out of his box seat and as quick as a flash. Rapido como pensamiento, took the disorderly man by the arm and said, "Get out." The man and his friends left without saying a word. Carlos did not hesitate to toot his own horn. He had never lost a fight, he told the writer, even when the opponent was a skilled capoeira. O Sr. Carlos Gracie disse, "No se ainda que tem vencido todas as lutas em que se empeño, mesmo quando seus adversários eram adestrados capoeiras." No one could survive even 2 minutes against him. He said, "Nunca ninguém le resistia mais de 2 minutos." Carlos was well schooled in jiu-jitsu and unbeatable in his own opinion, practicamente bom conhecedor do jiu-jitsu e invencível. 25. By the time the article appeared, Carlos was teaching the Esporte Nipponico to the civil police of Sao Paulo. 6. He was also planning a demonstração of jiu-jitsu at Clube Atlético Paulistano on April 28. The exhibition was scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. Carlos invited the press to attend. To motivate them to show up and cover the program, he needed bait, someone with star power, a known name. Gio Omori fit the bill perfectly. Carlos and his father, according to Omori, induced him to participate in the demonstration by flattering him and playing on his sympathies. Then, if Carlos wanted to attract attention to his demonstration and make his name known without getting hurt in a real fight or risk losing in a genuine match, this was the way to do it. Admission was free, and Carlos emphasized that Omori agreed to take part without remuneration or compensation. Far from having any interest in making money, Carlos's intentions were purely philanthropic. He was providing the exhibition for the benefit of the authorities, the press, sports enthusiasts, and to the people of Sao Paulo in general. How legitimate this match was is an open question. Omori later said explicitly, and in no uncertain terms, that at the time of the exhibition, Carlos knew nothing about jiu-jitsu. It was at the request of Gastão Gracie, Carlos' father, that he, Omori, agreed not expose the boy's limitations. 8. However, Carlos seemed to want to create the impression that it was a legitimate fight rather than an exhibition or demonstration. He described it as a luta and called what he would be doing with Omori measuring forces medir forcus, a synonym for fight in the athletic contest sense, and said that it was not possible to predict who would win. Carlos also made a point of describing Omori as having the most perfect knowledge and proficiency of the sport of jiu-jitsu perfeito conhecedor, da technical e segredos de jiu-jitsu para uma luta, thereby making himself look better no matter how the demonstration turned out. 30. Nothing that Carlos said or did was unusual from a marketing point of view. It doesn't tell us much about his jiu-jitsu background, knowledge, or skills, but does suggest that he already had a good sense for what was needed to make jiu-jitsu into a paying proposition. Omori did not let any grass grow under his feet. The following Thursday he was in the ring again, at Circo Pinheiro on Rua Teodoro Sampaio, at the corner of Rua Cristiano Viana. His opponent was Eduardo, the champion of the Bairro Jardim America. 2 preliminary matches were Yukin vs. Delo, and Gato vs. Dudu. 31. This was Omori's last fight in 1929 for which documentation is available, but Omori was not going to fade away. When 1930 came around, Omori was there. By his side, or tagging along, depending on one's perspective, was Carlos Gracie. According to his foremost biographer, Carlos Gracie had a vivid imagination. He put his storytelling talents to profitable use throughout his long life, promoting fights, disseminating jiu-jitsu, bilking fans and friends, seducing young girls, and trying to stay out of jail. He sometimes had difficulties distinguishing between his stories and reality. Or perhaps, like Orson Welles, the director, writer, actor of Citizen Kane fame, he simply felt that when reality is not interesting enough, a good entertainer has an obligation to his audience to add whatever elements are needed to goose it up. In 1929, Carlos said that he learned jiu-jitsu from Conde Coma about 10 years before in para te necesidad de belom nesti para. According to Carlos, Conde Coma had come with his troupe consisting of Sakiki, Okura, Shimiti, and Laku. After some demonstrations, he Coma organized a gym, and I was one of the first students to sign up. Después de algumas demonstracos, organizó gimnasio e eu fui dos primeros alumnos inscriptos. With effort, Carlos was able to distinguish himself, and motivated by his interest in physical training, he decided to dedicate himself to spreading jiu-jitsu throughout Brazil. 3. Carlos also said that he had been teaching a few students in Rio when he received an invitation to instruct and prepare some official agencies in Minas, Guarda Civil, Inspectora de Vehículos, and Corpo de Agente de Segurança de Minas. He was contacted by Dr. Menelik de Carvalho, the general director of the Inspector of Vehicles and the Civil Guard. Carlos said that he taught approximately 200 men. 34. Carlos may have taken some lessons from Conde Coma, but it is certain that he exaggerated. Conde Coma was not in Belém for the entire 3-year period that Carlos claimed he was Coma's prize pupil. 35. The truth may be closer to the Rorion and Helio Gracie versions. In his 1989 Playboy interview, Rorion said that Carlos learned a few basic moves from a traveling master, who might have been Conde Coma. In 1994, Helio confirmed that, saying that Carlos only knew a few basic, power-dependent moves. 36. Neither Rorion nor Helio were unbiased. Moreover, Rorion, having been born in 1951, couldn't have had any first-hand knowledge of his uncle's early life or jiu-jitsu education, and could only have been reporting what his father or another uncle might have said. Helio's version was based on his recollection of events more than 60 years in the past, and his memory was not photographic. Carlos might have learned from Coma's own students. According to Carlos's daughter and biographer Rayla Gracie, Carlos practiced jiu-jitsu with one of Conde Coma's students named Jacinto Ferro in Belém. Unfortunately, and coincidentally, he died at almost the exact moment that Carlos Gracie showed up in Sao Paulo. Jacinto Ferro was a well-known athlete. In Belém, his specialties were competitive walking, bicycle racing, and weightlifting. At the time of his death, a few days before January 8, 1929, Ferro was regarded as the greatest athlete and strongest man in the state of Para, as well as Conde Coma's best student. Últimamente, dedicábase al jiu-jitsu, de que era o mayor discípulo do Conde Coma. Carlos may have learned from Jacinto Ferro, but probably not much. Strangely, he never mentioned Ferro in any of his voluminous pronouncements to the press throughout his involvement in the labyrinth of professional fighting. Ferro's name was famous enough to trade on. But it was Ferro, not Carlos Gracie, who was acknowledged as Conde Coma's prize pupil. It wouldn't have seemed as impressive saying that he had learned the secrets of the Japanese game from a Brazilian bicyclist. A more plausible source of Carlos's jiu-jitsu knowledge, whatever it might have been, was Donato Pires dos Reis. Donato was also from Belém and had studied with Conde Coma. He was said to be the only Brazilian to possess a diploma issued by Conde Coma, authorizing him to teach jiu-jitsu. Contemporary observers believe that Donato was Carlos's and Jorge's jiu-jitsu teacher. Donato was the one who introduced Carlos to his first jiu-jitsu teaching job in Minas. Donato was the one who established what later became the Gracie Academy on Rua Marques de Abrantes, 106. Jiu-jitsu instructional books, such as those by Irving Hancock, were available in Brazil from as early as 1906. If Carlos learned from such books, he wasn't the only one. After all, the books were written for people to learn from. Certainly, learning directly from the source, Conde Coma, would have been preferable from a marketing point of view. Carlos may have had some exposure to or contact with Conde Coma. The available evidence suggests that it was limited at best. Retirement. Conde Coma's competition days were mostly over. He did not retire completely. In 1922, he competed in and won a tournament in Havana, Cuba. He returned to Belém on Wednesday, June 7, 1922. He was described as a professor de gimnástica, which in Brazil at the time could mean any form of physical training, including judo or jiu-jitsu. By 1929, Conde Coma had been living in Belém for more than 12 years teaching, presumably, jiu-jitsu or judo to police and firemen Corpo de Bombeiros at various locations. 1. On August 15, 1929, it was reported that Conde Coma would go to Rio August 20 on the Itaquis to meet the first group of 200 Japanese immigrant families arriving in Rio on September 7 on the Montevideo Maru. The immigrants were recruited to augment the workforce at Companhia Nipponica de Plantacao do Brasil in Rio Acada, 42. At this point, the story moves roughly 360 kilometers to the east, or rather back to where it started, Rio de Janeiro. Chapter 9 notes. Chapter 10, 1930. Gio Omori and Carlos Gracie's second encounter took place in 1930. According to one news item, Carlos Gracie was, like Gio Omori, undefeated in jiu-jitsu matches. In his career as a fighter, no one had ever subjugated him. 1. The report played a bit loose with the truth. Omori hadn't been beaten in jiu-jitsu, but he had lost in luta livre. It was also literally true that Carlos was undefeated. He managed a draw in his one and only previous public match, the 1929 exhibition with Gio Omori. Carlos was described as having a perfect knowledge of jiu-jitsu, which he had studied for 3 years. He was the only Brazilian who could boast those qualifications, according to the report. The report was incorrect in 2 ways. It was customary at the time for information about a fighter to be supplied by people who had a financial interest in his public appearances, which included promoters, managers, the fighter himself, and to some degree, the writer. A colossal, undefeated champion was easier to write about than an average fighter who lost as well as one fights, and the public was more interested in reading about the former than the later. Information was hardly distinct from marketing. Carlos was his own manager-promoter, so it is unlikely that this information came from anyone other than himself. No one was really in a position to verify his claims, assuming that they cared. Carlos was free to say anything he wanted. That was equally true for every other fighter in Brazil, and it was a liberty that they took full advantage of. 3. The newspaper was not quite convinced about Carlos. We can't say anything about his performance, his credentials, his skill, his technique, or his manner of fighting. Omori had been handicapped by a sprained wrist in the 1929 encounter, so it was difficult to assess Gracie's actual capacity. Now fico patente a capacidade de Gracie, visto o nipónico se apresentar como un 2 puntos luxado do 4. Perhaps the new encounter would be more informative. Carlos would have the opportunity to demonstrate his real knowledge of the sport of the samurais. The match was scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds with a minute between rounds. It was to be held Sunday, January 5, 1930, at Pavilhão Carolo, on Rua Formosa, in Sao Paulo. 5. There would be 5 preliminary exhibition fights. Alice sides faced Attila, and Zachariah confronted Valdemar in luta livre matches. Henkin encountered Arthur in a jiu-jitsu match. The matches were 3 rounds, and a round was 3 minutes with a minute between rounds. Benedicto Perez squared off with Amilcar in a 4-round jiu-jitsu match. George, presumably George Gracie, was pitted against the boxer Gabriel. 6. In the several years since jiu-jitsu had been in vogue in Sao Paulo, Omori had easily defeated every man who faced him. 7. In view of Omori's record, many people did not believe that Carlos Gracie stood much of a chance against Omori de Baixo. Dessa imprensa o público certamente julgou que o Sr. Gracie não fosse adversário suficiente para o nipónico. They were in for a surprise. The fight took place at Madison Square Paulistano. Omori initially approached Gracie like a spider stalking a fly, but he did not overwhelmingly dominate Gracie. Contrary to expectations, Gracie put on a fine display of technique, fez brilhante demonstração. The match was declared to be a draw, and Gracie received a long round of applause. Prolongada salva de palmas, in appreciation for his courageous performance. Carlos had demonstrated that he had mastered jiu-jitsu and was capable of confronting any opponent. Oh, the match yielded the attention that Carlos wanted. The Carolo brothers quickly arranged a spectacular of a kind that had never before been seen in Sao Paulo, boxing versus jiu-jitsu. Será uma peleja jamais observada em São Paulo. Even Gio Omori, despite being willing to fight capoeiras, refused to fight boxers. Omori fought heavyweight boxer Irvin Klausner repeatedly, but only under luta livre rules. He refused to face Klausner in a boxing versus jiu-jitsu match. Klausner was a legitimate, experienced boxer with a heavyweight's punch. Moreover, he knew how to grapple, and he knew Omori's game from prior experience. Omori weighed in the neighborhood of 68 kilos. He was courageous but not reckless. Carlos Gracie was recruited to fight a boxer. He was featherweight Johannes Thun, who was about the same size as Carlos. In addition, one of Carlos's students, alumnos, challenged any amateur or professional boxer up to a weight of 75 kilos. The student turned out to be his brother George. The fight was planned for Madison Square Paulistano, Thursday, January 16, 1930. The press was not impressed, saying Thun was a boxer just a little above average, pugilista pouco acima de mediocre, and not a worthy representative of the nobre arte to face a jiu-jitsu expert of Carlos Gracie's caliber. And Carlos also ardently desired a luta desempate tiebreaker with Omori, believing that only the ineptitude of the judge denied him victory over Omori. He challenged Omori again. Omori immediately accepted. His interpretation of what had happened in the ring was radically at variance with Carlos. It wasn't until Carlos began to get on his nerves that he talked about it, however. Both were confident that they would win. Ira lutar convicto de que vencerá. 10. Sometime between January 11 and January 15, the program was postponed to January 19. Perhaps Carlos's training was interrupted by the death of his grandmother, Maria Pinheiro Gracie, on Monday, January 13.1. 1. Since Carlos would be fighting Omori, George was tapped to face Thun. 12. Between January 15 and January 19, the program was postponed again and the matchups changed again. 13. The program was scheduled to take place at Pavilhão de Rua Formosa. Other matches were Attila versus Alcides, Zacharias versus Arthur, Benedicto Perez versus Manjarona, and Jose Dete versus Jose Gaucho in Jiu-Jitsu, versus Luta Livre, matches of either 3 or 4 3-minute rounds. 14. The George Gracie versus Thun fight was scheduled for either 5 5-minute or 5 3-minute rounds. 15. Gio Omori versus Carlos Gracie was 5 5-minute rounds. The Monday, January 20 edition of the Sao Paulo Daily Folha de Noite briefly and misleadingly reported that Carlos won Vonsu Carlos Gracie, .6 Sing. However, Folha da Manha provided more extensive coverage. In reality, the match ended in a draw empate. The reporter believed that Carlos dominated the match, was more sportsmanlike, and therefore should be considered the winner even though under the rules neither man won. Gracie pode considerar se vencedor. Foi superior ao mori now so em jogo, como em lealdade. In addition, George Jorge Gracie was declared the winner over Johannes Tum by a neck technique golpe no pescoco, probably meaning a choke, in the second round. In May, Carlos organized an elimination tournament for the children of the best families in Sao Paulo, Rapaces das Melhores Famílias Paulistana. It was scheduled for May 19th at Rua Gabriel dos Santos 63. The action would begin at 4 p.m. Finalists were João Aguiar, Ludovico Penteado, Oscar de Espusa Pinto, and Octaviano Bueno. This suggests that Carlos had used the fame acquired in his Omori matches to open some sort of academy, mostly likely in space borrowed from a sports club, which is where most academies were located in Rio and Sao Paulo. He was obviously targeting people with money. If any of the boxers that Carlos invited to test his jiu-jitsu took him up on the offer, none was reported in the news. Paulistas liked to watch such mixed styles fights 19 and newspapers liked having content that people wanted to read, so lack of reportage suggests either that there weren't any or that the jiu-jitsu representative did not prevail, and there is eyewitness testimony of impeccable authority corroborating this supposition. Some post-UFC 1 sources allege that Carlos had placed ads in newspapers offering prize money, premios em dinheiro, to anyone of any size who could beat him para os desafiantes que conseguissem derrotá-lo, independentemente de peso, altura, e tamanho. Allegedly, one ad read: if you want to get your face punched and smashed, your ass kicked, and your arms broken, contact Carlos Gracie at the Academia Gracie. No source is provided for this claim. It may be apocryphal. Jiu-jitsu marketing in Rio and Sao Paulo during the 1930s emphasized health and spiritual benefits rather than assault and battery. One wonders how Carlos Gracie's target client base of the families of rich kids would have reacted to it. While Carlos was spreading the art of the samurais among the rich kids of Sao Paulo's best families, his kid brother Cacula Helio was in Rio, swimming and rowing boats in Botafogo. Helio represented Clube de Regatas do Botafogo. 21. On Sunday, January 19th, Helio competed in a 100-meter breaststroke, nado a la brace swimming race, coming in second with a time of 1:60. First place was Abinat Trajano, with a time of 1:47.22. On Sunday, February 9th, Helio was part of a three-man swim team competing in the 3x100-meter relay. Helio was in second position, swimming breaststroke. Newton Pedreira race was first, swimming backstroke, Nado de Costas, and Edson Carvalho Serrello was last, swimming freestyle. 23. According to his own and other superficially authoritative accounts, Helio was a frail, sickly, clumsy boy. By January 1930, he seemed to be in reasonably good health and with average or better athletic abilities. He continued his involvement in marine sports. On Sunday, April 27th, in the Bay of Botafogo, Enseada de Botafogo, he was the coxswain Patrão on the boat Mira. His rowers, remadores, were José de Camargo Simoes and José Carlos de Silva. On August 31st, he again commanded the Mira. His rowers were Henrique Cordeiro Ost and Emilio Gottschalk. 26. If Helio was involved in jiu-jitsu at this time, it escaped the attention of the local newspapers. Donato Pires dos Reis. In early September 1930, Rio newspapers informed readers about the existence of a new academy of jiu-jitsu, almost always written with quotation marks, located at Rua Marques de Abrantes N106 in the Flamengo Beach area. On September 6th at 9, a series of practical demonstrations would be offered at the academy especially for journalists. The director of the academy, Donato Pires dos Reis, invited anyone who wanted to test their style against jiu-jitsu to show up. 27. On Sunday, September 7th, Diario de Noticias offered more extensive information, beginning with the headline, "The Most Admirable Method of Self-Defense Jiu-Jitsu. Scientific teaching of this sport is provided at Academia de Jiu-Jitsu." Donato Pires dos Reis was from the state of Para and learned from Japanese masters. Aprender esse sport com mestres japoneses, he said. Conde Coma was not mentioned by name. Donato had served as instructor of police in Belo Horizonte, where he had many fights. By the second day, the academy already had 12 to 15 students, according to the September 7 report. The assistant professor and monitors were Carlos and Jorge George Gracie. Donato and the writer discussed the legendary, but true, incident in which the capoeira Siriaco demolished jiu-jitsu representative Sada Miyako in 1909. The incident was common knowledge and obviously had to be addressed by any aspiring jiu-jitsu teacher. Donato explained that Siriaco won $500 mil race by beating Miyako, as everyone knew. But what they didn't know was that Miyako offered Siriaco, not once but repeatedly, double that amount if he could beat him again. Miyako even upped the offer to $10,000 in pursuit of the capoeira. But Ciriaco never accepted nunca me procuró o japonés. Even if Miyako did make such offers, which is unsubstantiated, there is no way to know whether he would have fared better the second time. But the fact that Ciriaco didn't accept the alleged offer implied that he was afraid of the scientific secrets of the Japanese game, which in turn was testimony to the efficacy of Jiu-Jitsu. Therefore, Miyako and Jiu-Jitsu didn't really lose. Moving on, Donato then extolled the benefits of Jiu-Jitsu. After taking a series of lessons in Jiu-Jitsu, he explained, the student would obtain the following benefits: more agility, sharper reflexes, more acute senses, improved blood circulation and respiration, and a sense of absolute tranquility as a result of the self-confidence that the techniques of Jiu-Jitsu would instill. 29. Two large photos were included. On the left side of the page, Donato posed with Carlos and George. He was at least 6 shorter than either, and thin. The top of his head did not reach to the bottom of Carlos's eyes. Donato, in the middle, wore a suit and bow tie. Carlos on the left was dressed in a suit and necktie. George on the right wore a robe and sandals. The caption read, the director of the school with the two professionals, o director da escola como os dos profissionais. On the right side of the page, Donato was shown executing a knife disarm on Carlos. The article explained that the teachers of the school had never been defeated and had the best records against all of the fight styles of the world. O corpo de profesores da academia, el que nunca vencido, mantemos mayores records contra todas as lutas de mundo. And in a recent public fight in Sao Paulo, one monitor of the academy defeated the best professional boxer from the Academia Box Cavarzazio in 2:35 minutes. No. Último encontro público en Sao Paulo, o monitor da academia venció en 2 minutos y 30 e 5 segundos de tempo, o mejor boxer profesional de Academia de Box Cavarzazio. The other instructor, Carlos, went up against the Sao Paulo Police Department's Swedish Luta Livre instructor in a test of the superiority of styles. Luta experienced sobre superioridades da luta. It only took Carlos no more than 2 minutes and 40 seconds to dispatch his 80-kilo opponent. Coincidentally, the experiences Donato described teaching the police in Minas Gerais were identical to those that Carlos later claimed to have had. 30. Along these lines, Carlos Gracie claimed in a 1981 interview to have been an amateur boxing champion. In fact, he said, he easily defeated almost 20 opponents and had never been hit. Luté na categoria leve e não encontrei dificuldades para superar os adversarios. Na quase 20 lutas que fiz, now, levei só murro. His extraordinary skills earned him the middleweight amateur boxing championship of Brazil Campeonato Brasileiro de Amadores, Carlos boasted. His brother George Gracie was the vice champion. 31. Unfortunately, evidence that either one ever fought a single regulation round of competitive boxing is entirely absent. Donato Pires made no such claims, but he actually had been a boxer. He was a student of the well-known boxing instructor João Scherer. On January 19, 1924, Donato defeated the strong Vasco da Gama boxer Henri Fort by walkover when Fort didn't show up. 32. On April 5, 1927, he fought Jorge Alexi in the Campeonato Carioca de Amadores, held at the headquarters of the Asociação Crista de Mocos on Rua da Quitanda, 47.3. About a week later, he was rated as one of the best amateur bantam, or rooster weight, peso gallo boxers in Rio. He weighed 53.3 kilos for his contest with Alexi. 34. Here, as in the Belo Horizonte case, Carlos's story bore a remarkable similarity to Donato's. The difference is that there is documentary proof of Donato's ring activities. Donato was not the only jiu-jitsu man who registered to compete in the 1927 Campeonato Carioca de Amadores. On Saturday, March 26, George Gracie registered as a flyweight peso mosca. 30. However, he did not appear at the official weigh-in Pesagem and medical checkup exame medico on April 3.36. There is no indication that he had any fights, and he certainly was not the champion, at least in any year for which there are records. But he did sign up. There is no record that Carlos did. 37. On Tuesday, September 9th, Correo de Mana added a few more details about the new Jiu-Jitsu Academy on Rua Marques Abrantes. Carlos and George Gracie belonged to the teaching staff Pertence ao Corpo Docente under the direction Saba de Recreio of Donato Pires dos Reis. George was described as a young and agile fighter. Carlos was described as the Brazilian champion Campeão do Brasil, despite the fact that his ring record consisted of 2 exhibition matches with Gio Omori, neither of which he won. Carlos demonstrated the efficacy of jiu-jitsu by sparring with a local sportsman named Eduardo Rocha, who weighed 90 kilos. Carlos, at 59 kilos, subdued Rocha in 160 seconds. 38. Mistake. Donato Pires dos Reis claimed to be the first Brazilian to teach jiu-jitsu in Rio, if not all of Brazil. He was mistaken. Even if he began teaching in 1923, as he claimed, he was not the first. Mario Aleixo was officially teaching jiu-jitsu in Rio as early as 1913, a year before Conde Coma came to Brazil. But Donato was probably correct when he said that he was the sole Brazilian qualified, to do so being the only one with a diploma from Conde Coma. 39. Carlos Gracie believed that he was better at jiu-jitsu than Donato Pires. Conde Coma obviously thought otherwise. Donato obviously liked jiu-jitsu, but apparently did not need to teach it to earn a living. He had a government position as a tax collector, agente fiscal do imposto, also referred to as inspector fiscal in some reports, in the interior of Espírito Santo. 1. He was periodically reassigned to different locations in Minas Gerais and São Paulo states, Santa Catarina, and each time these were reported in the local press. His travels and activities were also publicly reported until as late as 1952. 42. Donato's regular job kept him on the move and usually out of Rio. It didn't take long before he was out of the picture altogether. The Academia de Jiu-Jitsu evolved into the Gracie Academy in stages. First Donato left, Carlos and George stayed. Donato's family was well connected. 43. Carlos and George had to hustle their way through life. Their qualifications and connections were limited. There may not have been a conspiracy to oust Donato Pires. He may simply have had more urgent business to take care of. Soon after, George was replaced by Helio. At about that same time, Donato Pires changed from being a hometown friend who got Carlos Gracie his first legitimate job and his first professional jiu-jitsu experience into an enemy. People who found their way onto Carlos Gracie's enemies list could not afford to let their guard down. Ambushes could come at any time and place. In December, an article appeared in Diario de Noticias titled The Origin of Jiu-Jitsu, o Origem de Jiu-Jitsu, explaining the samurai origins of the art, which it incorrectly translated as quebra musculos, muscle breaking. 44. The photograph used in the September 7 article was reproduced, showing Donato Pires taking a knife away from Carlos Gracie. Donato was again described as the director of the academy, Carlos as an instructor, and George as a monitor. Both, it was mentioned, had a passion for the beautiful Japanese game, também apaixonada do belo jogo japonês. The article cited one of Irving Hancock's books, Simply do Livro Jiu-Jitsu de Hancock, to explain why jiu-jitsu is effective. Hancock's numerous books were available in Rio from 1906 at the latest and probably from the year of publication. They were available in English and translated into several languages, including Brazilian Portuguese. Fighters later referred to a 1908 translation to clarify disputes over rules. It is highly probable that many early practitioners learned from them and other books of the same genre. In fact, it is almost certain. The phrases, clichés, and historical and sociological misunderstandings that characterized jiu-jitsu marketing in Rio and elsewhere came straight out of the books of Hancock and his peers. Conde Koma, like all of the other Japanese jiu-jitsu masters in Brazil, had learned his art in Japan at the Kodokan, or, as it was written, in Brazil Kodokan, where jiu-jitsu was taught as an English style sport with the objectives of personal development and social harmony. Jiu-jitsu had not been a battlefield art in since 1600, if even then. 45. In a pair of articles titled O Jiu-Jitsu como Sport e como Método de Educação Física, Jiu-Jitsu as a Sport and Method of Physical Education, Professor Fernando de Azevedo propagated and summarized prevailing popular understandings of jiu-jitsu. He explained that thanks to jiu-jitsu, the Japanese are the strongest, healthiest, and calmest people in the world. Their victory over the Slavs, Russians, was, according to P.H. Tissy, due to their jiu-jitsu, which is so ancient that it antedates historical records. Everyone in Japan trains jiu-jitsu, even geishas, according to Azevedo. In addition to P.H. Tissy, Azevedo also quoted Lagrange and Haeckel, European authorites who were evidently well enough known that they did not require introduction. The information must have seemed authoritative and trustworthy. 6. These views contrasted with those expressed by the people who actually had first-hand knowledge. Gio Omori wrote, or rather someone wrote under his name, a 4-part series of articles published in Diario de Noticias in 1932. 47. He explained how jiu-jitsu evolved from what was called yawara, or taijutsu, and how Kano Jigoro adapted techniques from several older jiu-jitsu ryu into what became judo. Set. Another article, published in 1935, based on information supplied by the Japanese ambassador, Fumio Miura, re-emphasized Kano's role and omitted the exaggerations typical of Hancock and other popularizers. 9. Donato Pires voluntarily left or was forced out of the academy that he established on Marques de Abrantes, but he didn't give up on jiu-jitsu. He later established the Estudio Científico de Defesa Pessoal in São Paulo. His assistant instructor was George Gracie, who had long before parted ways with his eccentric and overbearing older brother. Chapter 10 Notes. Chapter 11. 1931. On Saturday, February 28, Carlos Gracie and some of his students at the Academia Brasileira de Jiu-Jitsu started out 1931 by giving an exhibition at the Third Fluminense Boxing Spectacular, O Terceiro Espectáculo Pugilístico do Fluminense, featuring matches between boxers Isidro Say and Ciarita, among others. 1. Taking advantage of crowds gathered to watch boxing matches was a common strategy for publicizing jiu-jitsu. New or recently arrived fighters often did likewise, performing demonstrations wherever there were crowds, such as sports festivals, charity events, fundraising events, and the like. Jiu-jitsu men didn't invent the practice. Everyone did it. Even boxers occasionally engaged in exhibition matches in luta livre programs when a suitable opportunity arose. The Omori to Ruman show. Omori's first of 4 fights with Roberto Ruman took place in 1931 in Sao Paulo. The match was billed as Luta Livre Contra versus Jiu-Jitsu. Ruman was said to have a deep knowledge of Jiu-Jitsu in addition to Luta Livre and had also trained boxing with world light heavyweight champion George Carpentier, too. According to contemporary reports, Roberto Ruman was Syrio-Lebanese, which in Brazil in the 1930s referred to anyone with Middle Eastern origins. He was sometimes described as Jewish. He was 25 as of April 18, 1931. His family name was Neftali. Newspaper articles sometimes referred to him as Bob, in quotation marks. He was educated in Paris, Berlin, and Amsterdam. He made his ring debut in Germany at the age of 14, that is 1920. He defeated Blanc Purcell in a 1 hour and 40-minute match to become the 1924 Paris Olympic Lutte Livre freestyle wrestling champion. Free. It was while studying electrical engineering in Cairo that he met Prail Bert, at that time the strongest man in the world que era na época o homem mais forte do mundo. He made his Argentina debut at Teatro Casino. As of April 1931, he had won all 115 of his fights to date. By February 1932, his record was 131 fights with no defeats. He visited England, France, Italy, Egypt, Syria, Palestina, Mexico, Cuba, USA, Chile, and Peru, and currently lived in Sao Paulo with wife and infant son Rumanito. Although trained as an engineer, he was making a living performing strongman acts in circuses and variety shows. He was known as the man with the muscles of steel, Akko, and despite weighing between 67 and 72 kilos, 147.4 to 158.4 lbs, could lift a 100-kilo man using only 2 fingers. Strongman acts often segued naturally into professional wrestling, and so it was with Ruman. It was inevitable that he would cross paths with Gio Omori. The first Roberto Ruman versus Gio Omori meeting took place on Saturday, June 13, at the Sao Paulo Football Club at Ponte Grande. 5. Ruman, using the Herculean strength that he was famous for, defeated the Japanese jiu-jitsu master with an arm lock. According to later commentaries and photographs, the arm lock was applied from standing, while Ruman executed his trademark Tesora de Rin's kidney scissors. Omori was not the last jiu-jitsu representative to fall prey to Ruman's extraordinary power, but Omori would have a chance, 3 chances to be exact, to settle scores with Ruman. Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira Gym. On May 28, 193, a tournament pitting representatives of Jiu-Jitsu against practitioners of the national game Jogo Nacional, as Capoeiragem was often called, was announced for June 20th at either Botafogo Football Club or Fluminense Stadium, to be decided later. George Oswaldo and Helio Grassi would represent Jiu-Jitsu, and Coronel Eduardo Jose Santana, Mane, Manuel Tito Ferreira, and Demetrio would represent Capoeiragem. But the Capoeiras were coached by former Luta Romana champion Jamie Martins Ferreira, who confidently declared that he had not even the least doubt that Capoeiragem was the best form of self-defense, and tinho a minor. Duvida que a Capoeiragem superara qualquer meio de defesa. 7. 2 weeks later he repeated his claim. Capoeiragem is the most useful method of self-defense a complete capoeira would have. No great difficulty dominating a practitioner of jiu-jitsu, o mais útil de todas os methods defesa pessoal. Capoeira perfeito não terá grande dificuldade em dominar praticante do jiu-jitsu. Carlos Gracie, who coincidentally was present, disagreed. He and Ferreira immediately decided to promote a competition to test the merits of the styles. Though this was almost 2 weeks after the competition was initially announced. In fact, they already had representatives picked out, Oswaldo, Helio, and George Gracie, representing Jiu-Jitsu, and Maine, Manuel, Tito Ferreira, Coronel, Eduardo Jose Santana, and Careca, who had replaced Demetrio, would represent Capoeiragem. Jamie Martins Ferreira was a professional wrestler and 1910 champion of Luta Greco-Romana. 9. He retired in 1916.10. Currently, he was representing Club Carioca de Box at Rua Rosario N 133, headed by Prof. Antonio Rodrigues Alves. 11. A later article reported that he was the director of the Academia de Capoeiragem, where he acquired his Capoeiragem knowledge, if he had any, was not indicated, and some people were skeptical. A note reported in December of 1930 that he was directing a program at the club, and his focus was Gymnastica Sueca Scientifica e Racional, scientific and rational Swedish gymnastics. In February of 1931, a note reported that dozens of young people were training boxing and Luta Romana. Ferreira and Alves also wanted to encourage interest in a purely national sport puramente nacional. So they hired 2 qualified capoeira gym masters as instructors. 13. The national game was described as the art of maneuvering the legs, arte de manejar as pernaces, suggesting that the emphasis was on kicking. In May he announced that he would be offering lessons in both Luta Romana and Capoeira Gym in June at the Club Carioca. The previously contracted masters were not mentioned again. Ferreira evidently did not have a deep knowledge of Capoeira Gym and therefore could not have produced high-level capoeiras in time for the Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira Gym challenge. Some people also doubted the qualifications of his fighters, and later events proved that their doubts were well-founded. Other people questioned the rules of this test of styles, what clothes should be worn, what techniques should be allowed, and so on. One of the first critics was Capoeira Gym teacher Mario Aleixo. Carlos wanted the capoeiras to wear kimonos and posed in a photograph showing that sort of costume he had in mind. 15. The kimono was a standard pre-1906 Judo GI-16 such as was depicted in the books of Irving, Hancock and others of the period, with pant legs and sleeves well above the knees and elbows respectively. Mario Alixo wore one exactly like it in December 17, 1916. Capoeira gym supporters argued that capoeiras did not train or fight in kimonos, so this would obviously give the jiu-jitsu representatives an advantage. A local fan named Duarte objected that the kimono is a large factor in the fight, which will work to the capoeira's disfavor. 18. It was finally agreed that capoeiras would not have to wear kimonos, but instead would wear roupe de lino reforzado, clothes of reinforced linen. Other people objected that either the capoeiras were unqualified or were using non-capoeira gym techniques. For example, a pseudonymous writer called Chouqe da Pinta complained that the prise de tête captioned Prisão de Cabeça in the photograph, posed by Reinaldo, Bala de Bronze, and Manuel Ferreira, man, published in a recent edition of the paper 20 was not a legitimate capoeira gym technique. Capoeiras don't grab, he said. Capoeira gym is characterized by the complete absence of techniques designed to prevent the opponent from moving. He elaborated, capoeira gym se caracteriza pela completa ausencia dos chamados golpe de mão cujo objetivo é tolerar os movimentos do adversário. He wrote again after the program saying the capoeira gym of the boys who confronted the jiu-jitsu players was lamentably weak. A capoeira gym practicada pelos rapazes que enfrentáramos lutadores de jiu-jitsu, sexta-feira, dia 3, fracasando lamentavelmente 21. June 20 came and went. The tournament was rescheduled for July 2 and then July 3 at the Botafogo Football Club. 22. George, Oswaldo, and Helio would fight, while Carlos would give a demonstration of his deep knowledge, profundos conocimientos of jiu-jitsu. He was not shy about extolling his own mastery of the Japanese sport. I will try to demonstrate the superiority of the jiu-jitsu which I have imbibed and synthesized from the inexhaustible source of the profound knowledge of Conde Maeda Koma. Among the critics and doubters was a luta livre instructor named Manuel Rufino dos Santos, who would become a major thorn in Carlos Gracie's side. 25. At last the day arrived, Friday, July 3, 1931, to decide which was the better method of self-defense, capoeira gym or jiu-jitsu. Qual dos dois é o melhor meio de defesa pessoal? Carlos posed with two Munitory students of the academy, Günther Budiheister and Antonio Rocha, both shirtless, Carlos wearing a suit and tie. 19-year-old George Grain Gracie was introduced. The only one among his many adversaries yet who had been able to resist George's jiu-jitsu, it was reported, was Getulio Mariano, 98 kilos, 183 centimeters, of the Sao Paulo Civil Guard. The match terminated without a winner or loser empate after 3 rounds. 26. Helio had suffered a serious trauma to his fígado liver, which was confirmed by an exame de rayos E. In his place, Sao Paulo Jiu-Jitsu champion and former Gracie student Benedicto Perez would measure forces with Oseas, who had replaced Correca. The fighters were meshed by weight. The ring was 6 times 6 meters without canvas or padding. 7 rules were in effect. They were: 1. The fighters will be examined by a doctor who will be present at the fight as well. 2. The rounds will be 5 minutes with 1 minute between. 3. The loser will be the fighter who stops fighting desistia or says that he is beaten, whether conscious or unconscious, se de por vencido, consciente o inconsciente. 4. The fighters will begin standing up face to face. 5. If the jiu-jitsu fighter is thrown or knocked down and unable to get back to his feet within 10 seconds, he will be considered to have lost the fight. 6. The jiu-jitsu fighters will wear kimonos, and the capoeiras will wear clothes of reinforced linen but not shoes. 7. If the capoeiras appear in torn pants, they will be required to wear a kimono selected by the jiu-jitsu representatives. Nothing was specified about prohibited techniques. 27. In a last-minute plug, Diario de Noticias informed readers that the fight between capoeira gym and jiu-jitsu will be absolutely brutal. There is no similarity with boxing or luta romana. The location was Rua General Severiano, accessible by the Praia Vermelha Bond streetcar. The matches were preceded by a demonstration of luta livre by the Smith brothers and began at 9:00 p.m. The referees were Carlos Gracie and Jaime Ferreira. Pereira's opponent was Reinaldo Neves da Silva, Bala de Bronze. 28. Absurd rules. The first match between Coronel and George Gracie was delayed because the Gracie brothers objected to Coronel wearing a chapéu de pano, brimmed hat. Popular Botafogo football player Carlito Rocha intervened and somehow got the action started. Coronel was winning the fight when suddenly he was disqualified for slapping George quando Coronel levava vantagem. Fue desclassificado por ter dado uma pranchada. 29. In the next match, Maine was prevented by the absurd rules Regulamento Absurdo from applying any effective techniques of his game and finally succumbed to a choke Tesora de Pescoco from Oswaldo Gracie. In the final fight, Reinaldo was agile and energetic but hampered by the absurd rules. He could do little and lost to Benedicto Perez. Reinaldo mostruse bastante ágil e enérgico mas também desfavorecido. Pelo lamentável regulamento, pouco pode fazer, perdendo também. Manuel Rufino dos Santos immediately jumped into the ring, took off his shirt, and challenged George Gracie to fight then and there. George didn't reply. Rufino Santos challenged all of the Gracies. Inexplicably, they left the room rather than accept the challenge. They called it a retirada estratégica, strategic retreat. There was a time and place for real fighting, and then and there with Rufino Santos, wasn't it? They seemed to feel. George and Oswaldo may have been tired, but Carlos had no excuse. Capoeira gym instructor Sinjozinho held Rufino Santos' hand up, acknowledging him as the victor in the Battle of Challenges. Jornal dos Sports accepted that Jiu-Jitsu was superior to Capoeira gym but refused to acknowledge the Gracies as legitimate representatives of the Japanese game. The paper reasoned that since Jiu-Jitsu had already been perfected by Jigoro Kano, Akitaro Ono, and Kinzo Takahashi, while Capoeira gym was no longer studied in Brazil, it was to be expected that Jiu-Jitsu would be better. But the Gracie versus Capoeira gym matches proved nothing because the Capoeiras had their hands tied by the abnormal and absurd rules. To compare styles, it would be necessary to permit the representatives of each to use all of the resources of their style. But the Gracies refused to do that, since it had already been conceded that the best Jiu-Jitsu was better than Capoeira gym in its current neglected state. The only conclusion that seemed possible was that the Gracies lacked confidence that they could personally back up their claims. To make that point completely clear, Rufino Santos went to the press to declare that I have challenged Mr. Carlos Gracie many times. He can use his knowledge of Jiu-Jitsu, and I will use my knowledge of luta livre, but he always avoided the match and ran away from my challenge. El siempre tem evitado o encontro, fugindo al Roberto 30. A week later, Capoeira instructor Mario Aleixo also challenged Carlos Gracie, but specified that real Capoeira gym must be allowed. But Aleixo's challenge was significant because he knew fully well how effective Jiu-Jitsu could be when used by a competent practitioner. He had been teaching Jiu-Jitsu in Rio before Carlos supposedly first saw Conde Coma on a variety theater stage in Belém. He had no doubts about Jiu-Jitsu. He had major doubts about the Gracies. 31. Manuel Rufino dos Santos continued challenging the Gracies, calling their July 3rd tournament a bluff hoax. Carlos apparently recognized Rufino as a voice that could be neither ignored nor co-opted. Rufino was a respected sportsman and luta livre instructor. While most other rivals played by the rules of pro fighting promotion, Rufino had a personal dislike for Carlos. His challenges were not abstract style versus style confrontations. He was not interested in meeting representatives. He wanted Carlos personally. Carlos claimed to be willing. As usual, he would negotiate hard for terms that suited him. The specific rules were not yet decided, but Carlos explained that Jiu-Jitsu is a competitive sport and not a fight for life or death. 32. It was not certain that the fight would happen. Rufino and Gracie couldn't agree on the rules. Carlos insisted on short rounds. Rufino wanted long rounds or no rounds. 33. Finally, Rufino agreed to Carlos's conditions. 34. As he later said, it was the only way he could get Carlos into the ring. Rufino Santos promised to donate his purse if he won to charity to Natal das Crianças Pobres do Fluminense. 35. Put on the spot, Carlos eventually offered to donate 30% if he won, making him look somewhat miserly, which might have intensified his antipathy to Rufino Santos. 36. Rufino continued to lobby for what he felt were more realistic ring conditions. Carlos threatened that if Rufino didn't fight him in the ring, under the rules that Carlos wanted, he would fight him in the street. Santos não lutar comigo no ring lutará mesmo na rua. Capoeira gym and Jiu-Jitsu instructor Mario Aleixo, like Rufino Santos, did not think much of Carlos Gracie. Aleixo challenged him on August 19th, repeatedly referring to Carlos as Sr. Gracel. 37. Eugenio Brandão Dufresne was the referee, Wies de Ring. Carlos's close friend and financial provider Dr. Oscar Santamaria was one of the table judges, the others being Dr. Renato Pacheco and Dr. Rodriguez Vieira. There would be 5-minute rounds with 1-minute breaks. The fighters could wear whatever they chose. Striking was not permitted. Points were not scored. The result would be determined by tap-out or knockout. 38. Although it was not explicitly specified, a fighter could desist by simply leaving the ring or not returning to it if he fell or was thrown out of it. The two men appeared to be evenly matched. According to Diario de Noticias, Manuel Rufino dos Santos is strong, agile and smart, qualities which are not lacking in his rival, Manuel Rufino dos Santos é forte, ágil e astuto, cualidades que não faltam ao seu rival. The fight was billed as luta livre contra jiu-jitsu. Rufino's style was called catch as catch can, and Rufino was a catch-catcher. 39. Abandoning the ring. The Gracie vs. Rufino Santos showdown took place Sunday, August 22, 1931 at Estadio de Fluminense Rio on Rua Alvaro Chaves. 40. The program began at 9 with 3 preliminary Luta Romana matches and 3 exhibition boxing matches. The Luta Romana matches were Manuel Lima vs. Longmire, Jaime Ferreira vs. Benjamin, Constant Azevedo, also known as O Bijoca, and Tavares Crespo vs. Alcino Pacheco. Brazilian lightweight boxing champion Joe Assobrab would fight 3 2-round exhibition fights against Antonio Portugal, Mario Francisco, and Crespito, respectively. Rufino Santos vs. Carlos Gracie was the main event. Correo da Man A described the fight as follows. The fight was violent and savage. The first 2 rounds were in Rufino Santos's favor. Near the end of the 3rd round, the fighters went outside the ring and the referee ordered them back to the center. Rufino Santos released his hold, at which time Gracie took advantage to apply an illegal technique, which provoked a lot of disagreement. Carlos Gracie left the ring. At the request of his friends, he returned. The fight was interrupted for more than an hour. The fight was restarted. Gracie left the ring again. Because of that, the referee awarded the victory to Rufino Santos. 1. Diario de Noticias summarized the fight as fracaso in 3 rounds. Manuel Rufino had the advantage until the 3rd round, when both fighters were up against the ropes and about to fall out of the ring. Gracie was above Rufino. The referee shouted, "Center!" And then Manuel Rufino let go of Gracie. Gracie used that opportunity to apply a gravata headlock on Rufino, who had been trusting in Gracie's sense of fair play and the referee's vigilance. There was an argument, and the fight was interrupted. Gracie felt that he won, despite the protests of the fans who severely criticized the method that he had used. After a long delay, Gracie refused to continue the fight, and Rufino was declared to be the winner. Diario de Noticias added a couple days later that neither Rufino nor Gracie were able to use the techniques that they supposedly knew. Rufino applied holds on Gracie that didn't seem to bother him. What happened to the toe holds, the arm locks, the leg locks? None were seen. For his part, Gracie used scissors, which Rufino defended well. But Untold had a slightly different impression of events. When the referee attempted to separate the fighters and direct them to the ring center, Rufino relaxed his defense. Carlos applied a gravata choke and refused to release it when instructed to. According to one table judge, Rufino tapped out and then lost consciousness. Segundo dos juízes, Santos teria dado a signal convencionado de desistencia perdenda, a seguir, os sentidos. According to others, Gracie was in violation of the rules in not releasing the headlock when instructed by the referee. Santos was disoriented and almost unable to stand up. Santos se levantado, completamente estonteado en condicos de mal poderse manter de pie. At this point there was confusion as to what had happened. Some people thought Gracie should be declared the winner. Others thought the fight should continue to the end of the agreed 5 rounds. Gracie did not want to continue, however, and for this reason Rufino Santos was declared the winner. Carlos Gracie que preferiu não prosseguir, motivo porque a victoria foi dada ao seu adversário. 44. What actually happened in the match technically was not described in much detail, apparently because not a lot happened. One report mentioned that Gracie used scissors tesouras. Tesouras at that time generally implied use of the legs for attack and defense rather than for standing. More specifically, it could mean what later became known as the guard position. So Carlos used the guard position in his first and only fight. However, Rufino Santos later said that the ground holds no mysteries for a luta livre man 45, which he proved by nullifying Carlos's guard game. At the same time, Rufino's use of his own legs was less than effective. As one knowledgeable observer later commented, Carlos Gracie had no difficulty escaping from Rufino's head scissor. Carlos obviously also knew how to apply a gravata. That was not surprising, as gravata, literally necktie, was the most commonly used technique by practitioners of both Jiu-Jitsu and luta livre. Partly, it was common because the term had a vague meaning. It could refer to any form of choke, but also to a simple arms around the head hold, in other words, a headlock, with or without effective pressure or control. One report implied that Carlos's gravata had some effect, leaving Rufino Santos groggy. Only Rufino Santos knew how effective the technique was. But it is clear that Carlos was not able to apply his gravata until Rufino Santos voluntarily, if unwisely, let down his defense in the 3rd round. Despite winning the fight, Rufino Santos's performance was not much better, especially in view of his vast advantage over Gracie in ring experience. According to one source, Rufino Santos's record was 73 wins and 1 loss by decision in the USA alone. 47. The final decision was that Santos Rufino won the fight because Carlos Gracie left the ring and refused to return. Rufino Santos won, Carlos lost. It was neither impressive nor satisfying, but with the possible exception of Carlos himself. It was a decision that was undisputed by anyone, including his brother George. If Rufino Santos had left it at that, 3 of the Gracie brothers probably wouldn't have had to cool their heels in jail for a week in 1932, not to mention the time and money wasted in their effort, successful it turned out, to avoid going to prison. But he didn't. His personal dislike for Carlos wouldn't let him. The Rufino Santos versus Gracie fight was a bomb, but the other fights were apparently at least acceptable. Manuel Lima defeated Adam Mayer Longmayer in the 2nd round with a Nelson. Jaime Ferreira defeated Benjamin Constant Azevedo in the 1st round with a half Nelson. Tavares Crespo and Alcino Pacheco drew. In the best segment of the program, Melhor Parte da Noitada, Joe Azabra proved his magnificent qualities as a boxer in his matches with Antonio Portugal Crespito and Mario Francisco. Uri, 2nd rate. Donato Pires was a true practitioner of Jiu-Jitsu, who has a diploma from Conde Coma. 49. He was Carlos Gracie's former friend, employer, and Jiu-Jitsu instructor. Donato was asked to analyze the fight. Even before the fight, Donato didn't think much of Carlos's chances. In his judgment, the jiu-jitsu fighters in Brazil today can't be considered even second class. 50. Donato believed that Rufino Santos won due to his domination of the first 2 rounds and also due to Carlos's illegal tactics in the 3rd round. Donato praised Rufino. Very good. A classical luta livre fighter. He applied his techniques with precision and tightness. Muito boa. Lutador clásico da luta livre. Aplica os golpes com perfeição e segurança. Donato could not spare even faint praise for Carlos. There aren't even second-rate jiu-jitsu fighters in Brazil, he reiterated, alluding To Carlos, no Brasil now existen lutadores de jiu-jitsu nem de segunda clase. Assessing Carlos more frankly, he commented, he uses force and nothing more. His knowledge is rudimentary. He was unable at any time to apply any technique on Rufino Santos, es forcada e nada mais. Sus conocimientos são rudimentares, não tendo en nenhum momento conseguido impolos ao adversario. Donato also cast doubt on Carlos's claim that he had learned from Conde Coma. Something that surprises me is how easy it is for unscrupulous people to claim to have studied with Conde Coma. 51. There was probably only one person in Brazil who was in a better position than Donato Pires to offer an opinion about the quantity and quality of Carlos's training with Conde Coma. That person was Conde Coma himself, then living in peaceful semi-retirement in Belém. If Carlos asked Conde Coma to speak up for him, it is unknown what he said. Donato agreed with some other observers that the referee's indecisiveness was the problem and blamed him for not being more authoritative. Only a rematch would clear things up, they suggested. 2. Despite the disappointing result for jiu-jitsu supporters, some people thought that Carlos was a better fighter than Rufino Santos. In fact, table judge Oscar Santamaria, Carlos's friend, later victim, went even further and claimed that Carlos was a better jiu-jitsu fighter than Conde Coma. Como melhor lutador de jiu-jitsu que o famoso japonês. 5th. Fraud. Rufino Santos seemed to relish reminding the fight world that Carlos had given up. He claimed that Carlos was a fraud. A striking example was demonstrated in Fluminense Stadium on the night of August 22, when my opponent abandoned the ring, he said in an interview. His opponent, of course, being Carlos Gracie. He wouldn't let it rest. He continued hammering at Carlos in 1932, referring to him as the jiu-jitsu practitioner who had fled the ring. To the tumultuous jeering of the fans, O praticante de jiu-jitsu, fugiu do ring sob estrondosa vaia dos assistentes. Rufino Santos asked Carlos, why didn't Mr. Gracie want to continue the fight? Why didn't he want to fight without a limit of rounds until there was a winner? Why didn't he want to fight 20-minute rounds? Why did he want 3-minute rounds and only accepted 5-minute rounds when Mr. Palamenta insisted? Por que, Sr. Gracie? O senhor, não quis continuar a luta? Por que não quis lutar sem número de rounds comigo, até haver vencedor? Porque não quis os rounds de 20 minutos quando les propus rounds de 3 minutos. Rufino Santos pretended to be shocked that a fighter would demand such short rounds. Don't you think that would be a clown act fight, Mr. Gracie? He asked rhetorically. Que luta palacada, hein, Sr. Gracie? Oh, he went on with more provocative questions of the same type. 55. As if losing the fight in such a humiliating manner weren't bad enough, Carlos had to endure an unrelenting post-to-fight assault by his victor. He wasn't the only one who enjoyed sticking it to Carlos. George brought the example up from time to time as well. 56. The day after the fight, Rufino announced a big event pitting representatives of Luta Romana, Jiu-Jitsu, boxing, and Luta Livre against each other. He indicated that he might enter himself and mention Carlos as a competitor. It didn't happen. Carlos never fought again. His lifetime ring record was 1 fight, 1 loss, and 2 no-decision exhibitions with Gio Omori, and 1 other possible but unconfirmed match of some type, which he also did not win. Manuel Rufino also retired from the ring after this fight. Carlos and Rufino would cross paths again, however. Capoeira gym again. Probably to take advantage of the sudden interest in mixed fights, a match was announced between George Gracie and family friend and business associate Jaime Martins Ferreira. As usual, George would represent Jiu-Jitsu. Ferreira would represent Capoeira gym. Ferreira never demonstrated any Capoeira gym skills, and the performance of his students in the Jiu-Jitsu contra Capoeira gym tournament did nothing to enhance his reputation. Another largely or totally self-taught Capoeira gym professor, but one who was taken more seriously and later produced some outstanding students, Agenor Moreira Sampaio Sinozinho entered some of his students. Andre Janssen met Euricio Fernandez in a Capoeira gym match. Caio Mendoca faced Maine, and Ismario Cruz confronted Vico in catch matches. The Capoeira gym matches took place successfully, but the Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira gym challenge did not. Disgusted with the results of the unqualified capoeiras taught by Jaime Ferreira, Mario Aleixo challenged Carlos Gracie. 58. Carlos accepted the challenge. Fine. Somewhere along the way, Carlos stepped aside and substituted George in his place. Aleixo, being a middle-aged man, complained but unwisely agreed to accept the substitution. The fight had been scheduled for early October but was postponed several times for one reason or another. Promoters drafted Jaime Martins Ferreira as a substitute. Mario Aleixo objected, insisting that his contract be honored, saying that Ferreira was unqualified. Januario, who despite his age, a despeito da sua edad, was regarded as a skilled capoeira, was substituted for Jaime Ferreira. The fight was postponed to October 24th. Oswaldo was added to fight Bahiano. Carlos was asked who he thought would win, George or Jaime Ferreira. He did not display complete confidence in his brother. It's hard to say who will win, he answered. Que veio ser difícil dizer qual será o vencedor. 6-1. The event was postponed. Easy opponent. The fight took place on Thursday, November 5th, at Rua do Riachuelo. Oswaldo weighed 64 kilos, Bahiano weighed 86 kilos. 62. The fight was action-packed up to a point, but in the end failed to prove anything about which style was superior. According to one review of the fight, Bahiano didn't reveal notable qualities as a capoeira. He was an easy opponent for Oswaldo Gracie, by 6'3". According to another review, Bahiano seemed to have the best of it in the first round. At the start of the second round, Bahiano, having already taken his best shot to win, had nothing left with which to resist Oswaldo. His carotid choke that left Bahiano in a condition of semi-consciousness to the extent that he couldn't stand up. 6'4". However, the reporter added, it isn't time yet to supplant the national game with the eficiente medio de defensa nipponico. The main event was a 5-round mixed fight between George Gracie and Capoeira Januario, the Terra de Villa Isabel. Januario was a friend of Mario Alexo. He was strong, fast, agile, and dangerous, a complete capoeira. 6'5". He was also a veterano that is old. Inexplicably, Januario didn't show up. In compensation, George and Helio gave a demonstration instead. Caio Mendonça defeated Mani in a capoeira gym match, winning 5 of 6 rounds. In a 5-round, 3 minutes each, luta libre match, Ismario Cruz and Vico Drew Empataram. Andre Johnson and Eurico gave a beautiful demonstration of capoeirajam, both Sinhozinho students. Thanks to Sinhozinho and his students, the program was not an absolute disaster for Caso Absoluto. 6. As a demonstration of the superiority of Jiu-Jitsu over capoeirajam, the program left much to be desired. In terms of stimulating interest in one art over the other, capoeirajam seemed to come out ahead. The Jiu-Jitsu people were not daunted, however. Jiu-Jitsu had one advantage that capoeirajam could not match. That was the promise that anyone could practice Jiu-Jitsu. Exceptional physical attributes such as were required by luta romana and capoeirajam were not needed in Jiu-Jitsu. Gio Omori, accompanied by Carlos Gracie and Paulo Miki Takasao Ferrota, visited the offices of one newspaper to testify that among the Brazilians, I haven't seen anyone who can apply the techniques of the Japanese method of defense Jiu-Jitsu better than the Gracie brothers. He added, with whom I will be working in the near future. In one masterful stroke, undoubtedly coached by someone else among the trio, Omori was able to promote himself, the Gracies, and their imminent mutual productions at no cost to themselves, while providing the paper with usable content and readers with entertainment. No doubt Carlos Gracie learned a few tricks by reading accounts of American fight promoter Tex Rickard, who we know Carlos was familiar with. 6'9". Publicity was the name of the fight game as it was in show business. Working the press was the key. Fresh off his victory over Bahiano, Oswaldo prepared to meet his next challenger, the aging Luta Romana champion, João Baldi. Baldi was surprised to hear that he would be fighting Oswaldo. No one mentioned it to him. Nevertheless, he said, he was willing to fight any of the Gracies, but only with shoes and without kimono, e lutaria apenas com calcao, sem kimono. 1. He was confident. The Gracies had never before encountered an authentic representative of Luta Romana. Moreover, the conditions of the contract allowed him to use all of the resources of Luta Livre, in which he was also well versed. 7-2. He didn't anticipate having much trouble with a 62-kilo mosquito like Oswaldo Gracie. João Baldi was a strong man. Had completed a one-armed snatch, arrachid braco, of 60 kilos, breaking the previous world record of 58 kilos. He also unofficially snatched 120 kilos with 2 arms, 8 kilos more than the world record. 3. Baldi was strong, there was no question about that. But was he strong enough to resist Jiu-Jitsu? Carioca fight fans would soon get the chance to find out. Baldi had been a Luta Romana specialist during the first decade of the century. Beginning in Sao Paulo at the Eden Teatro, operated by Empresa J. Catisen. Most theaters held championship tournaments, campeonatos, the winner of which would become the Brazilian champion or South American champion or whatever champion the theater chose to call him. In 1911, June 4, 1911, Baldi was billed by Pachoal Segreto, S. Teatro Casino, as the Brazilian Luta Romana champion, Luta Romana Campal Brasileiro. Baldi weighed 100 kilos at that time. His opponent on that Sunday was the Sao Paulo champion, F. Ricci, weighing 106 kilos. In 1913, Baldi was the champion of Sao Paulo, 7'5". In November 1913, Teatro Casino held the Campeonato Sul to Americano de Luta Romana, involving a troupe of 8 fighters, José Floriano Peixoto, Casario, Dique, Giovannoni, Nero, Montana, Julian, and Baldi himself. Giovannoni was probably Giovanni Ricevich, the world champion. Baldi may have become the South American Luta Romana champion at this time, or possibly after. Baldi was indirectly responsible for Jack Dempsey's second $1 million gate. It happened at the Club de Mayo on Avenida de Mayo in Buenos Aires in 1916. There he met a gigantic young man, he would have been 22 at the time, who wanted to learn Luta Romana. Baldi tried to explain the rules and show him correct technique. But the youngster wouldn't listen. He simply tried to use his power to throw Baldi to the ground. Baldi gave him such a lesson that the boy spent 3 weeks in bed recuperating. The boy gave up Luta Romana and took up boxing instead. He was Luis Angel Firpo, the wild bull of the Pampas, who later fought and almost dethroned Jack Dempsey on September 14, 1923. By 1920, Baldi was disputing Antonio Esper, the first of several wrestlers known as Dudu, for the title of Campeão Sul Americano in the Campeonato do Teatro Avenida. The match degenerated into a brawl and terminated without a regular result, regular desfeco. However, the next day, Monday, April 19, Baldi was being billed as the Campeão Sul Americano for his match with international champion Gallant. Those triumphs were in the past. Baldi was 51 years old in 1931. He was also heavier, and the extra weight was not necessarily muscle. But the promoters exaggerated his size, he complained. He weighed only 125 kilos, not the 138 kilos claimed by the Gracies. Whatever his precise weight at fight time, he was a big man. His neck was 50 centimeters. His chest 125 centimeters. His biceps 46 centimeters. And his height 172 centimeters, 81. Baldi was unable to keep his luta livre skills polished in Brazil. All of the Brazilian luta livre fighters were too small to provide worthwhile training. The result of this training insufficiency became evident in a pair of back-to-back matches with Romulo Antonelli in São Paulo on Saturday, August 22nd. The first was luta romana. Baldi took that one. The second was luta livre. Antonelli submitted him in the 5th round with a necktie choke, gravata. 8. Mosquito versus Mastodon. After many delays and postponements, the evening of fights and demonstrations took place, beginning at 9 p.m. on Thursday, November 19, 1931, at Teatro República in Rio. In addition to Oswaldo versus Baldi, George Gracie would meet family friend and business partner Jaime Ferreira. Capoeira Andre Jansen would engage in a 5-round capoeira gym contest against Bahiano in what was anticipated as the most spectacular fight of the evening. Caio Mendonça and Zeca would perform a demonstration of capoeira gym. There would also be a demonstration of acrobatas olympicos by Legs Grecs. A4. The event was marketed as Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira Gym. Luta Romana stylist Jaime Ferreira represented Capoeira Gym, despite having few or no qualifications. A Noite published 3 photographs of Ferreira in a demonstration of Capoeira Gym. One simply showed him flexing his muscles. He seemed to be in very good shape for a middle-aged man. Another showed him doing a handstand, and the last showed him in a rasteira, crouching position. According to the accompanying article, Jaime would use a mixture of luta livre and capoeira gym. A5. The main event was Oswaldo versus João Baldi. How long can Oswaldo Gracie hold out against João Baldi? The headline in Diário de Notícias asked, 86. Whether he weighed 138 or 120 kilos, Baldi was still considerably heavier than Oswaldo at 62 kilos, even if he understated his weight, as most jiu-jitsu proponents tended to do. Writers called Oswaldo a mosquito and Baldi a mastodon. 87. Baldi was also more than 20 years older, and probably not in top athletic condition, even though he continued to compete, if that is the right word, in professional luta romana. He may have retained much of his extraordinary strength, and he may have had some knowledge of luta livre. And he may have already resisted Chouque's collar D for CA, attempted by men much larger than Oswaldo. He didn't mention that he had been choked out by Antonelli in August. Despite his strength, he was shaped like a pear. Scrambling on the ground could not have been his ace in the hole. Nonetheless, as Diario de Noticias pointed out, luta livre is a sport that is always full of surprises, como a sport es siempre cheio de sorpresas. Anything could happen and sometimes did. Baldi was confident. Diario de Noticias predicted that Oswaldo would need to draw on all his reserves of strength and technique to avoid a devastating loss, para evitar, Reeves fulminante. After squashing Oswaldo, Baldi wanted to fight Carlos, Helio, and George, and after that Benedicto Perez. After dispensing with this small and bothersome swarm of mosquito-like jiu-jitsu representatives, he wanted revenge against a serious adversary, a big man, his nemesis Romulo Antonelli. 90. Baldi originally said that he would only fight in shoes and without kimono. He was finally pressured into wearing a heavily reinforced kimono. The public protested and demanded that he take it off, but he wore the kimono. Neutral observers had no doubt that it worked greatly to his disadvantage. The fight was scheduled for 8 rounds. Baldi didn't make it past the first. Oswaldo, in no apparent awe of Baldi's great bulk, made several feints before attacking Baldi's foundation. Somehow he was able to apply a choke, golpe de estrangulação. Baldi struggled, and then fell heavily outside the limits of the ring. Baldi got up and tried to take off his kimono. After a period of confusion they restarted and Baldi wrestled Oswaldo to the ground. They started again, and Oswaldo took Baldi down again. This time, Oswaldo finished him off with a choke, chave de pescocio, confirming the efficiency of the powerful Japanese method of defense. The Diario da Noite reported that Oswaldo initiated with a choke. Baldi fell out of the ring, taking Oswaldo with him. Baldi was injured in the fall fico em mau estado, but was helped back in. Baldi then tried to choke Oswaldo with a golpe ao pescoco, but Oswaldo managed to free himself and applied a counter throat lock, chave na garganta. Baldi gave the signal of defeat early in the first round. 93. A Noite reported that the disproportion between the fighters' sizes was chocante shocking. Oswaldo was a mignon, half-pint. Baldi was mastodontico, like a mastodon. They looked like David and Goliath. After several feints, fintas, Oswaldo managed to apply a golpe de estrangulação. Baldi, confident about the muscles in his bull-like neck, tried to resist. Baldi fell heavily out of the ring, caiu pesadamente fora a dos limites do ring. It was the beginning of the end. Led back to the center of the ring, the Luta Romana champion complained loudly about the kimono. Oswaldo hadn't released his choke. Baldi finally managed to free himself. The fight restarted. Seconds later, Baldi fell again to the canvas, victim of Oswaldo's powerful chave de pescoco choke. Knife. Although highly confident publicly, Baldi had some misgivings about the kimono and complained about it. He wasn't a Jew fighter, and the fight was luta livre, so why should he have to wear a jiu-jitsu costume, he asked. Oswaldo retorted that the kimono compensated for Baldi's enormous weight advantage. Baldi ended up wearing a kimono, and as he had feared, it was partly responsible for his loss. The kimono unquestionably made it easier for the jiu-jitsu men to apply their techniques to Baldi's disadvantage. Diario de Noite commented and recommended that in the future the jiu-jitsu people should let their opponents wear what they prefer to more convincingly demonstrate the efficiency of their art. Treason. Carlos Gracie declared that to fight without a kimono would be treason to the sport of Japan. But Gio Omori, who was Japanese, didn't think so. He was ready to fight anyone, with or without a kimono. Omori's reasons weren't philosophical. He wanted to work. There were simply too few jiu-jitsu fighters around to fight. If he wanted to fight regularly, he had to face luta livre opponents, and almost always that meant without a kimono. In time, George Gracie came to the same conclusion for the same reason. In addition, fans preferred no kimono contests because they tended to be more action-packed. But that was all hypothetical. On Thursday, November 19, 1931, Baldi wore a kimono. He got choked and lost. Jaime Ferreira couldn't blame his loss on his kimono. He didn't wear one. It didn't matter. George took Ferreira immediately to the tapé ground and applied a choke, chave de estrangulamento. Ferreira resisted, but not for long. Feeling that he was about to be asphyxiated, he signaled defeat. 6. Although the fight didn't go past the first round, it left a magnificent impression. Deixou el magnifica impressão. In general, unlike Oswaldo's previous fight, the entire program was a success. Andre Jansen defeated Bahiano, a bit less impressively than he did Maine the month before, but enough to earn the decision. Caio and Walter, who like Jansen, were students of Sinjozinho, gave a 7-round demonstration of Capio Iragem that was warmly received. The public also enjoyed the Olympic acrobats. The referee for Oswaldo Gracie versus João Baldi fight was Mario Aleixo, assisted by Hugo Italo, both selected by representatives of the press. Aleixo was a professor of Capoeira Gym and had his own appointment with George Gracie just 2 weeks in the future. He was sure that a real capoeira would have little trouble defeating jiu-jitsu. That is what Ferreira said before the Capoeira Gym versus Jiu-Jitsu show in July. But even Carlos Gracie stopped short of claiming that Ferreira was a competent capoeira or qualified teacher of the art. The most Carlos was willing to say was that Ferreira was a professional, luta romana man who is said to know Capoeira Gym. Ta 97. Mario Aleixo, on the contrary, was highly respected. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary capoeira. He was also a master of the Japanese game. In fact, he had been teaching jiu-jitsu since 1913, before the Gracies came to town, and even before Carlos allegedly met Conde Coma. Aleixo felt secure that the Gracie brother wouldn't spring any technical surprises on him. Aleixo did not approve of Jaime Ferreira pretending to represent Capoeira Gym. It made the national game look bad. Capoeira Gym and Luta Livre people had no illusions about what Carlos Gracie was trying to do, which was to elevate the status of his product at the expense of theirs. The problem was that he recruited patently unqualified people to represent rival styles so that he, or rather his brothers, could impressively defeat them. The ill will this created was tempered by the fact he was creating interest in public fights that other styles could get paid to participate in, and providing newspaper editors with free content. As a consequence, opinions about Carlos Gracie ranged from love to hate with ambivalence in between. No sports fan could be indifferent to Carlos Gracie. He was like a bad penny. He just wouldn't go away. When Ferreira was tapped for the role of Mario Aleixo's substitute veteran, Capoeira Reinaldo complained that Jaime Ferreira knows nothing about Capoeira Gym, and he would only demoralize those who genuinely practice it. Before the Oswaldo versus Baldi fight, rumors had circulated that the fight had been fixed to let Baldi win. Carlos Gracie assured the fans that there was absolutely no foundation to the rumors. The fans were not entirely convinced and remained on high alert, ready to raise hell if they were displeased with the fight. But after the fight, the public was still not convinced that there hadn't been some sort of funny business. Baldi lost suspiciously easily, they thought. 101. The grand equation. Fixed fights were not rare in Brazil, but it was unusual for genuinely fixed fights to attract attention, although it did happen. Rather, rumors were part of what Tex Rickard called the grand equation. Rumors equal to interest and interest equal to money. 102. Jack Dempsey was news in Rio, and few articles about. Dempsey did not mention Tex Rickard, his methods, and the sums involved in his promotions. Carlos read about Jack Dempsey, and therefore he read about Tex Rickard. 103. Rickard's stratagem of planting a rumor about a possible fix, and then firmly and indignantly denying it, was a technique that Carlos Gracie used on more than one occasion. Not only Carlos, of course, all promoters big and small who wanted to sell tickets. It was too easy and too effective not to use. If you were in the fight game, you could not do better than study and emulate Tex Rickard. With $5 million gates in 7 years, 19,211,927, at a time when $1 million was still worth something, Tex Rickard could not have failed to inspire people like Carlos Gracie. Whether Carlos was aware of it or not, Rickard was the man who pioneered and fine-tuned the promotional techniques that made boxing a big business. Carlos had vaguely similar aspirations for his jiu-jitsu. The Flavor of Defeat. On Wednesday, November 25, 1930, when Gio Omori was in Rio again looking for fights. Accompanied by Carlos Grassi, Omori explained to Diario de Noticias that he lived in Sao Paulo and had fought many times in the United States and had never tasted the flavor of defeat. Sem vencido et hoje, now conozco o sabor de una derrota. Carlos had visited the day before as well and insisted that the kimono is part of jiu-jitsu just like gloves are part of boxing, neither more nor less. O kimono faz parte integrante do jiu-jitsu, como as luvas fazem parte integrante do box, nem mais nem menos. Carlos was more Japanese than the Japanese when it came to maintaining traditions that worked to his advantage. But he could also be very nationalistic when that suited his purpose. Omori and Carlos had different points of view about the kimono. The writer asked Omori about his next opponent, Manuel Fernandes, the luta livre champion of the local Portuguese colony. Fernandes wanted to fight Omori, but with luta livre rules, or rather mixed rules. Omori could use jiu-jitsu rules and Fernandes would use luta livre rules. Either way, luta livre rules or mixed rules, neither was anything new to Omori. Aceito alcóndicos impostos por Manuel Fernandes. He didn't want Fernandes to complain later that he lost because of the rules. Acho que él não tem razão a suas desculpas ao ter dias. Omori was confident about his jiu-jitsu, confio no jiu-jitsu é isto, e bastante, but acknowledged that defeat was not impossible. Win or lose, I know how to be a sportsman, he declared. Vencido u vencido, sabere ser sportsman. 104. The writer asked Omori who the best professional jiu-jitsu man in Japan was. Despite his age, Toku is the best exponente maximo do jiu-jitsu. Omori replied. The writer asked about Roberto Ruman, the Sao Paulo strongman and pro wrestler, who Omori had recently fought. Omori said, strong arms, relatively weak legs. Ruman was one of the many fighters in Sao Paulo whom he beat under luta livre rules, he explained, ignoring the fact that he had lost to Ruman 6 months earlier on June 13. As Fernandes pointed out a bit later, one of the luta livre rules that was at issue and would be many times in the future was encostamento dos espaduas, pinning the shoulders. In luta livre but not jiu-jitsu, one could win by holding the opponent's shoulders flat on the ground. It was convenient for maximizing the payoff for a mixed fight. After losing the first fight by rules outside his specialty, the loser could reasonably ask for a rematch using the rules of his own art. Even if there was no rematch, a loser could plausibly spin his defeat into some sort of victory. Mario Aleixo, one of the capoeira partisans who challenged the Gracies after their dubious jiu-jitsu versus capoeira gym tournament, was Mario Aleixo. Being middle-aged, he challenged Carlos, the oldest of the brothers. Carlos accepted, but then somehow found a reason why he couldn't fight and substituted George instead. I challenged Carlos Gracie, but I'm going to fight George. Carlos has accepted my challenge, however he then asked me to fight George, Aleixo complained. 105. Aleixo was not pleased with this development, but perhaps thinking that his knowledge of jiu-jitsu would compensate for the considerable age disadvantage, decided to go ahead with it. The fight was initially scheduled for October 8, 106, postponed to October 15. Then, again to October 22, due to an injury to Aleixo's ankle. 1-7. Eventually he recovered, and the fight was rescheduled for December 3, 1931, 108. Capoeira gym versus Jiu-Jitsu. The Mario Aleixo versus George Gracie confrontation was greatly anticipated. Aleixo was regarded as a great star of Capoeira gym, grande astro de Capoeira gym. 9. Previous Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira gym tests were widely viewed as low-gross frauds and the representatives of the national game, as Medicore fighters who only know how to play act capoeiras medicores, que só sabem fazer ensinacos. 110. It was expected that Aleixo would deal devastating justice to the pretensions of the Jiu-Jitsu cartel. At the same time, fans hoped to see George redeem the family name after Carlos' pitiful performance in August against Manuel Rufino. 111. The base's rules for the fight were negotiated in a meeting of all concerned including promoter J. Carrera at 5 p.m. Monday, October 5 to 112. The rules were made public on October 10th. The fight would consist of 5 5-minute rounds with 1-minute breaks between rounds. George would wear a kimono. Aleixo would wear the type of shirt that sailors wore, blusa simples de marinero. All techniques of each style would be permitted, except attacks to the eyes and genitals, chops, punches, slaps, and pulling the hair, serrao. Permitidos todos los golpes comuns a cada escola, menos no solos, partes, genitais, cudelada, socos, bofetadas e agarra pelos cabellos. In other words, the fight was expected to be jiu-jitsu versus legs. The fight would be decided by knockout, or unconsciousness, or any form of desistencia, including tapping or leaving the ring. Aleixo would be declared the winner if he managed to cleanly knock George down 3 times. Finally, if the fighters made contact with the rope's cordas, they would be conducted back to the center of the ring. Chouqe 113. Aleixo promised to repeat Siriaco's feat, vor pitero feito do Siriaco. On the day of the fight he re-emphasized his intention, I want to, I can, and I will repeat. Siriaco's feat, quero, posso e vou repetir o feito de Siriaco. 114. Aleixo had studied Siriaco's game plan which he described in the following terms. Siriaco took the posture necessary to avoid being clinched, a precaution that has been ignored by the capoeiras who were beaten recently. When his opponent, Sada Miyako, got close, Ciriaco unleashed the fatal blow. There is nothing else that I plan to do. Needless to say, George Gracie will not touch me. In that case, he didn't see defeat on the horizon. Now escribel pues que seja derrotado. George had a different view. He explained, the stage at the Republica is big but not enough to run. If he stays in the ring, I will grab him. When I do, Alexo will be defeated quickly and completely. They both agreed that the key to the fight was distance. Alexo was confident that he could maintain it. George was equally confident that he could close it. 115. The fight took place Sunday, December 3, 1931, at Teatro Republica, on Avenida Gómez Freire 82, in Rio. Massacre. It was a major letdown. Alexo had been overconfident. Far from repeating Ciriaco's feat, he couldn't apply a single technique. He was helpless. It was a massacre. Mario Alexo fue fragorosamente derrotado. Diario de Noticias described the fight in the following terms. The ring performance of Mario Alexo, professor of capoeira gym and a former jiu-jitsu teacher to the civil guards, was worse than it is possible to describe. Mario Alexo didn't apply a single technique of capoeira gym and didn't know how to take advantage of the opportunities that he had. He seemed like a neophyte in front of George Gracie and approached him imprudently. In the first round, George Gracie attempted a gravata. Mario Alexo managed to pull his head out. Nothing else happened. Alexo's major mistake was trying to play George's game. In the second round, Alexo stood in front of George, keeping him off with kicks to the lower leg, pontape sobre a tibia. George fell or deliberately dropped to the ground. Alexo followed him and tried to apply a gravata. He was on top. The writer didn't mention whether George had his legs in play, but from the rest of the account, it seems clear that he did. With George still on the bottom, Alexo initiated a light exchange of slaps, sopapos. George went for another gravata, possibly as a feint. He then swept Mario Alexo fazendo uma ligera volta sobre Mario Alexo and immediately applied an efficient arm lock. The fight was over. 116. It was a pathetic performance. George Gracie beat Mario Alexo, but it wasn't a victory for Jiu-Jitsu over capoeira gym because there was no capoeira gym in the fight. If Mario Alexo had fought like a capoeira, the outcome would have been very different. Rest in peace, Mario Alexo. 117. There were 3 other fights. In the first of 2 capoeira gym matches, Jack defeated Miguel, or Waldemar, according to Correo de Manha, by disqualification in the 3rd round. In the other, Euclides, Veludinho, defeated Mane por varias quedas throws after 5 rounds. In their luta livre match, Jamie Martins Ferreira and Gio Smith drew empatu. 118. Diario de Noite felt that Ferreira and Smith seemed to be afraid of each other and didn't exchange a single luta livre blow during the 15-minute fight, which was a disgraceful fracaso vergonzoso. The police should hold the fighters' purses in the future to discourage such incidents, the paper suggested. 119. Capoeira gym undefeated. Diario de Noticias followed up the next day with more detailed analysis of the fight, and some transparently weak excuse-making for both Mario Alexo and for capoeira gym. Mario Alexo was beaten as a poor jiu-jitsu fighter. Mario Alexo fue vencido como un mal lutador de jiu-jitsu. George Gracie beat Mario Alexo, but jiu-jitsu didn't beat capoeira gym. Mario Alexo was defeated because he didn't want to use capoeira gym. He preferred not to use a single technique of the Brazilian fight. Some people began to have doubts that Mario Alexo really knew jiu-jitsu at all. Mario Alexo did not fight as a true master would have done. From that, it can be concluded that his knowledge of the Japanese game is limited. No real jiu-jitsu master would fight with his arms extended and his neck exposed. 120. Even after his lopsided victory over the old master, the press didn't want to give George his due. Even with his limitations as a jiu-jitsu fighter, Alexo lasted into the 2nd round, they pointed out. If Alexo had been in the ring with Conde Coma, he wouldn't have lasted 30 seconds. 121. Analysts tried to figure out what Mario Alexo had been thinking. Why would a master of capoeira gym not use his superior skills, but instead try to beat his opponent at his own game? Moreover, the match was supposed to be capoeira gym versus jiu-jitsu. It made no sense. The only explanation writers could think of was that Mario Alexo wanted to demonstrate his jiu-jitsu knowledge. 122. He seemed to want to show the public that he was not only a master of capoeira gym, but also a jiu-jitsu expert. 123. Most people had great confidence in capoeira gym. The problem wasn't the national game, but rather the fake and weak capoeiras who were masters at putting on shows but could not even execute a single technique of the national game correctly. Some of them didn't even know the difference between a pantana and a rabo de arraya. Their so-called fights were nothing but clown acts palicadas. Until now, with the exception of Mario Alexo, the Gracies had beaten flawed and limited capoeiras who lacked advanced knowledge of the secrets of capoeira gym. Mario Alexo knew these secrets, but he didn't put them into practice against George Gracie. Sympathizers of jiu-jitsu had no right to boast that jiu-jitsu was superior to capoeira gym, Diario de Noticias cautioned. 124. Enthusiasts of the national game had placed high hopes on Mario Alexo. They had thought that he was a true master. They were profoundly disappointed. 125. What made it even worse was that George looked like a child with his Blonde hair, short pants, and skinny body. 126. The disillusion was complete. Everyone who saw the fight agreed without reservation that Mario Aleixo had been demolished. They also agreed that the defeat was his alone. Mario Aleixo foolishly tried to match his mid-league jiu-jitsu against George's and came out second best. Capoeira Jim had not been defeated because it had not been used. Looking at the fight in retrospect, it is obvious that Aleixo understood exactly what he needed to do to stop George, which was to prevent him from getting close enough to clinch and take the fight to the ground. He explicitly said so, "Now dexaria agrarar pelo adversario." He simply wasn't good enough or young enough to do what he knew he needed to do. In that sense, it was true that Capoeira Jim hadn't been defeated because it hadn't been used. But that was exactly what George Gracie intended. Like every jiu-jitsu fighter, his strategy was to defeat capoeiras and other strikers precisely by not letting them do what they did best. The public and press were unkind to Mario Aleixo. His reputation never recovered. No one mentioned that he had lasted longer against George Gracie than Matsuda and Sada Miyako did against Sam McVeigh and Siriaco in 1908 and 1909, respectively. Jiu-Jitsu versus Luta Livre. Sao Paulo was too small to contain a man like Gio Omori. Sao Paulo was a business town. Paulistas were generally too busy making money to have time for fun. Rio, in addition to being the political capital of the country, was also the national party town. One of the things that Carioca's Rio people liked doing was watching fights. Consequently, Rio had plenty of fighters. Everyone sooner or later went to Rio. As early as January 1929, Omori publicly expressed the desire to fight in Rio. Diario Carioca reported that Gio Omori, the capable jiu-jitsu champion, wants to come to Rio to confront our fighters, Gio Omori, habil campeão de jiu-jitsu, quer vir ao Rio enfrentar nossos lutadores. For the benefit of local readers who did not know him, Diario Carioca explained that Omori, like most other Japanese, was small, but had beaten enormous men such as Irvin Klausner and Ismail Haki, and other notable boxers, as well as numerous capoeiras of middling ability, mais ou menos habeas. As noted above, Omori was in Rio again in November 1931 to challenge any Brazilian or foreign capoeiras, or catch-as-catch-can, jiu-jitsu, or luta Greco-Romana wrestlers who wanted to meet him in the ring. Many quickly responded. Doing so committed them to nothing but guaranteed public attention for whatever purpose they or their managers had in mind. One who stepped up was a strong Portuguese luta livre champion Manuel Fernandes. Negotiations immediately ensued, most of which were regularly reported in the daily newspapers. Details to be ironed out included when and where, what the rules would be, and how the money would be divided. Fights could and were arranged on a few days' notice, but usually negotiations dragged on for many months. Typically, there were numerous delays and postponements, some for unexplained and mysterious reasons, others due to training injuries. Scheduling conflicts, football games had priority, disputes over payment, and mau tempo, bad weather, generally rain. Sometimes after many months of publicity and postponements, the fight simply never happened. In some cases the commission got wind of a work and banned the fight. Other times, most probably, the fight was never intended anyway and was simply publicity, possibly for different fights, possibly to advertise an academy. The Omori versus Fernandes fight was organized by Carlos Gracie and scheduled for December 17 at Teatro República. It was postponed until October 1932, but it is worth looking at now because it represents the standard course of marketing for a fight during the 1930s. 128. Carlos Gracie represented Omori in the rules negotiations. Carlos was opposed to fighting sem kimono without kimono, especially against a larger opponent. Omori didn't care. It might have been a disadvantage, or rather, lack of an advantage depending on one's point of view, but for Omori, it was primarily an economic decision. Most of his potential opponents were luta livre fighters and didn't want to wear kimonos. Omori accepted that fact. But Omori objected to the pinning rule, citing Fernandes' 15 to 20 kilo weight advantage. 129. This was always a problem. Pinning, encostamento dos espaduas, was part of the luta livre rule set, so luta livre representatives pleaded that they would be handicapped if they couldn't make use of it. It was one of the resources of their game. Jiu-jitsu stylists said the same about the kimono. Obviously, concessions needed to be made. More often than not, the luta livre wrestlers' larger sizes provided the pretext. Kimonos and pinning could be used to adjust for weight. As Omori emphasized, "I'm so certain that I will beat him anyway that I gave him the handicap, as promised, of letting him step into the ring without kimono," and other concessions. 130. It was quickly agreed that prohibited techniques included cudeladas, chops, sacos punches, puxos de cabellos, pulling the hair, johadas knee strikes, golpes low blows, and all prohibited techniques of jiu-jitsu. That was unproblematic. Those were the rules in almost all mixed styles fights up until the 1933 George Gracie versus Tico Soledade fight. To put it in modern terms, most or almost all mixed fights were submission grappling matches. Capoeira gym and boxing were obvious exceptions, as they were basically the arts of kicking and punching respectively. However, mixed matches involving strikers were uncommon in the 1930s. It was more common for boxers to participate in luta livre matches, which could but usually didn't include some types of strikes. Naturally, their gloves handicapped them in the grappling part of the fight. Everything was negotiable, but fighters did not want to risk unnecessary injury if there wasn't a good monetary reason for it. The boxers who participated in luta livre fights or mixed fights were generally not among the elite of their profession. Irvin Klausner was the only one who won substantially more than he lost. Tavares Crespo had a winning record, but just barely. Antonio Portugal won 7 of his 26 fights. It is not even sure whether some of them should be considered boxers rather than luta livre men who occasionally boxed. Ismail Haki, for example, had only 15 boxing matches in 7 years, winning 5, losing 10. Some luta Romana men also occasionally boxed. Jaime Ferreira, for example, had a boxing record of 1-20.131. The newspapers and fight people had a mutual interest in providing or inventing stories about fights. Editors needed to fill their pages. Fight promoters were usually nearby, available to offer predictions, drop hints, share secrets, stir up controversies, and pose for pictures alongside their fighters. Can Manuel Fernandez manage to defeat Omori with the kimono? A headline in Anoit asked, Manuel Fernandez, sem kimono, conseguirá vencer Omori? His fans think so, it answered, Os adeptos do lutador lusitano pensam que sem. It was not exactly news, but it was content. It sold newspapers and made advertising space valuable. In addition to the semantically vacuous filler material, Fernandez fans think that he can win. Some genuine, if tentative, information was provided. Preliminary matches were announced. Euclides versus Veludinho, and Bahiano versus Pacha in capoeira gym matches, a jiu-jitsu demonstration by the Gracies, and a luta livre match between Ismario Cruz and Gio Smith, and the final fight, a luta livre match pitting Gio Omori versus Manuel Fernandez, 132. A small box ad above the article read, Academia de Jiu-Jitsu, Curso 36 Aulas, Rua Marquez, Dabrantes, 106, telephone 5-2538. Learning the art of the samurais from the Gracies in 1931 required 36 lessons. 133. But apparently not every detail had been ironed out. Fernandez complained that his purse was insufficient. I don't need to fight for peanuts, he said. Onda now esto morrendo de fomo. He threatened to not fight on the 17th. 134. Omori felt that Fernandez was afraid of him. Está con medo de lutar. It was an audacious challenge to the strong Portuguese fighter, repto audaciosa ao forte lutador português. In the same article, Manuel Rufino dos Santos, instructor of luta livre, catch-can, at Asociação Crista de Mocas, ACM, complained that promoters were using the name luta livre for unqualified people. He called it a grand bluff. The only qualified luta livre people, he said, were his own students, Luis Ferreira Lins, Alvaro, Salamiel de Oliveira, and Manuel Lima. 135. Despite the confidence expressed by Carlos Gracie and his brothers, it was well known that jiu-jitsu was vulnerable to punches. Next to the article mentioned in the above paragraph, there was a picture showing Sam McVia, the American boxer from California, standing over Matsuda. The caption explained that a professional de luta japonesa named Matsuda was knocked out December 30th, 1908, in Marigny, France by a cross to the jaw in the first 8 seconds of the fight. The caption added that Matsuda couldn't do anything. Now conseguiu fazer coisa alguma. The message was not lost on jiu-jitsu representatives. It was probably no accident that the boxers chosen to challenge jiu-jitsu were generally considered to be of limited resources. Potential opponents were not in short supply. The Sao Paulo-based middleweight boxer Paulino Costa accepted Omori's open challenge. He said he would enter the ring as a boxer, but would also use capoeira gym, of which he had profound knowledge. 136. At the same time, George Gracie, with an enigmatic smile, sorriso enigmatico, accepted the challenge. Launched November 19 by Pedro Ivo Pereira de Carvalho, of the Estrada de Ferro Central do Brasil. Like many other people, Pedro felt that the Gracies had only beaten fake and weak capoeiras. He also challenged Mario Aleixo, who had not yet met, and lost to George Gracie. Pedro felt that he could represent the national game better than Mario Aleixo, who after all was not a young man. Aleixo also accepted Pedro's challenge, saying that it would be a pleasure to confront a capoeira who is said to be a Marvel Maravilha. George added that he would be happy to meet an opponent who is capable of offering resistance to his techniques, and look forward to entering the ring with a representative of the national game. 137. On Thursday, December 17, 1931, a scandal broke out, escándalo que rebenta. Fernandez alleged that Carlos and Omori went to his house at Rua Aristides Lobo, N 240, and told him the fight will be arranged so that it ends in a draw. Luta combinada, que terminaria num empate. The next day, Carlos denied the accusation. As later developments proved, combinadas were not unknown, and many fighters took part in them. Given the result of the Omori versus Fernandez fight when it finally did take place, the possibility that a combinada had been orchestrated cannot be dismissed. Sat. 38. Carlos showed that he learned his lessons from Tex Rickard well. The grand equation worked as well in Brazil as in the United States. The Omori versus Fernandez fight did not happen as scheduled, but all that publicity did not go to waste. Carlos challenged Fernandez on behalf of one of his brothers, as was his custom in this case. Helio, who was 18, weighed 64 kilos, and had no previous public fights. If Fernandez managed to last 3 rounds against Helio's jiu-jitsu, Carlos would consider him the winner and let him keep all the prize money, toda a bolsa. Not to be outmaneuvered by Carlos, Fernandez offered to fight 4 or all 5 Gracies. in the same night and promised to take no more than 20 minutes to dispose of them. He also one-upped Carlos by offering to donate half of his winner-take-all purse to homeless Portuguese people. 139. Winner-take-all offers were common, almost the rule. Whether they were genuine propositions or simply marketing tricks is an open question. 140. Professional fighters knew there was always a possibility of losing, and they weren't fighting purely for fun or honor. Promoters didn't need to care, but managers did. Many fights, perhaps most, ended with no winner. In that case, no one would get paid. Everything considered, it is unlikely that the winner-take-all rule was interpreted literally, if indeed it was anything more than a marketing device. When there was time left over from promoting and marketing fights, Carlos, George, and Helio gave demonstrations. One took place on December 18, 1931, at the Academia de Jiu-Jitsu, referred to in the heading as Academia Gracie. Attending were Chief of Police Dr. Baptista Lusarda, Secretary of Police Dr. Manuel Goncalves, future newspaper mogul Roberto Marinho, Oscar Santamaria, and others. 141. Perhaps they were angling for positions teaching the police. That had always been excellent. Grist for advertising. In any case, getting such high-profile people to attend guaranteed press coverage. It was all in a day's work. Steel bars and arm locks. Samsao Sanson was a big, strong young man from Sao Paulo of German descent. He was 22 years old, weighed 94 kilos, and stood 172 centimeters tall. He claimed to have had many fights in Germany, Buenos Aires, and Sao Paulo, including one draw with strongman Roberto Rumen. 142. He was famous for bending steel bars. In December of 1931, he promised that he would do to Gio Omori what he did to those steel bars. Moreover, he would do it easily. 143. Omori didn't consider defeat as even a hypothetical possibility. The son of the country of the geishas Filho do País das Geisas declared that Sanson didn't have enough power to beat him. 144. Omori was aware of Samsao's reputation, but was neither impressed nor intimidated. He was ready to fight the boy under any conditions, he said, but he had two conditions of his own. One was that the winner must take all. The other was that the fight must be decided by submission. 145. The show was rounded out with 3 capoeira gym matches, 1 amateur catch-as-catch-can or luta livre match, all 5 rounds, and a demonstration of jiu-jitsu self-defense techniques by the Gracie brothers. The capoeira gym fights were Amilcar versus Saracura, and Veludinho versus Jackson, also known as Ko-Jack, and finally Coronel versus Bahiano, both former Gracie opponents. The catch match was fought between Vico and Machado. Vico was very experienced. It was Machado's first public fight. He promised that he would try, but couldn't promise to win. But he would. In any case, win or lose, do his best to give the fans an exciting show. The Omori vs. Samsao fight took place Wednesday, December 30th, 1931, at Teatro Republica. It was an 8-round jiu-jitsu versus luta livre match. Omori and Sanson spent the first 2 rounds exchanging spectacular techniques. Troca de golpes spectaculares, but to no effect sem conseguiram seu objetivo. Early in the 3rd round, Omori penetrated. Sanson's guarda cerrada closed guard, took the mounted position and finished with an armlock, chave de braco. A clear picture in a noite shows that it was an up-branching udegarami, often called chave de braco americana. Because of Sanson's enormous belly, Omori was mounted very precariously and couldn't get Sanson's elbow in the now standard paintbrush position, assuming that he tried. Nevertheless, it worked. Sanson was forced to give up in order to avoid a fractured clavicle. 146. Capoeira gym demonstrations usually went over well. How well a capoeira gym fight went over depended on how skillful the capoeiras were. The capoeira gym and catch fights pleased the crowd, with the exception of the Bahiano versus Coronel fight. Agradaram plenamente como excepção da semifinal, travada entre os capoeiras Bahiano e Coronel. Amilcar and Veludinho won their fights by scoring 3 consecutive takedowns quedas. Vico won in the 3rd round with an elbow to the stomach, cotovelada no estomago. The Gracie's demonstration of jiu-jitsu was also well received. The only part of the Bahiano versus Coronel fight, or rather the shameful exhibition that it was, that the fans liked was when the referee Jose Maria disqualified both capoeiras for incompetence. It was a clown act in 5 rounds, uma palacada em 5 asaltos. One of the capoeiras actually seemed to be drunk, disse até que dele foi lutar embriagado. The fans applauded the referee's decision. 147. The Gracie brothers visited a Noite's editorial offices to declare that they intended to donate a percentage of the profits from their next jiu-jitsu promotion to a fund in support of the Brazilian national team in the 15th Olympiad to be held the next year in Los Angeles. Their generosity was greatly appreciated. 148. The Manasseh Muller, American fight promoter Tex Rickard, arguably had a large influence on jiu-jitsu in Brazil. He died on January 6, 1929, in Miami. 149. Jack Dempsey continued fighting, mostly exhibitions, and whatever Jack Dempsey did or said was newsworthy in Rio. On August 25, 1931, the Manasseh Muller fought 4 exhibition bouts in Portland, Oregon, knocking out Bill Hartwell and Dave McRae, both in the 2nd round, and winning decisions over Denny Linhart and Bob Mariels. Jack seemed slower than usual, but none of his opponents had enough skills to test him, reporters decided. 50. Dempsey finally gave up boxing for good in 1932, at the age of 37.151. Among the many boxers the Gracie brothers challenged, Jack Dempsey was not one of them. Possibly he was already retired by the time they thought of it. That was unfortunate. Unlike most other boxers, Jack Dempsey might well have taken them on. 152. Chapter 11, Notes. Chapter 12, 1932. After winning 1 gold, 1 silver and 1 bronze medal, all in shooting, in the 1920 Antwerp Olympic Games, Brazil faltered in 1924, winning no medals, and missed the 1928 Games entirely. The 1932 Games were to be held in Los Angeles, USA. Brazil's elites wanted to send a team. Money had to be found to pay for it. A number of fundraising events were conducted in Rio. One of those was an evening of professional fighting promoted by the Gracie brothers. 2. To maximize attendance, the event featured superstar Gio Omori fighting a boxer. Carlos Gracie's youngest brother Helio would make his ring debut, also against a boxer. The show would also offer boxing, luta livre, and capoeira gym matches, something for all tastes. It wasn't a total act of altruism or patriotism. 5% of the proceeds would be donated to the Caixa Olímpica, CBD. 3. As fundraisers know, offering to donate a percentage of the proceeds generally increases the total intake by more than the donated amount, not to mention the brand-building benefits of the act. People seeking to increase their name recognition can usually be recruited to donate their time. One such was the samba singer-dancer Carmen Miranda in 1932 at the start of her career, later to be, for a while at least, a major Hollywood movie star. 4. The event had been scheduled for January 15th at Teatro República. Omori's opponent was first named as Tavares Crespo, later as Silvano Costa, and then changed back to Crespo by ring time. Helio's opponent would be Antonio Portugal. The luta livre match was José Soares versus Victorino, later replaced by Paul Brito. The boxing match was Antonio Moreno versus Jack das Neves. The capoeira gym match was Veludinho versus Corsico. The luta livre, boxing, and capoeira gym matches were 5 rounds. 5. The boxing versus jiu-jitsu matches were to be 6 3-minute rounds. The boxers would wear 4-ounce gloves. The jiu-jitsu men would wear kimonos. It was promoted as the first time that boxing had been tested against jiu-jitsu. 6. In fact, boxing versus jiu-jitsu was not new, going back to December 31st, 1908 when Sam Macvia knocked out Matsuda in Marigny, France. In 1908, jiu-jitsu representative Matsuda was an unknown quantity, but Sam Macvia was a boxer of the highest order, vastly experienced against top opponents with a heavyweight punch. The same could not be said about Tavares Crespo and Antonio Portugal. Crespo was a welterweight, Portugal was a lightweight. Neither had impressive records. Crespo's boxing record, at the time of the fight, was 43-34-7. Despite his 31 KO victories, Crespo was not regarded as a big puncher. Portugal had less experience overall but more experience losing in relative terms, with a 512-1 record, with 1 win by TKO 9. According to Jornal dos Sports, Portugal had already lost more than 20 fights, most by knockout. Helio Gracie wasn't risking his life in the ring with Antonio Portugal. It was Portugal who challenged Helio, or rather any Gracie. Helio was selected. Despite his lack of boxing skills, Portugal might have felt confident, because he had already knocked out a jiu-jitsu man in Para. 10. Or so it was said, perhaps to hype the fight. Details were not provided. Crespo might have had more legitimate reason to feel lucky. He had had considerable luta livre experience. Of course, the 4-ounce gloves that the boxers would be wearing did not enhance their chances if the contest came to grappling. It was Helio's first fight. Omori was said to be a veteran of 300 combats. 11. In no way did anyone assume that jiu-jitsu was going to have an easy night. Even so, some observers, boxing partisans mostly it seemed, did not believe that Crespo and Portugal were adequate representatives of the arte nobre. According to Diario Carioca, Crespo was technically shot. Portugal lacked energy and was technically flawed. But the writer had faith that even with their deficiencies, boxing would prevail. The reasons were simple, vencerá por simples razões. The simplest reason, the newspaper explained, was that when the jiu-jitsu man got within reach of the boxer's fists to try to apply his jiu-jitsu chave, the boxer, before he felt the effects of the chave, would unleash his own golpe, punch, thereby winning the fight. 12. Diario de Noite expressed similar sentiments on a daily basis between January 11 and the day of the fight. Despite not being a notable puncher, a pesar de não ser esmerdor notável, Crespo's punch was hard enough that if it landed at the right time on the right target, he would certainly win the fight. Hugh Abatala introduced the men who would defend the honor of the sport de Dempsey against the mysterious Asian method of defense enigmático meio de defesa asiático. Tavares Crespo, facing Gio Omori, was the Portuguese veteran known as the Wild Cat Gato Selvagem for his fearlessness and courage, Destemor e Coragem. Despite what some boxing mavens thought, Crespo's punch continued to be devastating, and no one could withstand his onslaught. Antonio Portugal was an experienced boxer who also knew the secrets of jiu-jitsu. 14. Jornal dos Sports considered it a scandal, a scandalo, and a comedy, comedia, that such poor, fraquísimos boxers as Crespo and Portugal were allowed to represent the noble art. Crespo was experienced with over 200 fights, but over the hill, losing regularly to weak opponents. Portugal was also shot him completa decadencia, but unlike Crespo had never been any good in the first place, lacking calmness and fighting spirit, falta la serenidad e espíritu combatividad. In addition to boxing skills and punching power, the Comissão de Boxe, Boxing Commission, suspended both of them for 1 year for demoralizing the sport simply for agreeing to participate. 2 boxing promoters swore never again to use either one in any boxing show in the future. They didn't even wait to find out the results of the fights. Omori was too well known to need comment. It was Helio Gracie's first public fight, but he seemed to know enough about jiu-jitsu to win the fight. He was, after all, a jiu-jitsu instructor. Everyone wanted to get into the act. The policy of open challenges was also an open invitation for clowns and attention seekers. Delmar Xavier and Olympia visited Diario de Noite on the afternoon of the fight on behalf of a friend, Voldemar Passe, resident of Piedade, at Rua Joaquim Silva 119. Voldemar was a jogador de capoeira de grandes recursos, a highly skilled capoeira, his friends guaranteed, and was prepared to step into the ring with any of the Gracies. They promised that Voldemar had the right stuff and would not be submitted. Nothing came of it. That they might not have been entirely serious was suggested by their comment that Voldemar only fought in beach pajamas, pajama de praia. If their intention was simply to get their names in the newspaper, they succeeded. They also inadvertently, or possibly not, succeeded in publicizing the fight and the Gracie brand. Dean, on the afternoon before the fight, at 2 p.m., Carlos, Helio, George, and Oswaldo took time out to assault 51-year-old former Luta Romana champion João Baldi outside the Café Simpatia on Avenida Rio Branco at the corner of Rua Rosario. Apparently, Carlos had tested himself on January 13th against Baldi at the Club Carioca de Boxe on Rua do Rosario. No. 133. And found his jiu-jitsu inadequate to the task. O Campeo Luta Romana Llevou a Melhor. Carlos wanted to even the score. After jumping Baldi and bludgeoning him with a box do ferro steel box, the 4 brothers attempted to flee the scene. George and Oswaldo were collared on the spot by a passing army officer named Newton Medeiros and escorted to jail. Baldi called it cowardly revenge, vingança covarde, and added that what they did was low, and they didn't even use jiu-jitsu, which is supposed be the best fight. No entanto fez isso de uma maneira baixo e sobretudo sem empregar o jiu-jitsu que dizer o melhor arma do mundo. 17. There was no indication that the brothers received any punishment for this act. Perhaps they thought the rules didn't apply to them and that they could settle future disputes in a similarly direct manner. They were partly right and partly wrong. The reports varied somewhat as to who started it, how many Gracies were involved, and who was arrested. Diario de Noticias said that Baldi, according to his own testimony, left the cafe and was surrounded by Carlos, Helio, George, and Oswaldo, who, without saying a word, attacked him with punches, sacos, kicks, rasteiras, and other methods of attack, outros meios de ataque, including a steel box de ferro. Army. Lieutenant Newton Medeiros, passing by on a bus, jumped off and arrested George. Carlos, Helio, and Oswaldo ran away. According to Baldi's account, the incident may have originated in a dispute over money. He claimed that Carlos owed him $100 for the November 1931 fight with Oswaldo. Baldi respectfully asked him about it at the Club Carioca de Boxe on January 13, but Carlos refused, and apparently decided to attack Baldi on the street with the help of 3 of his brothers. 18. Diario Carioca said that Carlos, George, and Oswaldo were arrested, but Correa de Manha and Anoit treated the story as a joke and suggested that the incident was a one-on-one street fight between George and Baldi, which is what George claimed. Correa de Manha said that both George and Baldi were escorted to the police station Conducir os lutadores as autoridades do one distrito. Anoit said that Baldi attacked George first, and they were both invited by Newton Medeiros to go to the police station Convido os a irem a diligencia do one distrito. Such conflicting reports were not unusual. The Diario de Noticias report, due to its detail, lack of sarcasm, and consistency with subsequent events, seems the most plausible. Jiu-Jitsu versus boxing. The fight took place January 16, 1932, at Coliseo Internacional, at Praça da República. The referee for both fights was Sinhozinho. Crespo weighed 71 kilos. Omori generally weighed around 68 kilos, and was probably close to that weight on January 16. Helio Gracie versus Antonio Portugal was the semi-final. Gio Omori versus Tavares Crespo was the main event. Both fights were scheduled for 6 rounds of 3 minutes, with a minute between rounds. Omori took Crespo to the mat even before the gong stopped ringing and quickly finished the Portuguese boxer with a leg lock. 2-1. The local newspapers varied in how much space they gave the result. Some were surprised that the boxers did not do better despite their deficiencies, while others took it as a foregone conclusion. Diario da Noite described the fight in the following way. As soon as the fight started, Omori took Crespo to the ground with a leg scissor. Then with incredible agility, he threw the boxer to the ground. Crespo was stunned and quickly gave up due to the violent leg lock that Omori applied. Helio Gracie versus Antonio Portugal was described in less detail, simply that it was a good fight. Fizaram, bom combate. Both engaged with great enthusiasm, ambos se empeñaron con grande entusiasmo. But Helio undoubtedly, due to his calmness, pulled out the victory. The winning technique and time were not mentioned. 22. Diario Carioca's report was brief but to the point. 45 seconds after the start of the main event, Omori applied a leg scissor to the upper body of Crespo, Tesora de pernas al thorax, and twisted his foot, Torco de pe, forcing Crespo to give up. In the semi-final, Antonio Portugal gave up after sustaining a leg lock to the chest, Chouqe de pernas, no pieto, and an arm twist Torco de braco at 1:45 seconds in the first round. 23. Correo de Manha was not impressed. As had been expected, the two extremely weak boxers were easily subdued by the representatives of the violent Japanese game. 24. Jornal dos Sports described Helio's fight with Antonio Portugal as the disgrace that was expected, foi vergonha que esperavam, which was no surprise given that Portugal was a boxer of the lowest level and boxador sem a menor valor. He tried to throw a few punches, without result. Tendo dado algumas socos, não obteve a menor resultado. Helio stayed cool, waiting for his chance. When it came, he used his legs to apply an arm lock, dar golpe no braco de Portugal, utilizándose das pernas. The fight lasted 1 minute and 40 seconds. Omori's victory was also the disgrace that was predicted, foi vergonha, como tínhamos previsto, but Omori wasted less time than Helio Gracie in dispatching his opponent. Omori feinted and then attacked Crespo's legs with his own legs, investida com as pernas de Crespo, que caiu. Gio Omori seguro Crespo, ergo o atiru o violentamente al solo. Crespo fell. Omori lifted him and then threw him violently to the ground. With impressive quickness, Omori applied a leg lock, de golpe numa, das pernas de Crespo. It took exactly 40 seconds, during which time Crespo hadn't managed to throw a single punch. 25. All three of the preliminary matches, Veludo versus Carrasco, Capoeira, Daniel Cardoso versus Jack Nees, boxing, and Jose Soares versus Paulo Brito, luta libre, ended inconclusively, with no winners and no losers. A comment on terminology is in order. Tesora's scissors referred to a legs around or over the opponent's body position, or even more generally the use of the legs. The exact meaning depended on the specific situation. In the case of Helio's chave de pernas no pieto, what was apparently meant was legs over the opponent's chest, the classical arm lock on the ground position. In Omori's case, tesora de pernas al thorax might have referred a Hasami Geishi fastening counter. And Uchimata would also have been consistent with Jornal dos Sports' description of attacking the legs with the legs. Whatever it was, it worked. Campeonato Paulista de Lutas. Jiu-Jitsu was practiced as an amateur sport by a minority of those who enjoyed competitive wrestling. On Sunday, January 17, 1932, the Campeonato Paulista de Lutas, promoted by Empresa de Diversos Esportivos, was held at Pavijao Alcibiades on Avenida S. Joao 102. There were two Luta Romana matches, Jose Seber, 70 kilos, Germany, versus Giller Orge, 65 kilos, Spain, and Otto Rode, 60 kilos, Germany, versus Fernando Kraus, 60 kilos, Germany. There were two Luta Livre matches, Pantera Negra, 78 kilos, Brazil, versus Abraham Miguel, 76 kilos, Sirio B. Sardelli, 92 kilos, Italy, versus Pedro Caipira, 84 kilos, German. Sardelli also went by the name of Gigante de Guarda Civil. The single jiu-jitsu match was Arthur Ricardo Filho, 68 kilos, Brazil, versus Giacomo Galdi, 70 kilos, Italy. Galdi was less skilled at jiu-jitsu, but was very strong, menos conhecedor das manhas, entre tanto fortissimo. Riqueto Filho in later years reported to have been a student of Gio Omori. Roberto Ruman performed some of his popular feats of strength to ensure a good turnout. 26. The second day was Sunday, January 24. There were 3 Lucta Romana matches, 2 Lucta Livre matches, and 1 jiu-jitsu match. The jiu-jitsu match was Saburo Senda, 62 kilos, Japanese, versus Jacques Giacomo Galdi, 70 kilos, Italian. The 3 Lucta Romana matches were Francisco Ritter, 72 kilos, German, versus Jose Magasarski, 72 kilos, Hungarian, Jose Weber, 70 kilos, German, versus Joao Karner, 68 kilos, Lithuania, and Mascarado versus Joao Dix, Lithuanian, the later in a Sem Limite de Peso no weight limit match. The 2 Lucta Livre matches were Alberto Suleiman, 76, Syrio-Lebanese, versus Pantera Negra, 78 kilos, Brazilian, and Abraham Miguel, 76 kilos, Syrian, versus Benedicto Perez Campos, 78 kilos, Brazilian, 27. The Campeonato continued Sunday, January 31. The 2 jiu-jitsu matches were Romeo Abelito, 64 kilos, versus Joao Stilzender, 71 kilos, and Arthur Santos, 68 kilos, versus Arthur Riqueto, 68 kilos. The Lucta Romana matches were Pedro Idema, 62 kilos, Luxembourg versus Joao Dugasse, 63 kilos, and Victorio Carminati, 79 kilos, versus Francisco Pacaniski, 84 kilos. The Lucta Livre matches were Pacifico Cosignoni, 96 kilos, versus Joao da Silva, 79 kilos, and Benedicto Perez Campos, 79 kilos, versus Pantera Negra, 78 kilos, 28. Benedicto Perez Campos did not compete in a jiu-jitsu contest, although he was described as the Sao Paulo Jiu-Jitsu champion and a former Gracie student when he represented their Jiu-Jitsu Academy in the July 3, 1931 Capoeira Gym versus Jiu-Jitsu tournament in Rio. More than anything, that may show that Jiu-Jitsu and Luta Livre were not very different apart from the kimono, which was never Absolutely necessary, and a few rules. Precisely as Dudu, a luta livre man, and Donato Pierres dos Reis, a jiu-jitsu man, said. Precisely because luta livre and jiu-jitsu were so similar, it was constantly necessary to emphasize their differences. The campeonato continued. The next installment was scheduled for next Thursday, February 4, 1932. Judging from the matchups on subsequent days, it does not seem to have been an elimination tournament. In the jiu-jitsu matches, for example, Galdi fought the first and second days. Riquetto fought the first and third days, and they did not meet each other. Saburo fought only the second day, and Santos only the third day. It is unclear what sort of campeonato this was, or rather how anyone would be declared the champion. Fighters, teachers, and promoters never hesitated to describe themselves, or their clients as champions of one tournament or place or another. In the lead-up to his fight with George Gracie, March 11, 1930, it was reported that Riquetto Flito years ago won the Sao Paulo Jiu-Jitsu Championship, tempo atrás, conquistó o Campeonato Paulista de Jiu-Jitsu, possibly referring to the Campeonato Paulistas de Lutas. 29. One had many opportunities to be a champion, and luta livre and jiu-jitsu were, for at least some purposes, interchangeable expressions. Portuguese Greco-Romana fighter Sebastião Victorino challenged Omori to a jiu-jitsu match, but he didn't want to wear a kimono. Omori had already said that he would accept such fights. Sebastião was undefeated in luta romana, nunca fue vencido, in his own weight class, he said, but had never had a luta livre or jiu-jitsu fight. This would be his first. 30. It didn't happen, but he parlayed the publicity into other, more conventional, luta livre matches. Challenges were a form of self-promotion. Sometimes they led to fights. Usually they led to free publicity, which might have been the purpose in the first place. Everyone seemed to understand that if they wanted to get in the newspapers, all they needed to do was challenge a famous fighter. The more famous the fighter, the more newsworthy the challenge would seem. If he didn't accept the challenge, even better. It was proof that he was afraid, which in turn was proof that the challenger, or his style, was formidable. Rules. Roberto Ruman was busy fighting in Rio. On Saturday, March 5th, he fought Adam Mayer at Teatro Republica on Avenida Gomes Ferreira. 31. In April 2nd, he defeated Manuel Fernandez in the fourth round of a luta livre match by desistencia. On the same show, João Baldi, still winning at the age of 52, defeated De Meyer in 7:30 of the first round. In between, Ruman squeezed in another fight with Gio Omori, the second of four, and the first of two in 1932. The second Gio Omori versus Roberto Ruman fight took place March 12, 1932, at Teatro Republica. Among the 5 preliminary matches, 2 boxing, 1 luta livre, and 1 boxing with luta livre matches, was a match of Galos Cegos, blindfold boxing, pitting Geraldo Silva against Jose Coutinho. An article in Diario de Noite in January, reprinted in April, mentioned that Omori had been defeated by Roberto Ruman. In a recent match, a luta travada ha pouco tempo, at Teatro Republica, it was June 13, 1931. It was, the article went on, fought according to the jiu-jitsu rules, set forth in H. Irving Hancock and Katsukuma Higashi's book Tratado Completo de Jiu-Jitsu, Método Kano, translated into Brazilian Portuguese by L. Ferros and J. Peseu, 1909. Rules 2, 3, and 8 were most relevant. According to Rule 2, a fighter will be considered as defeated when his 2 shoulders touch the ground as the result of a takedown by the opponent. Rule 3 said that the pin must be held for 2 seconds. Rule 8 clarified that if the man on the bottom assumed that position with the intention of bringing his opponent to the ground, or sweeping as we would say today, then he would not be considered to have been defeated. A cartoon illustration in the article showed Omori on bottom, Ruman above. Omori's legs were in what is today called the X guard. However, if Ruman had forced him into that position, Omori would have been considered the loser, by the rules. But given that the first rule each fighter must wear a shirt and belt, cada lutador deve vestir uma blusa y un cinto, was not in effect, the match probably was a luta livre match rather than jiu-jitsu. The luta romana wrestler Antonio Esper's nickname had been Dudu. That was a while ago. Now there was a new kid on the block using the name. He was Orlando America da Silva, more often referred to by his nickname. Next to the Omori vs. Ruman article, the new Dudu explained that he fought Omori in a luta livre match for 2 hours to a draw. He trained both luta livre and jiu-jitsu, and in his view, facile questão de frisar. The difference between luta livre and jiu-jitsu is a matter of emphasis. He was equally successful in both luta livre and jiu-jitsu, Dudu said. He fought Omori's students Carlos Aikido, Arthur Requieto, and Gatti in jiu-jitsu matches and beat them all quickly. He also forced national luta livre champion Archimedes Rogerio to surrender. After 4 minutes, obrigado a desistir ao fim de 4 minutos. Dudu probably wasn't lying about knowing at least some jiu-jitsu, as he trained with George and Oswaldo Gracie. In fact, he sent Oswaldo to the hospital with a broken leg after a January 11, 1933 training session at the Gracie Brothers Academy in Rio. Various authorities were interviewed about the fight. Jiu-jitsu expert Donato Pierres dos Reis was one. Donato was uniquely qualified to comment, being the only man in Brazil authorized by Conde Coma to teach Jiu-Jitsu, o único homem no Brasil que possui diploma de professor de Jiu-Jitsu passado pelo Conde de Coma. His opinion was taken seriously. Donato thought that the techniques of luta livre and Jiu-Jitsu were identical, so it would be difficult to predict the outcome. 34. The fight did not live up to its hype. The fight was weak, uninteresting, monotonous and insipid. R. Ruman e G. Omori. Fisaram uma luta fraca e desinteresante e inegavelmente monotono, insipidez. The fighters seemed afraid of each other. In 40 minutes they only went to the mat twice. Leveram perto de 40 minutos lutando y apenas 2 veces foram ao tapete. Ruman was disqualified desclassificado in the third round by one judge, Manuel Rufino dos Santos, for hitting Omori in the face, and both were disqualified for passivity, falta de combatividad, by another judge, Gumercindo Taboada, an act that was applauded by the fans. Ruman's manager Kid Pratt, however, argued that the decision lacked moral force for Moral because Ruman had neither given up nor lost consciousness, as was required by contract for a decision. The referee and judges disagreed. Although both men were disqualified, Omori was declared the winner. Live. 2 days later, Kid Pratt complained that Ruman was defeated by the referee. Ruman foi vencido pelo juiz. He argued that Omori fouled Ruman but was not penalized, but when Ruman fouled Omori, accidentally he insisted, he was summarily disqualified and deprived of victory. On top of that, Pratt said, Ruman did not have the 10 kilos weight advantage claimed by Omori's camp, but on the contrary was lighter. He weighed 67.5, while Omori weighed 68 kilos, 36. Under the circumstances, perhaps another fight was in order. Ruman and Omori were only halfway through their series. There was more to come. Challenges were the order of the day. On Wednesday, March 16, the masters of Jiu-Jitsu were informed that sportsman and luta libre stylist Oswaldo Cherem wanted to confront one of them. He didn't care which one. Quer enfrentaram dos mestres do Jiu-Jitsu. Carlos Gracie immediately and gladly accepted the challenge Axito o Repto, gostosamente. But nothing happened. It wasn't headline news, but it kept the Gracie name in at least one newspaper for one day. 37. The Gracies were not the only masters of Jiu-Jitsu being challenged. A luta libre fighter from Sao Paulo named Roque Dole apparently was not impressed with either Omori or Ruman. He challenged both of them. 38. As frequently happened, nothing came of it. In addition to being challenged, Ruman issued challenges, his latest address to the Gracies. Ruman's challenge was more specific than most. He proposed 2 luta libre matches followed by 2 jiu-jitsu matches. Carlos replied that the proposal was absurd and added, "We will fight him 1, 2 or more matches. It doesn't matter how. Many lutará él com cualquier de nos jiu-jitsu contra jiu-jitsu m2. 3 sume combates, não importa número." Carlos insisted that Ruman first fight a Gracie in jiu-jitsu, and if he won, they would then fight him in a luta libre match. There was considerable talk about a Helio Gracie versus Ruman match. It also didn't happen, but George fought Ruman once in 1932 and several times later. And not only George, but Oswaldo as well. Credentials. In boosting the merits of jiu-jitsu, the Gracies succeeded to a limited extent in making it popular. But despite their desire to do so, they could not monopolize it. There was only one Brazilian with formal credentials qualifying him to teach jiu-jitsu, and he was not a member of the Gracie family. He was Dontao Pires dos Reis. Omori was not Brazilian, but he had impeccable credentials both on paper and in the ring. He opened a school in Rio in April, close to the Gracies in fact, in Botafogo on the ground floor of Rua Conde de Iraja. 142.40. The fact that he could not speak Portuguese didn't seem to be a problem. Donato did not teach, after exiting or being eased out of the academy that he directed. In 1930, at least not in Rio, and not until 1939. Since there was demand for jiu-jitsu instruction, inevitably, people would emerge to supply it. Some had legitimate lineages, such as Arthur Riquetto, who studied with Omori. To cite one example. In other cases, the legitimacy of the instruction was unknown. On Sunday, April 10th at 4, Kid Simos opened Academia Brasileira e Sports on Rua de Assembleia, No. 95, second floor. Instruction was offered in boxing, luta libre, capoeira gym, and jiu-jitsu. Milk and cookies were provided to guests who attended the grand opening. 4-1. The Gracies could not rely on paper credentials, and some people doubted Carlos's story of having studied 3 years with Conde Coma, which was undoubtedly a fabrication. 2. Carlos seldom mentioned Conde Coma after his debut in Sao Paulo in 1929. By 1932, apparently, the Gracies, or Carlos, were claiming to have introduced jiu-jitsu to Brazil. The claims were refuted by José Brigado among others. Brigado mentioned that it was widely assumed that Carlos learned jiu-jitsu from Donato Pires, who in other articles was referred to as the Gracies' jiu-jitsu teacher. Since the Gracies lacked credentials, they had to get their point across with fights and marketing. Carlos was in charge of marketing. Oswaldo, Helio, and especially George did the fighting. There were 2 problems with fighting. One is that you need opponents. The other is that you might lose. One solution is to pick your opponents carefully. Another is to agree to cooperate. Another is to interpret the outcome of a lost fight in such a way that it seemed to be a victory of some sort. There was still one more problem, which became acutely evident in 1934, when the American catch wrestlers led by Wladek Zbyszko arrived in Rio. Real fights could be boring. A defensive fight in which a small man survived against a big man might have been a good demonstration of the merits of jiu-jitsu. But the fans wanted action and decisive victories, not survival. These were problems that every professional faced, and the Gracies faced them. They attempted to solve them using the standard techniques of professional fighting. But they also had self-inflicted problems that most fighters didn't have. Among the jiu-jitsu fighters Jose Brigado mentioned in his article refuting the Gracies, claimed to be the originator of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Miyoshi Fukushima was exceptional. He was a Japanese who preferred capoeira gem to jiu-jitsu. Japonês que preferia a capoeira gem ao jiu-jitsu. According to Miyoshi Fukushima, capoeira gem was more attractive and effective than the traditional Japanese fight. Mais seductora e mais eficaz que a tradicional luta nipônica. He knew jiu-jitsu but chose to back his grappling up with a national game which he studied with Sinhozinho, which for Agino Moreira Sampaio Sinhozinho was a self-taught capoeira gem instructor, but had a background in every combat sport and most sports in general. He appreciated the virtues of jiu-jitsu, but believed that there were few skilled practitioners in Brazil. Sinhozinho commented that only Omori and the Gracies know how to use the tesoura effectively. Como excepção dos Gracie de Omori, ninguém sabe aplicar com eficiência uma tesoura. Accompanying his comment was a photograph of catch wrestler Jim McMillan applying a head scissor, tesoura a cabeça on Ray Steele, who was trying to bridge out, at Madison Square Garden in New York. According to Sinhozinho, the tesoura is part of the jogo de pés e de pernas, game of feet and legs, and if executed with some skill, can render a man semi-conscious. 40. Sinhozinho was promptly refuted by Salamiel de Oliveira, a luta livre teacher and student of Manuel Rufino dos Santos. Luta livre fighters know the tesoura, Salamiel said, but they use it differently. Jiu-jitsu fighters use their legs for defense, while luta livre fighters use them for offense. Irrelevantly, Salamiel pointed out that Rufino's student Jose Alvaro da Cunha, 65.5 kilos, beat Sinhozinho's student Vico Tati, 46. Sinhozinho replied again, mentioning that Akitaro Ono won many matches with a strong tesoura, como aplicar da formidável tesoura. It was not clear what his point was, but it was evident that people were not unaware that the legs could be used for both defense and offense. 47. Fukushima fought successfully several times and then faded away. Perhaps he had better things to do, or perhaps the catch wrestling boom left smaller, less entertainment-oriented fighters out in the cold. He wasn't the only one. Many fighters had to choose between fighting combinations and not fighting at all. Most had no choice, and some probably found pretending to fight a less painful way of earning a dollar. Controversy. As some cynics might have guessed, the controversial March 12 disqualification, loss for Ruman at the hands of Gio Omori, led to a prompt rematch. It was held on April 18 at Teatro República in Rio. This time, it was expected to be an extremely violent fight. The loser would go home empty-handed. History repeated itself. Ruman again lost by disqualification. Again Ruman disputed the result, insisting that he had defeated Omori according to jiu-jitsu rules, referring to Hancock's book cited above, by pinning him for almost 20 seconds. He would have one more chance later that year to settle scores with Omori. He was so confident that he offered to fight Omori and Carlos Gracie, both on same night. 48. Dudu. Orlando Americo da Silva, the new Dudu, arrived from Sao Paulo to Rio to challenge the Gracies, with or without kimono, Roberto Ruman under any conditions, and Manuel Fernandez or Gio Omori in either jiu-jitsu or luta livre, and anyone else who could draw a paying audience. Dudu had more than 80 fights in luta livre and jiu-jitsu, he claimed. In addition to his 2-hour draw empate with Gio Omori, he defeated Ismail Maki, Sick, Hockey in jiu-jitsu in 10 minutes, M. Gatto in 16 minutes, and Arthur Riquetto in 7 minutes, and in luta livre, he defeated William Tupsu and Theodorio Antonelli, both within 3 minutes, and Archimedes Rogério in 2 minutes. 49. Unlike most challengers, Dudu was looking for more than 15 minutes of fame. He would be a fixture on the professional fight scene in Rio. He was an impressive presence in the ring, defeating jiu-jitsu superstar Gio Omori and drawing with George Gracie, both in 1934. He allegedly broke Oswaldo Gracie's leg in a rough sparring session. Dudu never ducked the behemoths. But his toughest challenge came when he climbed into the ring with a skinny kid in 1935. In the news, Roberto Ruman was in the news again with a large double biceps pose picture in the eye-catching center of the page. He was responding to some critical remarks made by Helio Gracie. Helio was too insignificant for Ruman to take seriously. He focused on Gio Omori and Carlos Gracie. He promised to beat both on the same night in jiu-jitsu versus catch as catch can fights as long as he was free to use all of the techniques of his modality. Lutare com els, e meo Helio, na mesma noite, jiu-jitsu ex catches catch can, isto, e valendome das cabacadas, soco se tudo que permite esta modalidade de luta. He offered to fight Helio too just for the heck of it. He had unkind words about Omori. Referring to their previous fight, he said Omori cried every time Ruman touched him, chorava. Quando eu o tocava dizendo para o juiz, ve, senhor juiz o senhor juiz meu boca, meu dedo. Ruman mocked Omori for forgetting that he had lost by KO to Ruman in Sao Paulo. 50. Ruman had grabbed Omori in a gravata, the headlock that was Ruman's trademark move, and then twisted his arm. Peguei justo uma gravata, A Torchileo Bracco. If Omori and Carlos declined his challenge, it could only be for one reason: they were afraid of him. Carlos and Helio never did fight Ruman. George and Omori did, however. Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira Gym. Oswaldo had been teaching several dozen young people at the Teatro Capitolio in Petropolis, operated by Empresa Roldao Barbosa since February of 1932. He had won some name recognition in November 1931 and took advantage of that now. It helped that his opponent on November 19th, João Baldi, was well known. Oswaldo was described as the same man who defeated the powerful Baldi in a spectacular fashion, mesmo homem que derrotou de modo espectáculo o fortíssimo João Baldi. Oswaldo and his brothers were dedicated body and soul and corpo y alma to the dissemination of the Japanese method of personal defense. By April, he had found a more permanent location for his lessons at Avenida 15 Novembro, No. 856. He named his school Academia Petropolitana de Jiu-Jitsu. The school had been open about 2 months, where he had been teaching the children of Petropolis's elite, Mocos da Elite Petropolitana. The school referred not to the physical location, but to Oswaldo himself. 3. There were not many ways a martial arts school could get free advertising in the 1930s. Demonstrations and fights essentially exhausted the possibilities. Demonstrations had the benefit of being planned so that they could be maximally impressive. Real fights had a different advantage. People were sometimes willing to pay to see them. If the opponent could be judiciously chosen, it was a no-to-lose deal. In April, it was announced that Oswaldo would face Capoeira Octavio Alves, Dentinho de Catumbi, May 3rd at Teatro Capitolio in Petropolis. The program of mixed fights, Competicos Mixtos, would also include a capoeira gym match between Veludinho and Carisco, 4 3-minute rounds, a luta livre match between Jose Soares and Jaime Ferreira, 8 3-minute rounds, and some demonstrations by students of the academy. 54. Adepts of the national game did not regard Dentinho as worthy to represent them. Jose Brigado emphasized that point by describing Dentinho as a capoeira, in quotation marks, followed by a question mark. He also quoted a previous letter by Manuel Rufino dos Santos complaining the Gracie brothers were doing everything in their power to demoralize Capoeirajum by setting up these sham contests. Luta Livre people resented the Gracies' campaign to eliminate the shoulder pinning rule in Luta Livre fights. That was a legitimate way to win in Luta Livre. Why should they give it up, they asked. Are the Jiu-Jitsu representatives giving up their best techniques, they rhetorically asked. The Gracie brothers simply wanted to stack the deck in their own favor by banning or ignoring everything that their opponents were better at doing, they alleged. 5. On the other side, one could argue that when the rules are open to negotiation, the fight actually starts when the rules are negotiated. Carlos had few peers at that aspect of the game. As the doubters had suspected, Dentinho did not put up a good fight. According to Anoit, Dentinho quickly showed that he didn't have the elements to resist jiu-jitsu. Oswaldo and Dentinho went to the ground early in the first round. Dentinho was saved by the bell. In the second round, Oswaldo applied an arm lock that Dentinho couldn't resist. He succumbed, clearly defeated. The fans were not satisfied with Dentinho's performance, as he showed little capoeira gem capability. 56. However, spectators enjoyed the demonstration of jiu-jitsu by students Roger Gouveia, Roldao Barbosa Jr., Ofinkenauer, Senior Gusmao, and a 6-year-old child, as well as the 2 preliminary fights in which Veludinho defeated Corsico by points, and Jaime Ferreira defeated Soares in the second round. Fighters came out of retirement to challenge Omori, the Gracies, and others, and perhaps just hit the spotlight one more time. Salim Yusuf came to Rio in 1915 as part of a troupe of Luta Romana wrestlers. He had been away from the ring for 5 years. Now in 1932, he wanted another go at it, and he didn't want to start back at the bottom. Instead, he challenged the best jiu-jitsu fighter in Brazil, o expoente Maximo do Jiu-Jitsu no Brasil, Gio Omori, in a luta livre, or jiu-jitsu match. Yusuf was from Syria and had been in Brazil 20 years. He was married and lived in Teresópolis, where he had a successful business. He wasn't fighting for money, he said. He was simply complying with the requests of friends and fellow Syrians who wanted to see him in action again. He invited anyone who wanted to fight him to visit his home on Rua Particular N82, Várzea de Teresópolis. 8. Unlike so many others, Yusuf's challenge was not just hot air. The better man, Roberto Ruman and Dudu, had both fought Gio Omori. Now they would fight each other. Omori predicted that Dudu would win before the 5th round. Manuel Rufino predicted that the better man would win, Aumelo Hade, Vencer, and thought that Ruman would be the better man. At 9. Their confrontation took place Saturday, June 11, 1932. Ruman's strength proved to be too much for Dudu's luta livre and jiu-jitsu technique. Dudu desisted in the 4th round. Also on the show were other luta livre and capoeira gym matches, and Annibal Pryor knocked out Bruno Spalla in a boxing match. Jiu-jitsu, according to Irving Hancock, was again in the news. Diario de Noticias published a 2-part article by Fernando de Azevedo explaining the meaning and history of jiu-jitsu, Sunday, June 5, 1932, and Sunday, June 12, 1932. It was replete with misconceptions, such as to mention too that all Japanese people, even geishas, trained jiu-jitsu, and that jiu-jitsu training was the reason Japan's military defeated Tsarist Russia. The article featured a picture of Gio Omori. Brazilians seem to be learning about jiu-jitsu through the interpretations of, mostly, North American popularizers. Perhaps for this reason, a short time later, Gio Omori himself decided to write his own series of articles explaining what jiu-jitsu was. In theory, the fight business in Rio was regulated by the Boxing Commission, Comissão de Boxe, also referred to as Comissão de Pugilismo. The function of the commission, according to Chief of Police João Alberto, was to control all espectáculos, shows of boxing, luta romana, luta livre, jiu-jitsu, and capoeira gym in Terra Carioca Rio. The effectiveness of the regulation depended on the qualities of the people who were appointed to the commission. The previous commission had been dissolved due to the incompetence and dishonesty of its members, who brought ridicule into the sport, which became populated by individuals with fictitious records, clase de individuos, exploradores que aquí aportam com cartes verdadeiramente ficticios. A new boxing commission was appointed, consisting of Ataliba Correa Dutra, president, Silvio Neto Machado, secretary, Leopoldo Del Valle, treasurer, Ignacio Loyola Daher, technical director, and Alberto Farini and Hugo Viana Marquez, doctors. Tenorio de Albuquerque was also appointed due to his qualifications as director of the boxing section of the Fluminense F Club. 61. In July, Club Policial organized a rematch between Brazilian middleweight champion Tobias Biana and Virgulino de Oliveira in Niterói. In addition to 3 other 10-round boxing fights and 1 5-round bout, there would be jiu-jitsu, a demonstration by the Gracie brothers, and an academic match academico, between Gio Omori and Namiki. Jiu-jitsu versus Luta Romana. Former Luta Romana wrestler Yusuf had challenged Omori in March. Preparations had proceeded smoothly, and the two men were scheduled to meet July 9th at Coliseo Internacional. In addition, Minyoshi Fukushima, the jiu-jitsu man who also trained capoeira gym, would fight Saburo Senda in a 5-round jiu-jitsu match. 6-3. However, Omori suffered a serious accident while training with Namiki, it was reported. 4. The injury was not so serious after all, because the fight was rescheduled for Saturday, July 16.65. The main event, Omori vs. Yusuf, was a no-time-limit luta livre contest to be decided, like most fights, by desistencia u perda dos sentidos, give up or co. In addition to Minyoshi vs. Saburo, Dudu, 88 kilos, faced Adam Meyer. 93 kilos, Tavares Crespo, 62 kilos, met Alvaro da Cunha, 66.2 kilos, and Mauricio Levy of France, 68 kilos, confronted Brazilian Roberto Coelho, 66 kilos, in luta livre matches. 6-6. Despite a 39-kilo weight advantage, 105 kilos to 66 kilos, Yusuf was out of his league with the Japanese jiu-jitsu master. After 3 rounds of total domination, Omori put Yusuf away in the 3rd round by gravata americana. In the supporting fights, Crespo won in the 3rd round with a spine press pressão da espinha. Dudu won by trachea choke, chave de estrangulamento na trachea, in 20 seconds, and Mauricio Levy defeated Roberto Coelho by kidney scissors, the Zoroasterins. Minyoshi and Saburo drew after 5 rounds of exciting action, apos. 5 rounds bem movimentados e empolgantes empataram. 68. Short memory. The public had a short memory. In July, columnist Jose Brigado felt that it was necessary to remind readers that the Gracies did not introduce jiu-jitsu to Brazil. Long before them, he wrote, there were Conde Koma and Sada Miyako Sik and others, among whom he cited Gio Omori, Takashi Namiki, Saburo Senda, and Minyoshi Fukushima. He specifically mentioned Donato Pires dos Reis. Donato was the man, he wrote, who some people swore was the teacher of the Gracie brothers. Brigado neglected to mention Mario Aleixo. Although Aleixo had verifiably been teaching jiu-jitsu in Rio even before Conde Koma, his reputation didn't survive his demolition at the hands of George Gracie the year before. Aleixo continued to teach physical education, but he was never mentioned again as an authority on either jiu-jitsu or capoeira gym. Café Muisco. In July, an incident allegedly took place at Café Muisco involving Carlos Gracie and Manuel Rufino dos Santos. Carlos was at the cafe and had put his hat on a chair. Rufino Santos came in later and, without noticing the hat, sat on it. The following conversation between a bystander and Rufino was overheard. Bystander: Acho conveniente que el señor asigna inmediatamente esta póliza de seguro contra accidentes. I think you should immediately take out accident insurance. Rufino Santos: ¿Por qué? Why? Bystander: Porque el señor está sentado sobre el chapéu do campeão de jiu-jitsu, Carlos Gracie. Because you are sitting on the hat of the jiu-jitsu champion Carlos Gracie. Rufino Santos: Now se impresione. Ofereca a polícia al dono do chapéu, que está menos seguro do que eu. I don't care. The owner of the hat should take out a policy. He needs it more than me. 7. Rufino Santos must have been baffled by the description of Carlos's as a jiu-jitsu champion. Carlos's only documented public fight was the 1931 debacle with Rufino Santos, which Gracie lost. It was a luta livre fight. There is no record of him participating in a jiu-jitsu fight other than the 1929 and 1930 exhibitions with Gio Omori, which he also did not win. The only man that Carlos Gracie faced in a fight, a submission grappling contest, defeated him. And that man was Manuel Rufino dos Santos himself. It might have seemed mysterious to Rufino Santos why he would need accident insurance for having accidentally sat on Carlos's hat, if it was an accident. Future events revealed that the advice was probably sound. Rufino Santos would have done well to take out a policy. The fact that Rufino continually reminded him of his weak competition record must have annoyed Carlos, apparently enough to plan and conduct a criminal assault on him that earned him, Carlos, and two of his brothers, sizable prison terms, although they were eventually pardoned. Omori was not merely the king of the hill who everyone wanted a piece of. He issued his own challenges, and no doubt for the same publicity-seeking reasons. For example, he challenged Rufino Santos, who, although already retired, returned the challenge. Both were apparently ready to measure forces. It was typical of most challenges in that nothing came of it. 7. Beginning in July and continuing in August, Omori, or a ghostwriter, contributed a series of newspaper articles explaining to his legions of fans exactly what jiu-jitsu really was, from the point of view of an authentic master and native of the land of its origin. Omori also had his new academy to advertise at Rua Conde de Iraja, N142 in Botafogo. 7.3. A Short History of Jiu-Jitsu. The four-part series was called A Short History of Jiu-Jitsu, Un Poco de Historia do Jiu-Jitsu, and appeared in Diario de Noticias Sunday, July 24, Wednesday, August 3rd, Tuesday, August 23rd, and Wednesday, August 31st, 1932. In Part 1, Omori explained that Jiu-Jitsu evolved from Yawara and Taijutsu over a 500-year period. A jiu-jitsu stylist named Kano Jigoro adapted techniques primarily from the schools or styles Ryu of Hansuke Nakamura, Shibukawa Ryu, Hikosuke Tozuka, Yushin Ryu, Mataimon Iso, Shinyu Ryu, and Tsunehei Ikubo, Kitu Ryu. Kano molded them into what became known as Judo, specifically Kodokan Judo. 7.4. In Part 2, Omori emphasized that Judo was the new name for Kano's system of Jiu-Jitsu, Nutras Eras, O Jiu-Jitsu Chamava, Sejudo, O Jiu-Jitsu Pasu, Ashamar Judo, and elaborated Kano's role in shaping Jiu-Jitsu into a way camino. He explained the history of the Kodokan, the sacred temple of Jiu-Jitsu, Templo Sagrado do Jiu-Jitsu. He described Maeda de Coma, Conde Coma, as a grande mestre de Jiu-Jitsu. He described other great fighters and teachers such as Maeda's own teacher Sakujiro Yokoyama, also known as O Diabo, Yokoyama, Yoshiaki Yamashita, Tsunehiro Tomita, Shigoro Baba, Hajime Isogai, Hideti Nagaoka, and Shiro Saigo. To the right of this article were two others, promoting Omori's upcoming Luta Livre match with Manuel Fernandez, Saturday, August 6. Fernandez had just come off a victory over Dudu, and was confident that he would beat Omori. Omori was equally confident that he would prevail. One thing was certain, the article said, was that the fight would extremely violent, and one of the closest. In recent history, una das peleas mais reñidas dos nosos años sportivos. 7.5. In Part 3, Omori described the rank system invented by Kano, or rather, borrowed, from Japanese chess as way of handicapping practitioners for contests of skill. The belts, in particular the black belt, faixa negra, or faixa preta, was always mentioned in fight publicity as a way to legitimize a fighter who might otherwise be unknown. The public wanted to know the significance of these mysterious items of clothing. Jiu-Jitsu is divided into 10 categories with 10 belts, Omori explained. He described the colors of the belts, and named the people who held each of the higher categories, Dan ranks. The 10th rank was Kano. At 9th rank were Yamashita, Isogai, and Nagaoka. At 8th rank were Iizuka, Samura, 76, and Mifune. At 7th rank were Tomita, Miyakawa, and Tabata. 155 people held the 6th rank. In the 7th through 9th ranks, professors used belts of white and red, but almost all of them preferred to wear simple black belts. In the ranks 1 to 5, there were 30,000 people in 1932, according to Omori. Omori discussed 8 Dan Sakujiro Yokoyama in more detail. He was one of the most complete of Kano's students. He was the master of masters. He died far from home in 1912. He had 4 outstanding students known as Shitenu Quattro Reis, or the Four Kings. The Four Kings were Ito Tokugoro, Ono Akitaro Tataki 6 Satake, and Maeda de Coma Maeda Mitsuyo. The best known in Brazil was Maeda. Anyone who knew him could understand how great Sakujiro must have been. Ito taught American President Theodore Roosevelt, Omori added. Many people asked Omori who the best fighter in Japan was. O melhor lutador de Jiu-Jitsu do Japão. The best was, according to Omori, Toku Sampu, 6 Dan. He was the star of stars, O Astro dos Astros. Sampu and Omori were both students of Ito and trained together many times. 7. In January of 1931, in Hibiya Park, in Tokyo, Toku Sampu agreed to fight 7 opponents, 3 Dans, 2 4 Dans, and 2 5 Dans, all of them strong fighters. His friends did not doubt his capability to beat 7 men, but feared that he might be betrayed by age because he was around 50 years old. They advised him to take on just one opponent rather than 7. But he went ahead and easily defeated all of them. The articles were at least partly intended to promote interest in jiu-jitsu fights and lessons, but were notable for the omission of the sort of hyperbole that marked the writings of Western popularizers such as John O'Brien and Irving Hancock. Looking at them from the perspective of 2013, they were remarkably accurate and even-handed, very much in keeping with the Kodokan, philosophy, and in that sense quite distinct from the marketing messages of Carlos Gracie and other local martial arts entrepreneurs. Champion. The Omori vs. Manuel Fernandes fight was originally scheduled for August 6. Fernandes was the luta livre champion of the Portuguese colony and had a 15 to 20 kilo weight advantage. He promised that he would not give up. Omori would have to knock him out to win. 78. The fight, planned for São Cristóvão Athletic Club SCAC on Rua Figueira de Melo 200, was rescheduled for September 3 to make way for a basketball game. Number of rounds were unlimited, and pinning Clásico Encosto das Espaduas was not recognized as a way to win. Saburo Senda and Mineyoshi Fukushima would measure forces in a 5-5-minute jiu-jitsu contest. Both trained with Omori and Namiki. 2 amateur boxing matches and an 8-round contest between Rubens, Soares and Laro Alves with 4-ounce gloves were also planned. Fernandes wanted to beat Omori so that he, rather than Omori, could fight the North American cowboy Hercules Jack Hilson, who was in Rio giving demonstrations of strength. Hilson had challenged Omori to a luta livre contest. 80. A new jiu-jitsu school. In July, a new school of jiu-jitsu opened in the Realengo neighborhood in the western zone of Rio. The instructor was Jose Barbosa. Barbosa had been a second lieutenant in the army. He studied jiu-jitsu for 2 years in Pernambuco from 1906 to 1908. He became the instructor of the military's physical education center, Centro de Cultura Física do Exército in 1922, where he taught teams of sergeants, officers, and civil guards. 2 of his best-known students were Alberto La Torre Faria, also known as Alfaria, and Roberto Coelho. Coelho became a professional luta livre fighter and challenged George Gracie, who declined. Alberto La Torre Faria became an influential educator, administrator, and fight promoter, and came out on the losing end of at least one run-in with Helio Gracie. A1. Jiu-Jitsu versus luta livre. Omori and Fernandes finally met on September 3. Fernandes was true to this word. He didn't give up. However, the no-time limit rule had been revised. Omori attributed Fernandes' survival to the fact that he didn't have a neck to grab. Now tempescoco para se pegar. Omori finally managed to get grips on Fernandes in the last round, but it was too late. He was certain that he would have finished Fernandes if the round hadn't ended. But it did, and he had to honor the contract, which was for 6 10-minute rounds. Consequently, the fight ended without a winner or loser. Omori's manager counted the number of times Omori threw Fernandes. It was no less than 36 times. Omori wanted another fight, either 10 rounds or without a limit. A decimate was arranged for October 1, 1932, with an unlimited number of 10-minute rounds. Fernandes would have to do more than merely survive. Wrestler Gio Smith wasted no time in challenging Omori. Whatever happened with Fernandes, Omori would not lack opponents. Maybe he could squeeze Smith in before the Fernandes tiebreaker. 84. In fact, that is exactly what happened. Japanese Jiu-Jitsu versus Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. After his debut success against Antonio Portugal the previous January, Helio Gracie was ready for a more difficult test. This time, instead of a mediocre boxer, he would be facing a strong jiu-jitsu fighter named Namiki. The fight was scheduled for September 3 at Teatro República, 85. Namiki was described as an undefeated black belt, faixa preta sendo invicto, and an efficient and extraordinary lutador. He was born in 1911 in Shiki, near Tokyo. He entered Kodokan at December 13, 1911, received a red belt, feia rubra, at December 17, 1928, which was given only to those with the aptitude to represent Kodokan without disgracing its sem des Douro. He received his black belt, faixa negra, from Prof. Kujirai. He came to Brazil in 1930. He had some matches at festivals in Aracatuba, in Sao Paulo State, against other Japanese black belts. After an exhibition with Gio Omori in the ring of the Campo of Santa Ana, a newspaper suggested a match between practitioners of jiu-jitsu. Namiki didn't like challenging people, por me agosto, now desafio, ninguém. But he said he was prepared to face one of the Gracies. Namiki was confident but not boastful. Whatever happens, he said, I will bring honor to my teacher Kujirai and to the Kodokan. Vou para o ring confiante. Qualquer que seja o resultado do combate, saberé honrar o meu mestre Kujirai e o nome da escola de Kodokan. Namiki was training with Gio Omori in Rio. Omori was preparing for his own match with Manuel Fernandes. 86. Helio would climb into the ring with the heavy responsibility to defend his title of undefeated. Subiria ao ring com a responsabilidade grande que era título de invicto. 7. Namiki had also never known a defeat, o formidável japonesa que onda não conchiu a derrota. Considering their actual records, it implied more than it literally meant. In reality, it was a match between 2 fighters who had never had a professional fight between them. Helio Gracie's fight with Antonio Portugal had been an amateur fight. The fight was postponed to September 10 for unspecified reasons. Helio shaved off his mustache. 80. The day before the fight, Gio Omori predicted that Helio would not win. Helio was confident that he would, and wanted to fight Omori. Helio was training with Luta Livre representative Dudu, 89. There would be 4 preliminary fights, all to be decided by giving up or being choked out. The Gracie vs. Namiki match was 8 5-minute rounds. The one other Jiu-Jitsu match and 3 Luta Livre matches were 5 rounds. The Jiu-Jitsu match was Saburo Senda vs. Mineyoshi Fukushima, The luta libre matches were Roncio Barbosa, a strongman, versus Alcindo Pacheco Herminio, a former football player, versus Maurice Levy, and Jaime Ferreira versus Tavares Crespo. Helio weighed in at 65 kilos, Namiki at 72 kilos, 90. The fight took place at Teatro João Caetano on Praça Tiradentes, 9-1. The fight was one of the few that lived up to its promise and was extremely violent, uma luta violentissima. Omori's prediction was correct. Helio did not defeat Namiki. Technically, the fight was draw. His jiu-jitsu had proven to be an efficient method of defense against a grappler in a no-striking, no-points fight. It was less outstanding as a method of attack against a Kodokan black belt according to Diario de Noticias. Namiki dominated most of the fight, 9-2. The next day, the columnist Puncher wrote that, although Namiki dominated the fight, he could not subdue Helio teve o predominio da luta, mas não pode sobrepujar Helio Gracie. Not being beaten by a Kodokan black belt was some sort of victory. In the logic of professional grappling, not losing equal to winning and therefore not winning could also equal to winning as long as one didn't tap out or go out, 9-3. That made it easier to maintain an undefeated record, which in turn made matches involving at least one, and sometimes two, undefeated fighters potentially more attractive. The imagery and symbolism of the black belt was valuable as a marketing tool. The Japanese fighters knew what a black belt really meant. Omori specifically pointed out that there were 30,000 people in the categories of 15, Dan in his August 23 article. But Japanese were small, and jiu-jitsu was heavily hyped as a scientific style of fighting. The word science had just recently been invented, and people in general associated it with knowledge. Based power, vaguely miraculous, but, in theory, under direct human control. 9. Where size and strength were used to hype luta romana and luta libre fighters, and agility to hype capoeiras, Kodokan credentials, belts and diplomas were used to hype Japanese fighters. It was in the interest of the Gracies and other Brazilians to exaggerate the meaning and value of black belts. It automatically made almost any Japanese opponent marketable. It also made a victory more impressive, and a defeat or draw more excusable. The fact that some of the Japanese fighters' Kodokan qualifications were questionable was beside the point. Puncher also described the fight in detail. Technically, Namiki was superior. He always had the advantage. He put Helio in bad positions on the mat whenever he wanted to, and he escaped from anything that Helio could throw at him. Tecnicamente, Takashi Namiki foi o melhor, use sempre com vantagem. Quer quando impunha ellos situações incômodas no tapete, quer quando tinha que se safar golpes desferidos pelo contendor. He also provided a round-by-round account of the fight. In round 1, Namiki attacked and dominated until the end of the round. In round 2, Namiki again attacked and dominated until the end of the round, at which time Helio managed to escape a dangerous position. In round 3, Namiki unambiguously dominated again, dominio franco de Namiki. With less than a half-minute remaining, Helio got Namiki in a headlock, but the round ended. By round 4, both men seemed very tired. They studied each other for a long time looking for an opportunity to attack. Namiki was first to find one and threw Helio to the canvas again, controlling him there. However, Helio showed a lion-like courage and strength, bravura y resistencia leonina. Namiki forced the action, but his efforts were nullified by the bell. Round 5 was one of the most action-packed of the fight. Helio surprised Namiki with an armlock aided by a tesora. He used his legs. Namiki reacted apathetically and didn't seem worried. Helio made a desperate effort but had to let it go. Helio superhende Namiki como un chave de braco auxiliada por uma tesora. Como flugma que caracteriza os homens de Suaracia, o valeroso atleta japonés não se perturbó bastante. Puncher digressed to explain the armlock to his less enlightened readers. The chave de braco, also known as a prisão de braco como tesora, or in French, clefo bras à terre, is a frightening technique that can only be escaped by an expert, and even then only with great difficulty. The Japanese fighter was vociferously applauded. The 7th round was boring, frio and semblances de emoção. Both fighters were very tired, especially Helio. Helio continued to try to avoid Namiki's attacks. Finally, Gracie tried to pull out a victory with a final spurt of offensive effort, but it was too little, too late. Namiki was alert, and Gracie's last-ditch effort was ineffective, sem efeito. In the undercard, Jaime Ferreira scored a sudden and complete, fulminante e decisivo victory over Tavares Crespo, by way of gravata with tesora, a guillotine choke with legs around, probably but not necessarily on the ground. Crespo didn't have a chance to put the techniques of his modality into play. In less than 2 minutes of round 1, he asked the referee to stop the fight. Miyoshi Fukushima and Saburo Senda's match was exciting, simplesmente empolgante. The smaller Saburo conquered the public sympathies. Saburo repeatedly and spectacularly escaped the dangerous attacks of Miyoshi, but finally in the 4th round succumbed to a necktie choke gravata. Bernardo Frota, filling in for the injured Herminio, originally Maurice Levy's opponent, finished Levy in the 2nd round with a footlock shave de pay. Puncher emphasized that Frota was an amateur and had defeated Levy, who was a professional. Geroncio Barbosa beat Alcindo Pacheco in the 4th round by gravata. 3 of the 5 fights were decided by gravatas, headlocks, 1 by footlock. Gravatas were probably the most commonly used technique during this period. Everyone used them. Helio was praised for his effective defense, técnica defensiva muito eficaz, and for having survived, but from Puncher's account, the fight belonged to Namiki. Officially, the result was an impasse draw, so both remained professionally undefeated. Helio, with a record of 0-0-1, Namiki with a 0-0-1 record. Helio would attempt to improve his record on November 5th. Namiki was back in action the next week. Gio Smith challenged Gio Omori immediately after the Fernandez contest. Omori accepted, and the match was made for September 15, 1932, at Cine Teatro Central in Nicteroy, organized by Empresa Pascual Segreto Mores. Pascual Segreto was the man who introduced professional jiu-jitsu to Rio, among many other forms of middle-class and family entertainment. He was keeping the tradition alive across the generations. He handed the reins over to his nephews, Pascual Segreto Sobrino and Afonso Segreto Sobrino. Not much is known about Gio Smith. He was said to be the luta livre champion of England and Germany '96 and had fought Jaime Pedreira in a preliminary to George Gracie versus Mario Alexo in 1931. He and his brother performed acrobatics in the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira Gym Extravaganza in the summer of 1931. They were described as well-known luta livre champions, conocidos campeones de luta livre, 9-7. In some reports his name was spelled Schmith, indicating a German background. It is possible that he was simply an all-around strongman jack-of-all-trades type, ready to do whatever was needed. 9-8. The Omori vs. Smith match was scheduled for an unlimited number of 5-minute rounds. There would a 2-minute rest between rounds. The match would continue until there was a winner. Also scheduled to fight were Saburo Senda vs. Tavares Crespo, 9-9. Takashi Namiki, 5 days after his 8-round manhandling of Helio Gracie, would face Portuguese luta livre champion Sebastião Victorino. These were jiu-jitsu matches with no round limits. Rounds were 5 minutes with 2 minutes rest. Gio Smith and Vico Tadeu would perform an exhibition of strength and gymnastics, exhibição de foca combinada e gimnástica plástica. To cap it off, there would also be a movie, 100. No results were reported, and no mention was ever made of it in any subsequent news article. Since it was to be held in a theater, the two most frequent reasons for postponements, football games and rain, did not apply, and postponements when they occurred were announced. The program probably was cancelled. It was the last that was heard of Namiki. Saburo was scheduled to fight in the 1936 Gio Omori vs. Pacana fight. The fight was planned and marketed but apparently didn't happen. It isn't unusual for information to be missing for small shows in out-of-the-way places, or anywhere outside of Rio. But Omori vs. Pacana was not small, and it was in Rio. The fact that there was no result published in any paper that we know of, and never mentioned, again suggests that it was either cancelled or postponed indefinitely, Sindai. But the fact that he was scheduled to fight indicates that Saburo Senda was still around in 1936. Omori continued fighting. In fact, he stepped up his pace. As far as quantity went, he had few peers. Fred Ebert. North American catcher Fred Ebert arrived in Rio on Tuesday, September 29. His first order of business was to introduce himself to the Rio press. He had just previously been to Porto Alegre, Buenos Aires, Mendoza, Montevideo, Santiago de Chile and other places, he informed reporters. He had been a member of the American Olympic team in the Antwerp Games, 1920, where he was champion of Greco-Roman wrestling. He was also former world luta livre champion, ex-campeón olímpico de luta romana e mundial de luta libre. He was German-American, tutto americano. He fought Jim Londos for 2 hours in 1929. He was 174 centimeters tall and planned to stay in Rio for about 6 weeks. He had defeated Zbyszko and Strangler Lewis, vencido do Zbyszko e Strangler Lewis. He planned to challenge Gio Omori, Roberto Ruman, Manuel Fernandez, Dudu, Namiki and any other fighters in Rio. He was a practitioner of catch-as-catch-can, locally known as luta livre. The writer provocatively asked, who will accept Ebert's challenge? 101. The next day, a note filled in some additional details about Ebert. He was born in California. His parents were German. He entered the ring as an amateur in 1915 until 1921 when he went pro. He fought Jim Londos in Boston in 1929 for 2.5 hours to a draw. He defeated Strangler Lewis, Joe Stecker, and Earl Sick Kadok. He became world champion after his second fight with Lewis, which he won, in Los Angeles. In India, he defeated Gama, who had never before been bested by a white man. He defeated Zbyszko in 2 minutes. Ebert never stopped traveling in search of glory and money, sempre viajando en busca de gloria e dinero. He went to Australia, where he defeated 2 of the country's best wrestlers, at Six Santal and Conde Zaranoff. He defeated English champion Walker Georges in New Zealand. Then he went to Panama and Peru, where he fought and never lost, and to Chile, where he also defeated Quintin Romero Rojas. Finally, he was in Montevideo, Uruguay, where he became champion of South America after vanquishing Argentine champion Jorge Briola, among others. Ebert never really lost his title of world champion, but rather conceded it to Jim London when he beat Chouqe in New York. Ebert came to Rio to challenge anyone who wanted to fight him. 102. Baldi again. Despite his quick loss to Oswaldo Gracie in 1931, João Baldi wanted another crack at a jiu-jitsu master. He did what most people did. He challenged Gio Omori. Omori declined, saying Baldi was too heavy. Baldi responded that Omori easily beat Yusuf von Subem como cuando. Quiz. And Yusuf weighed the Ame as Baldi, so why not me? Baldi asked. 103. In the meantime, Omori accepted Ebert's challenge for a luta livre match, saying that it would be an honor to fight an authentic champion. 014. The next day, it was announced that Omori would fight Helio Gracie on October 8th. Omori insisted that fight be Bolsa al Vencedor, winner take all. Simultaneously, Roberto Rumen challenged Ebert, offering to pay him $500,000 if Ebert could resist his famous headlock. 105. While this was going on, the Omori vs. Fernandez rematch was announced for October 1st. Omori vs. Fernandez, the first, terminated after 6 rounds in a draw impasse. The October 3rd tiebreaker Desempate, to be held at São Cristóvão Athletic Club, would have no time limit. The fight would continue until there was a winner, sem limite de round, ira que haja vencedor, which would be determined only by give up or KO. 106. All offensive techniques were permitted except biting, pulling the hair or ears, fingers in the eyes, low blows, punches and kicks, dentadas, puxos de cabellos, orelhas sacos, dedos nos ojos, golpes baixos and pontapas. Fernandez was training with Fred Ebert, who was training with Dudu. 17. There were 3 preliminary matches. The first was a jiu-jitsu match between Saburo Senda and Ochido. Saburo was Ogaroto Japonés, the Japanese kid. Uchida was the Japanese coach Técnico Japonés. The fight would be 5 5-minute rounds. The winner could only be determined by give up or KO. There was also a 5-round luta livre match between Jamie Martins Ferreira and Amilcar Fortes, and a 3-round capoeira gym match between Euclides Lucio Veludinho and Eduardo de Oliveira, o Perna de Oro. 108. The semi-final was a 10-round boxing match with 4-ounce gloves between Peruvian Emilio Palestine and Mario Francisco. 109. In addition to the preliminary fights, Fred Ebert would conduct a 2 10-minute round Luta Academica exhibition of Luta Livre with the assistance of local hero Dudu. 1 in 10. The fight had been promoted as a no time limit fight to the finish in order to avoid a repeat of the first fight. 111. As often happened, things did not work out that way. The fight started out actively. Fernandez appeared to be better shape than in the September 3 outing. In the 3rd round, Omori threw Fernandez out of the ring, being injured in the process contundiuse. In view of that and the fact that the regular rounds were finished, referee Gumercindo Taboada awarded the victory to Omori. 112. Reports of the fight were not detailed, indicating that there may have been lulls in the action. That was obviously something that could happen in any fight. Promoters often prepared for that possibility by scheduling a little of every type of fight and often demonstrations of one style or another, or gymnastics, or anything else that could please the crowd while promoting upcoming events. The Saburo Senda vs. Uchida Jiu-Jitsu match was violent and hard-fought but unsensational. It ended in a draw. Jaime Ferreira forced Amilcar Fortes to concede in the 4th round. Well into middle age, Ferreira continued undefeated in Luta Livre in his weight class. Significantly, Ebert's Luta Academica with Dudu was the high point of the evening. A exhibição de Fred Ebert foi sensacional e constituiu a melhor parte do espectáculo. Reading the reviews, smart fighters, astute managers, and wily promoters might have calculated that they could satisfy the paying customers while taking less pain and punishment if they introduced some planning into their fights. How much was the obvious question? The writing was on the wall. Omori belatedly responded to Baldi's recent challenge, saying that he didn't reply sooner because he was busy preparing for the Fernandez fight. Needless to say, he would be delighted to fight Baldi. 113. Omori versus Baldi didn't happen, but Omori and Ebert had challenged each other, and Ebert only planned to be around for about 6 weeks. Arrangements were speedily made. Baldi would still be available if an opponent was needed. He challenged Ebert as well as Omori. Jiu-Jitsu versus catch. Ebert was exciting because he was new, he was foreign, and he was temporary. He also had an impressive, if exaggerated, resume. It gave the press ample material to work with. Could Omori resist the man who vanquished Zbyszko and Strangler Lewis? Could Omori do what current world champion Jim Londos couldn't do in 1929, beat Ebert? We will have to see tomorrow, the newspapers informed readers. Gamblers were putting their money on the Luchador Yankee to catch as catch can Ebert, and one couldn't find any member of the local Yankee community who thought there was any possibility of him losing. 114. For the first time, the fans would be able to see someone who knew how to put into practice real catch as catch can. 115. The fight took place Saturday, October 8 at SKC. There would be 6 10-minute rounds. Inexplicably, at the last minute, Omori requested that Kabekata's headbutts not be allowed. Ebert agreed. The fans vehemently disapproved. The lack of Kabekatas made the match more conventional than decisive. The fight was a disappointment. The fight from the first to the last round was without action, as though the fighters were cluelessly waiting for the final bell to ring, punctuated by a few throws. 116. Ebert's reputation, the press build-up, and his recent impressive demonstration with Dudu had misled the fans into expecting a more action-packed battle. They were disappointed. It was a fight without great significance. Luta sem maior significação. The fans were left wondering whether Omori was really so extraordinary, or whether Ebert genuinely tried to apply his skills. They also did not like the fact that the number of rounds was fixed, and that Kabakatas and Pontapé's front kicks were not used. 117. Despite his inability to beat Omori, one writer called Ebert the best fighter to step into a ring in Brazil. 118. Carlos Gracie lost no time in challenging Ebert on behalf of his brother Helio. Could Helio Gracie, in his second professional fight, accomplish what Omori couldn't? Carlos Gracie thought he could. Others were sure he couldn't. Ebert versus Helio Gracie was set for October 23rd. As usual, it would a fight to the finish, determined by give up or KO, with no time limit. O combate deverá ser sem número rounds fixado, desistencia u inconsciencia. Techniques of real luta libre, golpe de verdadero luta libre, such as headbutt, shoulder pins, and others, were prohibited. It would be winner take all, bolsa al vencedor. 119. The publicity machine went into high gear, sometimes in indirect ways. Irineu Magres, a young Gracie student, perhaps acting on his own initiative, but more likely at the prompting of Carlos Gracie, accused Roberto Ruman of proposing a fixed fight with an agreement to draw in order to have a tiebreaker proposum empate para haver dias después, desempate. Irineu boldly declared that despite being the newest student at the Gracie Academy, he was ready to confront the Jewish athlete, Ruman, and was certain that he would defeat him. 120. Ebert was new in town. He had never heard of the Gracies, now Coneco os Gracie, he said. But he had heard Carlos's grandiose claims on behalf of his young brother Helio, veteran of one amateur and one professional fight, Antonio Portugal and Takashi Namiki respectively. Carlos asserted that Helio would defeat Ebert easily, even without a kimono, and that Ebert wouldn't last 2 rounds. He must be a phenomenon. Ebert commented sarcastically. 121. Carlos also accused Ebert and Omori of having worked their fight. It was not an outlandish accusation, and it wasn't the first or last time Omori would be accused of fixing fights, nor was he the only one, far from it. In fact, no one was immune to this accusation. Indeed, some fights, perhaps many fights, actually were fixed. But in 1932, it had not yet become endemic. On 22, the catch wrestlers did not necessarily need to work fights. They simply needed to avoid losing. If no one lost, there would be no winner to take all. Everyone could get paid without extreme fear that the Commission of Boxing would withhold the purses of both fighters, although that strategy was never foolproof. Ambush. Manuel Rufino dos Santos' rivalry with Carlos Gracie was beginning to show signs of spiraling out of control. Perhaps Rufino had not read the reports of the January 14 attack on João Baldi. Perhaps he did not appreciate how effective his needling was in getting under Carlos Gracie's skin. He would find out the hard way. On Tuesday, October 18th, Diario de Noticias published a letter written by Manuel Rufino in which he posed 13 questions, actually 15, for Carlos Gracie. Among other questions, he asked why did Mr. Cesar Gracie ask for a clause prohibiting Rufino from banging Carlos' head on the ground more than once? Why did Mr. Gracie insist on a rest between rounds when Rufino wanted to fight until there was a winner? Why wouldn't Mr. Gracie accept rounds of 20 minutes? Why wouldn't Mr. Gracie accept rounds of 10 minutes? Why did Mr. Gracie ridiculously insist on 3-minute rounds? Why did Mr. Gracie finally accept 5-minute rounds only at the insistence of the editor of Anoint? Why didn't Mr. Gracie apply one of his 42 choke techniques golpe pescoco, as he had promised? Why did Mr. Gracie request to Dr. Renato Pacheco a month later that the fight be annulled? Why didn't Mr. Gracie accept the challenge thrown down by Rufino's student Manuel Lima? Why didn't Mr. Gracie continue the fight when the referee ordered him to? It was because he was afraid, wasn't it? Porque fico com medo now for. Why doesn't Mr. Gracie accept the insistent challenges of Roberto Ruman? Why did Mr. Gracie challenge Ebert on behalf of his youngest brother, Helio, instead of fighting himself? It was because he didn't want to risk his own skin, wasn't it? Porque te medo de arriscar a pel, now eh? No. Rufino Santos wrapped up his lists of questions by saying that Mr. Gracie knows nothing about luta libre. O señor no sabe nada de luta libre. He also promised that if Carlos or any of his brothers could manage a draw with Ebert, he would consider the North American champion defeated, se o soro cualquier irmão so conseguir, empatar com Fred Ebert, considerai o americano derrotado. The letter was specifically addressed to Carlos Gracie and mentioned Helio, George, and Oswaldo only as any of the brothers, and in the context of their challenge to Ebert. Later that evening, at 10 p.m., outside of the Tijuca Tennis Club on Rua Conde de Bonfim, Carlos, Helio, George, and Oswaldo waited in a car for Rufino Santos to arrive. When he did, 3 of the brothers ambushed him. Oswaldo remained in the car. In a reprise of the João Baldi incident in January, they used a steel box de ferro. Unlike the João Baldi incident in January, reports this time were consistent, varying only in the amount of detail they included. According to Diario de Noticias, on the evening of October 18 Tuesday, 1 or more anonymous persons telephoned the Tijuca Tennis Club several times and asked what time Professor Manuel Rufino dos Santos would arrive. When he did, at 20:30, a dark limousine was parked 20 meters from the entrance of the club. Several people called his name. Helio was the first to attack, hitting Rufino's head with the steel box. Taken by surprise by the cowardly blow, Rufino staggered and fell where he was set upon by Helio, George, and Carlos with kicks and more blows from the box which left him unable to effectively defend himself. After a while, people came out from the tennis club and saw what was happening. The Gracies then broke off their attack and sped away in their limousine, leaving Rufino bleeding on the street. Rufino was taken to the hospital and then home. The police began criminal proceedings against the brothers. The writer recalled that the brothers had conducted 2 almost identical attacks before. The first was on their former jiu-jitsu instructor Donato Pires dos Reis in front of the America Hotel in Catete at 1630. He did not mention the date. Donato was attacked by Helio and George. The next victim was João Baldi. It is curious to note, the writer remarked, that in each case a steel box was used. Todas as agressos e curioso a notar, o box de ferro foi utilizado. Chouqe 23. Diario da Noite wrote that the Gracie brothers reunited to fight with the gymnastics teacher Manuel Rufino dos Santos. The fight was unequal and left the one who fought alone seriously injured. The fight was free, very free. There was no referee, no rules, and no honor on the part of the well-known jiu-jitsu professionals. The police didn't approve of the method used by the Gracies and began proceedings to prosecute them. It took 3 Gracies using a weapon to defeat Rufino, and even then not without difficulty. After a while, Rufino faded and dropped. The Gracies continued their attack. Members of the Tijuca Tennis Club and passers-by witnessed the attack and recognized the assailants, who fled the scene. Rufino was taken by car to Posto Central de Asistencia, where he received treatment for severe injuries. 124. Anoit reported that on the night of October 18th, the 3 brothers, residents of Rua Marquez, de Abrantes 106, phoned the Tijuca Tennis Club asking when Rufino would arrive. They waited for him in a car. When he approached the entrance to the club, at 10 p.m., they surrounded him and initiated their attack. Helio wielded the box. All were charged with Article 304 of the Penal Code. George and Helio were also charged according to paragraphs 1, 4, 5, 7, 13 of Article 39, and paragraph 2 of Article 41. The public prosecutor, auxiliary de Justicia Pelo Ofendido, was Dr. Claudiono Victor do Espírito Santo Jr. The Gracie's lawyer, abogado dos denunciados, was Dr. João Romero Neto. The report explained that after a festering dispute concerning questions of sport, the brothers decided to resort to violence. Resolveramos acusados levar a efeito uma agressão como desforco. Their decision to resort to street crime, rather than sport, was unquestionably triggered by Rufino's letter in Diario de Noticias. The report commented. 125. The attack may have seemed like a good idea at the time, but when the police came to get them, they realized that it was time for lawyers and public relations. Both were subjects that Carlos Gracie was familiar with. The brothers, or Carlos, composed a letter defending themselves and mailed it to Anoit. According to the letter, they were merely defending the family honor because Rufino Santos had criticized them. Moreover, no one saw them do it because it was dark, it was raining, and the location was secluded. In fact, they didn't even attack Rufino, and even if they had, they wouldn't need 3 Gracies or even 2. When circumstances permitted, they would prove their innocence. 126. It was an almost childish attempt to avoid the consequences of their actions. Carlos Gracie had overestimated the power of his persuasive skills. The legal system was not impressed. Rufino's letter was entered into evidence. It was officially document number 25. It was obvious that Rufino Santos was criticizing Carlos rather than the family. Additionally, his criticisms were not slanders, but rather facts. Carlos felt insulted by them, which was obviously Rufino's intention, but they were nevertheless facts. And despite the time of night and weather and locations, there were numerous witnesses. The brothers had their backs against the wall. They seemed to realize that ganging up on a rival using a steel box wouldn't work this time. They hired a lawyer. The matter did not go to trial until 1933, but possibly due to complications surrounding the incident, the Fred Ebert versus Helio Gracie fight was postponed to November 5th. The outcome of the case will be described in the next chapter. Gracie versus Catch. Helio was 19-year-old Menino boy with a total ring record of 1 victory in 2 fights, going up against an authentic luta livre champion. Auténtico campeão da luta livre. That didn't bother him. Helio reiterated Carlos's prediction that Ebert would not last 2 rounds. 127. Despite his limited record, Helio was described as a master of the Brazilian rings, un mestre dos rings brasileiros. Helio's confidence was more impressive when we remember that he would not have the kimono to equalize Ebert's advantage in weight. The fight was held at São Cristóvão Athletic Club, ESCAC, on Saturday, November 5, 1932. It was fight with no limit of rounds, no kimono, and no points, and no striking. There would be 3 other luta livre fights: Dudu versus Kid Walker, 6 10-minute rounds Manuel, Fernandez versus Laurindo Armando, and Tavares Crespo versus Manuel Parada, 6 5-minute rounds. The fight was considered a boring flop. Correo de Mana simply reported that Fred Ebert drew with Gracie. There was no winner. 128. Anoit reported that the fight didn't end, but instead, the police suspended it after 110 minutes. O combate Helio Gracie, ex Fred Ebert now terminu. A policía suspendó o después de 110 minutos de luta. The preliminaries also did not offer much excitement. Tavares Crespo and Manuel Parada drew. Dudu defeated Kid Walker and Manuel. Fernandez defeated Antonio Roquefillo, both by desistencia, give up. Gio Amori gave a demonstration of throws with the aid of Dudu, 1-29. Diario de Noticias provided more details about the fight. Ebert was the first to enter the ring. Both fighters appeared calm. Twice, Ebert tried to throw Gracie out of the ring, but Helio grabbed the ropes to avoid that. Ebert fell out through the momentum of his own throw, but he immediately climbed back in, eager to continue the fight. The fight was not exciting, now empolgu. There were too many limitations on the techniques that could be used. If the international rules of luta livre had been strictly followed, the public without doubt would have seen a more stimulating fight. Ebert would have attacked with Kudalada's chops, Jolhada's knee strikes, and Cotovelada's elbow strikes. These were prohibited. Ebert's big mistake was agreeing to that restriction. 1. Time. Ebert applied a simultaneous tesora ao pescoco, neck lock applied with the legs, with a chave de paix, foot lock. It seemed that Gracie would be finished. But sweat allowed the Brazilian to escape. Helio initiated his own attacks. He displayed audacity, bravery, agility, and calmness. Twice Gracie attempted his favorite arm lock, but Ebert easily nullified them. In the 10th round the police intervened. It was late, and they did not want the fight to go on. But after interested parties requested, the police allowed one more round. If there was no winner in the next round, the fight would be stopped. The fight continued with neither man able to achieve a conclusive result. At the end of the 11th round, the police brought the hammer down. The fight was history. The Boxing Commission informed the press that the fight been suspended by the authority of the police, without a decision, ficando sem decisão. Columnist Puncher complained that the commission should not have authorized a no-to-time limit fight with the winner decided only by give up or co, and then stop it, claiming so-called unspecified irregularities. Que irregularidades houve? He asked. The fight was not catch, as catch-can is practiced in North America, he complained. But instead a strange mixture that couldn't satisfy anyone. 1:30. Officially there was no winner. Unoffensively, Ebert claimed victory because Helio hadn't finished him within 2 rounds as he and his brother Carlos had promised. Helio claimed victory because Ebert outweighed him. For marketing purposes, one claim was as good as the other. Manuel Rufino had said that if a Gracie could manage a draw with Ebert, he would consider Ebert to have lost. But Rufino had no official role in the fight. His opinion counted for no more than any other fan. No one was particularly impressed with either man's performance. Helio's defense, under the circumstance, was adequate. Ebert wasn't able to put into play all of the resources of his game, unlike in his recent academic fight. With Dudu, the fans were not pleased with his performance. They wanted action and results, preferably a decisive result, not a moral victory or a victory by not losing. There was one man who Jiu-Jitsu partisans believe could provide it. George Gracie versus Fred Ebert. George was actually the first Gracie to challenge Ebert. Helio got the shot but then failed to deliver on his promise to stop Ebert within 2 rounds. Indeed, he couldn't do it in 11 rounds. Helio garantiu derrotar Fred Ebert em 2 rounds para não conseguiu em 11 rounds. The public wanted to see if George could do better than his brother did. Faça uma melhor figura que seu irmão Helio. 1:31. George signed to fight Ebert on November 18. The fight was scheduled for December 10. George weighed 62 kilos, Ebert about 90 kilos. The fight would be held at SKIC and would begin at 22:30. Jiu-Jitsu rules would apply. Desistencia ou knockout. Pinning encostar da espaduas was not permitted, in view of Ebert's weight advantage para contrabalancar. A diferencia de peso existente entre os lutadores. 1:32. 3 other matches were also planned. Manuel Pires versus Emilio Palestino in an 8-round boxing match with 4-ounce gloves. Herminio de Oliveira versus Alfaria, and Roberto Coelho versus Capoeira Andre Jansen in 6 round of 5 minutes luta livre matches. 133. A Batalla introduced 6 typical techniques of luta livre that fans might expect to see Ebert use. The techniques were 1. Scissor hold with arm lock, Cesar hold com chave de braco. 2. Carotid. Chouqe attack de carotid. 3. Kidney scissor, thesaura de rins. 4. Rear naked. Chouqe with legs around waist gravata de costas com thesaura de rins. 5. Headlock and 6. Hammer. Lock with kidney scissor, hammer lock com thesaura nos rins not shown. 134. All were ground techniques. As Rufino Santos said, Jiu-Jitsu didn't have a monopoly on ground fighting. The ground held no mysteries to a luta livre stylist. Fans hoped that George could do what his brother couldn't. Helio had 11 rounds to beat Ebert but couldn't do it. His defense was impressive, but fights couldn't be won in 1932 with defense alone. Many people believed that George would have an easy job beating Ebert muitos. Acreditam que George terá tarefa fácil em vencer o seu forte antagonista. They based their faith on the fact that George had more ring experience than Helio. Unlike Helio, George declined to predict a round now declara MK round vencerá, but promised not to disappoint his admirers. Saberé me conducir para a victoria decisiva. 135. Carlos Gracie disapproved of the fight, worrying that George would be defeated without his Carlos's guidance. Carlos added that George did not represent the Gracie Academy. Writing from his training camp in Pati do Alfares, about 120 kilometers from Rio, George replied that Carlos was exactly correct, because he, George, had left the Gracie Academy and had established his own academy at Rua do Cate 310, where he was developing his own style and techniques of jiu-jitsu. He was in top shape thanks to his primary trainer Dudu, 136. On Thursday, December 8, George claimed to feel indisposto unwell and requested a postponement. On Tuesday, December 13th, Dr. Cesar Gariz, 2-0, Delegado Auxiliary, refused Chouque's request for a license to hold the Ebert vs. Gracie match, citing the great difference in the fighters' weights, 138. It was just one of the many surprises that Luta Livre fans had already come to expect. Both George Gracie and Ebert went about their business. George immediately began getting ready for a major jiu-jitsu showdown with the Japanese master Gio Omori, followed not long after by what was probably the most significant fight in Vale Tudo history, the July 8 Rumble, with Tico Soledade, arguably the first true Vale Tudo fight in Brazil. Ebert returned to his specialty of fighting professional wrestlers of the more conventional kind. His next fight was with Roberto Ruman. On December 15th, Jaime Ferreira announced that he would be opening a school of self-defense, Luta Livre, and Capoeira Gym. On December 20, at the Luar Dance Studio, formerly the Flamengo Box Club, 139. Jiu-Jitsu versus Muscles of Steel. In the last month of the year, Helio Gracie was set to climb into the ring with Gio Omori on December 4th for a jiu-jitsu match. The match was postponed sine die indefinitely, 140. Instead, Gio Omori signed to fight Roberto Ruman again. It was the third time that year. The fight was scheduled for December 17 at Estadio Riachuelo on Rua Riachuelo, N221. It was postponed due to mau tempo bad weather, and was reset for December 20th. The fight had a tumultuous and unforeseen result. Ruman was disqualified, and Omori was declared the winner. A columnist called ASB commented that the disqualification was a mistake, resulting from referee Ignacio de Loyola Daher's ignorance of Luta Livre. In addition, Ruman was profoundly unlucky that night. On his way to the ring, he tripped and fell on his already injured knee. Despite atrocious pain, he entered the ring where Omori was waiting. At the start of the fight, it could be seen that the fighters were not disposed to make their maximum effort. The reporter felt that the fighters were faking and didn't really want to fight. Nonetheless, the first round had some exciting moments. Omori applied a Thesaura de Rins and Golpe de Estrangulamento, choke from guard position. Thanks to his prodigious strength, Rumanan was able to free himself from Omori's hold. In the second round, the same thing happened. But then Ruman applied his famous Gravata Esquerda, left side headlock, from which it seemed Omori was lost. But Omori was saved when the referee separated them because they had gone beyond the ropes. Ruman then took Omori to the ground. It seemed that Ruman held Omori's shoulders to the canvas for more than 2 seconds, but the referee didn't notice. The president of the boxing commission, Ataiba Dutra, declared that Omori's shoulders had not touched the ground. Ruman disagreed, but accepted the ruling. The fight continued monotonously. Omori took Ruman to the ground, and they both fell out of the ropes. The referee did not send them back to the center of the ring. Ruman secured a kidney lock, Thesaura de Rins, on Omori. This time the referee ordered them back to the center of the ring. Ruman protested this double standard. Ruman was still in pain from his knee and frustrated by the referee's inconsistent enforcement of the rules. Ruman wore shoes as permitted by Luta Livre rules. Omori didn't, as was his option. However, when Ruman kicked Omori golpe komapi, he was admonished by referee Loyola, who thought that only Omori could do that, being barefooted. In the 9th round, Omori attacked Ruman with gulps a garganta throat techniques and poked Ruman in the eye. Ruman retaliated by punching Omori twice. Omori complained to the judges and then kicked Ruman in the stomach. Referee Loyola Daher, without consulting the other official, Celso Furtado de Mendonca, held up Omori's hand in victory. There was protest and applause. Some fans thought Ruman should have won, 141. After the fight, Ruman was disgusted. He liked Brazil, he said, but didn't feel he could get a fair shake from the establishment. He might go to Argentina or Europe or the United States. 142. Ruman stayed in Brazil and had many more fights, usually with Luta Livre stylists, but also some with jiu-jitsu representatives who were not averse to participating in pro wrestling matches. The list of jiu-jitsu practitioners who engaged in pro wrestling essentially included all of them, with one definite exception. Their reasoning was, no doubt, that the time for proving the efficiency of jiu-jitsu and the time for paying the rent were different, and the later was a necessity rather than a luxury. Engaging in a pro wrestling match did not reflect on jiu-jitsu in their thinking. The one exception, Helio Gracie, disagreed. 143. Chapter 12 notes. Chapter 13. 1933. In December of 1932, Orlando Americo da Silva, more familiarly known as Dudu, was helping George Gracie prepare for his fight with Fred Ebert. The fight was cancelled, but Dudu continued helping the other Gracie brothers as well. Helio and Oswaldo were planning to confront large Luta Livre fighters and needed the assistance of a sparring training partner who knew the game and could simulate it in a training environment. Unfortunately, one day at the academy, things went terribly wrong. On Wednesday, January 11th, at the Academia de Jiu-Jitsu dos Irmãos Gracie, Dudu broke Oswaldo's leg in 3 places. Dudu cobriu uma perna de Oswaldo Gracie em 3 lugares. Gio Omori was asked for a comment. Without knowing the details of the incident, Omori said he could only speculate. It was possible, he said, that Oswaldo didn't know how to fall correctly. He added that many people don't realize that one of the great advantages of the Japanese fight is the skill of falling safely. 1. Typically when such accidents occurred, someone would offer to provide an X-ray or medical report. None was offered in this case, but Oswaldo did not enter the ring again until November 1934. What that proved is unclear. Possibly that Dudu was a strong and capable fighter, or possibly that, as Omori conjectured, Oswaldo hadn't perfected the Japanese art of falling. Or it might simply have been bad luck. Accidents did happen in training from time to time. On the other hand, real or alleged accidents were also commonly used as pretexts to postpone fights, substitute one fighter for another, or simply generate publicity. The incident provides some hints as to how people trained in 1933. The Gracie brothers, as did Gio Omori, trained with luta livre fighters. They may even have learned some techniques from them, and vice versa. Both luta livre and jiu-jitsu men from time to time said that the two arts were different mainly in emphasis. Of course, when they were engaged in marketing, it was important to emphasize the differences. An art cannot be superior if it is not different. One cannot charge a premium for something that is the same as something else that is being provided at a lower price or free. Between January 17, 1933 and February 7, 1933, the Academy of Jiu-Jitsu moved from Marquez Abrantes, 106, to Marquez Abrantes 117. The telephone number was the same, 5 to 2538. The ad was revised to say that anyone of any age could learn jiu-jitsu, en cualquier edad, sick. The first class was free. Experimente una aula gratuita. Point 2. Serious challengers and publicity seekers kept coming. In February, João Alimão appeared in the newspapers to challenge all and any luta livre practitioners, especially the taciturn Japanese Gio Omori o Japones taciturno, and the man with muscles of iron o homem de músculos de acero, Roberto Ruman. Alimão was shown in 2 photos. The writer commented that Alimão did not have an impressive physique but rather resembled a typical luta Greco-Romana stylist, who tended to be top-heavy and ample in the middle. Nothing else was reported about him and nothing ever came of the match. Maybe he used the fact that Omori and Ruman did not respond to his challenge to promote a gym. 3. It wouldn't be the last time that happened. There was more than one way to get publicity. On Saturday, February 11, Helio Gracie gave a jiu-jitsu demonstration for the police. In the same program, Joe Asabrab fought an exhibition boxing match against Armandinho. Many years later, Helio would mistakenly describe his first opponent, Antonio, Portugal, as the boxing champion of Brazil, Campeão Brasileiro de Boxe. In fact, Joe Asabrab was a lightweight champion of Brazil. 4. Jiu-jitsu versus jiu-jitsu. Postponements were the rule rather than the exception. The Gio Omori versus George Gracie fight was set for December 14, 1932, then changed to December 16, 6, then to February 14, 1933. On February 17, it was announced that it would be transferred to an unspecified future date, probably a little after Carnival. It was scheduled for April 1st, postponed still again to April 8, when it finally took place. The fight was to be 8 10-minute rounds to leave no possibility that a winner wouldn't be decided. Omori's student Albino da Costas, known by the nickname O Indigesto, would meet boxer, fighter Tavares Crespo in a 6-round, of 5 minutes each, jitsu match. 8. The fight was approved by the Comissão de Pugilismo do Rio de Janeiro, and would be held at São Cristóvão Athletic Club, SCAC, on Rua Figueiro Melo. There would be 8 12-minute rounds, later shortened to 10 minutes. 9. Omori was training at Associação Cristã de Mocos, ACM, where he taught, and also at his academy in Botafogo with Sakushi Nansiki, probably referring to Takashi Namiki, Saburo Senda, Gabadinha, Uchida, and Minos, probably Miyoshi Fukuhima. George was a professor of the Special Police Policia Especial, and owner of an academy on Rua do Catere, 310. He was training every day with his brothers Carlos, Helio, and Oswaldo at Rua Marquez de Abrantes. In addition to their personal motivations, the prestige of their respective academies was at stake. 11. The fight would determine whose academy offered the most perfect or complete method of teaching. 12. Omori and George were both confident. George said, Gio Omori won't be proud to have beaten a Gracie, because he will be beaten by me. Gio Omori não terá orgulho de vencer Gracie, pues que será derrotado por mim. Omori replied that I won't beat one Gracie in one night, I'll beat the 4 brothers on the same night because they don't understand real jiu-jitsu. Eu now vencerei Gracie em uma noite, vencerei os quartos irmãos no mesmo espectáculo, pois elas estão enganadas quanto aos recursos do verdadeiro jiu-jitsu. Ponto 3. It was expected to be the most violent jiu-jitsu match yet seen in Brasil. Amana será disputado o mais violento encontro de jiu-jitsu assistido no Brasil. 14. The fight was less violent than had been predicted. The fight was entertaining. O embate agradou plenamente, but Omori was unable to impose his will on the Brazilian. Due to bad weather, the crowd was not as large as hoped. 15. Diario de Noticias's impression was less positive. From start to finish, the fight was monotonous and devoid of technique. There was too much grabbing and not enough fighting. It was an 8-round disappointment. The paper also complained that the event was poorly organized and the journalists were not provided with comfortable seats with a place to record their notes, which may have contributed to their negative review. 16. In the preliminary fights, Albino da Costa and Tavares Crespo drew after 6 rounds. The fight was described as active movimento, but the reporter was not impressed with Crespo's jiu-jitsu skills, suggesting that, despite his star status in boxing and adequate abilities in luta livre, he should leave jiu-jitsu to others. In boxing, Balthazar Cardoso coed Ferreira Mancino, and heavyweight Bunny Tunney sent Theotonio. Francisco Costa to the land of dreams Mandu, para o País dos Sonhos also in the third round. Jiu-Jitsu man Roberto Coelho beat Jose Ferreira in the second round of a luta livre match by desistencia, 18. Jiu-Jitsu fights were risky. They could be exciting, but they could also be dull if one or both fighters adopted an excessively defensive strategy. Jiu-Jitsu was after all the art of self-defense. If the fighters took that literally, fans would most likely not be entertained. Boxing was a sort of an insurance policy against a night of passive fights. The only programs that did not include boxing were the exclusively catch shows, which generally could be counted on to provide a certain amount of action, or at least entertainment. They had another advantage. They would invariably end on time. The fans were dissatisfied with Gorge and Omori's performance, and so was George. He wanted to fight again with luta livre rules, thinking that he could force the action if he were permitted to use punches and kicks. Not only George, but Helio also wanted to fight Omori. Helio wanted no limit of rounds, despite his disappointing performance against Fred Ebert in 1,932.2000. Omori agreed to fight both. Carlos Gracie seemed to lose his appetite for ring fighting after the Manuel Rufino debacle, but he was never too busy for a demonstration of the Japanese art of self-defense. In May, the Policia Especial promoted a night of boxing Reunião Pugilistica, consisting of 8 fights and 1 exhibition between champion Joe Asselbrab and Ruben Soares. Carlos performed a 2 5-minute round exhibition match Combate Academica with student Jose Torres Galvao. With Sue, on Saturday, June 3rd, at Teatro Recreo in Sao Paulo, Jose Detti, the Sao Paulo Jiu-Jitsu champion, fought a luta livre de kimono, luta livre with kimono, against Gutowski of Germany. The match was 5 5-minute rounds. Detti weighed 90 kilos, Gutowski weighed 83 kilos. The main event was a luta livre without time limits between Roberto Ruman and Archimedes Rogério, the Sao Paulo luta livre champion who had lost many times before to Gio Omori. Ruman weighed 73 kilos, Rogério weighed 83 kilos. The winner would take home $10,000. 23. On Saturday, June 10th, also at Teatro Recreo in Sao Paulo, Jose Detti fought the Brazilian hyena, a hyena do Braz. The hyena weighed 80 kilos. There was also a 5-round, of 5 minutes, jiu-jitsu match between 2 famous black belt jiu-jitsu teachers, Jack Muhai and Sugano. The main event was a vel tudo between Roberto Ruman and João Baldi. 24. Tico. In July, the club of the Policia Especial organized a mixed program of boxing, luta livre, and other types of fights, mixto de boxe e luta livre. There were 4 boxing matches, 2 luta livre contests, a royal battle conducted by the students of Gimnasio Vila Caguedes, and a demonstration of how the special police subdue a man in 2 minutes. The main event was a luta livre match between George Gracie and the bull of Copacabana, Turo de Copacabana, Tico Soledad. Everything was permitted, valendo tudo, including chops, cuteladas, punches, socos, slaps, bofetadas, kicks, ponta, pes, and headbutts, cabecadas. But not literally everything. Biting and low blows, dentadas and golpes nas partes secretas were prohibited. Tico was a competitive weightlifter. Like most strongmen, he dabbled in professional wrestling. A photograph in the April 6, 1932 issue of a Batalla indicated that he was probably a well-conditioned athlete, unlike many of the luta livre fighters of the time. Tico had defeated João Baldi in a luta livre match promoted by his brother Oscar Soledad in April 7, 1932. Tico, 83 kilos, quickly attacked Baldi, 131 kilos, with chops, cuteladas and headbutts, cabecadas. To avoid further punishment, Baldi ran out of the ring, preferiu fugir do ring a sofero castigo. Tico was declared the winner in round 1 by referee Salamiel de Oliveira. 26. The George vs. Tico match marked the beginning of a new era. The big fights were generally hyped by emphasizing rivalries and grudges, but in this case the pretext came after the fight. According to George, Tico visited his academy 18 months earlier with a mutual acquaintance named Edgar Rocha. Tico wanted to roll with George. George had already wrapped up his day's training and was tired but agreed, under conditions of absolute secrecy and behind locked doors. Tico put on a kimono and within 25 seconds tapped out. He wanted another go at it and took off the kimono. He lasted 20 seconds before tapping out again. Tico later said that things would have been different in a luta veil tudo, or in a real fight, verdadera briga, with leg trips, spinning kicks, elbow strikes, chops, headbutts, punches, knee strikes, rasteras, rabo de, araya, cotovelada, cutelada, cabecada, soco, joelhada, and the like. Tico wanted to fight the next day. George was in no hurry. If there was going to be a fight, why not sell tickets? 28. Tico got his chance on Saturday, July 8, 1933, at Palacio das Festas on Avenida das Nacios. Tico weighed 80 kilos, George weighed 58 kilos. 29. Tico initiated with a violent punch to George's face. George responded with a straight kick, pantape, to Tico's stomach. They exchanged punches, kicks, and chops, cuteladas. Finally, George managed to apply a violent shove de braco arm lock on his rival. To escape the arm lock, Tico apparently turned his back because George ended up on Tico's back and delivered a series of violent punches. George then applied a rear necktie choke, gravata, with the hooks in. 30. Recognizing that it would be impossible to dominate such a strong adversary. On stand-up, George had intentionally set a trap for his antagonist. Tico, not understanding the garda of jiu-jitsu, fell into the trap. That was the beginning of the end, said George. 31. A picture of George and Tico an instant before the fatal trap was sprung showed Tico standing above George, ready to pounce. George had his shins on Tico's pelvic bone and his hands clasping Tico's ankles. George lifted his hip off the mat and Tico fell back with George in the mounted position from which he executed his chave de braco. 32. The decisive gravata was recreated for a picture in a batalha. 3. Gravata referred to almost any arms around the opponent's head position, and could mean either a headlock or choke depending on the context. The picture shows that George's gravata was a rear naked choke. 34. Tico was prodigiously strong, even stronger than George had expected. Now pensé que él fosse tão forte. But strength didn't factor into the result. George needed only 5 minutes to dispose of the Bull of Copacabana. 35. Discussing the result, George said, "The victory doesn't thrill me. A victoria now me do nenhuma emoção." But he was satisfied that the Gracies could practice in the ring what they preached, something that many people didn't believe. He praised Tico, possibly backhandedly, as a worthy opponent who knows how to lose like a true sportsman. Jose Brigado, sports analyst for Diario de Noticias, took a more hard-nosed view. George won and looked good, fue bonito doing it. No one can deny that, Brigado wrote. But it should be remembered that Tico Soledad, while a very muscular man, knew nothing about luta libre or jiu-jitsu. He had no technique and didn't know how to defend or attack. O homem de posante musculatura, mas que infelizmente. Nada conhece de luta livre ou jiu-jitsu, não tem técnica, não sabe defender-se nem sabe atacar. Brigado didn't want anyone to miss his point. He repeated it several times. Tico was strong, very strong, but without technique or ring skills, homem. Forte, fortissimo, mesmo, mas sem technical, sem habilidade no ring. In fact, as far as anyone knew, Tico had never trained any form of self-defense. If he had been a trained fighter, George's victory would have had meant something. As it was, it proved nothing other than that a skilled smaller fighter can defeat a stronger, unskilled man, which was not news to anybody even in 1933. Brigado had no criticism of George. He beat Tico Soledad. That suggested that jiu-jitsu could be effective against an untrained, unskilled, big, strong attacker, but it proved nothing about the superiority of jiu-jitsu over any other system of defense, because it had not yet tested itself successfully against a qualified practitioner of one. He specifically mentioned the jiu-jitsu versus capoeira gym and boxing matches, and pointed out that in the only legitimate capoeira gym versus jiu-jitsu match held in Brazil so far, the capoeira had won by knockout. 37. Obviously, more tests were needed. George was immediately challenged by his trainer Dudu to fight under the same conditions. George accepted. 8. Soon after, Manuel Fernandez expressed his interest in fighting George, noting that he previously defeated Dudu under the same rules, even more violently than George had defeated Tico, which made him the logical choice as George's next opponent. 39. Most working fighters, hence available opponents, were luta livre men, and they tended to be big and slow. George increasingly looked to luta livre for opponents. The reason was simple: there were no opponents in his weight class in Brazil. 40. That gradually changed somewhat with the arrival of Takeo Yano and the Ono brothers, Yasuiti and Naoiti. Japanese fighters generally were of the right size for the native Brazilian jiu-jitsu representatives. When a smaller and more agile opponent was wanted, managers and promoters looked to the Japanese colony, where there were some gifted and legitimate fighters. Unfortunately, they were fewer than were needed to supply all of the shows. Some Japanese fighters had to be manufactured on short notice. Thus, more bad luck afflicted the Gracie brothers in July. In the early hours of July 29, 1933, 19-year-old jiu-jitsu expert Helio Gracie, of Rua Marques de Abrantes N17 drove his motorcycle under a bus on Rua Voluntarios de Patria in Botafogo, fracturing his left leg. He was rushed to the Hospital de Pronto Socorro. 41. Two of the Gracie brothers now had broken legs, one courtesy of a luta livre wrestler, one thanks to a city bus. Helio made a remarkable recovery and was back in the ring within a year. In the meantime, George represented the family name, if not his brother's academy. Traidor. In September, luta livre wrestler Manuel Fernandez challenged George to a luta livre match. George accepted. 42. Fernandez had an ace up his sleeve. He was taking jiu-jitsu lessons from Gio Omori. Carlos and George called Omori a traitor. Fernandez seemed amused. "The red-haired cat is afraid to face me," he said. "O gato ruivo tenha receio de enfrentá-lo." But that was understandable. George's fear is natural because he knows that when I climb into the ring, I will have been prepared by Gio Omori, who is undeniably a true master of jiu-jitsu and luta livre, Fernandez explained. 43. The rules were negotiated. Unlike Carlos, who wanted to extract every concession and advantage before climbing into the ring or sending his brother in, George was generally ready to fight anyone, anytime, under any rules, and for any amount of money. Despite Fernandez's boast, George didn't seem at all in awe of Fernandez. Fernandez outweighed George by 20 to 25 kilos, but so did Tico Soledad the night he lost like a true sportsman. The fight took place October 8 at Feira de Amostras. The action began at 11:44 p.m., with George on offensive. Within 2 minutes, Fernandez's face was deformed by slaps, bofetos, and chops cuteladas. George applied an arm lock, forcing Fernandez to give up. 44. Not everyone was impressed. Despite his pre-fight boasting, Fernandez did not put up much of a fight. It's more difficult to beat an agile fighter in your own class than an inert mastodon, commented one observer. 40. Roberto Coelho was a jiu-jitsu man who primarily competed in luta livre. 46. He felt that Manuel Fernandez and George's previous victim Tico Soledad were not legitimate fighters. He wanted to test George himself. George did not accept Coelho's challenge. I don't understand this boy's desire. I don't see him as having the skills to fight me. Coelho should first fight one of the Gracie students, Jose Cayat or Jaime Ferreira. If Coelho beats one of them, then he can fight me. Caso esos meos alumnos convencidos. Intao, yo enfrentaré, George said. At the very least, he should beat Jaime Ferreira. Pedreira jumped at the chance for a payday. At that time described as a Gracie student, Pupillo de Gracie, and Carlos Gracie as his trainer preparador, Ferreira believed he could beat the much younger Coelho. But George's easy win over Manuel Fernandez shook up the sports world in Rio. Everyone wanted to fight George Gracie. 48. Jiu-Jitsu men had taken advantage of the easy publicity by challenging boxers. Now boxers were returning the favor. Middleweight boxer Joseph Zeman challenged George under any conditions. 49. Zeman's manager Bertis Perrin promised that George would not last more than one round in front of Zeman. George replied that he would fight anyone under any conditions, including Zeman, but somehow never found time to get into the ring with him. 50. Even heavyweight boxer Jose Santa, who had almost gone the distance with Max Baer in California in 1931, wanted to get into the act, declaring that he would flatten George with one punch. 51. George didn't accept these challenges, but he continued to challenge boxers. In fact, matches between legitimate and in-shape boxers and jiu-jitsu men were rare. Publicity was the name of the game. Being famous, whether adored or despised, helped to sell tickets. But sooner or later, the fighter had to climb into the ring and deliver. In the midst of this flurry of boxing against jiu-jitsu challenges, Carlos Gracie challenged Gio Omori to fight his student Jose Cayat. Dudu, vowing to teach George a lesson, issued his own challenge. Dudu is a worthy fighter, George said, but he will fare no better against me than Manuel Fernandez did. Nevertheless, George accepted the challenge, but insisted on liberty of action, including but not limited to elbow strikes, cotoveladas, chops, cuteladas, headbutts, cabecadas, punches, sacos, kicks, pontapés, stomps, pisadas, and knee strikes, joelhadas. 52. George was in no hurry to fight Dudu. He wanted to fight Gio Omori, who prepared Fernandez for his confrontation with George. George declared, I want to fight Omori to avenge the treachery he committed to our sport. Quiero lutar con Omori para vengar a traição praticada a nossa especialidad de esporta. Gio Omori wanted to fight Carlos. He was annoyed that Carlos claimed to have almost beaten him in 1930. Omori explained that Carlos and his father asked him to carry Carlos to a draw so that a profitable rematch could be staged. Carlos's father explained that the boy needed money. Omori agreed. It wasn't an unusual practice at the time, and Omori had no qualms about such arrangements. It was just an exhibition after all. Carlos, however, took advantage, and when Omori put himself in a vulnerable position, Carlos tried to apply an arm lock. Omori referred to Carlos as con artist fighter. 53. Omori pointed out that he challenged Carlos many times, but each time, Carlos sent his brothers or students to fight for him. 4. Omori wasn't the only one to point this out. Mario Aleixo originally challenged Carlos, who accepted, but then substituted George. Manuel Rufino made the same claim. Omori objected to Carlos challenging Omori's students on behalf of his own students. One of Omori's students who Carlos challenged was Saburo Senda. Omori complained that Carlos Gracie shouldn't make challenges in his students' names. It's ugly. As a teacher, like me, he should make challenges in his own name. Omori offered to fight Carlos under any conditions as soon as possible. Carlos never personally accepted. Instead, he persisted in sending his brothers and students in his place. He recruited unskilled, big tough men and luta livre fighters such as the Syrian Jose Cayat to represent his school. He bet that Omori wouldn't last 2 rounds with Cayat. Annoyed sarcastically commented that as everyone knows, Carlos Gracie is too busy to fight himself. 56. Vale Tudo Jiu-Jitsu. In the meantime, Omori accepted George's challenge. The revenge match was set for December 23, 1933. In addition to breaking their impate, no winner, no loser result of April 8, 1933, George would have the chance to punish Omori for revealing the secrets of jiu-jitsu to a Gracie opponent. The first fight had gone on for 90 minutes without a winner or loser. This time, all techniques would be permitted because the two men did not want to fight for more than an hour. 57. The fight was expected to be the most violent in recent times. 3 days before the fight, Carlos predicted that Omori won't last to the second round. The fight will be over relatively quickly. George will win violently. He also asserted that Omori would be defeated spectacularly if he didn't try to run away. 9. According to the report, the fight would definitively establish who was the supreme jiu-jitsu fighter in Brazil. George was training with Jose Cayat, who was a luta livre fighter and quite a bit larger than Omori. He probably wasn't the ideal training partner for that particular fight, but George didn't have any other choice. Oswaldo and Helio were out with leg injuries. Oswaldo's rehabilitation progress was kept quiet, but Helio, readers, were informed on December 20, was still recuperating. George versus Omori was 10 5-minute rounds, fought by Vale Tudo rules. It was held at Stadium Brasil on December 23, 1933, 61. The weigh-in Pesagem took place at 11 a.m. at Asociação Crista de Mocos. Omori weighed 67.2 kilos, George weighed 62.2 kilos. George vowed that even if Omori broke one of his arms, he would fight on with his remaining arm. Pode quebrar-me o braço, ainda me ficará outro. No last-minute rule changes occurred. Most techniques were permitted, including elbows, chops, headbutts, punches, kicks, knees, sting, ray-tail kicks, cotovelada, cutelada, cabecada, saco, pontapé, joelhada, rabo de araya. It was also permitted to stomp on the opponent when he was on the ground, pisada cuando, estiver quejido. Kisu, the fight appeared to be in jeopardy at times due to the Gracie brothers' hard-headed negotiating tactics. According to Luis Segredo, sports director of Empresa Pugilístico Brasileira, it's absolutely impossible to work with the Gracie brothers, he complained. 63. Somehow, they ironed out their differences. A 70-man regiment of Marines, Fuzileros Naves, was contracted to guard the ring against overexcited fans. Omori was a man of few words. Diario de Noticias asked Omori for a prediction. Omori believes that fights are won in the ring and not in the newspapers. The enigmatic Japanese doesn't talk, he just smiles. And no one knows what he is smiling about. What mysteries are hidden beneath that pale face? O simpathic nipónico nada quis dizer. Sorry apenas. E, de opinao que os combates se decidem na arena e não nos jornais. Esse, japonês é enigmático. Now fala, sorry. E não se sabe o que o seu sorriso traduz. Quanto mistério, na qual faz Paul. I'm well prepared, estou bem treinado. I have unlimited confidence in myself. Tenho ilimitada confiança em mim. I'm not afraid of George, now teme George Gracie. 3 short phrases. Nothing more, 3 phrases curtas, not a maze. Or, the fight did not live up to expectations. In round 1, the fighters exchanged punches. Judge Gumercinda Taboada cautioned George for a low knee joelhada baixa. The second round continued violently. Round 3 was monotonous. Round 4 was more active. Omori was bleeding. Round 5 was monotonous. In round 6, George attacked Omori with some punches, while Omori tried to knock George down with kicks. In round 7, George decided to use his boxing skills. The reporter commented, after the 4th round, it became a boxing match, and luta livre went out the door desde o cuarto asalto, a luta livre fugiu do quadrado, dando lugar no box, em seu inicio. In round 8, the men clinched. Again, George tried to show off his boxing skills, leaving luta livre to the wayside. Rounds 9 and 10th were the same as round 8.65. O País didn't enjoy the fight. It was a terrible exhibition of boxing and luta livre valor tudo between Omori and Gracie. The fight was a dud. 66. O País described the fight round by round as follows. In the first round, they clinched and tried to apply arm locks but couldn't succeed. They then exchanged punches and knees. George was warned for a low blow at the end of the round. Omori was bleeding from the left eye. In the second round, Omori applied a good gravata headlock, guillotine, from which George disengaged with difficulty. The round was Omori's. The third round was uneventful. The fighters hesitated a long time before deciding to act. The round was almost not a fight at all, quasi sem luta. In the 4th round, they clinched again and swapped short punches and knees. Omori bled more. In the 5th round, they feinted and exchanged some straight kicks, pontapés, until George attempted a gravata. They stayed in a clinch while George threw a succession of light punches and knees. The round went to George. In the 6th round, George led off with a series of head and body punches which Omori returned, but getting the worst of it. The round was all boxing, and George seemed to have the advantage. The fans began to jeer the fighter's lack of aggression lentidão and excess of caution prudencia. They continued to box in slow motion camara, with neither fighter doing much. The fight was nothing at all like what the fighters had promised. The fans jeered and began stomping their feet noisily. George threw a left at Omori's face, and Omori attempted to retaliate with some kicks. Vai tirando. Partido de sua esquerda, a cara e Omori da pontapés e so. Already, it was the 9th round and so far nothing. Já estamos no 9th round e nada. The referee warned the fighters, the fans continued jeering, and the fight went on in the same way, without effect, CM eficiencia. The 10th and final round was slightly more energetic than the previous 9, but by that time it was too late. The fans had already started leaving, disenchanted with George and Omori's dismal fraquissima performance. A Batala felt that not only George versus Omori, but all of the fights were flops foi fraco. Empresa Pugilística Brasileira agreed, but protested that their hands were tied. Only the boxing commission could withhold the fighters' purses. The commission reviewed the fight and post facto awarded the decision to George. 6-8. Omori rejected the Commission's act, pointing out that the contract stipulated a 10-round fight with the winner decided by knockout or give up. As neither fighter gave up or was rendered unconscious, the outcome was properly a draw empate, or, that same day, the commission annulled its own decision. The final official result was a draw. It also announced that from that day forward, punches would not be permitted in luta livre or any other form of sport other than boxing. 7. Judging from descriptions of the fight, George must have felt confident about his boxing skills. He challenged Isidro Pinto de Sa, who turned him down saying George isn't a boxer. George now a boxer. Sa asked why, if George wanted to fight a boxer, hadn't he accepted the challenge of Aníbal Pryor? 7-1. Pryor was lightweight, 61.2 kilos, with a professional boxing record, as of December 1933, of 22 wins, 7 losses, and 2 draws. Sa was a featherweight, 57.2 kilos, with a professional record at that time of 49 wins, 13 losses, and 3 draws. Perhaps George thought that Sa's size made him a more suitable opponent. In any case, both were considerably better boxers than Helio Gracie's opponent, Antonio Portugal, whose professional record when he fought Helio in 1932 was 5 wins, 12 losses, and 1 draw. As for Jose Santa, who also challenged George, he was a former European heavyweight champion, with a professional record, as of December 1933, of 6 wins, 17 losses, and 4 draws, with a 50% KO rate, who had gone 10 rounds with Max Baer, a future world champion with heavy hands. 7-2. George said that he would gladly accept Santa's challenge, blindly confident, confia, segamente, that he would convince the skeptics about the power of jiu-jitsu. He awaited Santa's arrival in Rio. He was smiling sorrindo when he said it. 7-3. Was it the smile of blind confidence, or the smile of having successfully gotten his name in the newspapers again? Challenging boxers was easy publicity. Most jiu-jitsu fighters did it, and some boxers reciprocated. Given the number of challenges that were launched and the apparent fact that everyone was seemingly willing to fight everyone else, it is surprising that so few boxing versus jiu-jitsu matches actually occurred. Chapter 13, Notes. Chapter 14, 1934. By 1934, the giant killer o matador de gigantes, George Gracie, had pretty much run out of giants to kill. He turned his attention to his former principal treinador, Orlando Americo da Silva, o Dudu. At around 82 kilos, Dudu was big enough to qualify as a giant. There was a slight problem. Dudu had suffered 2 shattering losses in 1933 to Roberto Ruman and Manuel Fernandez. Dudu's stock had fallen among the public to the point that he was being referred to as the poor dead chicken, pobre gallina morta, pot 1. He attempted to rehabilitate his image by confessing that he had thrown the fights. He justified his action by saying that he needed to eat and no one would fight him for real. He preferred losing to starving. Fui homem SM adversarios o com adversaries, que não desejavam lutar duro comigo, preferindo uma derrota a morrer de fome. Dudu's plea for compassion fell on deaf ears. Faked fights were regarded by the public as anathema, moral offenses, sins, crimes. They took fighting seriously. Would any promoter want to sponsor a Dudu versus George Gracie fight? Would the fans want to see a man who had so many times already abused their good faith? It turned out that there was a promoter. His name was Dr. Erico Cercedelo Machado. 3. Moreover, the fans did show up to watch the fight. Perhaps they were more ingenuous than Diario de Noticias thought. Maybe they were more forgiving. The fight was held Friday, January 19, 1934, at Stadium Brazil. On Feira de Amostras in Rio, promoted by Empresada Ponta do Calabuco, the boxing commission would render a verdict in case neither man scored a clear victory by submission or KO. Dudu entered the ring first, weighing 82.3 kilos, followed by George, who weighed 62.25 kilos. The referee was Gumercindo Taboada. Abatala provided a round-by-round account of the fight. 4. George and Dudu spent round 1 clinching and massaging each other's neck, massagens na nuca. Gracie was thrown to the ground by Dudu. Gracie then prepared a trap, armadillo, but Dudu avoided it. Having recently trained with George, Dudu knew his tricks. Dudu maintained the pressure in round 2, and threw Gracie to the ground. On their feet, the two worked to avoid takedowns, quedas. Dudu applied a necktie choke, gravata, but George escaped. The two focused on defense, and neither appeared to be in any danger. In round 3, Dudu hurled George to the ground, and administered a kidney lock, shaved arins, after tossing him over the ropes. In round 4, the fighters started on their feet, and looked for opportunities to work trabalhar. Gracie put Dudu on the ground, and applied violent pressure to his kidneys. The referee called their attention in round 5 to the fact that they were on their feet too much. Dudu threw Gracie down and tried to attack his neck. In round 6, Dudu took Gracie down violently and applied strong pressure on his spine. George defended himself and was saved by the bell. In round 7, the fight went to the ground to Pete, with Dudu on top, and George defending effectively. In round 8, the fighters stepped up their pace. Dudu went for a footlock chave de pay, and both tried to apply shoulder throws belos. Dudu was magnificently aggressive in the 9th round, with a footlock to necktie choke combination uma gravata, seguida de chave de pay, which put Gracie in danger. But he narrowly escaped teve dificuldade para se livrar. In the final round, both men dug down deep trying to pull out a victory. George went for an armlock, but Dudu fended it off. The fight ended with a flurry of activity at the edge of the ring. As had been previously agreed, in case neither man gave up or was cowed, the boxing commission rendered a verdict. The commission called it a draw, oddly, because it would have been called a draw even without their verdict. The public viewed the decision as absurd in view of Dudu's total domination of Gracie from beginning to end of the fight. 5. Diario de Noite felt that the fight presented some interesting action after the 8th round but was otherwise uneventful and was lacking in the thing that an entertaining fight needs most. That was violence. A pesar do choque ter tido sus instantes de veras interesantes. Now llegó el a empolgar, porque faltule o mejor factor para eso, violencia. Nevertheless, the last 3 rounds seemed to give the fans an overall satisfactory impression. Both men were capable and obviously knew each other's games, but George could not overcome Dudu's 20-kilo weight advantage. 6. O País had a somewhat different opinion. The first 3 rounds were monotonous, transcorum monotonos. The fans became hostile, o publico mostrase hostile. George and Dudu stepped up their pace in the 4th round. The 5th round returned to the same monotonousness of the first 3, volta a monotonia. Referee Taboada exhorted George and Dudu to fight. The fans jeered them during the 6th and 7th rounds, a asistencia via. Insistentemente os luchadores no transcorrer do 6th e. do 7th round. George and Dudu picked up the pace in the 8th and 9th rounds but the fans jeered them anyway. The 10th round was the best of the 10, but the fight ended inconclusively. The reporter summed it up by saying that although Dudu and George hadn't fought much, they demonstrated good knowledge of their respective modalities. Left out of the action by Helio and Oswaldo's injuries and George's estrangement, Carlos Gracie applied his energy toward promoting his recently acquired students, Jose Cayet, Ari Martini, Edward Stone, Francisco Lima, and Roberto Villa. All were big, if not the 100 kilos that local fight fans thought that proper luta libre fighters should be. 8. Carlos planned to introduce one of them, the Syrio-Libanese peso pesado heavyweight, Jose Cayet, to the public by way of a combate academica or lucta academica during a program of boxing matches February 1, 1934 at a new boxing stadium on Rua do Riachuelo 221 presented by Empresa Pugilistica Carioca, EPC. The main event was Antonio Rodriguez versus Jose Joe Zeman. 9. On January 27th it was reported Carlos twisted his left foot in training, but he expected to recover sufficiently in time for the exhibition, which had been rescheduled for January 31.10. Jiu-Jitsu versus Luta Livre. Many fans felt that Dudu had been robbed, but his draw with George Gracie put him back in the game. A rematch with Gio Omori was arranged for March 24.11. Omori and Dudu had met once before. The fight lasted almost 3 hours into the early morning until suspended by police. Empresa Pugilistica Brasileira, EPB, persuaded the men to agree to 30-minute rounds, hoping that a time limit would force them to fight seriously. The fight took place at Stadium Brasil on Saturday, March 24, 1934. The fight was scheduled for 3 30-minute rounds with 5-minute breaks between rounds. Dudu weighed 80 kilos, Omori weighed 68 kilos. Diario de Noite reported that Gio Omori was defeated spectacularly, Dudu derrotou espectaculosamente. Within the first 3 minutes of the fight, Omori fell into a potent gravata de estrangulamento, probably a guillotine, or possibly simply a headlock. He tried to free himself by throwing violent punches. Dudu retaliated by hitting Omori in the face with his forearm antebraço. Omori retreated to a corner complaining to the judge. Dudu applied another gravata, from which Omori attempted to extricate himself by throwing Dudu with a Balao shoulder throw but failed. Omori had no choice but to tap out. According to Diario de Noite, Dudu fought brilliantly with the intention of liquidating his antagonist early, and was rewarded with a streperous applause from his fans as well as some jeering from Omori's supporters. It was the most resounding retumbante victory of his career. After the contest, Omori attacked referee Gumercindo Taboada. 14. According to O País, the fighters exchanged elbow strikes, cotoveladas. Dudu initiated a rush and drove Omori into the ropes where he attempted a gravata, which Omori defended. More elbows were exchanged. Omori alleged that Dudu punched him. While Omori was talking to the referee, Dudu threw what looked like a punch at Omori's jaw. Omori was disoriented des norte se, and Dudu took advantage of that moment to apply another gravata. Omori tried to free himself and they fell to the ground with Dudu in a tesora, legs around. Omori was on the verge of passing out prestes a desmayar. He had no choice but to tap out. 15. The next day the boxing commission said it was withholding Omori's purse for disrespecting the public. Apparently they felt he didn't fight to win. Attacking the referee didn't help either. It was far from the sort of good sportsmanship that Omori had promised to show. Oh, giant killer. As Carlos Gracie said, Gracie's never refuse a challenge. So it was that George Gracie accepted Roberto Ruman's challenge. A match was scheduled for April 7, 1934. Some felt that George was not training seriously enough for Ruman. 18. Indeed, it seemed that George was taking Ruman lightly. George called Ruman a sopa, a pushover. Ruman was strong, no one doubted that. But George was not called the Matador do Gigantes for nothing. Nonetheless, anything could happen in Luta Livre, and sometimes did, as sports. Writers commented before the Oswaldo Gracie versus João Baldi fight. One of those things was that a heavily marketed fight never happened. George and Ruman ended up fighting, several times in fact, but not in 1934. Helio Gracie, still not fully recovered from his one-sided encounter with a city bus, was already scheduled to fight Japanese jiu-jitsu fighter Miyake. Carlos warned fans not to bet against Helio because despite his recent injury, Carlos assured Helio was still better than anyone else on the current scene. 20. In the meantime, Miyake would fight Ruman on April 14, 1934, in a program that also showcased Abate from Uruguay making his debut against Wasak from Germany. Miyake was a new face. No one seemed to know anything about him. Anda now o conocemos, nada podemos dizer él. Carlos Gracie's opinion was that Miyake was a stepping stone for Ruman. Parece que ese japonés veio para ser verescada para Ruman. There would also be a luta libre contest pitting Jaime Ferreira against Roberto, Perry Pantojo, and 1 professional and 2 amateur boxing matches. Black belt. The fight was held Saturday, April 14, 1934 Saturday at Estadio Brasil at Ponta do Calbuco. Nevertheless, Gio Omori predicted that Miyake would win. Miyake vencerá Ruman. The fight was to be sem kimono no guy. Despite the advantage that gave Ruman, Miyake was confident that his knowledge of the secrets of jiu-jitsu would overcome Ruman's strength. The writer reminded readers that Jim Londos and other cracks of world luta livre became famous only after they studied the techniques of jiu-jitsu and combined them intelligently with catches catch can. Reports emphasized that Miyake was a Kodokan black belt, faixa preta de Kodokan. He also had cat-like agility, agildade feline. Ruman, as everyone knew, had impressive muscles, musculature impressionante, and exceptional vigor in vulgar. Ruman was not impressed with Miyake's black belt, a faixa preta now me impressiona 22. The winner would in all probability face George Gracie. Omori's confidence was misplaced. The lack of kimono hindered Miyake, who fell prey to Ruman's famous headlock. But Miyake demonstrated extraordinary technique during his 26 minutes in the ring. 23. In any case, Ruman was very strong. Ruman é muito forte, as Miyake said after his loss. Ruman praised Miyake's skill. I've never faced a man with such mobility. Nunca estive na frente de homem de tanta mobilidade. He said. Miyake wanted another chance, this time in a kimono. 24. Ruman earned a shot at George Gracie. Miyake had acquired a little more name recognition, which would prove useful in the lead-up to his scheduled meeting with Helio Gracie in what would be billed as the first Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu match in Brazil. That match would be held in May, unless some unforeseen circumstance prevented it. Gracie Luta Livre. 2 of his Luta Livre students, introduced by Carlos Gracie in January, were now ready to enter the rings in preliminary fights to the Dudu versus Young Kid Mary match to catch as catch can at Stadium Riachuelo on Wednesday, April 25. Ari Martini was making his debut against Pacana, called Big Jones in some reports. Ari was something shy of 100 kilos, but in Rio in the 1930s, 80 kilos was considered big. He was 175 centimeters tall and as agile as a peso lev, lightweight. He was known as O Terror due to his strength and aggressiveness, agresividad y resistencia. Pacana, Big Jones, weighed 85 kilos and was said to be Dudu, as strongest sparring partner, Ome Forte sparring de Dudu. 25. 2 other Gracie representatives would be making their Luta Livre debuts. Edward Stone against Jose Soares, and Alberto Sulema, 74 kilos from Syria, would meet the valiant Portuguese Mosoro. Sulema, it was said, had already been the Sao Paulo Jiu-Jitsu champion. It wasn't absolutely necessary to win a fight to gain from it. Miyake lost to Ruman but made a positive impression. 26. He and his black belt student Shigeo planned to perform a demonstration of jiu-jitsu during a program of boxing. Januario versus Horacio, Vela, Ismail Haki versus Antonio Sebastião, Tapi versus Pires, and Lazaro Gil versus Acosta, at Stadium Brasil. 27. 90 lessons. Oswaldo Grace inaugurated a new school of jiu-jitsu, Nova Escola, located in room 204 of the Odeon building in the center of the city, in the Cinelandia area, near Rua Santa Lucia. The director-administrator was Dr. Mario Zagari, the well-known all-around sportsman. Instruction took the form of private lessons. A complete course consisted of 90 lessons curso de aulas individuais de jiu-jitsu sob a direção de prof. Oswaldo Gracie. O curso é de 90 aulas, 28. The troop, May 1934, was a pivotal point for fights in Brazil. It was the month that the international troupe of wrestlers came to Rio, led by former world champion Władek Zbyszko 29 and his older brother Stanislaw, the former world Luta Livre champion. 30. It was also the point after which, according to one well-placed participant observer, almost all fights where combinadas worked. It barely mattered. Fans were more concerned with entertainment than reality, as long as the fakery was not excessively obvious, in just the same way that the general public preferred watching movies with skillfully staged and dramatically coherent fight scenes rather than chaotic and clumsy genuine fights. In any case, the press was happy. More fighters meant more fights and more news content. International fighters were even better. Since they were not locally known, they, their managers, or the press could say virtually anything. Every word they said or wrote might be true, but it didn't have to be. The troupe and the sport that they represented was itself news. On Tuesday, May 8th, it was announced that the famous Catch as Catch Can champion Zbyszko would arrive the next day. 31. Catch as catch can, also spelled catch as catch can, and often referred to simply as catch, was not entirely new to the Brazilian public 32, but was less familiar than luta romana. It was generally defined as luta livre internacional americana, or luta norte americana, or something very similar. Its most obvious difference from luta romana was that the legs could be used to attack the opponent and as targets. The aim of the contest was not to throw the opponent to the floor, but to keep him there, or to force him to submit by reason of pain resulting from the application of pressure and torsion. Compared to luta romana, catch was exciting and violent, empolgante e violenta. The Zbyszko troupe consisted of 12 fighters, 33. 11 of them arrived May 9th at 10 a.m. on board the General Osorio. They were the Zbyszko brothers, Conde Karol Nowina from Poland, Andre Castano from Spain, Jack Conley from England, Einar Johansson from Norway, M. Zikovic from Russia, Jack Russell and George Godfrey from the United States, and Emil Hochwald and Josef Naraki. 34. Empresa Pugilistica Carioca, EPC, had prepared a reception for them. The fighters would proceed from the disembarkation point in a caravan of cars pulled by a band of trumpeters dressed up as Roman gladiators to the headquarters of the Association of Sports Columnists, Asociação de Cronistas Desportivos. Members of the press were invited to attend, as were fans, but especially members of the various colonies in Rio, such as Spanish, Poland, Russian, England, and German. The troupe had a champion for every national or ethnic group, and was ready to recruit other champions as needed. The plan was to introduce them to the public in a more naturalistic setting the following day, Thursday, May 10th, at Stadium Riachuelo. They would then rest up one day and make their ring debut on Saturday, May 12th, at Campo de Botafogo. 35. Previously, catch had been synonymous with luta livre, and both terms were somewhat context-dependent, as their names suggested. Władek Zbyszko and his troupe were introducing the latest version of catch, which was more blatantly theatrical. Being associated with North America, the home of Dempsey and $1 Million Gates, catch had built-in crowd appeal. Catch matches had even been staged at the Mecca of boxing, Madison Square Garden. Tex Rickard's base of operations, catch as catch can, was introduced as a new and spectacular American sport in the American rings, accompanied by a photograph of a wrestler applying a hip throw on his opponent. 36. In fact, catch was essentially luta livre, but calling it catch made it seem new and exotic. Catch and luta livre were generally used interchangeably, but also at times to distinguish one from the other in some way. Possibly the primary difference was that catch simply seemed foreign and implied the participation of an international cast of enormous fighters, most of whom were champions of some kind. But writers, promoters, and teachers could use the words as they saw fit, and generally did. By distinguishing catch from luta livre, one could promote two different matches with the same two fighters, or teach two different styles, as George Gracie's student Ricardo Niven did in 1935. In other cases, catch was probably used rather than luta livre, simply because it sounded North American and therefore cool. Jiu-Jitsu did not disappear. Helio Gracie was scheduled to fight the Japanese Miyake, whose name was variously spelled and misspelled. Despite Helio's long period of inactivity due to his motorcycle accident, Opais was certain the fight would be one of the sensations of the season. 37. The match had been promoted since April. It would be Helio Gracie's first jiu-jitsu fight, according to Opais. 38. Forgetting that he had squeaked out a technical draw against Namiki in 1932. Carlos Gracie again cautioned that it would be unwise to bet against Helio despite his recent injury. Helio, he said, was going to prove that no one on the current scene could beat him. 39. After the usual false starts, the fight was scheduled for Tuesday, May 15.40, but the next day, it was announced that the match would not take place after all. Now se realize mais a luta Helio x Miyake. Instead of Miyake versus Helio, George Gracie would meet Shigeo. Shigeo was Miyake's student. He was even more unknown than his teacher. The date was also moved from Tuesday to Wednesday, May 16, 1934. Jiu-Jitsu continued to cohabit with luta livre. More often than not, Jiu-Jitsu fighters participated in luta livre matches in Jiu-Jitsu, and luta livre representatives happily cooperated whenever it was profitable to do so. It would be more accurate to say that professional Jiu-Jitsu scratched out a subsistence living in a minor niche in one corner of the luta livre world. Some Jiu-Jitsu people's insistence on keeping it real often conflicted with the more compelling need to keep it entertaining, an area where luta livre had a decided edge. Exhibitions and demonstrations, lutas academicas, were not directly lucrative and were part and parcel of marketing other fights, either specifically or yet to be arranged. For example, when Luta Livre Man Mosoro, a locally recruited member of the Zbyszko troupe, was scheduled to perform an exhibition with Duru, Carlos Gracie took advantage of the publicity by announcing that his student Alberto Sulima wanted to fight Mosoro. 41. Whether a fight happened or not was almost incidental. Announcing a desire to fight someone was enough to get into the news. The promoters did not mark time before revealing the Zbyszko troupe to the fight-hungry Carioca public. To give fans an idea of what to expect, the rules of catch as catch can were explained Friday, May 11, and various times thereafter. The prohibited attacks were 1. Fingers in the eyes, dedos nos olos. 2. Punches with the closed hand, socos. Calm as maus fechadas. 3. Pulling the hair, puxar os cabellos. 4. Hitting the neck with two hands. Together, golpes na nunca como as duas mãos juntas, cinco twisting the fingers, torcal de dedos em separado, and seis biting, knee strikes and low blows, mordar, dar joelhadas, aplicar golpes que afectem os órgãos genitais. Almost everything else was permitted. Headbutts cabecadas, straight kicks pontapés, twisting the joints torcos, headlocks gravatas, strangles estrangulamentos, strikes with forearm or hand gulps como o antebraço, e como mão, including slaps and chops. Tapona e cutiladas, leg kicks rasteras, shoulder throws balos, etc. 42. Victory could be achieved by 1. Applying pain or pressure to the extent that the opponent submitted, by tapping the mat 3 times or telling the referee that he didn't want to continue. 2. Pinning the opponent's shoulders to the mat for 3 seconds. 3. Rendering the opponent unconscious for 10 seconds and 4. Throwing him out of the ring in such a way that he couldn't or didn't return within 20 seconds. 43. The judge's decision was final. It was added that they would not be held responsible for deaths, emphasizing the great violence and excitement potential of the North American form of luta livre. The rules were not greatly dissimilar to jiu-jitsu rules as described in previous chapters, including the shoulder pinning rules, which had always been part of Kodokan competition rules, whether called jiu-jitsu or judo, although the precise application differed. The issue about pinning may not have arisen for marketing reasons, but it had a profitable effect. It permitted any luta livre versus jiu-jitsu match to be extended into a series simply by having the jiu-jitsu representative lose by pin, protest the result, and then have another match without the pinning rule. The season of Catch as Catch Can was set to begin on May 11 with a Grande Torneo Internacional of Catch as Catch Can. 44. The first matches would be Jack Conley versus Mosoro, Zikov versus Dudu, Stanislaw Zabisco versus Johansson, and Andre Castanho versus Jack Russell. 3 boxing matches, 1 professional between Alvaro Santos versus Jabati and 2 amateur, were also presented. 45. The status of Helio Gracie's fight with Miyake was more up in the air. On Friday, May 11, 1934, Diario de Noticias optimistically announced that they would meet next week. 46. While O País more accurately informed readers that the fight had been postponed because Helio did not feel ready to face Miyake and wanted more time to train. The fight was accordingly postponed. On May 20, O País revealed that the fight would be held the next Saturday, May 26, at Stadium Brazil. To enhance his credibility, Miyake was photographed showing a black belt Feia Preta diploma to promoter Luis Segreto. 47. Helio may in fact have needed more time to train. It is also possible that ticket sales were sluggish and some additional promotion was needed, such as displaying Miyake's diploma, something that Helio couldn't do because he didn't have one. Another factor was that the Gracies were waiting to find out what price they would be paying for their assault on Manuel Rufino in October 1932. A verdict was expected soon. Helio Gracie might possibly be in prison on fight night. 48. In May, Empresa Pugilistica Brasileiro, EPB, announced its slate of contracted fighters for the current season of catch wrestling and boxing. They were divided by nationality. First were Brazilians, then Portuguese, and finally those from other countries. The fighters included George Gracie, Dudu, Roberto Ruman, Jaime Ferreira, Miyake, Shigeo, Renato Gardini, and 31 others. With the exception of George, Miyake, and Shigeo, all were either catch wrestlers or boxers. 49. Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu. Shigeo was a new face. Not much was known about him. Diario Carioca published an article on May 11 titled, "Who is the fighter who we will see?" Wednesday at Stadium Brazil? Shigeo was young Jovem, flexible elastico, and as agile as a cat, apresenta uma agilidade feline. He was dangerous, perigoso, temável, and unpredictable. No one knew what he would do, nunca se sabe o que él vai fazer. He was inexpressive, impassible, and had an odd face, rosto esquisito. People who knew him said that he would be a difficult opponent for George Gracie, and was capable of great things. Yet, the description could have been applied to almost any Japanese fighter. There was no mention of any ring experience. On April 21st, Shigeo engaged in a self-defense demonstration, Demonstração de Defesa Pessoal, which served as the prova de suficiencia test of competence that most fighters were required to undergo. Shigeo's partner in the demonstration was Miyake, who was said to be Shigeo's professor. According to slightly earlier reports, Shigeo had a black belt, Faixa Preta. But a Neut's article the same day was equally bereft of meaningful information. Although Shigeo was new on the scene, he was always dangerous, at least, based on his only public appearance, the demonstration with Miyake. Ado. Originally, it was Miyake who challenged George, who had obviously never heard of him and wasn't impressed. He wasn't convinced that Miyake was a genuine black belt, or that he had fought in North America. George accepted the challenge anyway, and said he would be ready to fight within 48 hours. 53. It didn't happen. Instead, Miyake fought Roberto Ruman, April 14, and lost. George instead geared up to meet Shigeo. Helio would confront Miyake in June. All 5 of the fighters were under contract to Empresa Pugilistica Brasileira. The Shigeo vs. George Gracie match was scheduled for 3 30-minute rounds at Stadium Brazil. Striking was not permitted. George had a slight weight advantage, 63 kilos to Shigeo's 61 kilos. The referee was the ex-boxer kid Simos. George was confident, as usual. I will win, he said. It won't last long. Venceré. Now durará muito. His condition couldn't be better, he added. Creo que as minhas condições no podium ser melhores. Shigeo was also abundantly confident. Shigeo revela enorme confiança. That was normal. It was unusual for a fighter to admit that it was even a possibility that he might lose. Gio Omori was one of the few exceptions when he said that he would do his fighting in the ring, not in the newspapers, and win or lose, he knew how to be a good sportsman. Jiu-Jitsu matches had the potential to be boring, as promoters knew from experience, so they generally booked luta livre and boxing fights to guarantee a modicum of excitement. Accordingly, a boxing match between Gabriel Peña and Mario Francisco, and a luta livre match between Bergomas and Canadian Catch as Catch Can champion Baxter were also provided. On Wednesday, May 16th, George and Shigeo locked horns. As often happened, the fight was boring. According to O País, the fight, like most jiu-jitsu matches, was monotonous. There were 4 throws and various attempts at chokes, with the 2 men rolling around on the ground wrapped up in their kimonos. Gracie, more fortunate than Shigeo, managed to get the choke. Beat 5. In any event, George's prediction was partially true. He won, by choke. Whether it did or didn't last long, depends on whether one thinks that 18 minutes is long, because that is how long it took him to finally catch Shigeo. If 6. One observer sarcastically commented that the famous and efficient Japanese sport has hundreds of techniques. What we have seen in the rings in Rio so far has been only 2 types of attack. One is to trip to opponent, and the other is to wrap the kimono around his neck and suffocate him. Oh, the comment was not quite correct. Arm locks of various types and footlocks too had been applied by jiu-jitsu representatives and by luta livre men as well. But what he was saying, seen in context of entertainment, made sense. Compared to the range of moves that active collaboration made possible in catch, jiu-jitsu was a limited game. It may have been as intellectually stimulating as chess for those with a high level of technical knowledge, but chess is not a mass spectator sport. What made jiu-jitsu effective for self-defense also tended to make it boring as entertainment, particularly if, as they were, throws were ignored or minimized. A solution to that might have been to reward effective throws. That was considered and even tried in a limited way. The Gracie brothers did not want to match throws with the Kodokan trained people and lobbied against deciding fight outcomes based on throws, apart from one that resulted in a knockout, which was highly unlikely in a padded ring, and when one opponent could simply sit down to avoid being thrown. According to a picture of the end of the fight in Hanoi, George choked Shigeo from what is now called half guard. The picture clearly shows George with one leg hooked in, the other high on Shigeo's back. According to the report, George's guard was impenetrable. Shigeo gave up before going out. Desistu antes que perda dos sentidos. 58. Columnist Dan Chouqe, writing in English, summed up the fight as follows. George Gracie, 1. Of the famous 4 brothers, all jiu-jitsu experts, won another victory last night, when he threw the Japanese Shigeo by strangulation. He says he is willing to take on that wild bull Zabishko anytime the latter is willing to wear the regulation Japanese kimono. Fine. The catch match was also apparently not impressive. Baxter, 89 kilos, pinned Bergomas, 109 kilos in 9:30, after some headbutts. Cabecadas that observers said were little more than nudges with the shoulder, golpes como hombro. That, some of the fans at least, found the match quite exciting. While watching the fight, Louise Soliberry, a merchant, age 26, native of Japan, and resident of Rua de Riachuela, while rooting for Shigeo, fell out of his bleacher seats and was severely injured. 6-1. Jiu-jitsu men, including representatives of the Gracie Academy, were not averse to participating in catch contests. On Wednesday, May 23rd, at Stadium Riachuelo, Manuel Fernandez beat Manuel Baptista de Constante by decision. Einar Johansson beat Bill Lyon by shoulder pin 16 minutes into round 1. Jack Conley and Jack Russell drew after 30 minutes. Estanislaus Zbyszko defeated Zykov by disqualification. Karol Nowina and Andres Castano drew. The following Saturday, May 26, Gracie representative Ari Martini would face Zbyszko. 6-2. Prison. On Thursday, May 24, 1934, Diario de Noticias reported that the Gracie brothers had been condemned to 2 years and 6 months in prison for violating Penal Code Article 304 by attacking Manuel Rufino. Helio Gracie would fight Miyake next Saturday, May 26, apparently before serving his sentence. 63. Life went on. North American boxer George Godfrey, a former sparring partner of Jack Dempsey with a highly respectable record of his own 64, was getting ready to fight Battling Battleino. Next Saturday there would be a Catch as Catch Can tournament with the participation of Ladek Zbyszko, Conway, Conde Nowina, and Bill Lyon. In an interview, Gracie representative Jose Kayat promised that Arab champions don't do fake fights. Win or lose, I will fight honestly. Kayat was one more Syrian luta livre fighter who was recruited by Carlos Gracie to represent his school of jiu-jitsu. 6-5. Sports figures who make their own copy are always popular with sports writers. Some are easy to write about due to their distinctiveness. The Zbyszko troupe was probably precisely packaged to mesh well with the publicity machine. They were all giants, all champions, and represented the League of Nations. Every ethnic or national group could find their champion in the troupe. The initial Zbyszko troupe, the Zbyszko brothers. Karol Nowina, Andre. Castanho, Jack Conley, Einar Johansson, M. Zikovic, Jack Russell, George, Godfrey, Emil Hochwald, Josef Naraki, was augmented by foreign and local catchers and boxers such as Renato Gardini, Battling Battalino, Antonio Rodrigue, Joe Zeman, Bill Lyon, Manuel Fernandez, and many others. Members came and went. Some of them, and some of the original troupe, ended up fighting Jiu-Jitsu representatives. Loddig Zbyszko, Jack Conley, Jack Russell, Renato Gardini, and Manuel Fernandez had already fought or would fight Jiu-Jitsu representatives in the future. 6-6. In some of the first of the troupe's presentations, Roque Filho met Oscar Costa. George Godfrey boxed Joe Zeman. Stanislaw Zbyszko met Manuel Fernandez, and Carol Nowina confronted Bill Lyon. Tony Marconi, representing Italy, and Laverne Baxter, the Canadian champion, joined the troupe on Wednesday, June 20, 1934. Others, perhaps not officially part of the troupe, if there was such a thing as an official troupe, nevertheless fought in the same events, such as Ismail Haki, Mosoro, and Abraham. 6-7. Pardon. On May 28, 1934, accompanied by their lawyer, Dr. Romero Neto, the Gracie brothers appeared at Diretoria Geral de Investigações, DGI, in order to be formally arrested, as was required before they could be pardoned, as they expected to be. They were held in the Secção de Capturas, temporary detention facility, then transported to the Casa de Detenção, jail, house of detention, after which they would be sent to a Coracao prison to serve their sentences. Fight fans were understandably concerned about this. What about the fight with Miyake? They asked Helio. I don't know, certainly not in the near future. I need to retrain. I've lost my condition. For sure it will be a week. 68. On Wednesday, May 30th, Carlos and Helio were dismissed as professors of the Special Police, Policia Especial. Reasons given were that they were not morally fit to be instructors to the police, and also that their services were no longer required. Both may have been true. Francisco Jose Barbosa, Agenor Sampaio Sinjozinho, and Vico Tade also were terminated despite not having been accused of any crime. No sooner had the brothers been sentenced than a campaign was started to get them off. It was spearheaded by the distinguished writer Rosalina Coelho Lisboa Miller, a former Gracie student, and a personal friend of President Getulio Vargas. The petition was persuasive. Vargas pardoned the brothers, indulto dos irmãos Gracie, ano e 9 meses. They left the house of detention on Wednesday afternoon, June 6, 1934. The three brothers were highly emotional, particularly Carlos. The pardon was not universally applauded in Brazil. Some critics thought it sent the message that the rules don't apply to people who have the right connections, despite the fact that there was a good deal of truth to it. But bending or skirting the rules was done discreetly and behind the scenes. Not in the street with witnesses, and not in such a crude lower-class way. Upper-class Brazilians were concerned with how they looked to Europeans and North Americans. They didn't want Brazil to be regarded as a stereotypical South American banana republic. But the indulto pardon was welcome news for fight fans. Now the young sportsman Helio Gracie could measure forces with Miyake. Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu. The fight was back on, for Saturday, June 23, 1934. At Stadium Brazil, along with 3 amateur and 2 pro boxing matches, Helio Gracie, 65.2 kilos, would confront Miyake, 64.2 kilos, in a 2-round 30 minutes each, jiu-jitsu match. Some thought that Miyake would be Helio's most dangerous opponent yet, and might even rival Conde Coma. Diario de Noticias was not impressed with Miyake's caliber. He had already lost to Roberto Ruman, whose own abilities were suspect. Miyake had been scheduled to fight George Gracie, but would instead fight Helio Gracie. The result of this fight should not surprise anyone. The paper said como, Miyake, já derrotado pelo turco Roberto Ruman, enfrentará Helio. Gracie deverá combater com George Gracie. O resultado deste combate não deverá surpreender a ninguém, porque todos já o conhecem. It isn't clear why no one should have been surprised. George was known for his take-no-prisoner style. Helio was known for his philosophy of taking what the opponent gives and avoiding risk. The one thing that stands out is that Diario de Noticas, one of Brazil's 2 prestige daily newspapers, hence, with an incentive to be or appear objective and accurate, did not take Miyake very seriously. 7. Usually boxing matches were added to potentially boring jiu-jitsu programs to ensure at least a minimal level of excitement. The paper was not pleased with the selection of boxers either. Waldemar Januario had been cold constantly recently. His opponent Victor Ligard had been beaten often in Rio. The fight was not expected to be interesting. The paper's preview was brutally honest. The fight promises to be destitute of technique and full of grabbing. Neither fighter has the skills to deliver an impressive fight. 7-3. Diario de Noticias' prediction was correct. Helio Gracie decisively defeated Miyake with a choke in 25 minutes of the first round. 7-4. Helio's victory may have been decisive and clear, but it was not easy. Miyake refused to concede defeat even when he was in a hopeless situation. He would rather die than tap out, he said. Moro, mas não bato. Helio praised Miyake as the best fighter he had yet faced. Miyake é o maior lutador que já enfrentei. Miyake was Helio's 3rd professional opponent. The Antonio Portugal match was an amateur fight, as Helio had been dominated by Takashi Namiki and neutralized by Ebert, both in 1932. His praise for Miyake may have had a self-serving element. It made his victory seem more impressive, even if the reasoning behind it was illogical. He beat the best of his 3 professional opponents, but was unable to beat 2 who were less than the best. A photo in a note showed Helio using his guard. The caption explained Helio Gracie uses his closed guard to prevent Miyake from applying any effective technique. Helio Gracie impede con sua guard cerrada, que Miyake aplique cualquier golpe eficiente. Helio's guard, the same guard he would later use against Kato in 1951, was neither closed nor open, but half and half, with his long bony shins applying controlling pressure. 5. It was the same style of guard work that George used in his fight with Tico Soledade in 1933, and is probably what he had in mind when he later alluded to the unique Gracie style of jiu-jitsu. Opais described the fight in more detail. The fight started intensely with Miyake attempting a choke. Helio escaped to the ropes. The referee tried to separate them, but Miyake hung on, forcing the referee to forcibly intervene. Next it was Miyake's turn to escape to the ropes. They returned to the center of the ring where the fight resumed as previously, that is, each trying to choke the other with his kimono. Helio spent most of the round under Miyake but maintained a kidney scissors position guard, trying several times to turn Miyake over, without success. Several times the Brazilian was in a bad situation but managed to get out with the use of his legs. After 20 minutes, Helio managed to get out from under Miyake and dominated him by sitting on him. In one of the subsequent turns and twists, Helio managed to grab Miyake's kimono and strangled him with it. Miyake didn't tap but passed out instead. 76. The description indicates clearly that the rules of the contest permitted rope escapes. The kidney scissor, Tesauros Eos Rins, referred to in the text was clearly the same as the closed guard Guarda Serrada in the photo caption. Dominating him by sitting on him obviously referred to a mount position. Miyake's viravoltas undoubtedly referred to bridge attempts, during one of which Helio was able to slip to his back. The photo showed Helio on his back, but did not indicate how Miyake ended up on the ground with Helio on top. Biana, Virgolino, defeated Valentim Santos, and Valdemar Januario bested Ligard. It was not reported if the fights were devoid of interest. Secrets of the Kimono. On May 15th, Stanislaus Zbyszko offered to fight all 4 of the Gracies on the same night. 7-7. Later, Helio repaid the compliment by challenging both of the Zbyszko brothers on the same night. He had to settle for just one Wladek. After his loss to Helio, Miyake requested a rematch. He offered to sign a contract that would pay him nothing if he lost again. Now receberia bolsa, no caso de uma derrota. It was scheduled for Saturday, July 28th, but abruptly canceled outright on July 25.79. Empresa Pugilistica Brasileira felt that a different opponent would be a better draw for Helio's 4th professional fight. The Italian Stringari, supposedly a marvelous and technical wrestler, was briefly considered but ultimately passed over in favor of Wladek Zbyszko, who was the biggest name on the Rio fight scene in the summer of 1934. 80. Zbyszko was Luda Romana wrestler who adopted catch when it became popular. He was not naive about jiu-jitsu, having already fought and convincingly beaten the famous Miyake Taro Miyake using a kimono in Paris. He knew the secrets of the kimono and the risks that he would be facing. Con esos segredos do kimono, os risco, a que estado exposto fortunately, because the match was catch versus jiu-jitsu com kimono with kimono. The kimono was in compensation for Helio's 34.7 kilo weight disadvantage. 8-1. Stanislaus Zbyszko promised that his brother wouldn't lose. He would prefer death to defeat. Now Pedreira. Ella Chara preferivela morte. Wladek said that he didn't believe that Helio was better than Miyake. Now acredito que Helio seja melhor de que Miyake. Point 2. Since he had already beaten Miyake, he was confident that he could beat Helio. Carlos Gracie, confident as always, predicted that Helio would win within 20 minutes. Catch com kimono versus jiu-jitsu. Helio had another disadvantage. His mentor and spiritual guide Carlos Gracie would not be in the ring with him. He had been suspended, not for the last time, by the Boxing Commission. The fight took place at Estadio Brasil on Saturday, July 2008, 1934. Wladek Zbyszko weighed 106 kilos, Helio Gracie weighed 65.3 kilos. It was a 20-minute round luta livre match, specifically catch as catch can versus jiu-jitsu, with kimono, fought strictly. Within jiu-jitsu rules, descriptions varied. The point was that pinning the shoulders was not recognized as a winning technique. There were also boxing matches between Valdemar Januario versus Brasilino Fino, Jack Tiger versus Lazaro Gil, and Heredia versus Diaz Canesco. The referee was Luis Soto. 8-4. Fans had been led by Zbyszko's reputation and size, and Carlos and Helio's promises of certain and devastating victory to expect an exciting contest. They were disappointed. Helio and Zbyszko held on to each other on the ground and did nothing. Os duas agarradas. No chao nada fizeram in a fight without interesting action. Luta sem lances de sensacao. The reason was clearly shown in a photo caption. Wladek tries but fails to break through Helio Gracie's impenetrable guard. 8-5. Correio da Manhã, the other of Brazil's 2 prestige daily newspapers, provided a more detailed description of the contest. In the first round, Helio jumped to the ground, pulling Wladek on top of him. First round. Iniciado o round. Helio joga se alona, caiu Wladek por cima. Throughout the round, Wladek stayed on top trying to choke Helio, but to no avail. Zbyszko spent the entire round with his head glued to Helio's chest to avoid a chave, a choke or joint lock of some sort that would end the fight. In the second round, the fighters clinched and Wladek threw Helio to the ground with himself on top, no doubt, in Helio's guard. Various gulps, chokes, or joint locks were attempted, none with any effect. Zbyszko continued the round, hugging Helio's chest, not attacking Zbyszko. Continúa por cima agarrado al pieto de Helio, now ofreciendo combate. The fight served to clearly show three things, Correa de Manha concluded. First, that Zbyszko knew nothing about jiu-jitsu, Ladek Zbyszko now entende de jiu-jitsu. Second, that Helio knew how to defend himself well. Helio sabe defenderse bien. And third, that the public did not enjoy fights in which jiu-jitsu was used. Público nada gosta dos combates en que se haya empregado o jiu-jitsu. 86. Annoyed, while conceding that the fight was disappointing, awarded Helio a moral victory, Victoria moral, for avoiding defeat. After the fight, Zbyszko said that he was surprised by Helio's courage and strength, coragem y resistencia, and believed that Helio should be considered a great jiu-jitsu fighter. Grande lutador de jiu-jitsu. One could question whether he had enough jiu-jitsu knowledge himself to evaluate Helio. In view of his youth and enthusiasm, Helio would soon occupy a prominent place in the sports world, Zbyszko decided. Helio, for his part, said he was satisfied with the result because he once again avoided defeat. Estu. Porum satisfeito, pues, anda a uma vez deixe do rincom o meu titulo invicto. Point 7. Subsequently, Zbyszko claimed victory because Helio had failed to fulfill his promise to beat him. Carlos and Helio claimed victory because Ladek was heavier than Helio. Helio had indeed demonstrated that his jiu-jitsu guard was a formidable defensive tool. But in a portent of what was to come, it resulted in a boring professional fight that ended without a winner or loser, terminu empatada. Carlos had promised just the day before that when a Gracie climbs between the ropes, the public knows that it is going to see a real fight. As events would later prove, the public generally preferred fake but exciting fights to real but boring fights. Carlos and Helio stayed true to their principles. George and Oswaldo, however, had other priorities. Or to put it another way, they had a clear view of the differences between real fights and professional entertainment. There was no clamor for a Zbyszko versus Helio Gracie rematch. The public had seen enough of Helio's defensive jiu-jitsu. George's take no prisoners style was a different matter. Jiu-jitsu versus catch. Jack Conley was a catch wrestler from England, and said to be one of the most skilled members of the Zbyszko troupe with surprising agility for a man of his size. 18. George signed to fight him. Carlos disapproved. Not because Conley was a pro wrestler, but because he didn't feel that George was training hard enough. George doesn't represent our academy, Carlos said. George now representará a nossa academia. 90. George quickly lashed back, saying Carlos was never a fighter. He likes to talk about the 2 times he fought. One time was at ACM Asociação Crista de Mocoses, when he fought a man who knew nothing and still he couldn't beat him. The other time was at Fluminense when he abandoned the fight with Rufino dos Santos. 9-1. George ignored Carlos's advice and did what he wanted to do. That involved lots of pro wrestling. At least part of the source of the friction between the two brothers was the fact that George was willing to fight for less money than Carlos thought a Gracie was worth. 9-2. But fans and promoters generally did not want to pay high prices to see boring fights. In addition to being overpriced by market standards, the real fights that Carlos and Helio wanted to offer tended too often to lack what the fans wanted to see, which was spectacular action and decisive finishes. The market-sensitive solution, as the catch wrestlers knew, was to tweak the fight to give it what the fans wanted. And since fighters, no more than other people, do not enjoy pain and injury, from tweaking to completely working the fight was a short step. It was one that George and Oswaldo were willing to take. Helio was not, and that was probably one reason why he did not fight between 1938 and 1949. Another source of friction was that George did not respect Carlos's jiu-jitsu knowledge or fighting skills. The best evidence available suggests that they both learned from the same person at the same time, namely Donato Pires dos Reis, notwithstanding the unsubstantiated possibility that Carlos may have had some contact with Conde Coma in Belém. Given that George demonstrably had the ring skills which Carlos just as clearly lacked, George might have resented taking orientation from Carlos, particularly knowing how dictatorial and eccentric Carlos could be. 93. George wanted to live his own life, fight his own fights, and keep his ring earnings in his own pocket. The catch wrestlers sometimes went too far with their staging. Fans were gullible but not to an unlimited extent. It didn't take long before writers began describing the Zbyszko troupe's fights as clown acts rather than combats, exhorting the fighters to take their work seriously. Local fighters came in for criticism as well when they performed with troupe members. Before a match with Bill Lion, also known as Leo, Portuguese for Lion, at Estadio Riachuelo, Diario de Noticias mocked Roberto Ruman as the champion of fake fights o campeão de lutas combinadas, and the word fight, luta, was written between quotation marks. But the George Gracie vs. Jack Conley fight was taken seriously, and unlike many of George's other fights with catch wrestlers and luta livre fighters, it appears to have been legitimate. Conley seemed to be confident. He said, "I think George will lose the title of undefeated tomorrow. The Gracies think that our physiques are nothing. I'm going to show them that their skills are nothing." 9-5. Knowing how poorly received the Helio Gracie vs. Wadek Zbyszko fight had been, the press bent over backward to emphasize how George Gracie vs. Jack Conley would be different. Zbyszko had been limited by jiu-jitsu rules. George vs. Conley would be luta livre. Conley would be free to use all of the resources of catch as catch can. Zbyszko and Helio fought in kimonos, which interfered with movement. George and Conley would fight Pietro Nu, bare-chested. Moreover, Zbyszko was heavier and stronger than Conley, who weighed 90 kilos, and George was a more seasoned fighter than Helio, making the match more competitive. The fight, fortunately for Jiu-Jitsu representatives, was not a repeat of Zbyszko versus Helio. Nevertheless, it did not attract a great deal of attention. There were too many fights happening. The public was surfeited with catch and luta livre, and didn't want to see Jiu-Jitsu. The result was reported without details, merely that Conley succumbed to an effective arm lock after 7 minutes. 96. Carlos Gracie, wanting to rain on George's parade, and probably retaliate for the nasty but true things George had said about his lack of jiu-jitsu, knowledge and skills and his weak ring record, told the press that he had strong doubts that the fight wasn't a combinata fixed. 98. Jiu-Jitsu versus catch. Fresh off this victory, George signed to meet his teammate. Both were under contract to Empresa Pugilistica Brasileira, EPB, Roberto Ruman, at Stadium Brazil on September 9th in a luta livre match. Ruman immediately injured himself in training. Renato Gardini, also under EPB contract, was selected as a substitute. Italian catcher Renato Gardini had already been in Rio for a week when the Zbyszko troop arrived in May 9, 1934. He had came on the Neptunia from Buenos Aires on May 3, 1934, along with a group of fighters that included Canadian champion Laverne Baxter and North American cowboy Jack Russell. The Argentine boxer Arturo Costarelli was also on board. All three had recently been signed to contracts by EPB, as was George Gracie, and several other jiu-jitsu men, namely Miyake and Shigeo. 100. Initial reports indicated that Gardini was in poor physical condition, and might not be in shape to participate in the Grande Torneo de Catch, Ascatch Can that was set to commence May 15th at the Campo do Botafogo, promoted by Empresa Pugilistica Carioca. 101. By October, Gardini seemed to be on the mend. He was a master of the secrets of the ring, grande conhecedor dos segredos do rings. His record included thousands of fights without a single defeat. Seu cartel consta mil reais de lutas, sem uma único derrota. He had enjoyed a victory over Strangler Lewis, a draw against Jim Londos, and most impressively of all, a win over the world champion Władysław Zbyszko. 102. There was undoubtedly a degree of exaggeration in this description. Gardini had been defeated twice by Andre Castano and once by Zykov on April 3 in Buenos Aires, and indeed, that was the reason that he was not selected to compete in the Grande Torneo. 103. Ring records in the professional wrestling world were malleable and subject to interpretation. It was not unusual for a fighter who had never won a single fight to be honored for his undefeated record. In any case, Gardini, like George Gracie, was under contract to EPB. If its contracted fighters did not fight, no one could make any money. Gardini's losses were quickly forgotten and a fight was arranged. It would be a luta livre match of 2 20-minute rounds to be held Saturday, September 15th at Estadio Brasil. There would be no draw. Gardini would receive a gold cigarette lighter if he won, which he was expected to do, simply because he was too strong for George. George was technical, observers conceded, but a man who had beaten Zbyszko would not be stopped by mere technique. Naturally, George Gracie's fans vehemently disagreed. George's sparring partners weighed more than 80 kilos. George would be ready for Gardini, they promised. 104. Writers were not uniformly enthusiastic about the George Gracie versus Gardini fight, wondering will it be new farce? It is difficult to say. 105. As late as the day of the fight, O País ran a long article previewing the fight. Diario de Noticias that same day ran a shorter piece, mistakenly saying that it was Helio rather than George who would meet Gardini. 106. The Boxing Commission had recently declared that fights in which there was a great weight difference between the contenders would not be permitted. Gardini outweighed George by roughly 40 kilos. The implication was hard to miss. No other paper mentioned the possibility that the fight might be cancelled, and the pre-fight hype continued unabated. 107. On the day of the fight, it was announced that EPB had decided to postpone the fight after all. As the fight was postponed sine die indefinitely, that meant that it was in effect cancelled. Then 8. Instead, Gardini would battle Jack Conley at Estadio Riachuelo the following evening. 1-9. George presumably began preparing for Władysław Zbyszko, also under EPB contract, in October. Renato Gardini and George Gracie did eventually measure forces. Fans had to wait 4 years to see it happen. The Ono brothers arrive. On Friday, October 5, 1934, Sao Paulo sports fans learned that a Japanese troupe of 10 jiu-jitsu fighters would arrive the following week. The troupe consisted of Miyake, Ono, Iwawe, Takasawa, Naoti, Azuma, Yamada, Isida, Miravami, and one not named, and 2 youths, Utiyama, age 13, and Saito, age 15, and 2 children, Patizes, Ahia, age 7, and Ogata, age 9, both children of Migavi. They planned a demonstration of jiu-jitsu, along with some matches on Saturday, October 20th. The matches would pit Murakami, Miravami, Migavi, versus Isida, Misawa, versus Maritoni, Yamada, versus Naoti, Iwawe, versus Azuma, Tigusa versus Ono, and Takasawa versus Miyake. 110. The exciting Japanese sport, Impligent e Sport Nipponi, had many practitioners in São Paulo. Entre nós, tem já inúmeros cultor. At the same time, it was still relatively little known, anda relativamente poco conocido entre nos. The newspaper explained that Jiu-Jitsu was the art by which the weak can defeat the strong, arte de dominio do fraco contra a forte. In fact, it went on, one of the most famous and fearsome Jiu-Jitsu fighters in the world was a tiny little man, weighing 44 kilos who could, with astonishing ease, defeat men weighing up to 140 kilos. Dos mais célebres e temíveis lutadores de Jiu-Jitsu do mundo, e japonés de 44 kilos de peso, e ese minúsculo jovenzinho, tem levado de vencido, con facilidad asombrosa, a homem sate de 140 kilos. It is not known who all of the fighters were, but two of them were the Ono brothers, Yasuiri and Naori. Both names variously spelled in subsequent reports. Both would participate in many matches with George Gracie, and two with Helio, and would train many notable jiu-jitsu fighters and judokas. The Ono brothers' careers closely paralleled those of the Gracies, with one difference. The Ono brothers knew and often pointed out that what everyone in Brazil was practicing was Kodokan Judo, not any original form of jiu-jitsu. The Ono brothers, like everyone else, called it jiu-jitsu, however, because that is the word that most people knew. David versus Goliath. For unknown reasons, Helio fought Zbyszko first, but it was George who originally challenged him. In fact, even before he and his troupe got to Brazil, Zbyszko was so confident that he offered to fight in a kimono and take on all of the Gracies on the same night. He also offered $5,000 to anyone who could beat him. 111. Helio was the first of the brothers to try. He didn't lose, but he didn't take home the $5,000 either. Fans and writers, and not least of all George, felt that he could do better than Helio against the Polish ex-Luta Romana champion and catch troop leader. Zbyszko at first said that he would fight in a kimono. George said that anyone who wanted to fight him or his brothers had to wear one, especially if there was a large weight disparity. 112. After the Helio fight, Zbyszko changed his mind, and so obviously did George. In some sense, George did do better. However, he lost the fight. Helio fought defensively, which might have been wise under the circumstances. George fought to win. Winning was more important to George than not losing. Helio felt otherwise. Clearly, George had the better chance of winning the $5,000. He also had a better chance of losing the fight. Helio wanted to retain his distinction of being undefeated more than he wanted to beat Zbyszko. George wanted to beat Zbyszko. George weighed 66 kilos to Zbyszko's 106 kilos. He also had the disadvantage of not wearing a kimono. Despite these two handicaps, according to one report, the fight was extremely close for the first 10 minutes, equilibradissimo, durante 10 minutos, until finally Zbyszko applied an armlock from which George could not escape, suffering his first loss. After the fight, Zbyszko was lavish in praise of George, admiring his fighting spirit, combatividad, and calling him one of the most perfect and complete fighters in the world in his weight category, dentro de sua categoria, dos mais perfeitos e completos lutadores do mundo. He added that all of the Gracies were excellent fighters who could shine in any country. 113. The same article mentioned that George had received several proposals to give exhibitions in the USA and Japan. He was inclined to go to the USA and had already begun taking English lessons. The report said, there is no evidence that he went. According to O País, the fight was short but intense, curta más intensa. The action started with Zbyszko easily taking George to the ground with himself on top. George calmly tried to repel him with his legs, but Zbyszko was too heavy. Zbyszko went for an arm lock, chave de braco, which George avoided. Zbyszko grabbed George's elbow and lifted it to twist it. George skillfully unbalanced him. Habilmente desequilibró e Zbyszko voltou a caer sobre él, but Zbyszko returned to his previous position. He managed to bend George's arm, forcing him to give up. 114. Gazeta de Noticias was less impressed with the George versus Zbyszko fight, describing it as absurd and monotonous, luta absurda e monotona. It was no surprise that Zbyszko won, because this time he fought for real, unlike in his previous fights, especially with Helio Gracie, the cynical reporter wrote. 115. A Federacao and Diario Carioca reported that George held out for 10 minutes. Diario de Noticias thought that it was 2 minutes less. George Gracie desistiu aos 8 minutos do 1 round, but both agreed that the end came with a violent armlock. Violento chave de braco. George did not make excuses. He had never trained as hard as for this fight, he said. He was in excellent shape, but Zbyszko was too big. When he inserted grips for an armlock, he was too heavy to disengage from. For anyone of my weight to fight Zbyszko without a kimono is suicide, George declared. 116. Despite Diario de Noticias' suspicions, there was no evidence that Zbyszko worked his fight with Helio Gracie. The results of both fights were consistent with the conditions of the fights. Kimono versus no kimono, the Gracie brothers' different strategies, defensive versus aggressive, and probably the fact that Zbyszko modified his strategy after the first fight. Interestingly, the O País report indicates that Zbyszko was in George's guard throughout and applied the fatal armlock from that position. Porto Alegre. Oswaldo Gracie and a Gracie Academy student named Olinto Miranda Neto, also known by the nickname of Barata, went to Porto Alegre in Barata's home state. He was from a familia gaucha of Rio Grande do Sul in September to spread jiu-jitsu. Their first order of business was to visit the offices of the local newspaper, A Federacao. Oswaldo informed reporters that he and his brothers Carlos, George, and Helio had never lost a fight. Nunca formam derrotados, nunca perderam. They had competed not only in jiu-jitsu, but also in luta livre, and had defeated capoeira gym masters. He mentioned that his brother Helio, in only his fourth professional fight, had confronted Ladix Zbyszko, veteran of 2,000 fights over a 20-year career. Yet Zbyszko wasn't able to beat Helio. In 1931, the Gracie brothers introduced jiu-jitsu to Rio, Oswaldo said. There, in Rio, they proceeded to face representatives of every martial art, of every race and color, white, black, red, and yellow. The Gracie brothers vanquished all of them. Brazilian blood and intelligence triumphed over everyone who stood in their path. O sangue brasileiro e a inteligência triunfarão em toda linha. Even the Japanese masters of jiu-jitsu bowed before the supremacy of the Gracie brothers, Oswaldo asserted. 117. Oswaldo may have forgotten that Donato Pires dos Reis had established the first jiu-jitsu academy in Rio in 1930, and that two of his first students were Carlos and George Gracie. Perhaps he was unaware that Mario Aleixo had been teaching jiu-jitsu in Rio since 1913 or earlier, and that Sada Miyako and Conde Koma had introduced the Japanese game to Rio in 1909 and 1915 respectively. It was surprising, given that Oswaldo and his brothers had studied with Conde Koma for several years in Para, or so he claimed. On Saturday, October 8th, Oswaldo gave a demonstration at the Porto Alegre branch of the Asociação Cristã de Mocos ACM at Rua Pantaleo Teles N 1070 next to Avenida Borges do Medeiros, accessible by streetcars A and C. Oswaldo, with the assistance of Barata, revealed his vast knowledge of jiu-jitsu. Exibiu com proficiência os seus vastos conhecimentos no jiu-jitsu. They planned another demonstration in the near future, possibly at a boxing program at the Amphitheatro Alhambra on Avenida João Pessoa, 118. They also planned to accept challenges from anyone who wanted to test them. 119. Another demonstration was planned for Wednesday, October 17, especially for the authorities, but was postponed to Friday, October 19th. It began at 8:30 p.m. and was held at Club Excursionista e Esportivo on Rua Marcilio, Dias. Public exhibitions would probably begin Saturday, October 20 at Amphitheatro Alhambra, 120. On Wednesday, ACM hosted a night of strong fights, Noitada de Lutas Fortes. There would be 2 Luta Romana matches, 2 boxing matches, and 2 Jiu-Jitsu Livre Nogi matches. The Jiu-Jitsu competitors were amateurs, Olmiro de Oliveira versus Carlos Dias da Silva, and Sabino Binotto versus Clovis Braga, students of Waldemar Prinz, who taught Jiu-Jitsu at the ACM. Oswaldo and Barata gave a demonstration of Jiu-Jitsu. The public was invited to appraise the efficiency of the 3 styles. 121. The first public exhibition was held Saturday, October 20 at Amphitheatro Alhambra, 122. The exhibitions hit a snag. The idea was to fight challengers, but as of October 23rd, no one had challenged them. A local fan suggested that Waldemar Prinz and his students should challenge Oswaldo and Barata. A Federacao thought it was a good idea. 123. Prinz declined. The paper then suggested that Oswaldo and Barata fight representatives of the Circo Cairolo, currently in Porto Alegre. Circo Cairolo had introduced Gio Amori to the public and had several other experienced jiu-jitsu fighters on staff, namely Simão Munich, Espingarda, and Otelo Cairolo, Chouqe, both of whom were willing to fight Oswaldo and Barata. 124. Oswaldo did not immediately leap at the offer. He explained that in Rio, it was customary that anyone who challenged the Gracies should fight Helio, the youngest, first, and then if he won, George next, and so on up to Carlos, the oldest brother. So in the present case, the Circo Cairolo representative Chouqe should fight Oswaldo's best student Miranda. If he won, he could fight Oswaldo de ser vencedor baterse comigo. 125. Tibor Kraus, secretary of the Circo Cairolo, rejected Oswaldo's idea, saying that it might make sense if Oswaldo were the world champion, but he wasn't. In fact, Oswaldo had already fought matches at Circo Cairolo in Sao Paulo, won some, lost some, and drew some, contradicting Oswaldo's claims that he had never lost. Oswaldo was depriving the public of seeing who was better, him or Munich. Miranda would lose for sure if he fought Munich, Kraus said. He hoped for a prompt reply because the Circo Cairolo would be leaving Porto Alegre on November 11, 1934. 126. Oswaldo countered that Espingarda and Chouqe were not professional jiu-jitsu fighters, but rather circus performers. He had nothing to prove by fighting them, he said. His student Miranda was perfectly capable of dispensing with them. The discussion was cordial and Oswaldo and Circo Cairolo agreed to continue talking. 127. Agreement was reached by the next day. Barata would first meet Jose Santoro, another Circo Cairolo representative, on November 8, 1934. If Barata won, he would face Espingarda, and if he beat Espingarda, he would then fight Chouqe. If Barata drew or lost any of the matches, Oswaldo would step in and meet any fighter that Circo Cairolo designated. 128. Meanwhile in Rio, Gracie protege Jose Cayat was set to debut October 19 against João Bacana at Estadio Brasileiro, a preliminary to the catch wrestling rematch between Al Pereira versus Conde Carol Nawina. 129. Cayat was described as the #1 student of the Gracie Academy. 130. Back in Porto Alegre, the reason for Oswaldo and Miranda Neto's visit and recent demonstrations became clear. They were planning to open a new academy on Rua dos Andradas, 131. They continued with demonstrations. The next was at a boxing program November 1, 1931, at Estadio Paysandú, Paulini vs. Pedreira, Retomosa vs. Maturino Osorio, and Polo Norte vs. Gali, 132. Barata confronted and defeated Santoro by choke in the second round. Our sides met the rival in a 3-round jiu-jitsu contest, which ended in a draw. Both of the Circo Corolo athletes displayed excellent jiu-jitsu abilities. Oswaldo worried that after beating Chouqe, Barata might be too tired to perform effectively against Espingarda. He therefore offered to face Chouqe personally next November 9th and let Barata meet Espingarda Saturday, November 10th. Oswaldo evaluated Chouqe as the most technical of the Circo Corolo jiu-jitsu men but promised to finish him in the first round or second at the latest. When he was asked, "You don't think there is any possibility of losing? And now admita posibilidad de una derrota?" Oswaldo confidently replied, "Absolutely not even in a dream. Absolutamente. Nemem sonho." 133. Gracie vs. Circo Corolo. Oswaldo faced Chouqe in Porto Alegre on November 10th as planned. It was an exciting fight, a luta foi empolgante, and Oswaldo won in the third round. Details were not provided. It was news, but not big news. 134. Boxing turned the tables on jiu-jitsu. Boxers Echeverri and Maturino Osorio challenged Oswaldo and Barata. Oswaldo adopted a policy of silence, but repeated his offer that he would pay 1,000 rice to anyone who could last 4 rounds with him. 135. In Rio, a rematch between Dudu and George was in the air. Gracie Academy representative Ari Martini announced his desire to fight the winner Quer. Lutar com o vencedor do combate Dudu x George Gracie. 136. The fight was set for Saturday, November 3, 1934. Inexplicably, George entered the ring but refused to fight. The 3 preliminary boxing matches went on without him. 137. George and Dudu never met again. In November 1934, the Gracie's reputation was tottering, and fans had lined up on either the Carlos plus Helio side or the George side of the family. Oswaldo maintained a stance of neutrality, and Gastal Jr. stayed out of public squabbles. The Gracie's prestige was suffering from recent loses and weak showings. Some people were not impressed with the way Helio maintained his undefeated record, and some suspected that the Zbyszko fight had been worked, reasoning that because George was better than Helio and George lost to Zbyszko, Helio could only have avoided the same fate if the fight had been fixed. 138. Rematch. In Porto Alegre, it was announced that Oswaldo Gracie and Espingarda would be engaging in a rematch within the next few days. The previous fight had resulted in a draw 139, causing Gracie supporters to hope that Oswaldo would turn in a better performance this time around and hand the Circo Corolo athlete a defeat. 140. It is unknown whether that match took place, and if so, whether Oswaldo redeemed himself. Oswaldo and Barata had expanded into the fight promotion business. On Saturday, December 1, 1934, at Estadio Paysandú in Porto Alegre, Barata, weighing 60 kilos, faced Ricardo Cerne, 73 kilos, also known as the Mountain Lion Leão de Serra. Barata's student Jorge Saldana met Brusque, and Oswaldo's student Dante Carvalho met Rubens Alrindo. 141. Rio. The 1934 season in Rio wrapped up with Gio Omori facing off with his nemesis Manuel Fernandez for the 3rd time. This time, however, it was a 20-minute Luta Livre benefit exhibition match for the popular wrestler Justiniano Silva o Baronesa, a frequent participant in the Zbyszko troupe events. There would be 3 other Luta Livre matches, including Silva himself facing Adan Sick Mayer. 142. Fans who had seen some of Omori's recent fights might have wondered if there was much difference between the exhibition and the so-called fights. Like most of the older era Luta Romana and catch wrestlers, Omori was well into middle age, viewed from a fighter's perspective, and some felt due for a long rest. But the new kids on the block would more than take up the slack. Takeo Yano was introduced to the Rio public on October 7 as a new expert for our rings. Novo crack para os nosos rings. He was invited to come to Rio by the director of the Liga de Sports de Marinha, Luis Souto. Yano weighed 70 kilos and had been in Brazil for 3 years. He began training jiu-jitsu in Japan, where he took part in more than 200 matches, disputo mais de 200 combats. In Brazil, he fought only once, against a Sergeant in Manaus in a 6-round match, conducted according to Japanese rules Acordo com o Regulamento Japonês. Despite outweighing Yano by 14 kilos, the Sergeant tapped out in each of the first 3 rounds, and wanted to quit him tres primeros rounds. O adversario batu e acabo desistindo da luta. In Para, Yano had been an assistant instructor auxiliar to Conde de Coma, where he taught a group of army officers, as well as the police and numerous young members of the Club de Remo rowing club. He had agreed to come to Rio to teach a group of 20 army officers, and in the near future, another group of 60 young men from the Naval Academy, Escola Naval. It was expected that he would be fighting in Rio in the near future, possibly against George Gracie. Yano was eager to try conclusions with anyone, as long as the rules were those of Jigoro Kano Acordo com as regras de Professor Jigoro Kano. Yano in turn was challenged on October 16 by another equally or even more highly qualified practitioner of jiu-jitsu. His name was Yasuichi Ono, an authentic 5-dan black belt, Authentico Faixa Negra Pericente, a 50 categoria. Ono had already defeated Miyake in 4 minutes, and Roberto Ruman in 2 minutes, both in Sao Paulo. He was obviously not someone to be taken lightly. 143. Chapter 14. Notes. Chapter 15. 1935. On Saturday, January 5th, Gio Omori and his student Saburo Senda gave a public demonstration of Jiu-Jitsu at Club de Light at Rua Figueiredo de Melo N, 456. Victor Slazzolo and Guilherme Sichler engaged in a Jiu-Jitsu match, and Luta Livre instructors Jose Sampaio and Salamiel Oliveira performed a match of catch as catch can. There were also Luta Livre and boxing matches. 1. Jiu-Jitsu was holding its own among the amateur combat sports. Its mystical and scientific aspects were mostly the stuff of pro wrestling publicity, blood, sweat, and tears. The Brazilian Luta Livre champion, Campeão Brasileiro de Luta Livre, Dudu, was said to be a master of Jiu-Jitsu, as well as Luta Livre. Oswaldo, George, and Helio apparently respected his abilities. Dudu had served as Helio's sparring partner and George's principal trainer. Dudu and the Gracies seemed to have an amicable relationship. Sometime around the end of 1934, the relationship deteriorated. Dudu and George fought on January 19, 1934. The match was officially a draw, but most observers thought that Dudu had really won by virtue of having dominated George. They met again on November 3rd. At that time, George entered the ring but then refused to fight. Some people interpreted that as a moral victory for Dudu. Dudu talked as though it was more than just moral. Dudu concluded from George's unwillingness to fight that the Gracie Academy was weak, and that the Gracies weren't any good. Os Gracies not a volume. Carlos and Helio took offense at this and similar statements. Dudu also declared that he could easily beat any of the Gracies under any conditions. The proof of that, he illogically said, was that George didn't want to fight him on November 302. Helio reacted by going to the press and challenging Dudu under any conditions, thereby proving, he said, that there was a Gracie who was ready to fight him. 3. Dudu accepted Helio's challenge. He reiterated that he would beat any of the brothers under any conditions, and would do it easily and within a few minutes. He promised to give Helio the same moral defeat that he had given George, but with one difference. Helio would also be beaten physically and painfully. 4. Threats and promises have always been a routine part of pre-fight marketing. Boxers have always done it. Fighters try to hype the fight, but at the same time want to gain a psychological edge on their opponent. Fighters usually know that the pre-fight hype is designed to promote the gate, but they also sometimes get caught up in it themselves. When a man is publicly calling his future opponent a sissy, coward, homosexual, rabbit, ugly bear, Uncle Tom, gorilla, washerwoman, peanut head, or whatever, he thinks will get under his skin. Boxers sometimes forget that it is a verbal game, and against the better judgment of their corner people, react viscerally. They take it personally. Dudu promised that this is not a game. Isto não é brincadeira. That was true. It was not a game. It was a business. Dudu might have been expecting a low-keyed friendly match with the same theatrical embellishments that had characterized his previous fights. His goading of the Gracies did in fact help to promote the fight, but it might have had an additional consequence as well. Helio took Dudu's not a game admonition literally, but that is speculation. Dudu demonstrated a genuine intention to injure Helio. The truth might be that they both wanted to fight a real Vale Tudo. The Pesagem weigh-in and medical check exame medico took place on the morning of the fight, 11 a.m. at Asociação Crista de Mocos. Dudu weighed 85 kilos, Helio weighed 66 kilos, and neither appeared to be suffering from any disability that would interfere with their respective tasks of totally annihilating the other. The location was Estadio Brasil. The date was Saturday, February 2, 1934. The fight was scheduled for 5 20-minute rounds. 5. It started at 10:47 p.m. after 3 boxing matches: Acosta versus Zambano, Pires versus Picol, and Pryor versus Heredia. As promised, the fight was bloody. The fighters began cautiously studying each other. Helio initiated with a tapa slap. Dudu retaliated, and they both fell to the canvas with Dudu on top. Dudu unleashed a barrage of punches and headbutts. Helio kept his composure and calmly defended. They stayed in that position for 13 minutes. Dudu hurt Helio, but not enough to force him to give up. Helio, in return, inflicted damage, apparently mostly superficial. But Dudu was on the losing side of the exchange, because as it turned out, he had less in reserve. Observers commented that Dudu seemed to be tired already. His 13 minutes of fruitless attack had only succeeded in draining his gas tank. Whether that was Helio's plan, or Dudu misestimated how much energy he was expending or how much he had in his tank, we don't know. It wasn't the first or last time that a fighter had profited from his opponent's miscalculation or lack of accurate information. It wasn't the first or last time that a fighter had punched himself out. They rolled partly outside the ropes, and referee Gumercindo Tabata sent them to the middle of the ring. Dudu looked morally and physically beaten. Está visivelmente batido moral y físicamente. Helio kicked Dudu da pontapé, and then punched his arm. After running around the ring, Dudu asked the referee to stop the fight. He had nothing left. Depois de rodar en volta do ring, Pedreira suspensado combate, havia desistido. Dudu's manager, Senor Diniz, was disgusted. He had bet 12 contos after Dudu assured him that he was going to fight to win. Diniz accused Dudu of having a cowardly lack of heart. Correo de Mana concluded that Dudu's annihilation pavorosa derrota, at the hands of much smaller, Helio Grassi demonstrated that he lacked the fiber of a fighter, now posua fibra de lutador. According to Diario Carioca, Dudu was the first to step into the ring at 10:34, followed by Helio wearing a kimono at 10:36. The brawl briga started at 10:47 p.m. Helio began throwing punches, Dudu took him down. Helio closed his guard, shoved rins, and threw punches at Dudu's face, drawing blood. Dudu retaliated, breaking Helio's nose and rearranging his face with headbutts. Both were bleeding. At 10:59, referee Taboada separated them and directed them to the center of the ring. Helio kicked Dudu in the throat, Dudu atingado por pontape no pescoco, and kept the pressure on. To everyone's surprise, at 11 p.m., Dudu indicated to the referee that he couldn't or didn't want to continue a cena al juiz desistindo. According to ringside observers, in so doing Dudu had shown a high level of unsportsmanly cowardice. Whoa. Diario Carioca's report included 4 large illustrations. 2 clearly showed Helio using a low closed guard, Dudu's knees were on the mat. Another with Dudu crouched over Helio, dropping bombs. In another photo, Dudu was standing and Helio's guard was half open, shins in Dudu's side. Dudu's stature as a great champion and luta livre master nosedived. The public had been fed a diet of theatrical fights and probably didn't know what it felt like to receive a pontapé front kick in the throat. Quite likely Dudu hadn't known either up to the moment that Helio's foot found its target. The public had been drawn by the promise of blood. They didn't like what they saw. It is unclear whether it was because there was too much blood or too little. Perhaps also the cowardice that Dudu showed in giving up when he knew he was beaten left a bad taste. Dudu was exhausted and must have been in considerable pain. The fans didn't care. They wanted a show. Under the circumstances, neither Dudu nor Helio could comply. Dudu because his tank was empty. Helio because Dudu quit. As a result, similar mixed fights fell into even lower disrepute. Ordinary people felt that such bloody spectacles were neither entertainment nor sports and called for them to be banned, as would happen again repeatedly in the future. 8. The Federação Carioca de Boxe, Rio Boxing Federation, organized a program of 9 amateur boxing matches. On February 21st, called the Campeonato Brasileiro de Amadores, held at Feira de Amostras, representatives of Gio Omori's Jiu-Jitsu Academy also participated in a Jiu-Jitsu match. 9. Omori's last contest had been an exhibition with Manuel Fernandes in November of 1934. He was anticipating a match with another big Portuguese wrestler named Manuel Grillo. Like most wrestlers, Grillo was middle-aged and on the plump side. He weighed 90 kilos with an ample belly and stick-like legs. He had, it was claimed, trained with, fought, and defeated the legendary Raku in Portugal. He had also defeated Travaglini and ex-world champion Miyake, Taro Miyake, and was the Jiu-Jitsu champion of Portugal. 10. Everything considered, he was probably as competent at luta livre and Jiu-Jitsu as Dudu. The fight was scheduled for Saturday, April 12th at Stadium Brasil. Grillo vowed to beat Omori in the first 10 minutes. Venceré Gio Omori nos primeros 10 minutos. Omori was training with a younger Kodokan graduate who had recently arrived in Sao Paulo and was just beginning what would be a long career in the rings of Sao Paulo, Rio, Belo Horizonte, and other cities in Brazil. His name was Takeo Yano. Yano had landed a job teaching the Japanese game at the Club Naval, and that is where he and Omori conducted their training. 11. The fight didn't happen. The Boxing Commission heard rumors that a work was planned and prohibited the fight from being held. 12. The fight happened later, in October. Evidently the Commission's concerns were well-founded. On Thursday, March 28th, in Porto Alegre, at Estadio Paysandu, a student of Oswaldo Gracie named Dante Carvalho defeated Paulo Salvatierra in a luta livre match. It was one of 2 preliminaries in the Angelo Ledoux versus Waldemar Moraes boxing contest. Dante Carvalho had been one of Oswaldo's most promising students in Porto Alegre, but as sometimes happened, their relations turned sour. The pupil challenged his master in the pages of the local newspaper to a winner-take-all luta livre without limit of rounds. 14. Jiu-Jitsu gratis. Takeo Yano found work as a jiu-jitsu instructor at the Club de Regatas do Flamengo, CRF. Classes were held Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 8 to 10 p.m. Classes were free and open to the public. Inscriptos acaham-se aberta sendo inteiramente gratis. Omori and Yano gave an exhibition of techniques on Tuesday, July 9th, 8:30 p.m. to promote the new boxing, luta livre, and jiu-jitsu program. 15. In Porto Alegre, Dante Carvalho's best friend Souza was preparing to meet Barata Miranda Neto, Oswaldo Gracie's top student. Dante had been a boxer before he hooked up with Oswaldo. Now due to lack of interest on the part of promoters and lack of opponents, he decided to challenge boxers to mixed fights. Sierra, Homem Borracha, the rubber man, accepted the challenge. It wasn't their first fight. They engaged in a boxing match in Rio before. Sierra knocked Dante down 3 times in the first 3 rounds. Dante barely made it back to his feet, but he managed to pull himself together and win on points. The rematch with mixed rules would be August 4. Dante promised to end it before the 7th round, but 16. Barata had been away in the frontier areas of his hometown of Allegret. Mostly he was resting. But he accepted the opportunity to engage in some fights as well. One of his victims was Muniu Berg, a professor and ex-Hungarian champion of Luta Romana. He weighed 85 kilos. The fight was set for 3 10-minute rounds with 2-minute rests between rounds. Barata didn't need 30 minutes or any breaks. He defeated Berg in 2 minutes of the first round with a choke. The choke was combined with a kidney lock, estrangulamento acompañado de chave de rins. Barata took time out to give some demonstrations of jiu-jitsu self-defense with a student named Euripides Dornelis. Barata also confronted Marcos Placek, a 75-kilo Lithuanian ex-professor of Luta Romana. There was no limit in number of rounds of 5 minutes each, but as before the fight didn't last long. Within 3 minutes, the Luta Romana stylist had been choked out. Back in Porto Alegre, Barata declared that he had no fear of Dante or any other jiu-jitsu man. But he wanted the match to take place in his hometown of Allegret, where there was already keen interest in the fight. He and Dante were both natives of Allegret. 17. Exhibitions, demonstrations, amateur and professional fighting were all part of the jiu-jitsu business. They created interest and recruited students. Teachers also trained and supported their students who had the aptitude and desire to fight professionally, to test their skills, protect the honor of their family, prove the efficiency of their style, promote their teacher's school, build a name for the time when they would open their own school, or meet young girls, intellectuals, and influential cultural, political, and military leaders, or simply to earn money. The reasons didn't matter. Being willing to enter the ring was what counted. It was inevitable that Takeo Yano would enter the rings. His first appearance was September 28, 1935, and his first opponent was George Gracie. It wasn't the last time they would meet in the ring. George began teaching jiu-jitsu and luta livre at Fluminense on Tuesday, September 3, 1935, at 5 in the afternoon. 18. Yano represented the red and black Rubro Negro. George represented the tricolor. These were the nicknames of the two famous arch-rival football clubs, Flamengo and Fluminense, respectively. George Gracie versus Takeo Yano. I was held Friday, September 28 at Stadium Brazil. It was a 5 20-minute round match. It was described as the Flu-Fla, Fluminense Flamengo, of jiu-jitsu, suggesting a significance that it probably didn't have, given that it was the debut fight of a previously unknown sports instructor. Given his inexperience, it wasn't surprising that George's brother Helio predicted that Yano would not last one round. Yano now passara do one round. Yano was described as a student discípulo of Conde Coma. The program also featured two well-known jiu-jitsu men, the Arabe Jose Detti, 90 kilos, and 3 Dan black belt, faixa negra da terceira categoria. Yakuro Goto would measure forces in the semi-final, 2 rounds of 20 minutes each. There would also be 2 boxing matches, Lofredo versus Sanles the Sao Paulista, submachine gun, and Arthur Bispo versus Antonio Mesquita. Gazeta de Noticias provided a round-by-round account. Yano initiated the action in the first round by throwing George to the ground and from there trying to choke him. George defended skillfully. Yano threw George 5 more times, but each time George escaped by grabbing the ropes. Yano demonstrated skill at Rastira's foot sweeps. In the second round, George attempted to beat Yano at his own game with a Bilal shoulder throw. Yano defended skillfully. George in turn was able to successfully avoid some of Yano's throws and foot sweeps. The fighters veered toward the ropes, where George again attempted another unsuccessful Bilal. The fight took a violent turn with both men attempting foot sweeps Rastiras, but to no effect. They ended up upright, hanging on to each other's kimonos. Yano began the third round with a strong throw. However, George got to his feet before Yano could attack him on the ground. Again, Yano threw him to the ground, but George used his legs to keep Yano at a safe distance. George tried to bring Yano to the ground, but failed. Again, Yano threw George but couldn't finish him there. Leva George ao chao, mas resultado. George went to the ground, and Yano tried to choke him. After being in a bad situation, George managed to bring Yano to the ground and get on top. At this moment the fight seemed to be going in George's favor, but they again bumped into the ropes and were obliged to return to the center of the ring. The fans were on the edge of their seats. George tried 2 throws. Neither succeeded. George had been on the bottom but ended up on top where he stayed for the next 15 minutes until the round ended. Round 4 was extremely boring. Essa round foi desinteressantissimo. George and Yano only went for chokes. The public demonstrated its dissatisfaction with the lack of action. Round 5 settled into the same pattern as the previous round. The fans jeered. Yano applied a sensational throw, sensational tombo, on George which did no damage. George attacked but Yano ran to the safety of the ropes. Yano threw George again, and George again survived without injury. The referee halted the fight briefly to disentangle George's legs from the ropes. Soon after that the fight ended. There was no winner or loser. The official result therefore was a draw empate. After the fight, Yano defended himself against implications that he had held back and voluntarily avoided beating George. Not true, he denied. He didn't win for the simple reason that he couldn't. George was a good fighter and his defense was too strong to overcome on the ground. At the same time, he pointed out that George brought nothing else to the ring but his defense. Yano threw George more than 20 times. George was unable to take him down even once, Yano pointed out. In Japan, according to the real rules of jiu-jitsu, throws would be considered in deciding a winner. In Japan, George would have lost due to his lack of offense. Brazilian rules encouraged defensiveness, the result of which was frequent draws. That was not his fault, Yano said. Also, he was nervous because it was his first public fight. In retrospect, a number of observations can be made. One is the obvious dominance of Yano in the throwing aspect of the match. Since the fight took place on a padded surface, it was not surprising that George wasn't beaten by Yano's throws. And in 1935 points were not awarded either for individual throws or for superiority in quedas, throws and other takedowns. Neither George nor Helio had the skills to stand up with the legitimate Kodokan graduates, Omori, Yano, and the Ono brothers. That wasn't the only reason they emphasized ground fighting, but it was one reason. The rules didn't give them an incentive to change. Another was the fact that rope escapes were permitted and used. Rope escapes were a feature of professional wrestling, not traditional jiu-jitsu or judo. Also in evidence was the tendency for jiu-jitsu matches to bog down into defensive stalling. Finally, the public's impatience with overly defensive fights was clear. In 1936, the Federação Brasileiro de Pugilismo, Brazilian Boxing Federation, devised rules for professional jiu-jitsu matches, probably to avert such outcomes. But the rules were not consistently applied, and in any case, did not offer sufficient incentives for fighters to substantially alter their games. Shame in the ring. Gio Omori and Manuel Grillo did not give up on their plan to engage in a fight. A new date was set for October 5 at Estadio Brasil. Again, Grillo promised to beat Omori in the first 10 minutes. Omori promised Grillo would not be around to answer the bell for the second round. 25. Omori was again training with Takeo Yano. Gio Omori was teaching at Asociação Crista de Mocos in Rio. The semi-final was a jiu-jitsu match between Miyake and Arake Kyoto. Preliminary bouts were boxing matches between Rodrigues Lima and Antonio Mesquite, and Pinga Fogo versus Singarelli. Grillo was training with Kid Abyssinia. 26. Grillo weighed 90 kilos. Omori weighed 66.5 kilos. 27. To most people's surprise, Grillo administered a thorough thrashing to Omori. He threw Omori out of the ring 3 times. The final time, 15 minutes into the fight, Omori hit his head on the floor and was knocked unconscious. He regained his senses after massage and applications of very cold water, agua bem fria. Grillo demonstrated great knowledge of jiu-jitsu, according to Gazeta de Noticias. In the semi-final, Miyake defeated Kyoto by desistencia give-up. The boxing commission held up the fighters' purses, alleging that the match was a shameful work, combinação vergonhosa, and a fake tapeka. Gazeta de Noticias, keeping an open mind, thought that if the allegation was confirmed, both Omori and Grillo should receive long suspensions for violating morality, and in general demanded that any perpetrators of worked fights, of box, jiu-jitsu, or catch be suspended or banned. The press, like the fans, wanted fights to be exciting but also real. Promoters and fighters were sometimes tempted to ensure a certain level of excitement by advanced planning, which would have the added advantage, from the athlete's point of view, of less pain and fewer injuries. It was a fine line. Helio Gracie challenged Grillo, who was willing, he said, if the commission would allow the fight. It might have been an interesting fight. Perhaps Grillo, remembering what had happened to Dudu, was less willing than he let on. 2 undefeated students of Oswaldo Gracie, Barata, Mirando Neto, and Dante Carvalho, also known as Noquedor, were scheduled to meet at Paysandu, Friday, December 27, 1935, after many months of delays and postponements. The result of the fight, if it happened, was not reported. Jiu-jitsu fighter Ricardo Niben was scheduled to meet capoeira Andre Jansen in a catch match luta, de catch as catch can, in Bahia, October 30, 1935 at Parque Boa Vista. Niben was George Gracie's top student, and was the first to bring catch as catch can, luta livre and jiu-jitsu to the region. Andre Jansen, 75 kilos, was Sin Josinho's prize pupil and was the capoeira gym champion of Rio Campeão Carioca de Luta Nacional. He had defeated Caio Mendonça, Alberto Silva, Eurico Fernandes, Fernando Machado, and Bahiano in capoeira gym contests. In catch as a catch can fights, he defeated the French fighter Roberto Villavicencio and Americo Zerum, and drew with Ismario Cruz and Bernardo Frota. All of the aforementioned took place in the capital, Salvador. In other states, Jansen defeated Joaquim Matoso and Leconte of Uruguay. In Juiz de Fora, Minas, and defeated Edgar Machado and Roberto Lopes in Rio. Jansen was one of the most capable, versatile, and successful fighters of the period. No Gracie or other jiu-jitsu representative was ever able to defeat him. 32. Niben had been challenging any fighter for months in the press. Jansen accepted. It would be the first catch fight in Bahia, and one of the few so far, in the north of Brazil. 33. The match took place as scheduled on Wednesday, October 30th. At 22:45 p.m., Niben tried to throw Jansen out of the ring, and then attempted a choke golpe de pescoço from the guard position, chave de rins. If it hadn't been the end of the round, Jansen might not have survived. In the second round, Jansen went on the attack, but Niben defended tenaciously. In the third round, they were even. By the end of the fourth round, even though he was more tired than Niben, Jansen attempted some techniques gulps, but Niben escaped. Niben applied a lock to Jansen's left arm, chave do braço esquerdo, but just then the round ended. The fight was a draw, empate. In addition to showing great knowledge conhecimentos of the difficult sport, they showed courage and never gave the opponent a moment of respite. The audience, which included ladies, applauded the fighters enthusiastically. 30. Niven and his students planned to demonstrate and explain the techniques of Jiu-Jitsu and luta livre and the rules of competition. Impartial expected that Jiu-Jitsu would become as popular as catch in Bahia. Readers were familiar with catch, presumably having seen or heard about Niven's match with Andre Jansen. The writer explained that luta livre was really catch as catch can nacional, Brazilian catch as catch can, and was regulated by the Comissão de Pugilismo de Rio de Janeiro Boxing Commission. The commission had prohibited unsafe techniques, such as fingers in the eyes, straight kicks, ponta, pes, pulling the ears or hair, biting, punching, elbows, knees, finger twisting, among others. Rounds could range from 5 to 20 minutes with breaks of from 2 to 5 minutes. The number of rounds could vary, and the winner was determined by give up or KO or being unable to return to the ring within 20 seconds after being thrown out of it. 35. In other words, catch was essentially luta livre with more consistent rules. It was to luta livre what America was to Brazil. The Gracie brothers had seemingly shown that they were the best non-Japanese jiu-jitsu fighters in Brazil. To be the best jiu-jitsu fighters in Brazil, they had to fight Japanese representatives and beat them at their own game. Results so far had been mixed. Helio drew with Namiki and beat Miyake. George beat Shigeo and drew once with Yano and twice with Omori. The results were inconclusive. Miyake and Shigeo were lightly regarded. Miyake had lost to Roberto Ruman, and even Carlos Gracie considered him a non-entity, and Shigeo was Miyake's student. Omori was legitimate, but old. The most meaningful match had been George versus Yano, which ended in a draw. Moreover, Yano, also, although said to be a disciple of Conde Koma, was something of an unknown. The Gracies' next Japanese rival was the real deal. He was Yasuidi Ono, a 5-dan Kodokan Jujitsuka, or Judoka, as he later insisted. 36. A match was arranged between Helio Gracie and Ono for Thursday, December 5, 1935. Ono was training with Gio Omori, Takeo Yano, and others in Sao Paulo. Helio was training at Pati de Alferes, a resort town about 120 kilometers from Rio. Like Omori, Ono didn't have a lot to say about the fight. Helio did his part to stimulate interest, visiting newspaper offices with his brother Carlos, to inform the editors that unlike other Japanese, Ono talks too much. 30. The match was described as pitting the violence of Ono against the technique of Helio. Ono's style was described as aggressive. 38. Helio's supporters had confidence in the national representative. At least, they placed their bets as though they expected him to survive. Ono's supporters were equally confident. 39. The fight took place on Thursday, December 5th, at Stadium Brasil. When the fight began, Ono wasted no time attacking Helio and immediately put Helio in danger with an armlock attempt. Helio escaped with difficulty, desvenceu-se com dificuldade. From the start, Ono was the master of the situation, throwing Helio in 32 of 55 attempts, dominating and keeping him on defense. At the end of the fourth round, Helio was able to attempt his first and only attack. It failed. The final round resumed with Ono dominating Helio. One reporter commented that while Helio demonstrated skill at defense, a teacher of jiu-jitsu should also know how to attack, as students would want to learn those skills also. Professor deve saber atacar e defender com a mesma precisão. A fighter who enters to ring with the titles of professor and invicto, undefeated, has an obligation to take the initiative in a fight and not wait while the opponent repeatedly throws him, supposedly to prove that he knows how to defend himself on the ground. That left serious doubts about his ability to defend himself standing up. It would be difficult, using Helio's method, to defeat fighters like Ono and Yano, the writer concluded correctly, as it turned out. 40. The official result was a draw empate. Helio Gracie's defensive skills saved him to fight another day. His brother Carlos was suspended by the City Boxing Commission, Comissão Municipal de Pugilismo, for 90 days for entering the ring during the fight. 41. It was not the first or last time Carlos Gracie would collide with the authorities. Helio remained undefeated. Some people were less than impressed. Ono was one. Like many others, Ono thought that George was a better fighter, even if he sometimes lost, because he attacked, and that is what fighters are supposed to do. A strong defense is a good thing to have, but you can't win fights with defense alone. Fans are not going to buy tickets to see someone's defense. Carlos understood that well. It was indeed a problem. His solution was to recruit big strong guys to represent his academy in luta livre and pro wrestling matches. He called them jiu-jitsu students, but how much jiu-jitsu they knew or applied in their matches was questionable, or at least, not often in evidence. Actually, that was only one of Carlos Gracie's solutions. He had another, which involved offering direct access to God, though he didn't call it that. In Carlos's vocabulary, it was a spiritual entity, entidade espiritual, named Egidio Lasvoguinho. It would not be exaggerating to say that Egidio Lasvoguinho funded not only his various jiu-jitsu activities, but eventually, Carlos Gracie's entire dynasty of wives, underage girlfriends, and 21 children, and paid for lawyers to keep him out of prison or to get him out as soon as possible. Not much of this was publicly known at the time, however, and for good reason. 42. Carlos Gracie's belief system might have been ridiculed by many cosmopolitan, well-educated Brazilians, but certainly not all. The problem was that it clashed with his dedication to jiu-jitsu with its scientific principles and emphasis on morality. The secret Occultism was not much out of the ordinary in Brazil, including the sophisticated capital city of Rio during the 1930s. Cults and esoteric associations flourished. Brazil was officially a Catholic country, but its version of Catholicism was pre-Counter-Reformation and highly mixed with African and indigenous religions and belief systems. Newspapers regularly ran ads offering occult services of various sorts. The following ad, running continuously in almost every major periodical in the country, from 1933 to at least 1938, was typical. Do you want to always win the lottery? With the date of any person's birth, I can teach you how to win the lottery without ever losing even once. Send 600 reais in stamps, and I will send a free copy of the book O Seguro da Fortuna. Thousands of people will attest to the truth of what I say. In the upper left-hand corner was a cartoon drawing of a man wearing a turban, presumably the author of O Seguro da Fortuna, Pak Chang Tong. Verse 4. Carlos Gracie had grown up with anti-Catholic and anti-organized religion attitudes. He began his career as an alternative spiritual guru by attending a meeting of an already established group. He then decided that he preferred to lead his own group. He wouldn't have liked calling it a religion. He was simply providing access to the higher entity, who would in turn offer advice about toothpaste and real estate investments, among many other things both mundane and cosmic. 40. George Gracie had a less lucrative, if more honorable solution. It was one that almost every other name fighter of the period adapted as well, with the sole exception of Helio Gracie. It essentially consisted of tweaking fights to make them more interesting to fans. Tweaking could range from carrying an opponent, letting him last longer than he could on his own, merits, or not finishing him off, pretending to be in danger, all the way to deliberately losing. George did all of the above. Belo Horizonte. In December of 1935, George Gracie transferred his base of operations to Belo Horizonte. On December 7, it was announced that he would face Eberl of Germany that same day. 46. Most likely it was a luta livre match, as jiu-jitsu opponents were in short supply. The result, if it took place, was not reported, and Eberl was not heard from again. In that sense, it was a typical George Gracie fight. When he needed quick cash, which was often, according to his wife Angelina, George arranged a fight, wherever he happened to be at the time. 47. Accordingly, many of them probably came and went without leaving a trace, or not much more than the sort of brief news notice described above. On December 20th, it was reported that George would be teaching jiu-jitsu at Academia Luanzi in Belo Horizonte. 48. Reasons for the move from Rio were not explained. According to Angelina, George simply moved whenever he exhausted the possibilities of any given location. 49. In any case, Belo Horizonte was not so distant from Rio that he couldn't appear in karaoke rings when matches could be arranged. Moreover, Belo Horizonte was becoming an attractive place to promote fights. In the last major clash between jiu-jitsu aces of 1935, Gio Omori was scheduled to take on his friend Takeo Yano in the semi-final of the Pedro Brasil versus Manuel Grillo catch match, fought according to the rules of the state of New York on Saturday, December 21st. 5,000. The winner of Yano versus Omori would challenge the winner of Brasil versus Grillo. The fight actually happened on Monday, December 23 at Estadio Brasil and was fought according to jiu-jitsu rules. It was a replay of their July 9th exhibition. According to Jornal dos Sports, it was technical and lively but marked by phases of monotony characteristic of jiu-jitsu. The final moments were interesting and humorous, suggesting that the two judokas attempted to put on a bit of a show. Foi encontro técnico, muito movimentado com algumas phases com o monotonia peculiar ao jiu-jitsu. Os minutos finais forma interessantes e bastante humorístico. The match lasted 30 minutes and ended in a draw. No one complained. The fans came to see the luta de catch between the foreigner Grillo and the local hero Pedro Brasil. 1. Omori's career was winding down. Yano's was just beginning. Chapter 15. Notes. Chapter 16. 1936. Jiu-jitsu was being disseminated throughout the land. It wasn't entirely intentional. George Gracie was restless. He liked to move. Where George went, jiu-jitsu went. In January 1936, he was offered a contract to teach the Guard Civil in Belo Horizonte. He accepted and relocated there. 1. On April 2nd, George engaged in 2 luta livre matches at the Academia Luanzi in Belo Horizonte. He defeated Barthoyak, German 98 kilos, with a carotid compression compressio carotidiana, and Eberlo, also German, weight illegible, with a Japanese necktie, gravata japonesa. It took George, who weighed 70 kilos, a total of 12 minutes to dispose of both of the German giants. Most likely, given the circumstances, these were sparring sessions but were described in the one newspaper that mentioned the incident as a sensational fight of George Gracie. 2. Jose Detti was already a known name in Sao Paulo. He was the Arab Jiu-Jitsu champion of Sao Paulo who had fought Gio Omori twice, losing once and drawing once. Due to his size, 85 to 95 kilos, Detti went by the nickname of the Mastodon. He met Bergomas, the Italian catch champion, on April 4th at Casino Antarctica on Rua Anhangabahu in Sao Paulo. It was a preliminary to the Roberto Ruman versus Adalberto Trenca fight. 4. The first publicized jiu-jitsu, or luta japonesa, match of 1936 took place April 18th at Casino Antarctica as a preliminary, or semi-final, to the 16 Roberto Ruman versus Ivanov luta livre match. The jiu-jitsu competitors were Jose Dedi, weighing 85 kilos, and the minusculo tiny Francisco Yoshika of Japan, weighing 65 kilos. Dedi defeated Yoshika in the third round. 5. Ruman won his match as well, with a second-round choke con terrivel golpe de estrangulamento. Ruman was famous for his chokes. It was rumored that no man could survive once Ruman got his hands around his neck. In May, Empresa Pugilística Brasileira, EPB, announced its lineup of fighters for the 1936 season. All were boxers and catchers, but EPB was also considering offering contracts to 4 jiu-jitsu fighters. They were George and Helio Gracie, Yasuiti Ono, and Takeo Yano. 7. As in a Hollywood movie studio, a contract guaranteed a performer a certain number of projects at a certain fee for a specified period. The performer didn't necessarily have to accept a given project, but he wouldn't be paid if he didn't. Management and labor had overlapping but not identical interests. The overriding concern shared by both sides was making money. Management and labor sometimes disagreed about how to go about doing it. As far as management was concerned, performers were unique, but also functionally equivalent to any other star who could draw an equal number of people to the theater. The performer had a different point of view. 1 or 2 subpar performances could end a career, or at least substantially reduce one's fees. Moreover, for those operating schools, their brand was important. And for some, but not all, winning or losing was a matter of pride. The point is, by 1936, the majority of professional fighters worked under contract, and most were either boxers or catch wrestlers. Jiu-jitsu fighters were largely an afterthought. Luta libre con kimono. Estevan Jerkis 8 challenged both Ruman and Dedi. Ruman didn't reply, but Dedi immediately accepted. Jerkis was 25 years old, from Lithuania, stood 192 centimeters, and weighed between 118 and 128 kilos, depending on the source. He was exceptionally strong, dotado de físico excepcional, extraordinaria força muscular. Dedi had gained 10 kilos since April, if reports were accurate. 9. The fight was 8 rounds of 5 minutes each, with 1-minute breaks between rounds. It was either a luta livre con kimono, luta livre with gi, or catch-as-catch-can match, depending on the source. It was scheduled for Saturday, May 23, 1936, at Casino Antarctica. 10. Roberto Ruman, already famous as a strong man and pro wrestler, had been learning jiu-jitsu. He wanted to convince the public of his capacity as a jiu-jitsu player, jogador de jiu-jitsu. Ruman believed that his new knowledge of the Japanese sport combined with his prodigious strength qualified him to face a top opponent, adversario de clase, and even defeat the best rivals, Melhores Rivas. George Gracie, with the proverbial valor for which he was famous, Valentia proverbial que ofez famoso, fit the bill. George was known for never refusing a fight. Their fight was first set for June 13, and then postponed to September 5. They were both undefeated, dos invictos do jiu-jitsu, and would try to remain that way. But, at the end of May, EPB revealed more specific information about the fighters contracted for the upcoming season, temporada. There were boxers, catchers, and jiu-jitsu men. The foreign boxers were Francisco Magnelli, Jorge Azar, Amado Azar, Schiarafia, Antonio Rodriguez, and Annibal Pryor. With the probable exception of Al Pedreira, catchers would be announced later. National fighters, or already living in Brazil, included luta livre men, Roberto Ruman and Dudu, and boxers Jack Tigre, Virgilino, and Lafredo. The jiu-jitsu men were Brazilians George and Helio Gracie, and the Japanese Takeo Yano and Yasuiti Ono. 12. Kodokan Jiu-Jitsu versus Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Helio Gracie was being described as the top jiu-jitsu fighter in Brazil. He had beaten a lightly regarded Miyake and managed to survive against Takashi Namiki and Yasuiti Ono. Against Ono especially, that was testimony to Helio's defense on the ground, while being an indictment of his lack of defense on stand-up. But to be the best, something more than mere defense was needed. Takeo Yano was still looking to make a name for himself. He was still undefeated after his fight with George in 1935. He had thrown George at will but couldn't subdue him on the ground. Helio thought he could do better than his older brother did against Yano. Carlos Gracie promised that his brother Helio would defeat Yano in the first round. Helio vencera Yano no one round. George came all the way from Belo Horizonte to serve as Helio's sparring partner, Helio treinando com Jorge, que veio especialmente de Belo Horizonte para servir com sus sparrings. Rio would be witness to a great jiu-jitsu match, o Rio asistira a mayor peleja de jiu-jitsu. On the day of the fight, Helio predicted that Yano would be defeated, but stopped short of naming a round. Yano será vencido. 14. Yano's manager, Macedo Soares, who also managed Yasuiti Ono, quarantined that Yano was in condition to beat Helio Gracie. Yano and Soares emphasized that Yano had trained especially for this fight because he reconjizied. The Helio was a worthy foe, adversario, sub todos os puntos, digno el respeto. But Yano was confident. Without exaggeration, he considered himself to be in exceptional condition, and for this reason vowed to beat Helio en condicos excepciones e por esto afirma que va derrotar Helio Gracie. Yano was training with Yasuiti Ono, and both men appeared to be in magnificent form. 15. The fight took place at Estadio Brasil. It was 3 rounds of 20 minutes each. Helio Gracie weighed 65.7 kilos, Yano weighed 69.3 kilos. Helio was the Brazilian champion, Campeão Brasileiro. Yano was an authentic black belt, Authentico Faixa Negra. The referee was Gumeshindo Taboada. The preliminaries consisted of 7 boxing matches. The first 4 were amateur fights, disputed for places on the Brazilian Olympic team. The boxing contests were magnificent and pleased the crowd. Essas peleas agradaram. 3 were professional boxing bouts, the best being a 6-round middleweight bout between Gonçalves da Cunha of Portugal and Schmeling of Germany, which ended in a draw. The much-anticipated jiu-jitsu match, however, was a letdown. Now satisfez e expectativa geral. It was expected that the 2 jiu-jitsu professionals would demonstrate their skills and provide the public with an exciting contest. Nothing of the sort happened. The fight was monotonous, devoid of the slightest interest. It was a charade that disappointed everyone who came in search of excitement. The result was a draw, empate. 16. Diario de Noticias' report was shorter and less critical but made the same point. Llano dominated Helio on stand-up and played defense on the ground, effectively impeding Helio's attack in the process. The result was a boring fight. O asalto inicial foi bastante movimentado, tendo o japonés levado vantagem nas quedas. The first round was active. Llano had the advantage in takedowns. The second round was monotonous. Helio attempted only one technique, golpe, which Llano escaped masterfully. The last round was no more active than the others, pouco animado. Llano stayed on defense and Helio couldn't do anything. O japonés permaneceu a defensiva, e Helio nada pode fazer. Llano threw Helio 6 times, but was excessively cautious, demasiado cauteloso. The Gazeta de Noticias report differed only in minor details. The reporter saw Helio attempt 2 chokes in the second round, both easily nullified by Llano. The last round continued with the same monotony as the preceding rounds, como mesmo monotonia do inicio a peleza. The result was a draw. The reporter opined that a sport as boring as this cannot please the public. O sport é muito monotono e por isso mesmo não é do agrado da assistência. Point teen. One writer blamed Llano for the fiasco. It seemed that Llano didn't take the fight seriously enough. Llano, ao que parece, não subiu ao ring com a disposição necessária para uma luta de responsabilidade. His fighting spirit left much to be desired. Seu ardor agressivo deixou muito de desejar. The writer was at a loss to understand why Llano did not try to take advantage of his opportunities on the ground. Llano instead avoided coming to grips with Helio Gracie, permaneciendo afastado de su contendor. Llano's inexplicable tactic, essa táctica esquisita, turned what might have been an exciting fight into a boring and monotonous undertaking. The writer had no doubt that Llano's tactic was motivated by his fear that Helio might apply a decisive technique, such as a choke. 19. Llano's approach to the fight was the same as Ebert's and Zbyszko's. They did not feel comfortable on the ground and simply opted to survive by doing nothing that might open them up to unexpected dangers. No doubt such a fight would be boring for the fans. But Llano's job was to win, or at least not lose. It is precisely what Helio Gracie did when he was in with an opponent who didn't want to play his game. With Llano, Helio knew that he wasn't going to be able to advance his attack on the ground. He had the choice of standing up again. He could then have thrown Llano and landed in a dominating position. That is, he could have if he had the throwing skills. Since he didn't, it was almost unavoidable that the fight would play out exactly as it did. Helio wanted Llano to fight on the ground. Llano very rationally didn't want to. He had a large edge on stand-up and no edge on the ground. It would make no sense for him to voluntarily forfeit his advantage and clash directly in the aspect of the game where Helio had a relative advantage. That is not what jiu-jitsu is about, and is a self-handicapping strategy in any conflict situation. Helio lacked the technical resources to make Llano fight on the ground, or the cleverness to bait him into making a mistake. Conversely, Llano couldn't force Helio to fight the entire match standing up. It was a problem in almost every professional jiu-jitsu match. It would have been unrealistic to expect the Kodokan people to willingly give up what was a huge advantage. The national Brazilian jiu-jitsu representatives, mostly Gracies, didn't want to invest in developing higher-level stand-up skills but couldn't force anyone to fight on the ground if they didn't want to. Unskilled opponents had little choice, and this may have been one reason why most of them were middle-aged former pro wrestlers and capoeiras of questionable qualifications. In some, jiu-jitsu fights between jiu-jitsu fighters tended to be boring from the fans' point of view. No one ever really came up with a viable solution to this problem other than the obvious ones of selecting opponents who couldn't fight and choreographing the fights. Llano was foremost among those who adopted the later solution. Helio's brother George often collaborated with him in doing so, as did Oswaldo. Helio never did. But that may be why Helio retired from fighting in 1937, while George kept fighting as long as anyone was willing to pay him. 20. Rivalry. Yasuidi Ono versus Helio Gracie in June 1935 had also ended in a draw. But no one accused Ono of lacking fighting spirit, and no one even tried to pretend that Helio's draw represented equality in fighting skills, perhaps on the ground, where neither man could make substantial headway, but certainly not on stand-up. Overall, considering both stand-up and ground aspects of their fight, Ono had been in absolute domination, as reports clearly indicated, but the draw left the rivalry unsettled. In June, Ono came to Rio to challenge Helio to a rematch. Helio accepted. 21. Both thought they could do better this time around. The first time Ono had been hampered by a knee injury. Otherwise, he believed, he would have finished Helio rather than merely throwing him 32 times. Helio promised to be better prepared for the rematch. The fight would eventually take place October 3, 1936. In the meantime, Helio needed a tune-up, someone with a low level of jiu-jitsu ability, if any at all. One person Helio chose not to fight was someone who very much wanted to fight him. Simon Munich, alias Espingarda, from Spain had engaged Helio's brother Oswaldo in a 420-minute round jiu-jitsu match in Porto Alegre in either November or December of 1934. Although the official result was a draw, Simon believed that he dominated Oswaldo tendo eu levado vantagem nitida. Simon believed that this qualified him to meet Helio and said so on June 17. Helio responded the next day that he would fight Munich and anyone else, but he wanted to do it as soon as possible. Helio's readiness to accept challenges exceeded his readiness to get in the ring. Or perhaps he simply didn't have enough time to fight everyone who wanted to fight with him. But Helio was part of a two-man team. Carlos made the decisions, and his reasons were always based on hard-headed economic considerations. Maybe the money wasn't there at that time. Possibly Munich challenged Helio to get his own name in the news, or was induced to make the challenge to promote the scheduled June 18th event in which Helio was coincidentally scheduled to fight 3 opponents. Some reports said Helio would fight 2 opponents. The show was announced on June 16, and some quick attention-grabbing publicity was probably urgently needed. Helio's opponents were Geroncio Barbosa and tentatively Manuel Fernandez. The third wasn't mentioned. That may have been Simon Munich's role. George Gracie was scheduled to confront the Portuguese Luta Livre fighter Massoro on the same show. Carlos was confident that Helio would win all 3 matches. But as it turned, he didn't, because when the fights actually took place, Helio didn't show up. George's opponent Massoro also didn't appear. George fought one of Helio's opponents instead, Geroncio Barbosa, and 2 others. Helio didn't fight Simon Munich. 2-2. The fights eventually took place at Estadio Brasil on Tuesday, June 23 in a night of boxing, 6 fights. Catch as catch can, 3 matches, and 6 Luta Livre matches, 3 of which were fought by George Gracie. George's 3 opponents were Geroncio Barbosa, Antonio Roque, and Jose Amorim. Geroncio Barbosa was a strongman who followed the normal course and entered Luta Livre, 23. Antonio Roque was a professional wrestler, 2-4. Jose Amorim was a former amateur boxer, was a 5. The arrangement was unusual. Instead of fighting each one a specified number of rounds, he fought all 3 in 2 20-minute rounds. The plan was to finish one and then move on to the next. That is what almost happened. George beat Geroncio Barbosa and Antonio Roque, but had his hands full with Amorim. It seemed that everyone thought George lost, except George himself. J. Amorim, dos adversarios de George Gracie venció nitidamente. Although George was clearly defeated, the referee had neglected to count to 3 as required by Olympic rules when Amorim pinned him. Después de vencer nitidamente, sem que fosse contado pelo árbitro os 3 segundos exigidos pelo Comité Olímpico. George protested. There was some confusion about which rules were in effect, as often happened. Nevertheless, it was obvious that even if George's protest was accepted, he had been unable to subdue Amorim, and there was no indication that Amorim was playing defensively. The first round of 20 minutes ended without George getting the better of Amorim, now Levua Melhor. There was also a long disagreement concerning the number of rounds. George wanted to take his ambiguous draw and go home. The others wanted to continue with the second round, as agreed before the fight. George compromised by promising that he would fight and beat them all in a single 20-minute round some other time when his schedule permitted. 26. In August, Roberto Ruman began his campaign to bolster his jiu-jitsu credibility and paved the way for lucrative matches with one or more of the Gracie brothers. He started by fighting 2 Japanese, one named Misuki, the other Yamada. Little is known about Misuki other than that he lost to Ruman by KO on Saturday, August 1, 1936 at Estadio Brasil. According to one report, Ruman defeated Misuki without difficulty. Ruman venceu Misuki sem dificuldade, and demonstrated his knowledge of the new game that he had recently begun learning. At the start of the fight, Misuki went for a choke, but Ruman applied a gravata headlock that Misuki pulled out of. That seemed to impress Ruman, who had been known as Strangler Estrangulador in Sao Paulo. A few minutes later, Ruman applied a leglock chave de pernas, and then a choke. It was all over for Misuki. 27. At least one newspaper was skeptical. Ruman now convenció como practicante de jiu-jitsu. The fight was a farce. Neither Ruman nor Misuki demonstrated any knowledge of jiu-jitsu, and Misuki did absolutely nothing in the match. Misuki now fez absolutamente nada. He dropped out of sight after this debacle. 2. Roberto Ruman versus Jiu-Jitsu. After disposing of Misuki, Ruman announced that he would fight Helio Gracie on September 5. Ruman never fought Helio Gracie. Ruman met George instead. On August 7, it was announced that Ruman would fight Tajeshika Yamada on Saturday, August 8. Yamada was only slightly less unknown than Misuki. He may have been among the members of the Ono group that arrived in Sao Paulo in October of 1934. But Yamada is a common Japanese name. Yamada was in some way professionally associated with Masagoichi, who would fight Helio Gracie a month later. 9. He was a man with cat-like agility, y a homem de agilidad feline, which was said about every Japanese representative, with the exception of Masagoichi. He had a notable career in sports, Japonés portador de notables antecedentes sportivos 30, which suggested to at least one paper that he would be a tougher opponent for Ruman than Misuki had been. 31. His style was said to be extremely fast and disconcerting, pasu, estilo extremamente rapido e desconcertante. 32. And to be characterized by extreme mobility, extrema movilidad de sus movimiento. He was considered to be the South American Jiu-Jitsu champion. 34. On the day of the fight, he was shown in a photograph applying an inverted calf crush with toe hold on a training partner. 35. Overall, the pre-fight build-up was a collection of cliches and vague, unsupported assertions. The complete absence of specific information strongly suggested that Yamada was manufactured for this fight. This possibility did occur to some people, and they said so. However, almost everyone had incentives to maintain the fiction. The essential problem was there were too few legitimately skilled jiu-jitsu men in Brazil, or at least those who wanted to be professional fighters. That wasn't something that could be easily or quickly remedied. In the meantime, everyone played the game. In consequence, the public eagerly anticipated the fight. To be sure, they were not too disappointed in case Yamada failed to deliver a convincing performance. Several boxing matches were included, as was the general custom. 36. The Ruman vs. Yamada fight was scheduled for 6 rounds of 10 minutes each. Ruman weighed 78 kilos, Yamada weighed 62 kilos. 37. Local reporter Dan Chouqe described the action in the following terms. After a long wait, Yamada enters the ring, followed by Ruman. Yamada sends Ruman to the canvas by means of a leg trip and a hold on Ruman's kimono. He then attempts to apply a decisive stranglehold and very nearly does Ruman, escaping with some difficulty thanks to his abnormal sarang sick. Yamada tries again to get a stranglehold but failed again to do so. They both get on their feet and Ruman gives a stomach throw with the jab tightly clinging to his tunic. Ruman applies an arm stretch to the jab who manages to escape. Yamada then downs the Syrian with a stomach throw and soon after tries to give another and fails. Ruman trips Yamada to sit on him and apply a stranglehold, making his adversary give in. Yamada took some time to return to his senses. Such, the power of Ruman's hold. Ruman did not make as good a showing last night as he did last week. 38. Ruman's stranglehold gravata was legendary. A good wrestler, which he supposedly was, an Olympic champion, he said, can apply considerable pressure with a head and arm grip. The jiu-jitsu, judo, equivalent, the karagatame hold down, can even be effective as a choke if held long enough. Pictures of Ruman applying it leave some doubt as to how legitimate it really was. George Gracie, who encountered Ruman several times, was skeptical. But in this case, the only one who could speak with true authority was Yamada. He apparently had nothing to say. Neither Misuki nor Yamada had any other fights, at least none that received press coverage. It is not out of the question that both were simply untrained members of the Japanese immigrant community who needed to make some extra cash and were recruited for the role of Ruman victims. One who suspected as much was Takeo Yano, who commented, "I have never heard of these champions and I'm sure that they don't know anything about jiu-jitsu." 39. Coincidentally, Misuki and Yamada, and one more Japanese champion, had been somehow discovered by Ruman's manager Kid Pratt. The other champion was someone named Masakichi. 40. Professional jiu-jitsu. In an attempt to make jiu-jitsu more entertaining, the Brazilian Federation of Pugilism, Federação Brasileiro de Pugilismo, formulated 15 rules for professional jiu-jitsu matches. 41. The new rules introduced points. Unlike previously, where victory depended solely on KO or submission, now a man could also win by points. The points, however, were not awarded for specific positions or techniques, as in judo or amateur boxing, but rather superiority, with one exception. There were 15 rules as follows. 1. Fighters must wear appropriate, sturdy Japanese kimonos, with sleeves that reach halfway up the lower arms. 2. The fighters must be barefooted, without grease of any kind on their body, and with their fingernails trimmed. 3. The ring will be 5x5 meters. The floor will be covered with cotton, or something similar. 4. The fighters will be separated if one is completely outside the rope, and then they will both be sent back to the middle of the ring. 5. There will be one referee, juiz de ring, and 3 judges, jurados de mesa. 6. The maximum time of a fight will be 60 minutes in rounds of 10 to 20 minutes each, with a break between rounds of 2 to 3 minutes. 7. Each fighter can have a maximum of 2 seconds. 8. Prohibited techniques are cuteladas chops, antebraço forearm, cotoveladas elbows, socos punches, bofetadas slaps, dentadas biting, jolhadas knees, cabecadas headbutts, pontapés, straight kicks, puxao de cabellos u das orelhas pulling hair or ears, torcao dos dedos das mãos e dos pés twisting fingers or toes, dedos nos olhos u órgãos genitais, fingers in the eyes or genitals. Putting the fingers inside the sleeves or pants legs is also prohibited. Infractions will incur a warning or disqualification. 9. A medical examination is mandatory on the day of the fight, between 11 and noon, at a place designated by the Federation. Set. In addition to disqualification, fights can be decided by points pontos, unconsciousness, or knockout. Perda de sentidos, knockout, submission desistencia, or disqualification desclassificacao. Jet and act. Decisions by points will be rendered by the table judges, jurados de mesa, as follows. A. 1 point for superior defense. B. 1 point for superior technique. C. 1 point for superior attack. D. 1 point for superior efficiency. E. 1 point for knocking, throwing, or otherwise putting the opponent, shoulders and hips on the ground and completely dominating him. When the fires are equal in a round, they will both be given 5 points. At the end of the fight, the fighter with the largest total number of points will be declared the winner. If they have the same number of points, the result will be a draw. Divan Act. When a fighter is unconscious sem sentidos, the referee will count aloud to 10, and then declare the adversary the winner, lifting his hands in the air. It will also be considered a KO if a fighter is thrown out of the ring and doesn't return by the count of 20. Tren Act. It is considered give up desistencia if one fighter is being attacked and can't endure further punishment. Dos contendores estiver siendo atacado y now. Supporter meso golpe. He speaks to the referee or taps with his hand or foot, more than twice, on any part of the opponent's body or the floor of the ring. Citarn Act. Disqualification desclasificacao will result from passivity falta de combatividad, failure of the fighter or any of his seconds to heed the referee's instructions 3 times, and any of the irregularities specified in Rule #8. Patten Act. Anyone who violates any of the rules is subject to suspension. Helio versus the Giant. Promotion for the fight started in August. Masagoichi was described as a strong Japanese fighter, formidable lutador japonés, a high-level fighter, lutador de gran clase, as an almost giant quasi-gigante at 85 kilos. He was also unusually tall for his race. He had received the coveted Cruz de Merito, was undefeated in both Jiu-Jitsu and Sumo, and was the third-rated sumo fighter in Japan. The fight was originally set for August 22.4 but rescheduled for September 12. After coming to Brazil, Masagoichi acquired property in the interior of Sao Paulo state and dedicated himself to his business interests. But feeling nostalgic about his past ring glories, he could not resist the temptation to throw his hat back into the ring. He had retained his flexibility and healthy dietary routine, and therefore he was seen as a worthy opponent for the kid brother of the Gracie family, Helio Gracie. 43. For the benefit of those who doubted his abilities, Masagoichi challenged anyone to try him, especially his compatriots Yasuidi Ono and Takeo Yano, and George Gracie and Roberto Ruman as well. Asserting his confidence, he offered to fight winner take all. At first it was planned that Ruman and Masagoichi would fight, and that the winner would automatically, without need for a prova de suficiencia, earn the right to face Helio Gracie, Yasuidi Ono, or Takeo Yano. The Ruman versus Masagoichi fight did not happen. Instead, Masagoichi was required to undergo a prova de suficiencia to demonstrate his skills and his right to confront Helio Gracie. 45. The prova was held on September 9, 1936 at Estadio Brasil, beginning at 9 p.m. Admission was free. Takeo Yano was Masagoichi's demonstration partner. In addition to the prova, 2 amateur catch matches were presented. As the Ruman vs. Misuki fight showed, it was not unheard of for a promoter to put an unqualified opponent in the ring with a name fighter, simply to give him something to do. The public was losing patience with these fights, which were negatively impacting the fight business in general. Consequently, unknown fighters were generally required to complete a prova de suficiencia, which was intended to put their skills on display prior to an actual fight. A prova de suficiencia, also called prova do eficiencia and exame de suficiencia, was a half-match, half-demonstration. The provas were open to officials, the press, and usually, the general public. A fighter under contract would be assigned to job of testing him. It was a form of truth in advertising. The public wanted to be sure the man could really fight. It also served the purpose of promoting the fight, or other fights, and showcasing one or more fighters. Unfortunately, the big fight, which was the reason for conducting the prova, depended on the tested fighter making a good showing. Everyone had an incentive to help him. It happened from time to time that a fighter who looked impressive in his prova turned inexplicably inept when it came to the actual fight. Masagoichi performed his sufficiency test on August 20 at 5 p.m. at Estadio Brasil in a demonstration with Takeo Yano and reportedly left a magnificent impression. 46. Annoyed didn't believe that Masagoichi's 20-kilo weight advantage would be enough to nullify Helio Gracie's technical superiority. 20 kilos de difference now deve memorizar Helio Gracie. Masagoichi weighed 86 kilos. Helio weighed 66 kilos, 47. The fight took place at Estadio Brasil and was scheduled for 3 20-minute rounds. Helio Gracie won in the early minutes with an armlock, Vonsu o Brasileiro. Eos primeros minutos num golpe de hermalock, SIC. 48. Diario Carioca provided a bit more detail. Helio defeated Masagoichi at the 12-minute mark with an armlock, giving evidence of his vast knowledge of jiu-jitsu. 49. One newspaper called Masagoichi the fighter who easily forgot jiu-jitsu, a luchador que facilmente esqueço jiu-jitsu, and complained that the jiu-jitsu fights presented in Rio, with rare exceptions, had been increasingly demoralizing due to the extremely suspicious nature of the outcomes, and called the fight a comedy comedia and a fraud burla that profoundly revolted the public. Masagoichi was suspended by the Federation for 90 days for not doing what he should have por no terse empregado como era do se deber, and for having taken part in such a fraudulent comedy. The Federation seemed to feel that, based on his prova with Yano, Masagoichi was capable of putting up a better fight than he did. D1. Dois invictos. Roberto Roman had been challenging the Gracie brothers since at least 1932. Helio was eager to fight him, but Carlos, as he often did, played hard to get. He wanted the most favorable conditions for his client. George was ready to fight under virtually any conditions. Still, it wasn't until April 21, 1934, that contracts were signed, 52, and more than 2 more before the usual obstacles were cleared away, and the fighters climbed into the ring. In the meantime, Roman's and the Gracie names were familiar fare in the daily press. Anything they did or said was printable. Of course, that was true for every other wrestler as well, which meant that there was incessant competition for media attention. Interesting stories had to be constantly spun. In return for free publicity, the fight managers provided free content. One example probably was Roman's decision to learn the fearsome Japanese game of defense. After his April 1932 loss to Omori, Roman had decided to take jiu-jitsu lessons, hoping to do better the next time. OP3. His matches with Misuki and Yamada were designed to showcase his new knowledge. Not everyone was convinced, but it was enough to justify a fight with a Gracie. Roman and George Gracie were both undefeated in jiu-jitsu, Invictos do Jiu-Jitsu. A battle between 2 undefeated champions was always special. It was going to be the iron muscles of Roman versus the technical knowledge of George Gracie at Stadium Brazil. Heat 4. George weighed 66 kilos, Roman weighed 71 kilos. The fight was scheduled for 2 20-minute rounds. It lasted 9 minutes. Dan Chouqe described the fight. Roman looks very serious when he appears in the ring, while shortly after Gracie appears smilingly and is the picture of confidence. Roman trips Gracie and applies a body scissors, but Gracie falls on top and both secure strangleholds. After 2 or 3 attempts at throwing Gracie off, Gracie tightens his stranglehold, and the impression given was that Roman would lose. However, he manages to stave off defeat for a time by moving around on the canvas. Gracie tightens his stranglehold and a Roman unconscious on the mat. Short time later, Sick gets up, leaving after 9 minutes, during which time only 1 hold was applied by both, a stranglehold. Without doubt, a significant win for Gracie. 55. From Chouqe's description of the fight, it did not seem to be a work. In any case, neither Roman's usually faithful gravata nor arms of steel saved him this time. Challenges continued to arrive from every direction. On September 20, 1936, the French catch wrestler Jean Bognar challenged George and Helio Gracie to a luta livre contest. He went out of his way to make a potential match attractive to either or both of them. If they choose to accept, it would be no gi now havera kimono, but Chouque's excita estrangulamento would be allowed, and he would eschew pinning semispaduas no chao. Carlos had publicly declared that the Gracies never refused a challenge. Bognar hoped that the brothers would respond soon. O desafiante pede resposta urgente. They didn't. 56. Survival. The Yasuidi Ono vs. Helio Gracie rematch took place Saturday, October 3, 1936 at Stadium Brazil. Ono's younger brother Nawiti, also known as Oninho, would be fighting Helio's sparring partner Carlos Pedreira. Nawiti was probably 16 and weighed about 57 kilos. Pedreira was 18 and weighed 74 kilos. 57. There were also 3 boxing matches. Helio weighed 68.3 kilos. Ono weighed 64.6 kilos. Locally based foreign reporter Dan Chouqe previewed the fight. Never was Gracie so hard-pressed as when he met Ono, and this when the Japanese was handicapped by an injured knee. Ono and Helio both felt certain of victory this time, Chouqe reported. E8. Both were wrong, neither won, neither lost either. Whether Helio did better the second time around seemed to depend on the nationality of the reporter. According to Anoit, Helio avoided being thrown, which was an obvious improvement over his performance in the first fight. The Anoit reporter may have been dozing, however, according to other reports described below. No mention was made of Helio's success in attacking Ono. Again, it seemed that his game plan was centered on survival. The reporter felt that a draw was a reasonable outcome. Helio anulu a eficiencia de Ono, evitando os quedas en que o Japón semestre. Empate fue o desfecho lógico 59. Frank Wright described the fight as follows. Ono, 64.6 kgs, was the whole fight. He constantly had Gracie, 68.3 kgs, in difficulty, and Gracie can thank his lucky stars for the draw decision. Gracie did not score one single effective hold, and was content to remain on the defensive. Points for this fight were not counted, for if they had been, victory would have gone to Ono. Carlos Gracie, as per usual, found something wrong with Ono's costume, and to oblige him, Ono had to trail back to the dressing room to change it for another. Throughout the fight, Ono applied many spectacular leg trips and stomach throws, and the vast crowd at once realized that they were in the presence of a master. Gracie's defensive system was good, and he made a spectacular escape from a fatal armlock, engineered by Ono after the latter had downed Gracie with a leg trip by spinning. At the end of 60 minutes, the result was a draw, 60. The reports disagreed about how well Helio avoided being thrown. Perhaps he did better than in 1935, but apparently his stand-up defense was far from impeccable. Possibly he did not want to bother to avoid being taken down, where he wanted to be anyway, since points were not being scored for throws despite the new rule system announced by the Federação Brasileira de Pugilismo in September. Nevertheless, both reports seem to indicate that Helio's strategy was to survive. Clearly, Yasuidi Ono was on a different level from Masagoichi. Correo de Espaulo summed up the match. Ono dominated the final 3 rounds, applying 27 techniques to Gracie's when Ono dominó os tres últimos tempos aplicando 27 golpes Gracie contra 1-6-1. Obviously, Helio performed better in 1936 than in 1935, only being thrown 27 rather than 32 times, and according to one account, he even managed to execute one technique of some kind. Officially, the result was again a draw empate, and Helio remained undefeated, invicto. The match was anything but even, however, all reports agreed. 6-2. In November, the Club de Regatas do Flamengo sponsored the Festa Pugilística do Flamengo to celebrate its 41st anniversary. In addition to club members, representatives from Club Carioca de Boxe, Policia Especial, and Academia José André also participated. There were 4 luta livre matches of 1 10-minute round each, 5 boxing matches, 1 capoeira gym match, and 3 jiu-jitsu matches. In the jiu-jitsu matches, Odemar Figueiredo faced Eguti, Vicente Marquez confronted Luis Cis, and Togo Carper met Agrad Gisher. Takeo Yano was the jiu-jitsu instructor at the club, but for this occasion he took off his kimono and engaged Jaime Ferreira in one of the luta livre contests. 6-3. Catch wrestler João Picana had been challenging Gio Omori for years. He was modest, restrained, and monosyllabic, but his name was a household word in Rio fight circles. 4. Picana had just returned to Rio from a 3-month stint in Buenos Aires where he compiled a record of 14 wins, all by pin, 7 losses and 5 draws, and earned the admiration of the local press for his strength, durability, and agility. Omori finally agreed to confront Picana despite the 25-kilo weight difference. The 4 10-minute round fight was scheduled for November 15, 1936, at Estadio Federal. Omori promised to liquidate Picana quickly. Liquidare o Picana rapidamente. Omori reportedly had more than 400 fights in Brazil, which paled in comparison to Picana's more than 1,000 ring outings. Omori's student Saburo Senda was set to face the aging boxer Tavares Crespo, who had already been quickly dispatched by Omori in 1932.66. The match was postponed to Tuesday, November 17.67. The result was neither reported nor referred to subsequently, which generally meant that the fight was cancelled at the last minute. Jiu-Jitsu sem kimono. Takeo Yano and George Gracie battled to a boring draw in their 1935 jiu-jitsu match. Many observers had already arrived at the conclusion that the kimono, which could be a terrible weapon in the hands of a jiu-jitsu master against a naive opponent, too often led to snooze fests when 2 jiu-jitsu men met, especially if one of them was overly cautious on the ground. When more action was required, promoters implored jiu-jitsu fighters to take off their kimonos. Technically, jiu-jitsu could be sem kimono without gi, and luta livre could become kimono with gi. Such matches did sometimes take place, and if so, the only significant difference was the shoulder pinning rule. If that was also eliminated, there was effectively no difference, apart from the level of movement that the kimono either allowed or restricted. Essentially, jiu-jitsu without the kimono and shoulder pinning was luta livre, and indeed most writers viewed jiu-jitsu as a form of luta livre. Accordingly, for their rematch, Yano and George took off their kimonos. The match was held Monday, November 30th, in Belo Horizonte and probably, for that reason, did not receive much coverage either before or after. In any case, George won with a choke after 52 minutos en una partida de luta livre que duró 52 minutos. George Gracie derrotó con chave de pescoco o japonés Zano, 68. The lack of kimono evidently made a considerable difference. The final match of 1936 that we have any evidence of was not a jiu-jitsu contest, but it involved the participation of one of the most active jiu-jitsu fighters of the decade. He was the Arab Mastodon and Sao Paulo champion Jose Detti. On Tuesday, December 22, 1936, Detti was scheduled to meet Jose dos Santos in a luta livre match at Cine S. Luis on Avenida Celso Garcia, 771. It is unknown whether Detti added a victory over Santos to his list of triumphs. 6-9. Chapter 16, Notes. Chapter 17, 1937. Many jiu-jitsu representatives were happy to engage in catch wrestling, no doubt, for the same reason that the legendary judoka Kimura Masahiko later did. As he explained, pro wrestling is easier and pays more than judo. 1. He was not trying to deceive anyone. He felt that it was obvious that pro wrestling was entertainment. As a form of entertainment, even in Japan, fans preferred pro wrestling to judo, professional or otherwise. On Friday, January 8, Oswaldo Gracie's former student Dante Carvalho fought Torquato de Oliveira, also known as ex-Purple Mask, ex-Mascara Roxa. Oliveira weighed 73 kilos. Dante weighed 70 kilos. It was a no-time limit catch match held at Paissandu on Rua Siqueira de Campos in Porto Alegre. Rounds were 10 minutes with 4-minute breaks. Pinning, encostamientos de espaduas, was not permitted. The fight would go on until one man gave up or was knocked out or choked out too. Oliveira revealed a lack of sense of fair play by punching Dante, contrary to the rules. Dante punched Oliveira in return. When Oliveira turned to complain to the referee, Dante took advantage of the opportunity and applied a Chinese lock, chave chinesa, forcing Oliveira to give up. Golpe prohibido. Dudu and Helio Gracie had a reprise of their 1935 match. This time Dudu came out on top. The occasion was the Campeonato de Luta Libre, held in Belo Horizonte on Thursday, January 13th. It was straight grappling contest, and as per the regulations of sports luta libre, striking techniques were not allowed. Helio applied a prohibited technique, golpe prohibido, as a result of which the referee awarded the contest to Dudu. Helio protested, "No se conformando como derrota," and challenged Dudu to a luta libre, without time limits. Desafio Dudu para uma luta libre sem tempo determinado 4. We will never know what might have happened if the two champions of their respective games had measured forces one more time. Fate stepped in and took a hand. Dudu and Helio never met in the ring again. Teaching. Gastão Jr. was the third of the 5 Gracie brothers. He wasn't temperamentally suited for fighting and never entered the ring. When Luta Livre and other fighters challenged the Gracie brothers, they always specified the 4 brothers. They didn't need to name them. Everyone knew who the fighting Gracies were: Carlos, Oswaldo, George, and Helio. Gastão Jr. was not even in the picture as a lutador. Teaching was his forte. He also focused his efforts on earning a living in more conventional ways than his brothers gravitated toward. He did his share to promote both jiu-jitsu and the family brand. Teaching famous people has always been a good way to do both. Famous people are newsworthy, and if they are your students, so are you. One of Gastão Jr.'s illustrious students was Deputado, Member of Parliament Dr. Ademar de Barros. Gastão's other students emanated from the elite of Sao Paulo's best families, as Familias Tradiciones de Elite Paulistas. 5. Debut. Another of Oswaldo Gracie's students, Barata, Miranda Neto, also had no issues with pro wrestling. He was scheduled to face the Portuguese catcher Moraes, on Wednesday, February 3rd, at the Paysandu in Porto Alegre. Dante Carvalho was the best catch fighter, o catcher numero at Paysandu. Moraes had managed a draw against Dante, and was expected to be a dangerous opponent for Barata. Who among the Porto Alegre ring fans would not want to witness the Paysandu debut of Barata, the only man so far who was able to defeat Dante? Dante would also be making an appearance against Stock in the semi-final. Franklin and Saraiva would supply the preliminary. 6. Muscles versus agility. Roberto Ruman's new jiu-jitsu knowledge didn't help him much against George Gracie in 1936, as generally happened when a GI fighter met a Nogi fighter and lost, or vice versa. A rematch was called for, using the rules preferred by the loser of the previous contest. Ruman wanted Luta Livre rules in the sequel, with pinning. The match was held Saturday, March 13, 1937, in Belo Horizonte. This time Ruman prevailed. He beat George by shoulder pin in 5 minutes of the third round a 5 minutos. De tercero round Gracie fue vencido por encostamento de espaduaces, 7. After beating George, Ruman visited the major newspaper in his hometown of Sao Paulo. According to the interview that resulted, Ruman had suffered only one defeat in his career of 698 fights, over 100 in Brazil. That was at the hands of George Gracie. Ruman justified his loss by explaining that at the time he didn't know judo, now conhecido o judo. He began learning the Japanese game in hopes of one day turning the tables on George. Thanks to his new knowledge, Ruman defeated George Gracie not once but twice, once in luta livre and once in jiu-jitsu. Obteve 2 triunfos consagrados en jiu-jitsu e luta livre contra George Gracie, and in the process became the first man to defeat George Gracie in both luta livre and jiu-jitsu. Ruman foi o primero homem a vencer George Gracie em jiu-jitsu e luta livre. The luta livre victory occurred on March 13. No record of Ruman's jiu-jitsu victory over George has surfaced. Flamengo. Football is the national sport of Brazil. It wasn't always. The famous Flamengo football team was an addition to the original sporting focus of the club, which was rowing remo. Rowing was considered to be a manly sport, while football was undignified. At best, with all that running around, chasing a little ball. 9. Rowing is where Helio Gracie started his athletic career in fact. 10. In addition to football, other sports were incorporated into most clubs' offerings. Boxing, luta livre, and jiu-jitsu were among them. Instructors, sometimes but not always qualified, were recruited, invited, or allowed to teach the games. Festivals were periodically held. On March 18th, the Department of Boxing, Jiu-Jitsu, and Luta Livre of the Flamengo Clube de Regatas 11 organized a night of jiu-jitsu and boxing. Participants were representatives of the Policia Especial, Flamengo, and the Gracie Academy. Pinocchio met Saul, Hermes Flamengo met Marquez. Gracie, Victor met Carlos Cruz, Gracie. The Catrambi brothers faced Buenos and Rochedo. Both Gracie and Frances Flamengo confronted Marinho, Policia Especial. Carlos Cruz was described as the best student of the Gracie Academy, o alumno numero 1 deci Ampere Academia Gracie 12. Multiple opponents. On March 31st, it was reported that George would go to Juiz de Fora to take on 3 men in the same night. But it wasn't the first time George had taken on 3 opponents. He did it on June 23, 1936. He let one of them, Jose Amorim, slip through his fingers, and some observers felt that George lost the match. Perhaps he learned from that experience and wanted to try again. Unfortunately, the results were not reported, nor were any details about the matches. It very well might have been a slightly glorified sparring session like the one at Academia Loanzi in April 1936, or the Carnera vs. A Bueno match at the Gracie Academy in April of 1937. If the purpose was to get publicity, it succeeded. On Thursday, April 29th, it was announced that George Gracie would confront Henrique Helio in a jiu-jitsu contest on Saturday, May 1st, 1937, at Feira de Amostras, in Rio. Results were not reported. 14. In May, Carlos and Helio kept active, giving a series of demonstrations in Flamengo. George did not participate. 15. Decempate. The Gracie Academy invited a reporter from Diario da Noite to observe a sparring session and demonstration involving two beginning students. The session was described as a fight luta, possibly to make it seem more dramatic than it was. It caused a sensation, it was reported. Former Luta Romana champion, business partner, and family friend Jaime Ferreira also attended. The new students reportedly revealed a great variety of techniques and fought valiantly and skillfully to a draw, in view of which an even more sensational tiebreaker desempate might possibly be arranged. Shortly after the sparring session, Carlos posed for a picture with the two students, Dr. Fernando Young, Carnera, and A. Bueno. 16. Campeonato Aberto. The Federação Brasileira de Pugilismo promoted a tournament on May 15 that stretched out over a 5-month period. It was Open Championship of Jiu-Jitsu and Luta Livre, Campeonato Aberto de Jiu-Jitsu e Luta Livre. By May 6, 18 amateur Luta Livre fighters and 16 amateur Jiu-Jitsu fighters had registered to compete. 17. O Impartial described it as flay-to-flu pugilistica, implying an ancient and majestic rivalry between titans with enormous national significance. In fact, it was a small affair between a handful of members of a few sports clubs. The several installments of the tournament were held in different locations. On Saturday, July 3, 1937, beginning at 9 p.m., the Academia Gracie was the site of the action. Representatives of the Gracie Academy, Club de Regatas do Flamengo, CRF, and the Liga de Sports da Marinha, LSM, and Fluminense Football Club, FFC, participated. There were 5 Luta Livre matches and 1 Jiu-Jitsu match. The Luta Livre matches were Alicio Gentil de Aguiar, FFC, versus Luiz, LSM. Joaquim C. de Mello, LSM, versus Saul de Ferreira, CRF. 3. Max W. Filho, FFC, versus Heleno Rosavalis, CRF. Carlos Pedreira, Gracie, versus Pincheirinho, CRF. And Daniel Espam, Gracie, versus João Vital da Silva, LSM. The Jiu-Jitsu match was between Antonio Marquez, Gracie, and Oldemar Muniz Figueiredo, CRF. 18. Jiu-Jitsu Supremacy. Yasuiti Ono arrived in Rio on Tuesday, August 31 for his contest, with George Gracie to decide the supremacy of Jiu-Jitsu in Brazil. He hadn't lost his ambition to beat a Gracie. He failed twice against Helio, first in 1935 and again in 1936. Ono conceded that he had problems with Helio's defense. Helio's guard is a terrible enemy, he said. Aquela guarda de Helio é uma inimiga terrível. Now George had been selected to taste the bitter flavor of defeat. Ono believed that George, unlike Helio, would bring it on. And if George did, Ono was confident that his dream of beating a Gracie would become a reality. The match took place Saturday, September 11, 1937, at Stadium Brazil. The match was scheduled for 6 rounds of 10 minutes each with 2 minutes rest. Between rounds, there were 4 ways to win: points, submission, KO, or disqualification. Pontos, desistencia, perda de sentidos, o desclassificayo. On the card also were the final matches in an amateur campeonato of Luta Livre and Jiu-Jitsu, and 2 amateur and 2 professional Luta Livre matches. 20. Ono promised that there wouldn't be a draw. It would be a duel to the death, será duelo et a morte. 21. No one died, but Ono's prediction was on target. There was no draw. There was a winner, and there was a loser. Ono was the winner, George was the loser. There might have been a moral for those who scoffed at the efficiency of throws. George was knocked semi-unconscious by one, and rendered unable to defend himself against Ono's choke attack in the 3rd round. George could have given up after the throw, being alert enough at least to grasp the gravity of his situation. Poderia ter evitado a derrota em cima da ring desistindo depois da queda. But with his brother Carlos obviously in mind, especially his abandonment of the ring, and consequent lost to Manuel Rufino on Saturday, August 22, 1931, George explained. I could have avoided defeat in the ring by stopping after the throw, but between losing fighting and running like a coward, I prefer to fight until I have nothing left. 22. According to Anoit, Ono left no doubt about his profound knowledge of the secrets of Jiu-Jitsu. His victory was indisputable. Is 3. But doubt remained. George was injured by a throw that left him almost unconscious, quasi desacordado. If not for that throw, would George have been defeated? George thought not. I'm defeated but not convinced, he said almost poetically. Vencido, mas now convencido. He felt sure that the outcome would have been different if he hadn't been injured by Ono's throw, se não fosse a queda que sofri. Logically, it was like a boxer saying that he might have won on points if he hadn't been knocked out. It was possible but highly irrelevant. Nevertheless, George insisted on a rematch. He might be able to do better next time. He couldn't do much worse. T4. Diario de Noticias described the sequence of events leading up to George's loss. The first round was actively contested. Ono had the edge in throws and takedowns, 6 against 3. George demonstrated an effective defense. Overall, Ono had the advantage. The second round was more even. George stepped up his pace. Ono had a slight advantage. Round 3 began violently, and both fighters fell outside the ring subsequent to one of Ono's spectacular throws. George hit his head on the floor and re-entered the ring groggy. Ono applied a classical strangle in combination with a headlock gravata, and George, in pain, gave up. The time was 4 minutes into the third round, 25. It is noteworthy that George was able to take Ono to the ground 3 times in round 1. It would be interesting to know how he did it, but coverage was not that detailed, and the vocabulary at that time was limited. George's friends tried to make excuses for him, saying that he was out of shape, fora de forma. Diario de Noticias rejected that or any other excuse. George's lost because Ono was physically superior and had a deeper understanding of Jiu-Jitsu mayores conocimientos técnicos. George's loss was honorable. If not for the throw in round 3, he might have resisted 24 more minutes, finishing out the fight, but physically and technically he was in over his head. Oddly, the writer did not think that Ono could repeat this against Helio, who he wrote was stronger and more aggressive than George. It would be difficult for Ono to beat Helio, he said. 7. It was an opinion shared by virtually no one with the notable exception of Helio Gracie. It was certainly true that Ono would have a difficult time defeating Helio Gracie, as he admitted himself, but that was entirely due to Helio's impenetrable guard. By the same token, Helio had no possible chance of defeating Ono, and this applied only if the decision was based strictly on knockout or submission. Ono dominated Helio in both of their fights, all reporters agreed. He simply couldn't get through the Helio's defense, while Helio in turn was unable to mount any offense. But such were the rules. Styles make fights. Helio's style was hard for Ono to deal with. George's was easier. But some styles excite fans and make them want to buy tickets. Others bore fans and send them looking for more exciting fights to watch, even if they are less real. Ono talked about the fight before heading back to Sao Paulo. He realized that George was hurt when they fell. Ono fell on top of George. He thought that if not for the fall, George could have resisted longer. But the result would have been the same. T8. A photo in a note suggested a difference between George's defense and Helio's, judged from pictures of the Dudu and Zbyszko fights, and George's fights with Tico Soledade on July 8, 1933, and Gio Omori on April 8, 1933. Helio seemed to prefer a closed guard, generally speaking, while George evidently liked a more open guard. Helio's guard would more effectively prevent an opponent from moving, while George's would let the opponent move but keep him a safe distance from his own neck. Everything else being equal, it is easy to see George's how guard would produce a more interesting fight, at least against aggressive opponents like the Ono brothers. In addition, George used his guard to spring traps. Against both Gio Omori and Tico Soledad, George waited until his opponents had grabbed both of his ankles and stood up, hoping to crank on a double ankle lock, or possibly to step over into a Boston Crab or some similar maneuver. As everyone who has taken a few jiu-jitsu lessons will know, that allows the man on bottom to grab the standing man's ankle, lift his hip, forcing the standing man to fall straight back. That is how George mounted Tico. It didn't work as well against Gio Omori, because Omori was not an unskilled weightlifter like Tico Soledade. The principle was the same, however. The two brothers' guard preferences may have stemmed from their very distinct personalities, or from their opponents' tactics, or simply from the fact that George had shorter legs and couldn't close his guard as easily as Helio, even if he wanted to. In any case, both of their guard games seemed to work adequately well as defensive tools when they could be deployed. Ono's throw highlighted one weak spot in defense-oriented jiu-jitsu, as well as one of the advantages in being able to throw well. It is less useful to be skilled on the ground if you cannot compel the opponent to go there with you. It is then that stand-up skills are particularly important. Helio Gracie acknowledged that the crown of Brazilian jiu-jitsu now was on the head of a foreigner, or more literally, that the scepter of jiu-jitsu in Brazil was no longer in the hands of a Brazilian. But that was unimportant, he said. 29. Helio reminded readers that Ono had tried and failed to beat him twice before, on December 5, 1935 and October 3, 1936. How could Ono claim to be the king of jiu-jitsu in Brazil when Helio Gracie was still undefeated? The fact that Ono would not fight him a third time had great significance, Helio hinted. Ono's manager Antonio Lins replied to Helio's attacks. Ono regarded George as a better fighter than Helio. Lins quoted Ono as saying, because George went for the win, while Helio only tried to avoid losing. Lins elaborated that if Helio tried to fight aggressively like George, he would be liquidated in less than 20 minutes. 31. A week later, Antonio, now identified as Luis rather than Lins, suggested that Ono and perhaps the fans as well were uninterested in seeing Helio's defense for a third time. There needed to be a compelling reason for another go at it. Helio probably needed the money, but Ono didn't. Antonio explained, Ono doesn't live only by fighting. He has a business and teaches at 3 locations in Sao Paulo, in addition to his own academy. Much later, in October 1951, Ono relented and offered Helio his rematch. But by that time, Helio didn't want it. But Ono didn't mind giving George a rematch, in fact, several, and neither did his brother Nauiti, also known as Oninho Little Ono. The reason may have come down to styles. Helio waited for his opponent to give him an opening. If the opponent didn't give anything, then nothing happened, and fans didn't pay to see nothing, or if one prefers, 2 men lying on the floor holding each other. George, in contrast, understood that the public wanted to be entertained. If he could do that by choking a big man out, he was happy. If he had to do it some other way, he was also happy, as long as it was entertaining. Everyone grasped the implications of that formula. Some were prepared to act on it. Others weren't. They looked for other sources of income. Electra. On Saturday, September 25, 1937, Carlos Gracie flew from Rio to Belo Horizonte via the Pan Air airplane Electra. He returned September 28 on the same airplane. 34. It has never been revealed what he was doing there. Takeo Yano and Manuel Fernandes signed to meet at Estadio Brasil in the semi-final to the Pedro Brasil vs. Dudu tilt for the Brazilian Luta Livre title. Yano vs. Fernandes was also a Luta Livre match. According to press reports, Fernandes had trained carefully and was in magnificent physical condition. With his large weight advantage, he was capable of giving Yano a tough fight, and possibly even defeating him. Yano was at serious risk of suffering a decisive defeat at the hands of Fernandes. However, due to his abundance of technical resources, Yano was favored to win. The Dudu vs. Pedro Brasil fight was on and off for years, and it is likely that as a result, Yano did not fight Fernandes after all. If not, it wasn't because he had any objection to confronting big men, or professional wrestlers, or engaging in questionable fights. Jiu-Jitsu vs. heavyweight boxer. In his last fight until 1950, Helio Gracie took on boxer Irvin Klausner on September 26, 1937. Klausner was the second boxer among Helio's opponents up to that point. Unlike Antonio Portugal, Helio's first opponent, Klausner was an experienced and legitimate heavyweight boxer who, unlike Antonio Portugal, had won more fights than he lost. At 30 he was old for a boxer, but not ancient. He could have been a dangerous opponent for a relatively small man like Helio Gracie. 36. This fight might have provided some foundation for Helio's supreme confidence in 1947, 10 years into his first retirement, that he could beat undisputed world heavyweight boxing champion Joe Louis, except for one thing. Helio's fight with Klausner was not a mixed styles fight, or a veiled tudo as they would later be called. It was a jiu-jitsu contest. Needless to say, Klausner was not a jiu-jitsu expert. He did, however, have Luta Livre experience, and at one time was considered among the best Luta Livre fighters in Sao Paulo. He fought and lost to Gio Omori several times, but also won his share of fights, including one against a jiu-jitsu representative named Dario Latone in 1928. The same, however, was true of Tavares Crespo when he fought Albino da Costa in 1933. Klausner was probably no better a grappler with a kimono than Crespo was. The match was held at Feira de Amostras in Belo Horizonte on Sunday, September 26, 1937. As was usual with reports from outside Rio, details were sketchy, other than the fact that Helio won by armlock in the second round. 37. Perhaps it was a tribute to his Luta Livre training that Klausner made it into the second round, but it didn't reveal much about how Helio would fare against Joe Louis. Oninho. Yasuiti Ono insisted that George prove himself worthy of a rematch by fighting Nawiti Ono Oninho, Yasuiti's brother. Despite being only 17 years old and weighing around 55 kilos, Nawiti had what it took to beat any Gracie, Ono said. 38. Gio Omori agreed. Nawiti vencerá, Nawiti will win, he predicted. Nawiti was not under contract to EPB, and he was young, small, and inexperienced. The Federation insisted on a prova de suficiencia 40 to confirm that Nawiti was ready for George, or rather, that he could offer a solid professional entertaining fight. They invited Helio Gracie to do the honors. Helio choked Oninho out, but the Federation concluded that Nawiti was qualified to fight George. The fight was set for October 2, 1937. 41. The George Gracie vs. Oninho match took place at Stadium Brasil on Saturday, October 2. It was 6 10-minute rounds, with 2-minute rests. George weighed 65 kilos, Oninho weighed 55 kilos. 42. It was not an easy fight for George Gracie, despite his tremendous advantage in weight and experience. According to one report, Oninho dominated various phases of the first fight and spectacularly threw George about 20 times. 43. Oninho eventually wore himself out, he later said, throwing his heavier opponent. He favored his brother's aggressive style of fight and didn't endorse the philosophy of waiting for the opponent to make a mistake. 44. It took George 52 minutes to finally apply an effective technique. 2 minutes into the 6th round, George applied a fight-finishing armlock. 45. Rematch. George beat Oninho. Yasuiti had to give him his rematch. It was held Saturday, October 16th at Estadio Brasil. It was an 8-round fight, each round being 10 minutes with 2-minute breaks. Both men weighed 65 kilos. 46. George did better than previously. He avoided being injured by throws. But 6 minutes into the 6th round, something happened that no one could have anticipated. Feeling that he had fallen into a position that made him susceptible to a George Gracie attack, Ono apparently lost his composure and punched George in the face several times. In blatant violation of the rules, George was awarded the victory. 47. It was hardly a conclusive finish. The public could not be faulted for wanting to see a third meeting between the two no longer undefeated jiu-jitsu masters. Gravatas. The jiu-jitsu versus Luta Livre rivalry continued, encouraged above all by Carlos Gracie and close associates, such as Jaime Ferreira. The situation was slightly confused by the fact that every jiu-jitsu fighter also competed in Luta Livre. Indeed, there was little difference between them other than the kimono, particularly when the fighter lacked strong throwing abilities. The large number of fights that end in neckties gravatas suggests that many fighters were trying to tackle their opponents to the ground, exposing their necks in the process. The Campeonato Aberto de Jiu-Jitsu and Luta Libre that had begun in May was still going on in October. On October 21st, the finals were held. In addition to the amateurs from the 3 clubs and 1 academy that had signed up, professionals Jaime Ferreira and Mosoro had gotten involved. Antonio Marquez Gracie met Marinho Flamengo. Carlos Pereira Gracie confronted Max Wolf Fluminense. Jaime Ferreira encountered Antonio Bueno, both representing Gracie, and Carnera Gracie faced off against the pro wrestler Antonio Mosoro. Carnera was the nickname of Dr. Fernando Young, the novice who took part in the hyped-up sparring session in March with A. Bueno, who was probably Antonio Bueno. From the July and October matchups, it is unclear how this tournament was organized. Why were professional Luta Libre wrestlers matched against white belt amateur jiu-jitsu students, and so on? The significance of this event is also unclear. It provided competition experience for some amateur grapplers and publicity for the Gracie Academy. Fluminense and Flamengo were well enough known without it. Perhaps Ferreira and Mosoro participated in order to provide opponents for the 2 Gracie students Carnera and Bueno. Carnera and Bueno could have confronted each other again, but the tournament directors may have decided that 2 matches were better than 1. Carlos Pereira eventually split from the Gracies and established his own Sao Paulo-centered lineage which continues to this day. 48. Goliath vs. David. The George Gracie vs. Oninho rematch was set for November 12, 1937 at Stadium Brasil. According to Diario Carioca, George has an enormous advantage in weight and much more ring experience. The tiny Japanese is still new to the ring, but gifted with disconcerting aggressiveness. With D9. Oninho was absolutely confident of victory. He explained that he deliberately hadn't submitted George quickly in the first fight because he wanted to demonstrate his technical superiority, which unfortunately gave George some openings. George was lucky the first time. This time he will lose. I will liquidate him, but only after I throw him a couple dozen times, as I said. 50. The fight was even, according to Diario Carioca, and George failed to establish control at any time during the 62-minute contest. The judges nevertheless awarded the victory to George. Diario Carioca felt that a draw would have been a more reasonable decision under the circumstances. The fans loudly rejected the decision. 1. Dead Chicken. Gracie Academy student Ari Martini was scheduled to fight Maximino Grandi in the ring at Feira de Amostras in Belo Horizonte. On Saturday, November 20th, the day of the match, both happened to be at Café Academico, when Grandi overheard Martini refer to him as Dead Chicken, Galinha Morta. One thing led to another, and a dreadful brawl broke out. Takeo Yano coincidentally happened to be there and attempted to break it up. The injured athletes fled the premises when the police approached. Chouqe. It is unknown whether the free preview Antecipação Gratuita, as a Noit labeled it, boosted attendance at the show later that evening. 36 lessons. In addition to fighting, George shared his knowledge with the public. In December he was teaching Jiu-Jitsu and Luta Libre at O Club Universitario on Rua de Mayo, 33 and 35, 4th floor. Phone number 22 to 6394. The course lasted 3 months with 3 lessons per week. 53. The content of the 36-lesson course is unknown, but judging by the limited training time allotted, it was probably an assortment of basic self-defense moves such as were depicted in the popular instructional manuals of the day. Possibly it was similar or even identical to the curriculum of the Gracie Academy in Rio, which also consisted of 36 lessons. The academy was founded in 1930 by Donato Pires dos Reis, so the curriculum may have been designed by him. Rolling was not part of the course in the early 1950s according to those who trained at that time, and it is unlikely that it was part of the 36-lesson course in 1937 or any other time. Wrestling on the ground was not what people thought jiu-jitsu was at that time. Like his brother Helio, George trained fighters to fight, but the majority of their students were not fighters and did not fight. Gastão Jr. concentrated on teaching. To recruit students, instead of fighting, he gave demonstrations. On Sunday, November 14th, he performed a demonstration at the Gymnasium Oswaldo Cruz in the Parque Industria Animal in Sao Paulo with the assistance of his best student Enio Voss. It was part of a festival of physical education, sponsored by the Department of Agriculture and the Banda da Guarda Civil. It began precisely at 10 a.m. 54. Grillo. Manuel Grillo made his debut in Rio in October 5, 1935 against Gio Omori. He was said to be an expert at jiu-jitsu, having learned directly from Raku, whom he later fought and beat in Lisbon. He also beat the ex-champion Miyake Taro Miyake. He had 25 years experience and over 500 fights under his belt. 55. Grillo had an astonishing agility, espantosa agilidade for a man of 90 kilos and impressive offensive and defensive resources. He approached every fight with the intention of winning as quickly as possible. 6. After the Omori fight, Grillo focused on catch wrestling. But now the time was ripe for another confrontation with jiu-jitsu. Now it was time to renew his acquaintance with the local jiu-jitsu representatives. This time, George Gracie was the opponent. The fight was set for Thursday, December 9. The winner would qualify to face the English champion Dr. Len Hall. Due to rain, it was rescheduled for Saturday, December 11th at Estadio Brasil. Fortunately for George, according to Grillo, because it postponed the painful fate in store for him. It would be a luta livre match of 4 10-minute rounds with 2-minute breaks. Grillo wanted to wager 5 contos, 5,000 milreais, with George on the outcome of the fight. He asserted confidently that the only way he might lose the fight was if it were fought with sticks in the traditional Portuguese way, jogo do pau. George accepted, but only on the condition that the fight was as violent as it could be, that is, permitting chops, cotoveladas, punches, socos, straight kicks, pontapés, headbutts, cabecadas, and everything, except low blows and attacks to the eyes, golpes, baixos y nos olos. He wanted a crushing victory that made his superiority over Grillo clear. He ate. Grillo weighed 80.4 kilos, George weighed 66.4.59. According to O Impartial, George dominated the first round and threw or pushed Grillo out of the ring. Grillo rallied in the second round. At the beginning of the third round, Grillo managed to pin George's shoulders and thereby won. 60. Judging by the aftermath to the contest, one of the rules had been inadequately clarified. Namely the crucial encostamento de espaduas rule, pinning the shoulders. After an action-packed 3 rounds of battle, Grillo managed to pin George's 2 shoulders to the floor, winning the match. George and several fans immediately protested, saying that pinning had not been stipulated as a winning technique. George therefore rejected the result and demanded a rematch to efficiently decide the victory, decider efficientemente a vitória. Grillo instantly agreed to the rematch and requested Empresa Brasil ring to make it happen as soon as possible. He wanted to dispel any doubts about his victory. Grillo also complained about the referee Armando Jagal, 6-1. Grillo felt that Jagal was biased in favor of George for patriotic reasons. He also thought that George was handed an undeserved victory over Oninho for the same reason. For the second match, Grillo wanted a different referee. Eusebio de Queiroz, Pilar Drummond, Gumercindo Taboada, Soroa, among others, would be acceptable, he thought. Sue. The rematch was arranged for Thursday, December 16, in accordance with Grillo's request to waste no time. It was again held at Stadium Brasil. The semi-final was a boxing match between Lafredinho and Gabriel Peña. 6-3. The rematch was recognized by the federation as a catch-as-catch-can exhibition, rather than a regulation match. The first round was active and entertaining. Both fighters were aggressive, but neither was able to seize a decisive advantage. Grillo initiated the second round with a strong offensive that knocked Gracie out of the ring. Before George could climb back in, Grillo flattened him with a punch. The judge, Lionel Martins, awarded George the victory by disqualification, as specified in the rules. That's catch versus Jiu-Jitsu. Due partly to the shortage of qualified Jiu-Jitsu fighters, as well as the public's obvious desire to watch giants in the ring, Yano increasingly confronted luta livre and catch wrestlers. On December 16, 1937, at Feira de Amostras in Belo Horizonte, he faced the Greek catch wrestling champion Jim Atlas in a catch match of 6 rounds, 65. Despite Atlas's weight advantage of approximately 30 kilos, the match was even, until Atlas applied a powerful necktie choke, ponderosa gravata, in the 5th round. Atlas held the choke for 2 minutes, almost suffocating Yano. 4 minutes into the 6th round, Atlas applied a very powerful scissors hold, fortísimas tesouras, which knocked Yano out cold fora de combate. Fortunately, Oswaldo Gracie, the referee for the fight, intervened in time to save Yano from being killed. Evitar a morte do lutador japonês. Atlas was so focused on winning that Oswaldo had to punch him on the chin to make him release his hold. 7. Cold canvas. After the first Grillo versus Gracie match, Oninho challenged the catcher Luso-Portuguese catcher, that is Grillo. 6-8. Oninho had already fought George twice brilliantly, earning the admiration of the public. George was sometimes described as a pygmy. Compared to Oninho, George was a giant. Fight fans were always up for David versus Goliath confrontations, and Oninho versus Grillo would be one. It promised to be a close fight, certeza de ser renidísima. Grillo had size and experience on his side. Oninho had youth and impetuosity on his. 69. Diario Carioca emphasized Oninho's technique in an indirect way. Oninho was Japanese, so was Conde Coma, who even in 1937 at his advanced age and para was capable of defeating men much heavier than himself. Oninho, despite his youth and minuscule size, Diario Carioca stressed, was very dangerous for any opponent. Oninho was faster and more agile than Grillo, and had the major advantage of training with his older brother Yasuiti, a true master. Oninho is capable of beating Grillo, the paper concluded. 70. The story appeared side by side with 2 others. From Bremerhaven, Germany, Max Schmeling declared that he wouldn't fight Joe Louis in New York. Schmeling shook up the boxing world when he knocked Louis out in the 12th round, on June 19, 1936. Louis had been regarded as unbeatable. Schmeling noticed a flaw in Louis' jab and took advantage of it that night. Louis regrouped and took the heavyweight crown from James Braddock in 1937, but needed to avenge his loss to Schmeling in order to be accepted as the real champion. On the other side of the planet, Japan had not given up its plan of hosting the 40 Olympic Games despite the negative press it had gotten from its invasion of China. Bad things were brewing, but that was still a few years and 2 oceans away. Brazil was only peripherally involved. In 1937, Cariocas were more concerned with whether Oninho could beat Manuel Grillo. It turned out that he could. 72. Oninho left Grillo unconscious on the cold canvas, deixando o descordado na lona fria. Desperate. Chapter 17, Notes. Chapter 18. 1938. The Yasuiti Ono vs. George Gracie rematch hadn't been entirely satisfying due to Ono's inexplicably dishonorable rule violation. Prior to the fight, George had been dominated by his desire to completely re-establish himself, something that could only be possible with a decisive victory. Over Ono está dominado pelo a su desejo de obter una rehabilitación completa, que só poderá ser conseguida como uma victoria decisiva sobre o seu vencedor. George wanted to be able to use Cutelada's chops in the rematch. Ono replied that chops aren't techniques of jiu-jitsu. George should to try to beat me under the same rules that I beat him. Cutelada não é golpe de jiu-jitsu. George deve procurar vencer nas mesmas condições foi derrotado. Opinions were divided on the issue. Some felt that Ono's position was reasonable. Others thought that he was afraid of George's chops. 1. A win is a win, but it wasn't the complete rehabilitation that George was hoping for. In the meantime, George had fought Manuel Grillo twice, neither time with an ideal outcome, losing the first and winning the second on disqualification when Grillo, emulating Ono, punched George's face. Ono had been out of action, but by January 9 was ready to take on any comer. 2. A new company named Impresa Brasil Ring, or Brasil Ring for short. 3. Quickly set up a rematch of the rematch for Saturday, January 15th. It would be a luta livre match to ensure more action. Often, one paper complained, in jiu-jitsu, matches the fighters grab each other's clothes and wait for a chance to apply a technique. Without kimonos, they have to be more active and apply more techniques and combinations of techniques which would make the fight more exciting. 4. George insisted that pinning not be allowed. 5. But prevailing opinion held that with or without kimono, it would be difficult for George to avoid another defeat. The day before the fight, Ono's manager Antonio Lins announced that Ono had received an injury in training. He would fight, but only in kimono. That was unacceptable to the promoters, Brasil Ring, who canceled the fight and effectively terminated the Luta Livre Temporada season. 7. The boxing matches, Lofredo vs. Gabriel Peña, Antonio Soares vs. Gaucho, and Lofredinho vs. Verado Monteiro, were postponed to Saturday, January 22.8. Ono didn't fight again until October. George went to Belo Horizonte to prepare for a possible match with Takeo Yano. 9. Apparently nothing came of it. It was never unusual for fights to be announced and then be indefinitely postponed and simply forgotten. Everyone got their names in the paper, and that was worthwhile in itself. It might have been the point in the first place. A third match between Gio Omori and George Gracie was scheduled for January 29, 1938. However, on the day of the fight, it was announced that the fight would be postponed. 10. Unfortunately, Omori would never fight again. Between life and death. Disturbing news came from Belo Horizonte that Omori was in grave condition, gravemente, enfermo, somewhere between life and death, entre a vida y a mort. Expecting the worst, a Noite Ilustrada published a report on February 22 titled Omori, O Campeo que enlouqueceu, Omori, the champion who has become mentally incapacitated. According to the report, Omori's friend, the wrestler Antonio Masoro, went to visit him. He found Omori stretched out motionless, unresponsive, on a bench. He learned from Omori's CO workers that he had been like that for more than 6 hours. He was taken to the Instituto Raul Soares. The director, Dr. Galba Mas Veloso, was at a loss to diagnose the problem. Omori's wife Setuko 13 said that he had been worried about money and had been having increasingly severe headaches. Therapeutic modalities were to no avail. Omori was blind, dumb, deaf, and unresponsive. When he came to Brazil, after an unspecified period of time in the land of dollars, Terra dos Dollars, the United States, he had accumulated as much money as he needed. He was tired of fighting and wanted to rest. He opened a tropical fish store, Casa de Peixes Raros e de Fantasia, in Sao Paulo. But the store didn't prosper. He returned to fighting and became a Brazilian legend. Eventually, as happens to all fighters, he grew older. Younger rivals appeared to claim their share of the spotlight. His name appeared in the press less and less. His financial situation deteriorated. He had a wife and young daughter named Kimika to support. Desperate to restore his shaky finances, he traveled around the Brazilian states performing in lutas avulsos, uncontracted fights, and lutas a combinar, faked fights. Finally, he found a job as a caretaker zelador at the Aquário da Feira Permanente de Amostras de Belo Horizonte, which suited him temperamentally. In his youth in Japan, he enjoyed working with tropical fish. They didn't talk, and he didn't have to either. The problem was money. The monthly salary was $1,400. He could barely scrape by. For a man who had once been a superstar, it was a serious let down. At one point, about 7 days after he was hospitalized, Omori seemed to be making one last attempt to pull out a victory of some sort. He was able to mutter a few words. His mental condition was still poor, but it gave hope that he might somehow pull through. One of the attending physicians, Dr. Naguib Abdo, was optimistic. Journalists asked him if Omori would be able To return to the rings, I don't think so, Dr. Abdo said. Even if he completely recovers, he will never fight again. The damage he has suffered so far has already been severe. It is only his remarkable physical constitution that has allowed him to survive even this long. The next day, it was reported that Omori's condition was improving. Ve Melhorando, 116. It was a false hope. Death of a superstar. Omori died at 4:40 p.m., Friday afternoon, March 2, 1938. 17. His wife, Satsuko, and 4-year-old daughter Kimika, and faithful friend Takeo Yano were there with him. He was 46 years old. 19. Doctors had been baffled by Omori's symptoms. Psychiatrist Neves Manta speculated that they might have been caused by injuries suffered in the ring, or possibly auto-intoxication or hetero-intoxication. Takeo Yano was not a doctor, but he was sure fighting wasn't the cause. Omori had had about 600 fights, he said. But he added, that was normal in Japan, where fighters fight every day. 20. Like so many fighters, Gio Omori died broke. 22. Compatriots, friends, and fans contributed money for Kimika's education. The first to donate were N. Tuzuki, W. Miyazaki, K. Hizumi, Abelardo Moreira, and one anonymous person, who donated $10,000 each. Dr. Mato Ono offered $20,000. The Quairolo brothers, good friends of Omori since he joined their circus in 1928, donated 1,750 milreis. 24. The Gio Omori era was finished. For everyone else, life and fighting went on. Open challenge. Alberto Suleiman taught jiu-jitsu at Academia Kid Pratt in Sao Paulo. Although like many others, his jiu-jitsu qualifications were obscure. On April 3rd, he accepted Yasuiti Ono's open challenge to all Sao Paulo-based Luta Livre and Jiu-Jitsu fighters and had been preparing to fight him as late as April 21.25. By April 23rd, Oninho had taken his older brother's place. On May 1st, 1938, Suleiman and Oninho inked a contract to measure forces. On Saturday, May 7th, in the gymnasium of Associação Atlética Sao Paulo, 26, the fight would be 10-minute rounds without limit of rounds, with 2-minute breaks, the winner to be decided by give up or knockout. There would also be 3 amateur jiu-jitsu matches of either 4 or 6 5-minute rounds. The contest was only 6 days away. Both fighters were already in excellent shape, they guaranteed. In an interview, Oninho said that had been training 3 years, fighting constantly, had never lost in fact. However, he had lost twice to George Gracie, and most of his fights were at Circo Carollo. 7. Few, if any, of Oninho's fights at Circo Carollo were significant enough to merit press coverage. Suleiman was equally confident, and with good reason. He had dedicated the preceding 9 years of his life to fighting. In more than 64 contests, he had never lost. 8. He clarified later that he had been held to a draw 4 times and won 60 times. 29. Oninho weighed 56 kilos. Suleiman weighed 72 kilos. It appeared that Suleiman had a considerable advantage in both weight and experience. How relevant his experience was remained to be seen. Many, if not all, of his fights were luta livre matches with the likes of Jaime Ferreira, Dudu, and Herminio. Suleiman's edge didn't pay off for him. Oninho put an end to Suleiman in just a little over 1 minute, applying 4 violent and technical blows and forcing Suleiman to concede. 31. In the amateur matches, Braz Gomes, 70 kilos, defeated Shinsuke Yamada, 51 kilos, in the 4th round. Sadayuki Sugo, 52 kilos, defeated Geraldo Falcao, 68 kilos, in the 3rd round. It is unclear from the description, Vencendo Este, whether Gomes, 52 kilos, defeated Jose Roberto Macedo Soares, 60 kilos, or vice versa. Rage. Abrahao Gazal, also known by the name of Rage, was one of Gio Omori's first and best students in Sao Paulo, dos primeiros e melhores alumnos do falecido Gio Omori. He was of Syrian descent but born in Brazil. Following his teacher's recent death, Abrahao had maintained a respectful silence. On May 26 he broke his silence and publicly accepted Ono's challenge. However, he wanted to fight Oninho rather than Yasuiti. He was said to be very experienced and had defeated reputable opponents, disputó numerosas lutas, venciendo bons adversarios. Most of his fights had been in small shows in Barretos, in the interior of Sao Paulo state where he lived. Few of his appearances had been in Sao Paulo, but apparently not against any big-name opponents. 32. He weighed 63 kilos, about 6 to 8 kilos more than Oninho, which might have increased his chances of winning, although it didn't help Alberto Suleiman. It appears that the fight didn't happen after all. There was more money in fighting giants, and that is where Oninho directed his attention. Next in his sights was the former Gracie student, or associate, Benedicto Perez. Impetuosity versus experience. Oninho had problems, relatively speaking, with light, fast opponents like George Gracie. Larger opponents seemed more vulnerable to his advantage of speed. Suleiman was the most recent. Next, Oninho took on an even bigger foe, Benedicto Perez. Perez had participated in the Gio Omori exhibition match with Carlos Gracie in January on 1930. He also took part in the controversial Gracie-organized Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira gym show on July 3, 1931. At that time, he was described as an old student, antigo alumno, of the Academia de Jiu-Jitsu, as the Academia Gracie was originally called, when it was established by Donato Pies dos Reis in 1930.3. Clearly, he was very experienced. He also had a substantial weight advantage. The fight was set for Saturday, June 11th at Gimnasio da Atletica in Sao Paulo. It would be a jiu-jitsu match of 10 5-minute rounds with 2-minute breaks. Oninho weighed 57 kilos, Perez weighed 84 kilos. 3 other jiu-jitsu matches would be presented: Dudu Dorn, 50 kilos, versus Sadayuki Sugao, 52 kilos, Braz Gomes versus Arthas Mile, both 68 kilos, and Ono student Milton Ferreira versus Sadao Ishio, both 69 kilos, in 4 5-minute round matches. There was also a boxing match. 34. Oninho prevailed once more over a bigger, more experienced adversary. How was not reported, but it clearly must have been either submission or knockout, because the fight ended in the 3rd round. The 3 other jiu-jitsu contests also ended in submission or knockout: Gomez over Macedo Soares, who had replaced Mile, in the 3rd round, Sugo over Dorn in the 4th round, and Milton over Ishio in the 3rd round. 30. Cowboy Yankee. The Cowboy Yankee Jack Russell arrived in 1934 as a member of the Zbyszko troupe of international catch-as-catch-can wrestlers. 36. Like all of the catch wrestlers, he was well into middle age. He was allegedly a boxer as well as a catcher. 37. His grappling skills may have been eroded by time because he relied on dirty tactics to the extent that his nickname was King of Fouls or A-Do Fouls, and most of his matches were described as being full of irregularities. He was also known as the Palacio Clown of the troupe. 38. He played the role of heel in any match. He was also from Texas and therefore big. He was the ideal opponent for a jiu-jitsu representative. The first of George Gracie's 3 matches with Russell between August 10 and November 9 was a luta livre contest at Estadio Brasil, Tuesday, August 2, consisting of 2 20-minute rounds with a 2-minute break. Pins and chokes were permitted, and thus each man could use the ultimate weapon in the arsenal of his respective art. Air chokes were permitted in catch. 40. But catch wrestlers did not wear kimonos in their regulation matches. The kimono added a different dimension to the choke game, however. The no-gi wrestlers used it as a bargaining chip. In any mixed styles fight, rules had to be negotiated, especially when, as was invariably the case, there were large weight disparities. One side could bargain chokes for pins, weight for kimono, and so on. While such case-by-case rule modifications could be confusing, they added novelty and permitted more matches to be presented, as the Jack Russell vs. George Gracie series illustrated. George was not worried about Russell's brute force. Technique is capable of overcoming brute force, he explained, and promised to demonstrate that to the fans. Russell had less to say. He simply affirmed that he would win, vencera. Perhaps he was counting on his 30-kilo weight advantage to get the job done. Russell was known as a palhaco, not because his fights were fake, which isn't to say that they weren't, but because, like American ex-heavyweight champion Max Baer, who was described as the clown prince of boxing, he enjoyed entertaining the fans. Both Russell and Baer offered comedy in addition to violence, but on the night of the fight, there would be no clowning, only violence. Jack Russell would be fighting for real. At least, that's what one newspaper thought. 42. Russell thought George was deluded. "Eo convencido que George Gracie é un bobo." The Cowboy Yankee described George as an ant, formiguinha, and promised to crush him. Jack Russell promet esmigalhar George Gracie. It wasn't personal, he said. An elephant doesn't go out of his way to crush an ant, but if the ant gets in the way, it will get stepped on. George rejected Russell's promise, saying with an ironic smile, sorriso ironico, that he would not be crumbled estracalar, and that he would keep the fight on stand-up until the end of the final round until Russell tasted the bitterness of defeat. 43. Joe Campbell, who George would meet soon, was also on the card, facing the Hungarian Ede Ebner. Campbell was thought to be more technical, but anything is possible in catch wrestling, the paper observed. 4. Despite the disproportion in their sizes, the fight started actively iniciado con movimentação. After several minutes, the spectators felt like they were watching an exhibition. George went for 2 chokes, but Russell freed himself dexterously, livruz se bem. At the start of the 2nd round, George again went for a choke. Russell again extricated himself, but this time he threw George to the floor, fell on him, and held him down. George was unable to keep his promise. He succumbed to a pin after 23 minutes. 45. Diario Carioca was not impressed with George's performance. He was a toy in Russell's hands. George Gracie foi brinquedo nas mãos de Jack Russell. Russell played with George in a fatherly fashion, paternalmente, letting the red cat, Gato Ruivo, think that he had a chance to apply one of his scientific techniques. But the fans knew that Russell, with one swipe of his powerful arms, could send George to a cold hard slab in the city morgue Marmor Frio da Mesa de Necoterio. At 5 minutes into the 2nd round, Russell, irritated more than intimidated by one of George's pathetic choke attempts, lifted him up and slammed him to the floor, and with his 103 kilos, pinned the tiny body corpo minusculo of George Gracie to the floor. Russell calmly waited while the referee counted the regulation. 3 seconds. The referee could have kept on counting. George couldn't move. 46. Some writers seem to think that the match was more like a comedy routine than a genuine fight. Columnist Jota Efeg made fun of the match, deliberately exaggerating the weight difference. George, he said, weighed 42 kilos, Russell weighed 274 kilos. He described one of George's chokes as a gravata borboleta, butterfly headlock. The fight, he said, playing on George's nickname, Gato Ruivo, was more like a matador killing a mouse rado than a red cat. 47. The August 2 encounter had been Catch's catch-can match with Chouqes. Catch is a sport in which weight is a very important factor, George explained. But as everyone knows, he continued, Jiu-Jitsu is the Japanese sport that was created to compensate for differences in size. He promised to enter the ring with his customary bravery and seek out and exploit the smallest mistake that Russell might make and hand him an unquestionable defeat. The paper sided with their compatriot. Russell would not be able to resist the jiu-jitsu knowledge of George Gracie, a Batalha predicted. 48. The Federation was not sure Russell could handle a jiu-jitsu match. They required him to undergo a prova de suficiencia. He breezed through it, choking his opponent out in 2 minutes with mathematical precision, leaving no doubts about his knowledge of jiu-jitsu, according to Federation Director Técnico Marty de Freitas. In the first match he had played with George, Russell said he would not be so friendly next time, he ominously warned. Russell promised that even with a kimono, George would not last 10 minutes, Gracie Serra. Liquidado en 10 minutos. Com kimono e esmagar el en 10 minutos. 49. The rematch took place at Estadio Brasil and was 4 rounds of 10 minutes each. It was a jiu-jitsu match, and both men would wear kimonos. George weighed 68.5 kilos. Russell was 105.33 kilos. Russell's promise to crush George proved to be just hot air. Russell used his strength to resist George's technical superiority, but surprisingly could not mount any effective offense. Referee Marty Freitas awarded the decision to George on points in view of Russell's inferiority. 8. Jiu-Jitsu sem kimono. 2 weeks after defeating Jack Russell by points, George took on another catch wrestler, Joe Campbell. Campbell was from England, and like Russell was also a veteran of the Zbyszko troupe. Russell was not far away. He would be facing Schroll in a preliminary match. George declared that he was in condition to beat Campbell. 51. Not everyone believed him. A Batalha expected Campbell to win. 52. In any case, the match promised to be sensational, promet ser sensacional. The fight took place Tuesday, August 23, 1938, at Estadio Brasil. It was 4 rounds of 15 minutes without kimono. 53. Campbell weighed 98 kilos. George weighed 69 kilos. The referee was Manuel Fernandez, who knew from painful personal experience the kind of punishment George Gracie was capable of inflicting. The first round was monotonous. In the second round, things began to get interesting. Gracie ended up winning when Campbell gave up due to the arm lock that George administered in the first minute of the third round. 54. The fight was apparently not particularly sensational after all, but at least George kept his promise to win. Matinee. Every Sunday a matinee of catch was presented at Estadio Brasil at reduced prices, less than the cost of a movie. 55. On Sunday, August 28, Joe Campbell was sufficiently recovered from his battle with George Gracie 3 days before to lock horns with Conde Carol Noina. George performed an exhibition with his student Camilo de Holanda. 56. Work. Takeo Yano and George Gracie seemed to see things eye to eye. Unlike many or most of the luta livre and catch fighters, they had genuine skills. But unlike Helio Gracie, they didn't have a problem participating in pro wrestling of even the most blatant kind. To put it another way, they understood the difference between fighting and entertainment. And also unlike Helio, they preferred making a living by pretending to fight rather than performing unskilled labor on construction sites, which was more dangerous and less glamorous than wrestling, and paid less. 57. In any event, Yano and George found in each other very compatible opponents. They fought 9 times, if not more, between 1935 and 1948. They became close personal friends as well. Their 4th fight took place at Stadium Brasil September 1, 1938. George weighed 68.5 kilos, Yano weighed 70 kilos. It was a jiu-jitsu match of 6 10-minute rounds. The referee was Marty de Freitas. Also on the bill were 2 catch matches, Jack Russell, 103 kilos versus Joe Campbell, 96 kilos, and Adenkoa of Spain, 99 kilos versus Cernadas of Argentina, 101 kilos. The fight was close, combate renhido, but in the final round George Gracie managed to apply a chef de paix footlock on Yano, who was forced to give up. The next Yano versus George entry occurred on Saturday, September 24, at Estadio Brasil. George weighed 69.8 kilos, Yano weighed 70 kilos. It was again a jiu-jitsu contest in 6 10-minute rounds. George hoped to confirm his recent victory over Yano. Yano wanted to avenge his defeat. It was for the supremacy of jiu-jitsu in Brazil. Both were skilled habes, well-trained en perfecta forma, and aggressive, dotados de grande agresividad. The referee was Armando Jagal. Carol Noina and Jack Russell would also be on hand disputing for the supremacy of catch as catch can. 59. The match was big, but there was bigger news that day. Hitler marca o dia da invasão. The headline screamed. The day set by Hitler for the invasion of Czechoslovakia was October 2.60. It turned out to be unnecessary to invade. Czechoslovakia's allies, England and France, settled with Germany in the hope that Hitler would be satisfied with his acquisition of the Sudetenland portion of the country, and that there would then be no repetition of the insane violence of the First World War. 6-1. A major war in Europe would have potentially serious repercussions for Brazil, but it looked as though the problem had been solved. Cariocas could turn their attention to more local concerns. The fight started promisingly for George, and it seemed that he would, as he predicted, confirm his previous victory. He even outthrew Llano 5-3 and 3-1 in rounds 1 and 2 respectively. But Llano surged back in the third round, outthrowing George 7-3, at which point the score was even. George faded in the final 3 rounds. Llano was in complete control, outthrowing George by 6-1 in the fourth round, 5-1 in the fifth round, and 8-1 in the last round. Neither man gave up or was knocked out. The decision went to Llano owing to his clear superiority on stand-up. 6-2. George did not explain why he did not keep the fight on the ground in keeping with the philosophy of his family. Perhaps he overestimated his own stand-up skills. Or perhaps he took a longer-term view of the rivalry with Llano. It was after all only one fight. There would be more. George had his chance to take revenge on Llano less than 2 weeks later in Belo Horizonte, October 4, 1938. He failed. Llano won again. Belo Horizonte was a bit out of the way, and the pair were becoming overexposed. Details were not reported. 6-3. The Ono brothers. Oninho and Benedicto Perez met again on Saturday, October 15th at the gymnasium of the Asociação Atlética São Paulo. The program included an extra dose of star power. Oninho's brother Yasuiti would meet Antonio Oliveira in an 8-round match, 5 minutes each with 2-minute breaks. Oninho versus Perez was actually the semifinal and was also 8 5-minute rounds. There were 3 other jiu-jitsu matches. Jose Roberto Macedo Soares met Jorge Weimsdorf. Zito Gomez encountered Manuel Correa. Nizaki confronted Braz Gomes. All were 3-round matches. Perez trained 3 months for the rematch in the hope of rehabilitating himself in the eyes of the Paulista public. He attributed his loss to nervousness. The enthusiasm of the fans shattered his self-control, and he took reckless chances. He wouldn't repeat that error. He admired Oninho's calmness under pressure, he mentioned. He claimed that his left arm had been damaged in training before this first fight, and as a result, he couldn't put his game plan into effect. Perez also had the chance to train with Yasuiti Ono's opponent Oliveri Oliveira. He felt that Oliveri had a good chance to win boas probabilidades de vencer. Oliveri was not a new face or pretender. Perez had personally watched him in action against Gio Omori at Pavilhão Quirolo in Sao Paulo in 1929. Oliveri drew with the great champion. Yasuiti would not have a large advantage over Oliveri, Perez concluded. But Perez had one significant advantage over Oninho. He didn't have to beat him to win the $3,000 purse. He just had to avoid being beaten. 6-5. The evening of fights, unlike too many others in the past, was a resounding success. The fans were satisfied with the fights, all of which were characterized by activity and aggression, movimentação e combatividade. The fans were especially satisfied with the Oninho versus Perez fight. The two fighters fell out of the ring no fewer than 10 times. Perez managed to avoid tapping out or losing his senses during the 8-round contest. As stipulated in the contract, he was thereby declared the winner. It was one of the many fight results that were somewhat other than what they seemed. Perez won the fight, but he did not beat Oninho. Oninho in turn did not beat Perez. However, he lost the fight. He would have other chances to even the score. The result of Yasuiti Ono versus Oliveri, however, wasn't ambiguous. Ono dominated Oliveira easily. Impôs com facilidade a sua supremacia. In the second round, Ono choked Oliveira out, thereby winning the $8,000 prize money. Finally, Braz Gomes defeated Mizuke brilliantly. 6. Tarzan. On October 27, Oninho fought 3 unidentified men at Circo Bremen in Pinheiros and defeated them all. He was then challenged by the giant Luis Tarzan Fazio. 7. A match was set up for the following Saturday, October 29, also at Circo Bremen. 68. Results were not reported. Tarzan was a strongman pro wrestler with few or no skills, so it is more than possible that he lost. If so, it did not discourage him. He was back in the ring against George Gracie not long after. Luta de Jiu-Jitsu. On October 19, 1938, Llano's mastery of Jiu-Jitsu proved inadequate for dealing with the cowboy. Strength of catch wrestler Jack Russell in a Luta de Jiu-Jitsu at Stadium Benedito Valadares in Belo Horizonte. 5,000 fans watched. Llano and Russell both fell out of the ring at the end of round 4 but kept fighting. 10 civil guards intervened. Russell attacked all of them but was finally subdued. Russell won at the end of round 5 when he threw Llano out of the ring, leaving him too weak desfallecido to continue. Judgment Day. George Gracie and Renato Gardini had originally been scheduled to meet in 1934, September 15th. The fight was postponed. They finally met Saturday, October 22, 1938, at Stadium Benedicto Valladares in Belo Horizonte. About 4,000 fans witnessed the 5-round fight of 10 minutes each. It was an exciting fight with many technical exchanges. Each man took the upper hand, only to lose it moments later. Both were thrown out of the ring numerous times. In the third round, George applied a lock to Gardini's right arm. The referee declared him to be the winner. 70. Gardini rejected the referee's decision, alleging that he hadn't tapped out "no ter dado señal de desistencia." The commission upheld the referee's decision. 7-1. Turning the tables. Llano got his chance to turn the tables on the Cowboy Yankee in an Encontro do Jiu-Jitsu. Wednesday, November 9th, at the stadium of the Feira de Amostras in Belo Horizonte. He had help. Russell promised to beat not just Yano, but George Gracie too, both, on the same night within a 1-hour period, divided into 6 rounds. George was up first. Despite throwing Russell various times with Balo's shoulder throws, the fight ended in a draw. Perhaps Russell was tired by his match with George, because Yano choked him out in the first round, leaving him unconscious on the floor for almost 2 minutes. All 2. Death of Dudu. 2 giants of the fight world departed in 1938. Gio Omori died in March. In November, it was his old foe Dudu's time. Dudu died on November 4, 1938, at the age of 32, after a long illness. He had been bedridden for 3 months in Santa Casa de Misericordia, a charitably funded hospital in Rio dedicated to care for the poorest of the poor. In his obituary, it was mentioned that his career took a nosedive after his Val Tudo debacle against young Helio Gracie, but he made a satisfactory comeback, up until his disqualification loss to Pedro Brasil in a national luta livre title match. Subsequently, he traveled around the interior and fought a few times in Minas Gerais and Sao Paulo. His life spiraled downward, después de una serie de privacos, to the point where he finally ended up in the Santa Casa. He was a friend of children, and in a cruel irony of destiny, his greatest defeat was at the hands of a child, a sua mais fragorosa derrota diante de uma criança, named Helio Gracie. Enter Eduardinho Gracie. In 1938, a future giant made his appearance in the press, a full page with 3 large pictures. He had been training jiu-jitsu for all of his 7 years. His name was Eduardo Gracie. He already had competition experience under his belt, and with the techniques that his father, Carlos Gracie, had patiently taught him, he managed to defeat the other little kids, some of whom were older and bigger than him. Este golpe sopai Carlos Gracie insinuó pacientemente. Gracias a él Eduardo consigue derrotar otros meninos mayores do que él. He applied his techniques with the serenity of a veteran. Eduardo Gracie aplica sus golpes con la serenidad de un veterano dos rings. 2 pictures showed him executing standing Udegarami shoulder locks. 1 picture depicted him lifting an adversary upside down, possibly to drop him on his back or head. The caption explained that jiu-jitsu is the art of agility, force is not necessary. O jiu-jitsu é a luta de agilidade, não é preciso ter força. This may not have been the most apt picture to illustrate the lack of necessity of strength, but the first 2 served the purpose adequately. Carlos explained that Eduardinho combined the calmness of George with the amazing agility of Helio. It's necessary, isn't it, Eduardo? Carlos asked him. The boy smiled and pounded his chest in a Tarzan gesture. It is, he said. I'm also going to be a champion. 7-4. Eduardinho later became better known as Carlson. Chapter 18. Notes. Chapter 19. 1939. At the end of January, the Ikari Praia Club presented a mixed program of ring sports to call attention to its new gymnasium. Fights were 2 amateur catch matches, 1 amateur jiu-jitsu match and 1 match between professionals. Rio champion Carlos Pedreira 73 kilos of the Gracie Academy versus Maia 67 kilos, who was the coach of the Brazilian Marines, Técnico do Corpo do Fuzileiros Navais. There were also 3 boxing matches, the final featuring Irvin Klausner, 92 kilos, retired from boxing and working as coach of the Rio Special Police, Técnico da Policía Especial do Estado do Rio de Janeiro versus Spanish champ Anadon, 88 kilos, 1. Klausner was versatile, or at least was game for any form of combat sport that paid. He had fought luta livre with Gio Omori and jiu-jitsu with Helio Gracie. Now he seemed most comfortable in his base art of boxing. He still laced up the gloves from time to time, even if only for an exhibition at a local sports club. Giant and giant killer. George Gracie had already bested Oninho twice. The first time was difficult, and the second time was controversial. There was something problematic about the fact that Oninho was so small. George was the giant killer, but against Oninho, George was the giant. He did manage to decisively beat Oninho in the first match, but got manhandled in the process. If jiu-jitsu is the art by which the weak can defeat the strong, how to interpret the outcomes of the 2 Oninho matches? The stronger man won, but only with great effort and after demonstrating that he was unable to defend himself against the smaller man's throws. What message did that send to potential students? George had a healthy ego. Maybe it bothered him psychologically. Or maybe it was just about the money. George may have wanted to settle it for once and for all. In any case, he challenged Oninho to a 3rd match. Oninho was a warrior. He accepted. Oninho was described as being undefeated 8 and Tau Invicto, despite having twice lost to George, and at least once to Benedicto Perez, at least according to the terms of the contract. 2. That was odd but not unusual. The fight was held at the Cine Teatro in Sao Paulo, Saturday, February 4, 1939. The main event was augmented with luta livre and jiu-jitsu matches. Luis Tarzan Fazio, 94 kilos, would face Benedito Mascarado Antonio, 92 kilos, in luta livre. Sir Nizaki, 70 kilos, would confront Abter Tigre Pinto, 93 kilos, and Braz Gomes, 65 kilos, would encounter Victor La Serva, 68 kilos. The jiu-jitsu matches were 5 5-minute rounds. In the main event, George, weighing 70 kilos, would square off with Oninho at 56 kilos. Their match was for 10 5-minute rounds with 2-minute breaks between rounds. 3. In the preliminary events, Tarzan won by disqualification in the second round. Sir Nizaki and Walter, Abter Tigre, Pinto drew. Braz Gomes, representing the Ono Academy, had a confusing time preparing for his fight because his opponent kept changing. On February 2nd, he was scheduled to fight Vicente Martins from the Arthur Richetti Academy of Jiu-Jitsu. On February 3rd, his opponent was changed to Victor La Cerva. Vicente Martins and Victor La Cerva both weighed 68 kilos. They might have been the same person. Nevertheless, the opponent Braz Gomes faced on February 4 was Jorge Caballero, also from the Richetti Academy. Whether they were different people or the same, it apparently didn't matter to Braz Gomes. He choked his opponent, whoever he was, out in the 5th round. The result of the George Gracie vs. Oninho fight was not described in detail, but the outcome told a familiar story. George won their first encounter in 1937. It took him 52 minutes to catch the small Japanese boy. George also won the second meeting, also in 1937, but, as the result of a gift from the officials, many people believed. In their third confrontation, George made it clear that he was the boss, but again, he didn't establish the sort of superiority that his supporters expected from him. George finally caught Oninho with a choke, but he needed over 55 minutes to do it. 4. Winner take all. On Saturday, February 4th, Yasuiti Ono was in São Carlos, about 230 kilometers from São Paulo, to give some demonstrations. As there were many practitioners and fans of Jiu-Jitsu, Luta Livre, and boxing, numeros adeptos do Jiu-Jitsu. Luta Livre box in São Carlos, Ono offered to fight anyone who wanted to test their own or his abilities. He offered bolsa ao vencedor, winner take all. If more than one person wanted to have a go at it, Ono said he would fight 2 or even 3 on the same night. He brought along Braz Gomes, who was one of his many students, to assist. 5. Braz had been learning Ono's style of jiu-jitsu for about 1 year at that point and began competing in professional shows as an amateur, almost from the day he first put on a kimono. Braz became known as Braz the First to distinguish himself from Braz Gomes II, who also competed. Both were among the approximately 75 Brazilians who studied with Ono in 1938 alone. There were another 75 Japanese in his classes. 6. Multiple opponents. George had fought 3 men back-to-back before, with mixed results. He had offered to fight all 3 of his opponents again when he had the chance. He hadn't had the chance to fight the same 3 opponents, Doroncio Barbosa, Antonio Roque, and Jose Amorim. He wanted to fight 3 men again, but would have to be content with 3 different men. In 1936, 2 of his opponents were strongmen, or pro wrestlers, or both. And one may have once been a Gracie student, another was a former amateur boxer. This time in 1939, the lineup included a strongman pro wrestler, Luis Tarzan Fazio. There was also an experienced grappler, Alberto Suleiman, who, judging from his record, was a Luta Livre fighter with primarily pro wrestling experience. His opponents had been people like Dudu and Antonio Mosoro. He had also competed in jiu-jitsu matches but without notable success. The third of George's opponents was an authentic jiu-jitsu representative. He was Arthur Richetti Filho. Richetti was a jiu-jitsu teacher with an academy and many students in São Paulo. He had learned his art directly from the great Gio Omori, and at one time had been the São Paulo jiu-jitsu champion. Clearly he was not just some guy off the street that a promoter had handed a kimono and black belt to put on for a publicity shot. 7. The plan was for George to fight Richetti in a jiu-jitsu match. If he beat Richetti, he would then face Luis Fazio Tarzan in a Luta Livre match. If he also beat Tarzan, he would then confront Alberto Suleiman in another Luta Livre match. All matches were 3 10-minute rounds with 2-minute breaks. The matches were scheduled for Saturday, March 11, 1939, at Teatro São Paulo. There were also 3 boxing matches, and a 5-5-minute round jiu-jitsu contest between Benedicto Perez and Alfredo Riqueto. Ticket prices ranged from $5 for general admission to $50 for camarotes, box seats. 8. Be born, suffer, die. On May 10th, Roberto Ruman challenged Takeo Yano, and both Ono brothers. He was supremely confident, offering to fight all 3 on the same night, in Luta Livre Valendo Tudo. An Arab never refuses a fight, he said, and he was ready to fight anyone anywhere anytime, including the world champion. He lived by 3 words: be born, suffer, and die. Nasser, Soffer, Morer. Obviously he wasn't too worried about arm locks and chokes. 9. Ruman's fighting skills might have been questionable, but as a strongman, he was in constant demand. Being challenged by Ruman was an excellent way to get one's name in the news. A match between Takeo Yano and Yasuiti Ono in Belo Horizonte at Estadio Benedicto Valadares on June 17, 1939 was announced. 10. If it had happened, it probably would have been a superb exhibition of throwing. However, it didn't, because on June 17, Yano was in a ring with Charles Ulsimer. Yano met French wrestler Charles Ulsimer in a grappling match in Belo Horizonte on Saturday, June 17. Reports differed on whether it was a jiu-jitsu or Luta Livre match. 11. In any case, Yano tapped out in the 5th round to a choke estrangulamento. Later reports mentioned that Yano had not been able to throw Ulsimer even once. 12. If true, that would suggest either that the match had been a Luta Livre, without kimono, or that it had been staged. Staged fights were not unusual at the time, and had become almost the norm since May 1934. By 1939, some of even the most die-hard jiu-jitsu men were eagerly participating. The Yano vs. Ulsimer fight on June 17 might have been such a fight. Yasuiti Ono also fought Ulsimer around the same time, although specifics are lacking. According to one report in July of 1939, Ulsimer recently defeated both Ono and Yano. However, a later report indicated that Ulsimer managed a draw against Ono. 14. It is conceivable that they met twice or even more, as most jiu-jitsu fighters met most of their opponents multiple times, due to the limited supply of opponents. If the above-mentioned reports were accurate, Ulsimer apparently knew enough jiu-jitsu to hold his own against the two best jiu-jitsu fighters in Brazil in 1939, assuming that the matches actually took place and were legitimate. However, according to informed insiders, they probably were not. Power meets technique. George and Ruman had split their previous two matches. George seemed to have the edge in jiu-jitsu, while Ruman's tremendous physical power made him an unstoppable force of nature in luta livre. A third match was scheduled for July 8, 1939, at the gymnasium of the Associação Atlética São Paulo on Avenue Tiradentes, at Ponta Grande. It would be a luta livre match of 10 5-minute rounds with 2-minute breaks. They both promised that it would be a hard fight, luta renhida. The referee was Arthur Riquetto. Among the other matches, Braz Gomes was scheduled to meet Matafico Maramosa in a 5-5, minute round jiu-jitsu match, which would be refereed by Gomes's teacher Yasuiti Ono. George had recently been suspended. During the downtime, he trained and taught at the Academia Deloni at Avenida Brigadeiro Luis Antonio. 15. The reason for George's suspension is unknown, but might have been related to irregularities surrounding the March 11 program pitting him against Arthur Riquetto, Tarzan Fazio, and Alberto Suleiman, which may, in turn, explain why no results were reported or subsequently mentioned. In the Ruman return match, George made an error in not demanding a no-pinning rule. George lost by being pinned. This was discussed as being prejudicial to jiu-jitsu representatives, who often would go to their backs to escape chokes. Why George agreed to a pinning rule is unknown. It was odd given that he lost the second fight by shoulder pin. Perhaps there was no other way to make a Ruman victory believable. Believably or not, Ruman won the fight. The reason for permitting shoulder pinning in jiu-jitsu versus luta livre matches was often to motivate a follow-up match without the rule. It also allowed undefeated fighters to remain technically undefeated within at least one style of fight. Being undefeated was not as good as being a champion, but it was close. Both were highly subjective in any event. King Solomon. On July 10th, Yano faced the German wrestler Fritz Weber at Estadio Benedicto Valladares in Belo Horizonte. The referee was Oswaldo Gracie. The fight was remarkable for the fact that there were 2 winners and 2 losers. 17. The fight must have been fairly even during the first 4 rounds because no one lost or won. In any case, neither man dominated to the point of victory. Things took an unexpected and unprecedented turn from that point, however. In the 3rd minute of the 5th round, Weber applied a headlock, gravata. At the same time, Yano went for a footlock, chave de paix. They simultaneously applied pressure for 2 minutes. Finally, Weber couldn't stand the pain anymore and tapped out. But when Oswaldo Gracie went to raise Yano's hand in victory, he discovered that the jiu-jitsu representative was unconscious. The fans were stupefied and waited in suspense for Oswaldo Gracie to make his pronouncement. Oswaldo decided to annul the fight and declared that both men lost, Yano by knockout and Weber by give up. For the first time in ring history, 2 fighters won at the same time that they were defeated by each other. 18. Like King Solomon, Rey Salomão, Oswaldo awarded half of the victory to each man. Officially, the fight was a draw. 19. It is not common, but it has occasionally happened that 2 boxers land punches at the same time and both are knocked out. Whether the Yano-Weber simultaneous half victory, half defeat was genuine or not, will have to be argued by the experts. Coincidentally, Yano was involved in another double defeat. This one even more remarkable. He and his opponent, George Gracie, both choked each other out at the same time in March of 1940. Family honor. After seeing his brother lose to Ruman, Oswaldo decided to take a break from his referring chores to restore the family honor. He immediately challenged Roberto Ruman. Ruman equally immediately accepted, and the match was set for the following Saturday, July 15. However, Oswaldo insisted that the result should not be decided by shoulder pin. Oswaldo promised that he would avenge the family's honor. It wasn't something that could be taken for granted. Can Oswaldo manage to avenge the defeat of his brother George? One newspaper wondered. Ruman didn't think so. 20. There was only one way to find out. Ruman was extraordinarily powerful, Correo Palestano acknowledged, but Oswaldo had technique on his side. After all, weighing only 68 kilos, he had previously beaten the 105-kilo sick giant João Baldi. This time, there was no significant weight disparity. Oswaldo weighed 76 kilos, about the same as Ruman. Unfortunately, the victory over Baldi happened 8 years before. Oswaldo had beaten up 2 adolescents in a restaurant in Belo Horizonte on Tuesday, April 20th, 1937, but he hadn't fought quality opponents regularly since then. 21. Oswaldo began the fight aggressively, attacking relentlessly, giving Ruman no chance to coast. But Ruman remained calm, conserving his power, until he felt that he had Oswaldo under his control. He then went into attack mode. It was the first and only attacking technique that he applied. Ruman choked Oswaldo unconscious in the 3rd round using his trademark headlock, gravata, with a jumping kidney lock, chave de rins volante. 2nd, coffee. Marilia, about 440 kilometers from Sao Paulo, was a center of coffee cultivation and home to many Japanese immigrants. In the third week of July, Yasuiti Ono went to Morelia to fight local challengers. He planned to be back by July 26 or 27 to fight Roberto, Roman or George Gracie if they didn't back down from his challenges. Onino offered Benedicto Perez a rematch under very generous conditions. Perez didn't have to beat him, he simply had to survive for 30 minutes. If he did, he would be the winner and would take home all of the prize money. 23. It was the same offer he had extended in 1938. Given their relative sizes, it was almost insulting. Caesar. Perez was ready to fight Oninho again, but he wasn't in a hurry. First, he wanted George Gracie. Perez was the Sao Paulo champion. George was the Brazilian champion. Their association went way back. They knew each other from the Gio Omori versus Carlos Gracie exhibitions of 1930. Perez then assisted George and his brothers in Rio when they staged their Jiu-Jitsu versus Capoeira Gym tournament in 1931. Perez filled in for the injured Helio Gracie and took on Ozias. At that time, Perez, was described as an old student. Now George was being challenged by his old comrade in arms. Were there some hard feelings involved? Probably not. Hostility between the Gracie brothers, spearheaded by Carlos and their rivals, periodically resulted in street ambushes. But then, everyone was 7 years older and wiser. Perez versus George was a professional fight. Away from Carlos's influence, George had decided that getting paid was the primary purpose of fighting. He usually needed money. Consequently, he fought a lot. Inevitably, he sometimes lost. George was being managed by his brother Gastão and was still training at Academia Delani. Perez was training at the Academia Paulista de Boxe on Rua do Seminario, 51, with Roberto Ruman, Alberto Suleiman Marinho and others. Jiu-Jitsu fighter Arthur Riqueto Filho Jr. was recruited to confront Enrique Vicaro in a luta libre match of 6 5-minute rounds. Riqueto weighed 56 kilos, the Mastodonte Vicaro weighed 104 kilos. One of the preliminaries was a 6-round middleweight boxing match between Zumbano III and Negrito. Both had aggressive styles that won many fans from among the aficionados of the sport of Joe Louis in Sao Paulo. There was also an amateur boxing match between Tony Cadete and Jose Gonçalves. The Benedicto Perez versus George Gracie match took place on Saturday, July 20th, 1939 in the gymnasium of the Asociação Atlética Sao Paulo. Perez had a 17-kilo weight advantage. One of his sparring partners, Roberto Ruman, who had recently defeated George, was betting on Perez to win. Perez was a dangerous man, but George was agile, technical, and aggressive. He was not known as the Red Cat, Gato Ruivo, for nothing. The fight could not be decided by pinning Não Valer Encostamento de Espaduas. Reporters wondered why Perez didn't insist on having the option of pinning, where his weight could possibly prove to be a factor. Give to Caesar what is Caesar's, César o que é de César, he explained. It would be difficult to beat George in a kimono. To do that, one would need to be born in Japan and start learning at a tender age from consummate masters. In fact, it would be difficult to beat any Gracie in a kimono. Perez challenged George to a luta livre match for the logical reason that he didn't think he could beat George in a kimono but believed he could beat him without a kimono. Perez's confidence was misplaced. Even without the kimono, he was not a match for George Gracie. Perez gambled that a surprise move would pay off. He went for a flying lock, Che Volante, which was reputed to be foolproof as long as the opponent wasn't familiar with it. Unfortunately for Perez, George was. He deftly avoided it and applied a counter arm lock, sealing Perez's doom. Arthur Riqueto, despite his great weight disadvantage, easily submitted Enrique Vicaro in 20 seconds of the first round. Roberto Ruman needed to make some money to recoup what he lost betting on Perez. He made an appearance, performing demonstrations of strength. 27. Agility versus brute force. Ruman and Onino faced off Saturday, August 19, at Asociação Atlética Sao Paulo, promoted by Jose Antonio Lage. The question that seemed to be on the public's mind was, can brute force overcome the agile Japanese? Conseguirá forca bruta dominar o ágil japonês? Onino certainly thought not, because the purse went to the winner, Bolsa ao Vencedor. Onino was blindly confident, confiança cega, of his muscles and technique. But so was Ruman, who had not just ordinary muscles but muscles of steel. Onino had one advantage in that pinning was not permitted, or rather, was, not a route to victory sem valer o encostamento de espaduas. Senie, it was a luta livre match. Onino fought valiantly, but the lack of kimonos stacked the odds against him. He was left prostrate and bereft of his senses, prosto sem sentido, in the fourth round courtesy of Ruman's potent choke. 29th. George Gracie didn't even wait for the fight to begin before challenging Ruman to another rematch, this one without pinning sem encostamento de espaduas. It was almost as if he knew what the outcome would be before it happened. Kodokan Jiu-Jitsu exhibition. In July and August, the League of Marine Sports and the Embassy of Japan Liga de Esportes de Marinha and Embaixado do Japão sponsored a series of demonstrations of judo featuring Tsuneyuki Kotani and Chugo Sato, to be held at Escola de Educação Física do Exército na Fortaleza de Sao, July 31st, Stadium do Fluminense, August 1st, Corpo de Fuzileiros Naveias, August 3rd, and finally open to the general public at Stadium Brasil, August 4th. 30. Kotani and Sato were professors of judo at the Kodokan in Tokyo. Kotani had been a member of the freestyle wrestling squad that represented Japan in the 1932 Los Angeles Olympics, but contrary to reports in the Rio News, he was not a champion. He did not even medal. He was, however, obviously a good all-around grappler. They arrived Saturday, July 29, 1939, on the Buenos Aires Maru. All of the demonstrations were well publicized. On Monday, July 31, local practitioners of judo, or jiu-jitsu, as it was generally known in Brazil, were invited to participate. They included Helio Gracie and two of his students, Paulo Cunha and Manuel Azevedo Maya, and from Sao Paulo, Shojino Higuchio, Saisaton Fujikaya, and Tokunuo Torisoki. 31. A picture in Gazeta de Noticias on August 1 showed Helio Gracie in a standing, sleeve and collar grip position with one of the professors, surrounded by spectators and three kimono-clad Japanese sitting in the traditional, kneeling seiza, jungzuo, posture, observing intently. 32. Helio Gracie declared that he had no doubt that Kotani and Sato were authentic masters. 3. It is unknown what the Rio-based jiu-jitsu representatives learned from the experience. Possibly that judo is not real jiu-jitsu, as Helio Gracie would later claim, but equally possibly that their access to the limited self-defense instruction market would be better maintained by de-emphasizing competitive throwing and by not calling it judo. 34. The return of Donato Pires dos Reis. One day in late August, or possibly on Friday, September 1, 1939, Dr. Donato Pires dos Reis visited the editorial offices of Correio Paulistano to discuss something that the Sao Paulo public needed to know. It concerned his recently opened School of Scientific Self-Defense in Sao Paulo. It was called Studio Científico de Defesa Pessoal, located on the 15th floor of the Martinelli building, Edificio Martinelli, room 1526 in the city center. 35. Earlier in the decade, George Gracie, along with one or more of his brothers, tried but failed to ambush and beat Donato senseless. Today, he was at Donato's side, singing his praises. I consider Donato Pires dos Reis a profound expert of jiu-jitsu. I don't believe anyone knows more than he does, George testified. Reputo Donato Pires dos Reis como un profundo conhecedor do jiu-jitsu. Now acreditando mesmo que haya mayor técnico no asunto. Donato Pires' school offered 4 plans of study, A, B, C, and D, one for each type of person. Plan C focused on the essentials of self-defense, consisting of 5 segments, each described in some detail in the article. Plan D was Kwatsu, resuscitation 36. Plans A and B were not described, but one of them might have been the program of ring fighting, taught by the greatest jiu-jitsu and luta libre fighter in South America, George Gracie. Programa de ensino de luta directamente no ring que será chefiado pelo me perfecto lutador de jiu-jitsu y luta libre da América do Sul, George Gracie. The cost for George's instruction was $300 now 300 miris per month. Poor kids would be taught for free Sicao gratis a Juventud Reconhecimiento Paparima. Ricky 7. Several weeks later, Correio Paulistano visited the Estudio Scientific de Defesa Pessoal, where Dr. Donato Pires dos Reis was teaching a group of students the secret technique, golpe secreto, which not even the strongest man could withstand. Nenhum homem, por me forte, resiste ao golpe secreto. The secret technique was part of higher jiu-jitsu superior, and was useful for weak people who never took part in sports. Pode ser aplicado por homem fraco que nunca practicou esportes algum. The higher techniques of jiu-jitsu didn't need to be practiced in a ring. Não necessitam de treinamento no ring. They didn't even require an instructor, nem de aulas como instructors. All that was needed was a lecture and an anatomical diagram. The other form of jiu-jitsu, the lower form, was jiu-jitsu do tablado, or sport jiu-jitsu. It was also useful, but in a different way, and only if done correctly, Dr. Pires explained. The student should practice the technique with a qualified instructor. The training must be systematic and methodical, or the student would not learn the techniques properly. No mention was made of George Gracie in the September 17th article. German Giant. September 2, 1939. George Gracie took his turn in front of the giant German Fritz Weber at the gymnasium of the Asociação Atlética Sao Paulo. Weber weighed at least 134 kilos to George's 70 kilos. 39. Gracie dominated Weber and finished him with a shaved Abraco arm lock in the 6th round. Before the final match, the Portuguese champion Manel Grito was introduced and challenged both George and Weber, and also Naoiti Ono and Roberto Ruman. 40. After his victory over Weber, George was immediately challenged again by Yasuiti Ono. George agreed, and a match was planned for September 16th at the gymnasium of Asociação Atlética Sao Paulo. But on Saturday, September 9th, George injured his arm in a match against the French champion Charles Ulsimer in Belo Horizonte. The result was a draw. The Ono fight was postponed until Saturday, September 23.41. Help wanted. Carlos and Helio may have had more students than they could personally teach in September of 1939. At least that might be one reason why they advertised for an apprentice jiu-jitsu teacher. The ad appeared on Saturday, September 2nd in Jornal do Brasil, numbered 74,493, in the middle row of the left-hand column. The prospective apprentice teacher needed to weigh at least 65 kilos and be no older than 25 years. 42. Why they did it is unclear. Perhaps student enrollments were booming at such a rate that they could not train enough instructors from among their own ranks. Conversely, enrollments might have been lagging. Advertising for an apprentice teacher would be an inexpensive way to attract the attention of potential new students, while giving the impression of great demand for jiu-jitsu instruction at the Gracie Academy. 43. The King of Throws. George Gracie and Takeo Yano, by this time well accustomed to working together, met again in October of 1939. It was promoted as a match between two masters and a fight between two different styles of the game, una luta entre dos estilistas diferentes. Yano was known as the King of Throws outside his country of origin, o rei da queda fora de su país de origen. For the purpose of the upcoming fight with George Gracie, Yano was unbeatable at throwing. That didn't bother George. Unlike in their September 2004, 1938, he wasn't going to try to beat Yano at his own game. Gracie preferred to fight on the ground. En cuanto que Yano e insuperable nas quedas, Gracie prefiere a luta deitado. Yano learned his throwing skills at Escola de Kokushikan, probably a misspelling of Kodokan. He graduated in 12 months with the rank of 3 Dan. He became acquainted with Conde Coma in mid-1931 travu. En meados de 1931, conocimientos como Conde Coma. He studied at the Kokushikan Kodokan with Chouqe Sato. They entered 1 year apart. Sato explained one aspect of the jiu-jitsu game that he had learned at the Kodokan, an aspect that over the years had been misunderstood by those whose knowledge of the Japanese game came primarily from books. Sato made it clear that jiu-jitsu starts standing because that is the position of men. But victory doesn't result from one throw. The superiority of one man over the other is decided on the ground using the thousands of techniques and counter-techniques of jiu-jitsu. 44. While conceding that Yano had a clear edge in the stand-up game, one writer reminded those who might underestimate George's chances that he was a true magician on the ground. George Gracie no chao y verdadero malabarista. Anything was possible. Anything could happen. 45. The fight took place at the gymnasium of the Asociação Atlética São Paulo on Saturday, June 7, 1939. It would be 10 5-minute rounds, with 2-minute breaks. The referee was Jiu-Jitsu professor Ricardo Filho. There would also be 1 amateur and 2 professional boxing matches, Pernambuco versus Negrito, and Zumbano III versus Benedicto Fumaca Emilio. Yano and George Gracie were evenly matched and put on an exciting show. The fans were thoroughly satisfied for a change. Neither man gave up or was knocked out, and points were not being scored. Therefore there was no winner and no loser. Prof. Arturo Riqueto Filo refereed the match with his customary competence. 46. Modesty. German champion Fritz Weber thought that Yasushi Ono was an excellent fighter. But he expected to win Espero vencer if Ono didn't try to run away. When asked why he didn't fight Ono in a jiu-jitsu match, he said, "Because I don't know how to fight jiu-jitsu. I have begun to learn the Japanese sport, but I will fight in public only when I'm sure it won't be a fiasco. If I fought Ono in a jiu-jitsu match, I would lose." 47. He added that he wouldn't dare to accept a jiu-jitsu fight against Ono, now sería ta osado, de modo a aceptar un combate como Ono, who was undefeated in more than 120 fights. Más de 120 lutas, manterse invicto et agora. Weber's honesty and modesty were a refreshing change from the customary pre-fight boasts and threats. He didn't promise to crush Ono, but more conservatively, only that he would win. On points, many points. Eu o venci por puntos, por muitos puntos. 48. The fight was held at Ringway Paulistano, promoted by Jose Antonio Lage. Weber supposedly had a more than 50-kilo weight advantage, which was an understatement if Weber weighed what he did 7 weeks earlier in the George Gracie match, and Ono weighed something near his customary 65 kilos. The match was 12 rounds of 5 minutes with 2-minute breaks between rounds. 50. In a preliminary match, Benedicto Pérez do Campos and Arthur Riqueto would be contending for the title of Campeão Paulista São Paulo champion in a 10 5-minute round jiu-jitsu contest. The referee was Oninho. 51. According to a later report, Weber did not find it as easy to grab hold of Ono as he had wanted. Incapaz de pegar o como quería uma vez, and Ono ended up winning. Perhaps that is what Weber had in mind when he qualified his prediction, that he would win if Ono didn't run away fugir aos seus golpes. Perez clearly defeated Riqueto to claim the title of Campeão Paulista. He might have succeeded on pure technique, but his 20 to 25 kilos weight edge probably helped too. Jiu-Jitsu meets catch. On Saturday, November 4, Yasushi Ono met Jose Colt, also spelled Colt Colit, and Colt. Colt was the famous pro wrestler Black Mask, Mascara Negra. He had a distinguished record, having beaten Karol Nowina, Zbyszko, Jack Russell, and, allegedly, Gio Omori. 3. Colt came to Rio a few days before the fight, challenging any luta libre fighter. Yasushi Ono, who recently defeated the gigantic German Fortis Weber, was the first to accept. The fight would be 10 5-minute rounds. In addition, Benedicto Perez would face the fearsome Oninho. Oninho was a specialist in the art favored by his countryman, Correo Paulistano informed readers. Perez would not have an easy job to defeat Oninho Saturday, November 4 at Frontal Boa Vista. 54. Although Colt was pro wrestler and fixed fights were not rare, there is no evidence that he threw the fight with Yasushi Ono. However, fights could be tweaked to provide more entertainment value for the paying public. An easy way was for a superior fighter to let a weaker fighter survive or even to threaten him. In other words, to perform a fake fight for several rounds and then finish the opponent off when the fans had gotten their money's worth. That seems to be what happened. It wasn't surprising that Ono choked Colt from behind Estrangulamento pelas costas. What was surprising was that it took 22 minutes to do it. But it was described as the most sensational fight of the evening, so presumably everyone went home happy. 55. The Oninho versus Perez match was more unexpected in one sense, but less unexpected in another. They battled so ferociously and so evenly that finally they both collapsed unconscious at the same time. Ambos trocábamos amasapao ate que esgotados, perdamos sentidos al mismo tiempo. The fans enjoyed the fight, however. It is difficult to believe that fighters and promoters couldn't put two and two together. The fans wanted exciting fights more than they wanted real fights. It was hard to guarantee an interesting real fight when fighters were trying to defend themselves and avoid getting hurt. Interesting fake fights could be guaranteed with considerable reliability. The solution was obvious. 56. With that in mind, Perez challenged Colt, who, despite losing to Yasuiti Ono, had put up a good and entertaining fight. Colt accepted, and the fight was set for Saturday, November 18, 1939, conveniently exactly 1 week away, and at the same venue. It would be 8 5-minute rounds. The referee was Alberto Suleiman, who, like many fighters, doubled as a ring official. On Saturday, November 25th, Yasuiti Ono faced Perez in a luta livre contest at Ringway Paulistano, formerly Frontal Boa Vista. Ono defeated Perez near the end of the 5th round, at 25 minutes into the fight, with an armlock chave. De Braco, after putting on a display of his extraordinary skills, according to Correo Paulistano. 8. From what we know about Ono, there is no reason to suspect any deception. That the men endeavored in some way and to some degree to make the fight more entertaining and to last longer can hardly be doubted. According to one well-placed insider, every fight was worked to some extent. Some fighters strongly denied that they personally worked any fights. Other people accepted that some fights were worked, but disagreed about who was responsible. The final Jiu-Jitsu fights of the year took place on Saturday, December 2, 1939, at Ringo Paulistano. Jose Cabral Freitas confronted Yernesika, and Udo Dorn encountered Tomas Comodoro. Both matches were 3 3-minute rounds with 2-minute breaks. Oninho refereed the first match. Yasuiti Ono refereed the second. Braz Gomes II faced Osvaldo Bononi in a luta livre match refereed by Alberto Suleiman. They were promoted by Empresa, Jose Antonio Lage, at Ringo Paulistano as preliminaries to 2 boxing matches, Fumaka versus Jimmy Wild and Gaucho versus Tomasulo. Yernesak defeated Jose Freitas by unspecified submission in the 3rd round. Udo Dorn defeated Tomas Comodoro by armlock in the 3rd round. Braz Gomes II and Osvaldo Bononi drew. 60. Yernesika, also written as Ser Nizaki, Udo Dorn, also written Dudu Dorn, Tomas Comodoro, and Braz II would all be back in 1940, along with many new and familiar faces, and a great abundance of catch wrestlers. Chapter 19 notes. Chapter 20. 1940. On February 14, Empresa Brasil Box announced that the 1940 season of the Internacional de Catches Catch Can and Jiu-Jitsu would begin on March 9th at Stadium Brasil. Participants would be Sarquis Budip, Jack Russell, Renato Gardini, Charles Ulsimer, Andre Castano, Al Pereira, among other champions and aces of the exciting American sport. In addition, 2 cracks experts in the game of the land of the Mikado, Jogo de Terra do Mikado, Takeo Yano and George Gracie would also take part. A varied assortment of local luta livre and jiu-jitsu fighters would round out the shows. The temporada season was being directed by Renato Gardini. Matches were held every Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday, and occasionally at other times for special events. Winter War. In Sao Paulo, on Saturday, February 24th, in a benefit to help victims of the war in Finland, Gastão Grassi Filho and his student, Dr. Stein Delto, presented a demonstration of self-defense and jiu-jitsu throws at the club Escandinavo on Rua Nestor Pestana. The demonstration began at 8 p.m. 2. Opening Day. The main event on the opening day at Stadium Brasil on Saturday, March 9 pitted Takeo Yano against the cowboy Yankee Jack Russell. 2 jiu-jitsu matches were also offered. Carlos Pereira faced Eduardo Alves Jr. and Emery de Andrade met Jose de Araujo. There was also a catch match between Renato Gardini, 90 kilos, and Sarkis, also referred to as Jacques, among other names, Budip, 102 kilos. All fights were 6 rounds of 10 minutes. Yano versus the cowboy Yankee was the best fight of the night. Yano weighed 76 kilos, Russell weighed 106. Yano put on a splendid exhibition, and Russell once more demonstrated that he knew how to put on a show. At the 3-minute mark of the 4th round of the match, Yano and Russell both fell out of the ring. Yano immediately returned, but Russell appeared to be groggy and was unable to get back within the allowed time. Yano was declared the winner by KO 3. In the preliminary jiu-jitsu matches, Emery de Andrade defeated Jose de Araujo by armlock in the 2nd round. Carlos Pereira also defeated Eduardo Alves Jr. in the 2nd round by armlock. In the catch match, Budip defeated Gardini early in the 1st round. Gardini didn't look good. The report said, "Reapar so mal." However, Gardini later rejected the decision and threatened the referee, Angelo Ledoux. 4. Double choke. George and Yano renewed their acquaintance Saturday, March 16th at Estadio Brazil. It was George's reappearance in the Rio rings after a lengthy stay in Belo Horizonte. George didn't want to predict the result of the fight. He simply said, "I don't like to speculate, but when a Gracie enters the ring, it is to win. Now gusto de dar palpites, mas som Gracie cuando sobe al ring para vencer." 5. The match was replete with sensational attacks and escapes. In the 5th round, the fighters applied simultaneous chokes. Reports on what happened next differed. One said that they fell out of the ring in a double choke estrangulamento duplo, which left both men unconscious, provocou a perda dos sentidos dos dois lutadores. George Gracie was first to recover, levantou-se primeiro. The referee, Jaime Ferreira, summarily declared Yano to be beaten, vencido. George refused to accept the victory. Ferreira then revised his decision and called the match a draw. "It was an excellent match," the reporter said, "but the result was irregular and contrary to the rules of Jiu-Jitsu desfecho irregular, contra a regras do Jiu-Jitsu." 6. One observer blamed the result on Jaime Ferreira's habitual incompetence. Reafirmou mais uma vez sua incompetência. The preliminary matches were less dramatic. Carlos Pereira defeated Antonio Maia by armlock in round 2. Some reports said it was round 1. Walter Santana choked Sergio Moreira in round 2. Sarquis Budip, 112 kilos, won by disqualification of Jack Russell, 110 kilos, in the 3rd round of a 3 10-minute round match. 8. Due to the dramatic and ambiguous nature of the conclusion to this fight, another fight between the two men was arranged for March 30. George admitted that he had been groggy as a result of Yano's choke-in, the last fight, but assured the reporter that he absolutely wasn't out. He was merely slightly discombobulated, but came to immediately, and was ready to resume the fight before Yano was able to recover. 9. Based on George's comments, it is unclear why he rejected Jaime Ferreira's initial decision to declare him the winner. The result was indeed inconclusive, but that was because George refused to accept the victory. It was a predicament. The only solution was to have another fight. Fans and fight analysts demanded a more impartial and competent referee. Maturity de Freitas was tapped for the job. He wouldn't have much to do. George promised that this time he wouldn't leave the decision in the hands of a referee. 10. Ground. George intended to approach the return match tactically, rather than emotionally or theatrically. He was interested in putting on a show, or proving his masculine qualities of bravery and aggressiveness. But in this case, even more than that, he wanted to win the fight. Knowing that Yano was his master on stand-up, he resolved to stay close to the ground. Prefere o jogo rastero, ao paso que Yano, en pé, e perigosísimo. 11. Preliminary fights included, and Carlos Pereira vs. Camilo Holanda in Jiu-Jitsu. Carlos Pereira represented the Gracie Academy. Camilo Holanda was one of George Gracie's students. Pereira expected to remain undefeated and offered his winnings to the homeless people of Portugal. He emphasized that he trained Jiu-Jitsu as a sport. They both had the benefit of famous teachers, but Pereira had the edge in experience. He had fought in front of large crowds at least 3 times before. As far as we know, Holanda's ring experience consisted of 1 exhibition with George. Additionally, JC Moreira would meet Ovidio Silva in a luta livre match. Jack Russell would face Fritz Weber in a catch match. 12. George and Yano were scheduled to battle for 6 10-minute rounds or less. The two were similar in size and skill, although one specialized in stand-up, the other in ground. They had met in the ring at least 6 times before. They knew each other's style well. Their fights were invariably close. This one was not an exception. It was not without close calls. A picture in a note showed Yano escaping from a George Gracie armlock, but the final result was a draw. 13. In the preliminaries, Carlos Pereira choked Camilo Holanda in the 1st round. Jack Russell was not called the king of fouls for nothing. He was disqualified in the 2nd round for attacking the referee. JC won by armlock in the 3rd round. 14. The popular Diario de Noticias sports columnist El Campeón was dissatisfied with the catch match to the point of hostility. In his column Between the Ropes, Entre as Cordas do Ring, he didn't mince words, using such phrases as circus, result desfecho circo, ridiculous scene scenas ridiculas, and comic scene cena comica. In his opinion, the disgraceful comedy was transparently architected by Empresa Brasil box director Renato Gardini for the sole purpose of setting the stage for a reprise match, revanche. He concluded that the fight had the aspect of a tragedy in the sense that the paying public was so stupid as to take this blatantly insulting piece of anti-sportive choreographed comedy seriously. 15. He was even more disgusted with the final match between Yano and George. These were genuine athletes, fighters, not mere entertainers like Jack Russell and his clownishly comedic accomplices. Yano and George both deserved to be censured for the way they performed in the ring. El Campeón felt. The 1st round was catch wrestling. The next 5 rounds were the noble Japanese sport in which the fighters did nothing to try to win, not even using the minimum amount of force to finish their techniques or fight with conviction. Their match could not have been anything but a marmalada fake, he said. Takeo Yano and George Gracie entered the ring with the prearranged plan to draw. 16. El Campeón had no comment on the Carlos Pereira vs. Camilo Holanda or JC Moreira vs. Ovidio Silva fights. That could mean that they weren't faked or that they weren't important enough to mention. The truth is probably both. They were not important enough to bother to fake. The preliminary fights, excepting the catch matches, were probably the most legitimate of the major public fights that took place during the 1940s, and probably before as well. El Campeón insisted that fights should be honest, which meant that the fighters should fight to win. Os sports do ring devem ser praticados como honestidad, isto é, os lutadores, são obrigados a lutar pela victoria. Various commissions had been set up to see that they were, but the economics of the fight business generally dictated otherwise. Ironically, El Campeón identified the root of the problem. Referring to the Gracie brothers, he observed, anyone who watches and understands jiu-jitsu knows perfectly well that these brave and fearless Brazilian athletes, i.e. the Gracies, always fought for real, which made their fights boring. But under the circumstances, El Campeón was probably referring indirectly to Helio Gracie. George was the target of his criticism. Oswaldo had also been involved in questionable fights. Carlos retired after his one fight in 1931, and Gastão Jr. never fought. Helio, however, had retired in 1937 after his jiu-jitsu match with boxer Irvin Klausner. Although he did not offer a reason, it seems extremely likely that the reason Helio retired until 1950 was that he didn't want to participate in exciting but worked fights, combined with the fact that fans did not want to pay to see his real but boring fights. El Campeón's diagnosis of the problem was accurate. What he didn't have was a solution. George Gracie and Takeo Yano had a solution. It wasn't one that El Campeón liked. Size doesn't matter. 2 weeks later, Takeo Yano and George Gracie were back at Stadium Brasil, not facing each other for a change. George would be meeting the giant German Fritz Weber. It was their second confrontation. The 46-kilo weight difference between himself and Weber didn't worry him in the least. He had beaten the German giant before. This time he promised to do it even more devastatingly. George was absolutely calm and composed. Perhaps the fact that Weber would be wearing a kimono had something to do with it. The fight was a jiu-jitsu match. George was sure that Weber would adhere to the rules of the sport because Weber would be trying to win the fight, which he couldn't do if he was disqualified. In October of 1939, Weber said that he wouldn't engage in a jiu-jitsu match with a champion like Yasushi Ono until he had mastered the game to the extent that the match wouldn't be a fiasco. By April of 1940, he apparently felt that his abilities were adequate for the challenge ahead. Weber really is a giant, George said with a malicious smile, but that doesn't mean anything. Size doesn't matter. Tamanho now a documento. I will put him to sleep like a baby, listening to a lullaby sung by his mother, with the difference that Weber's dreams won't be as peaceful. The fight was scheduled for 6 10-minute rounds. George promised that it wouldn't last that long. Weber would be crushed faster than he imagined. Será arrasado en menos tiempo do que le supo. The management of Brasil Box either hadn't read El Campeón's recent column, or didn't care what he thought, or had a better grasp of what sold tickets. Cowboy Yankee Jack Russell was back. He would be meeting the Oriental demon, Demonio Oriental Sarquis Budip. 19. In the semi-final, Takeo Yano was matched against Carlos Pedreira. Yano weighed 70 kilos, Pedreira weighed 76 kilos. The match was 4 10-minute rounds. Some reports described it as jiu-jitsu, others as luta livre. Most writers viewed jiu-jitsu as a particular form of luta livre. If the fighters wore kimonos, it was jiu-jitsu. Otherwise, it was luta livre. Both fighters engaged in both luta livre and jiu-jitsu. The match could have been either. Devasset. Some observers felt that Yano and Pedreira put on an entertaining show, drawing after 4 lively rounds. 21. Others were less impressed, calling the fight a feeble display by both fighters, exhibición fraca de ambos os contendores. 22. El Campeón was ambivalent. The Yano vs. Pedreira match was more an exhibition than a fight due to Yano's overwhelming superiority. The only reason Yano didn't finish Pedreira was that he didn't want to o Japones. Demonstrado manifesta superioridad de técnica, ese não venceu foi porque não quis. However, he thought that Pedreira had great potential to one day become a good fighter, alias o joven lutador. Brasileiro posso predicados excepciones para, algum dia, chegar a ser valor positivo do nosso sport. George Gracie versus Fritz Weber was a joke, El Campeón felt. Weber wore a kimono so oversized that it looked like a straitjacket camisa de forca. Weber was even more clueless in jiu-jitsu than he was in catch and luta livre, and was finally done in by his own exhaustion, atrapaljandose com o seu propio cascacao. El Campeón thought that Weber weighed 126 kilos. He might have. Under the circumstances, the extra weight probably hurt rather than helped, if it mattered at all. George played with Weber, brincu com os 126 kilos de seu adversario, for 2 rounds before deciding to finish him in the third, with an efficient and fatal arm lock. Jack Russell and Sarquis Budip did not escape El Campeón's scorn. The only reason their clown show Palacata was not more successful was that Budip had not yet perfected the art of acting ainda não ser artista perfeito. The performance featured some takedowns quedas, nothing more apenas isso, nada mais. Unlike some writers who dwelled at length on the catch results, El Campeón had little to say. It seemed almost beneath him as a serious fight reporter with his own column, and, by line, to dignify such shenanigans with straight-faced commentary. 20. Catch matches could usually be relied on to offer some thrills, reasonably, as one opponent did nothing to prevent the other from attempting spectacular moves, and indeed would help him to do it. The problem was that the performers were too often inept. Kodokan Judo versus American Catch. After the George Gracie vs. Fritz Weber and Takeo Yano vs. Carlos Pedreira fights, Brazilbox prepared another night of thrills. It was a grand spectacular of jiu-jitsu. Yasuiti Ono and George Gracie took on Jack Russell and the Sarkis Budip. Neither Russell nor Budip had ever demonstrated any knowledge of jiu-jitsu, but that didn't matter. Wearing a kimono made it a jiu-jitsu match. The first preliminary fight would be between two genuine jiu-jitsu representatives, Oninho Nawiti Ono and Carlos Pedreira. The event took place Saturday, April 27th at Estadio Brasil. All three fights were 6 rounds of 10 minutes, 24. The main event was Yasuiti Ono versus the King of Fouls Rei dos Fouls, the gigantic Jack Russell. Russell promised to beat Ono before the second round. Ono guaranteed that it wouldn't happen for the logical reason that Russell was going to lose. Ono garante que tal no acontecer, pues o vencido será forcosamente o gigante. The Japanese jiu-jitsu men were outgunned in the hyperbole wars. As Gio Omori had said, they preferred to do their fighting in the ring. In consequence, they needed people like Jack Russell and his fellow artists. Their fighting skills were dubious, but they knew how to build up a fight. Oninho previously choked out Manuel Grillo, December 25, 1937. The victory was significant because not only was Grillo vastly bigger, he was also supposedly the jiu-jitsu champion of Portugal. He had, allegedly, studied with and then defeated the legendary Raku. He also, ostensibly, beat Taro Miyake. He wasn't an ordinary catcher, at least not if the newspaper accounts were reliable. Oninho had proven his valor by beating a much larger, and apparently equally skilled jiu-jitsu fighter. But then, Grillo was old, and the quality of his opposition was suspect. Raku and Taro Miyake were also old when they confronted Grillo. Oninho, in contrast, was anything but an unknown quantity. His fights had been recent and in plain view. Most fans had probably seen at least some of them, and no one could question the quality of the instruction he had received. His teacher was his brother. There was no one better in Brazil in 1940 than Yasuiti Ono. Like Manuel Grillo, Carlos Pedreira was from Portugal. He wanted to avenge the insult to their national honor. Oninho wanted to prove that his victory over Grillo wasn't a fluke. Pedreira, from the Gracie Academy, planned to fight with his head. Pra cabeça, or in the Rio slang, spiritually espirituosamente. His objective was to stamp a clear defeat on Oninho's record. 2-5. George Gracie was uncharacteristically quiet. Budip had little to say. The newspapers were generally silent. According to one, George Gracie was well enough known that nothing needed to be said, while Budip also was well enough known not to need introduction, neo canceremos o later com biografias. It was enough to say that it would be one of the most electrifying combats of the evening. Será dos combates mais eletrizantes da noite amana. The Ono brothers were training at their academy in Sao Paulo on Avenida Celso Garcia, 26. Oninho's and Pedreira's weights were not reported, but Pedreira weighed 76 kilos. 2 weeks earlier, and Oninho generally weighed 56 kilos, give or take a kilo. Pedreira's 20-kilo weight edge was not enough to overcome Oninho's skill and speed. According to Diario Carioca, it was only due to his weight advantage and the fact that Oninho hadn't prepared well for the fight falta de treino that Pedreira was able to avoid defeat. 7. Reporters were not favorably impressed with Pedreira, saying that he showed a complete lack of jiu-jitsu knowledge. But at least he was a genuine fighter. Unlike Russell and Budip, his lackluster performance was due to the fact that he had only been learning jiu-jitsu a short time. C8. It was a weak exhibition that ended in a draw. 29. George Gracie versus Budip did not prove to be as electrifying as some had anticipated. George weighed 70 kilos to Budip's 108 kilos. Not surprisingly, Budip displayed rudimentary jiu-jitsu skills, conhecimentos rudimentares. However, George did not allow him to turn the match into a farce. With no other option, Budip made a real effort to defeat George using brute force, bruta forca, and some catch techniques. But to no avail. The blonde cat 30 George Gracie won in the first round by an arm lock. 31. Yasuiti Ono, weighing 68 kilos, and Jack Russell, at 118 kilos, put on a lively show. Russell, the clown Americano, however, did not demonstrate that he had any business wearing a kimono in a ring with Yasuiti Ono. Ono finished him with an arm lock in the third round. 32. The fights probably entertained the fans. At least Brazilbox and other promotional companies must have thought so. The rest of the decade was dominated by fights exactly like them, if not even more clownish. Fight analysts did not like them, understandably. They were viewing them as sports, not as theater. All three fights were described as tedious and uninteresting. 33. Another paper despaired that world of ring sports was falling apart, asking from where will come the new leader of our ring sports. Vamos dar nova orientação aos nossos sports de ring. And blaming the sad state of current affairs squarely on Brazilbox's director Renato Gardini. Gardini was making a grave mistake in allowing clowns like Jack Russell to participate in fights, if they could be called fights. It was an insult to genuine fighters, like the inestimable Yasuiti Ono. The solution, Diario Carioca believed, was to have Jack Russell and others of his own modality fight each other. The few honest fighters still remaining should not participate in the sham fights. But as usual, the promoters were listening to the sounds of the cash registers. The sound of money. The Brazilbox troupe of fighters moved to Sao Paulo to open the season on Saturday, May 11th. The Gymnasium of Associação Atlética Sao Paulo was chosen as the venue. Various delays were encountered. The featured fight was George Gracie versus Oninho. Sarkisi Budip was selected as Jack Russell's opponent. Director Renato Gardini decided to substitute Yasuiti Ono for Budip. There would also be 2 matches of Luta Greco-Romana, in which Hungarian ex-Olympic champion Paolo Stern would participate. The opening day was postponed to May 18 and then again to Saturday, May 25.35. By that time, the Temporada Internacional de Lutas had already been underway since May 18th when Charles Ulsimer of France defeated Spanish Andres Castanjo at Estadio do Pacaembu in a somewhat unsatisfactory way. Ulsimer's victory was not the fruit of his superior knowledge of luta livre, observers complained, but rather the inadequate technical knowledge of referee Rigetto, probably Arthur Rigetto, the jiu-jitsu man. Ulsimer's next fight was scheduled for Saturday, May 25th, a 6-10 minutes round contest against the Brazilian Martino José Dionisio. There would also be 5 boxing matches. The Ono brothers were still training at their academy on Avenida Celso Garcia. George was training at Academia Delani on Avenida Brigadeiro Luis Antonio. Russell was training with the Stern brothers at CA Iparanga. The day before the fights, the matchups were revised again. Now it was George Gracie versus Yasuiti Ono, replacing his brother in a luta livre match of 6 10-minute rounds. The original matchup of Santiago, Sarkisi, Budip versus Jack Russell was back on and had been upgraded to the main event. Also on the card were Jose Goncalves versus Antonio Cadete in a 3-round of 2 minutes with 3-ounce gloves. Amateur boxing match and a luta livre match between Maximino Bento and Luis Kian, 3 5-minute rounds. Reserve fighters were Fritz Weber, Takeo Yano, and Oninho. 7. There obviously had been complications in getting the season off the ground. It finally began on fight night, Saturday, May 25th. But not without controversy. Yasuiti Ono left the facility without explanation. So did his brother Oninho, who had been a reserve fighter, Os Irmãos Ono. Inexplicavelmente. Deixaram de comparecer ao local da Ponte Grande para lutar com Gracie. Even more mysteriously, Takeo Yano, who had been a reserve fighter, also did not enter the ring to face George Gracie. The incident has never been explained but had all of the markings of a contract dispute. A fighter, or individual, named Young Mary was hastily recruited to fill in for Yasuiti Ono, his brother, and Takeo Yano. Fritz Weber was also a reserve fighter, but it is safe to assume that he was not asked to fill in. George was declared the winner over Yasuiti Ono by walk over. He then fought Young Mary, defeating him by armlock in the second round. In this way, George notched 2 victories in one night. Ono lost without fighting. In the other fights, Budip beat Russell by armlock in round 3. Maximo Bento and Luis Kian, whose name was also written Kian, drew. Kian was described as Japanese. The referee was Jose Kian. Goncalves defeated Antonio Cadete by points. 38. George immediately challenged Budip, saying that by beating Russell he proved that he was good fighter. George also believed that Budip would not try to avoid his challenge. He added that he hoped Budip would not imitate the Ono brothers who demonstrated their fear of him and also at the same time left a poor impression of their sportsmanship. Budip accepted the challenge. But he wanted 5,000 milreis cinco contos, or 5,000, to fight George. The fight was set up for June 8th. George would face Budip, sometimes described as Gigantesco Lutador Arabe. Angelo Orlando, from Italy, and Charles Ulsimer would face off. Takeo Yano had been scheduled to confront Jack Russell again, but didn't feel that he was sufficiently recovered from his recent fights in Belo Horizonte. Dionisio, the Ebony Adonis, o Adonis de Ebano, substituted for Yano 42. The fight was postponed to Thursday, June 13, 4-3. The George Gracie vs. Budip fight was luta livre. Budip weighed 92 kilos, George weighed 70.8 kilos. Unlike in their previous fight on April 27, George was not successful. The reason was that Budip, knowing the valor of his opponent, used all of his skills to beat him. Budip, sabendo do valor de seu adversario, procurou todos os meios para abater. Budip surprised George with an armlock in the second round. 44. On June 16, it was announced that on Thursday, June 20th, Budip would meet Angelo Orlando, the champion of the Italian colony in South America. George would face Russell. 45. On June 18th, it was announced that Budip would meet Russell and George would meet Angelo Orlando. In addition, Dionisio would encounter Oninho. 46. On June 19th, Oninho and Dionisio were out, replaced by 2 of the Ono students. Braz Gomez and Udo Dorn were also included. 47. The fights finally took place on Thursday, June 20th, 1940 at Asociação Atlética São Paulo. Silviano dos Santos replaced Udo Dorn on the day of the fight. Braz's takedown game was limited, but he attacked more and demonstrated greater knowledge and skills. Braz demonstrou maiores conhecimentos, com quantos atacasse mas não exibiu variedade de quedas. He caught Santos with a choke in the second round. Budip finished Russell with an armlock in the third round. George rehabilitated himself after his loss to Budip by choking Orlando at the 20 seconds mark in the second round. George weighed his usual 70 kilos. Orlando weighed 86 kilos. Once again, Jiu-Jitsu provided a way for the weak to defeat the strong. George was back on top. 48. In the short space of 1 week, Budip had submitted the giant-killing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu champion, George Gracie, and the gigantic cowboy Yankee Jack Russell, both with armlocks. He was bigger than George but smaller than Russell. If men like Budip succeeded in learning the scientific Japanese game, theretofore secret, It had the potential to drastically alter the balance of forces between the two camps. The Jiu-Jitsu men would effectively be out of work. Sideshows. Jiu-Jitsu matches and luta livre matches involving Jiu-Jitsu men were generally sideshows to the real attractions, which tended to be the epic encounters between international giants with memorable nicknames. A typical example was the Francisco Perez fight with Manuel Conca on Saturday, July 6th as the first preliminary to the Roberto Ruman vs. Jack Russell fight. It was a Jiu-Jitsu match of 4 5-minute rounds. The following preliminary pitted Braz Gomes II against João Mame de Ramos in a luta livre match, also 4 5-minute rounds. The semifinal was Budip vs. Fritz Weber, 49. At the last minute, Vicente Proez replaced Manuel Conca. Perez, weighing 53 kilos, registered a first-round win over Proez, 58 kilos, by choke. Braz II, 64 kilos, prevailed over Mame de Ramos, 65 kilos, in round 3 by choke. 50. Scandal. On July 23, George Gracie rocked the fight world with the revelation that he had engaged in simulated fights, lutas simuladas. 51. On July 24, George continued his accusations and was accused in return. Yasuidi Ono denied that he engaged in simulated fights. Ono now asitu uma proposta do conhecido lutador para combate de mentira. He never had any arrangement or agreement with George either to win or to lose any fight, he insisted. Nega haver lutado o campeão brasileiro pos qualquer combinação para perder o ganhar. Ono challenged George to meet him in the ring at Pacaembu. 52. George declared that he didn't fear reprisals from the Federation and blamed Renato Gardini, the former world champion and current director of Brazil Box among others, for orchestrating the fake fights. He confessed that he participated in worked fights at the insistence of promoters. 2 days later, he specified that under the direction of Gardini, he fought various worked fights, lutas combinadas, in 1939. 54. He named Roberto Ruman as the foremost simulador. Faker Gardini responded by issuing a challenge of honor, repto da honra. Repto. George went further and claimed that almost all fights since 1934 were fixed. 56. Ricardo Pinto weighed in on the scandal in an article titled Fake Tough Guys, Valentos de Marmelada. Pinto took George at his word, but he didn't completely buy George's plea that he was an innocent victim. No one twisted his arm. After all, he was the champion. And if other fighters managed to resist the seduction of easy money, George could have also. Yasuidi Ono was one. George's own brother Helio was another. Helio was always a correct and decent professional. He preferred to give up his beautiful career rather than cross into the territory of immorality, Pinto said. 57. The president of the Federation, Dr. Enicio de Sá, was another who didn't believe that George was as innocent as he tried to pretend. The Federation had copies of all fight contracts and had verified that they were drawn up in accordance with Federation regulations. If there had been worked fights, it could only have been by agreement with George and his opponents, Dr. Say decided. George agreed with Pinto. Helio never worked any fights, George said. Helio always went into the ring to win or lose. 59. He said nothing about Dr. Say's point. He also didn't reply to Renato Gardini, who said that George's contract gave him 10% of the gross receipts. 60. George could have replied that Dr. Saz and Gardini's point were irrelevant. The written contract did not have to correspond to what the promoters told the fighters to do, and the 90% of the gate that the promoter kept would have been larger if ticket sales matched the greater appeal the worked fights had with fans. But George kept his mouth shut. Evidently he had accomplished his purpose, whatever it might have been. The scandal had potentially wider-ranging ramifications. Brasselbox, Empresa Brasselbox Ltda, had been established by the well-known sportsmen Eurico de Andrade Neves and Manuel Tuminelli to promote Diversos Publica's general entertainment events, which included boxing and luta livre. They promoted mostly boxing but also luta livre, for example, the 1939 match between Charles Ulsimer and Dionisio. In 1939, they rented Estadio Brasil to Renato Gardini and Gunter Baczynski, who wanted to use the facility to produce catch, luta livre, and jiu-jitsu shows. 1. Brasselbox had nothing to do with whatever happened in those shows. Andrade Neves and Tuminelli protested, obviously concerned that their boxing productions would be tainted. 2. Yasuidi Ono felt that his reputation was being damaged. He challenged George to fight him at Pacaembu on July 28. George accepted but disappointed his fans by not showing up. George now apareció no Pacaembu, decepcionando seus adeptos. Later, George explained that he didn't want to participate in a fight that Renato Gardini and Jose Antonio Lage were involved in, but that he was ready to fight Ono and any other fighter after he had time to train properly. But fight opportunities were drying up for jiu-jitsu representatives. Gardini's unexpected death in September in Santos was certainly not the whole reason, but it may have been part of it. Thus, few people understood professional wrestling, from both sides of the ropes, as thoroughly as he did. 5. Such tomfoolery no longer preoccupied Helio. He was studying to take a driving test, Exame de Motoristas, on July 18th. He passed. 66. Archaic expressions. The difference, if any, between jiu-jitsu and the new practice of judo had been a matter of debate in Brazil. In July of 1940, Salim Helu contributed an article titled Jiu-Jitsu is Dead in Japan, or Jiu-Jitsu Morreu no Japão, in which he explained that jiu-jitsu had not been practiced in Japan since the advent of judo, about 50 years before. After a largely accurate 13-paragraph account of the development of Kodokan Judo, he concluded that there isn't the slightest doubt that the word Jiu-Jitsu, evocative of legendary mysticism, has been relegated in the complicated idiom of Japanese to the category of archaic expressions. 7. Judo was specifically designed to be a Western-style sport, although derived from and influenced by traditional Japanese forms of physical training, including several varieties of jiu-jitsu, as well as games of skill. The jiu-jitsu matches of the 1930s, and before and after, in Brazil were identical to judo as it existed at the time, subject to any modifications needed for theatrical presentation. The fact that they were matches above all made them judo. One could summarize by saying that there were two types of jiu-jitsu. One was the battlefield art that no longer existed. The other was the art, or more accurately, grab bag of techniques that Jigoro Kano incorporated into his Kodokan Judo. It was the second type of jiu-jitsu that the Brazilians encountered, learned, divulged in Brazil and eventually reintroduced globally many years later. What people chose to call what they did is another question entirely. The answer lies more in the history of advertising than combat. When products or services are most similar, if not indistinguishable, that is, when branding becomes most important to producers and providers. To provide passivity. On August 10th at the gymnasium of the Associação Atlética São Paulo, Yasuidi Ono confronted Andrés Castanho. It would be a jiu-jitsu match of 6 10-minute rounds. Others on the card were Sarkis Budip versus Angelo Orlando, Charles Ulsimer versus the Lithuanian Pedro Gustavo, and Jack Russell versus Fritz Weber. With the exception of Ono and Gustavo, all were veteran catch wrestlers and regular opponents of the jiu-jitsu representatives. The fight ended quickly, desfecho rapido. Ono overwhelmed sobrepujou facilmente seu antagonista Castanho with takedowns, quedas, and throws belos before choking him out in 6 minutes of the first round. Castanho, while game de boa vontade, did not demonstrate much knowledge of jiu-jitsu. Now demonstrou grande conhecimentos nesta modalidade de luta. Ulsimer beat Gustavo with an arm lock and Russell and Weber drew. The federation seized the purses of Budip and Orlando for passivity, falta de combatividade. Benefit. On Sunday, September 8, 1940, the Clube Esperia in Sao Paulo held a benefit festival for the Cine Teatro do Acio Colonia de Santo Angelo. In addition to other activities, there would be 4 amateur boxing matches, a demonstration of strength by Roberto Ruman, bending steel bars, a demonstration of self-defense by Sao Paulo Jiu-Jitsu champion Benedicto Perez Campos and his student Arthur Mieles, 2 luta livre matches, a jiu-jitsu match, and catch-as-catch-can exhibition match between Jack Russell and Andre Castanho. The luta livre matches involved at least 2 of Yasuidi Ono's students, and the others were very likely also his students. In one luta livre match, Braz the second faced João Menezes. In the other, Udo Dorn, faced René Malheiros. 7-2. Jiu-jitsu was increasingly a sideshow to catch. Practitioners were increasingly young. They also were versatile. They were as likely to fight luta livre as jiu-jitsu. Or to put in another, equally correct way, they were as likely to wear kimonos as not. But people came to see the giant catchers, and men with muscles of steel. Jiu-jitsu fighters were there to fill out the program. By 1940, Yasuidi Ono had become a living legend. 3. Charles Ulsimer was a relative newcomer. Ulsimer was born in Strasbourg, in the Alsace region of France near the River Rhine. He competed in amateur luta livre and Greco-Romana beginning in 1928. In 1934, at the age of 22, he became the French luta livre champion and a finalist in Greco-Romana. He then turned professional and traveled throughout Europe, North Africa, Australia, North America, and South America. In 1940, he estimated that he had won 299 fights, losing only 1. He wasn't exactly sure because when and where he fought depended on his contract, but twice a week was not exceptional. He had fought in Brazil 22 times at that point, including 2 matches, with Takeo Yano in June and September of 1939, 74. Ono and Ulsimer were both undefeated in Brazil actually. Ono had lost once or twice to George Gracie, albeit on technicalities. Fights between undefeated champions were always fan-pleasers. A fight was arranged for December 14, 1940, at Associação Atlética São Paulo. It would be a jiu-jitsu contest of 10 5-minute rounds. The semi-final was a 6-round, of 5 minutes each, jiu-jitsu match between Oninho and Godofredo Silva. Godofredo seems to have had no other public fights. It is likely that he was one of Yasuidi Ono's students. There were 3 preliminary fights. The first was a luta livre match between Braz Gomes II and Udo Dorn. The second was a luta livre match between Braz Gomes I and Ser Nizaki. The third was jiu-jitsu match between Benedicto Perez and Luis Tarzan Fazio. All 3 preliminaries were 5 rounds of 5 minutes. Braz I and Udo Dorn were known to be Ono students, so Braz II and Ser Nizaki probably were as well, making it essentially an intra-academy contest, embellished somewhat by the fact that Mr. Kaoru Ashihima, proprietor of the Bar Japones, at Avenida Rangel Pestana 1.214 offered medals to the winners. 7-5. Benedicto Perez would be disputing Luis de Fazio Tarzan for the title of Campeão Paulista de Jiu-Jitsu. I have never in my career been in such good condition as today. I feel that I'm at the peak of my career, Perez said. Nunca me sentí tão bem como agora. Sinto me apoyo de minha carreira. Perez acknowledged the valor of his opponent, who was a well-known strongman, as his nickname suggested, but was confident that he would. Win sé que o contendore valoroso y capaz de grandes feitos más venceré. Now quiero esconder a certeza que tengo una victoria. Ulsimer was training at Academia Paulista de Box, the kid Joffre A. Zumbano III. He specifically selected smaller opponents to train with, and he wore a kimono for all his training. Ono was training at the academy that he ran with his brother, the Academia de Defensa Pessoal on Avenida Rangel Pestana. Ono adopted the opposite tactic and trained with larger men. 7'6". Ulsimer's usual weight was around 89 kilos, 20 kilos more than Ono. In addition to his weight advantage, Ulsimer was not a neophyte at the game of jiu-jitsu. He had after all fought a match with the king of throws Rey das Quedas, as Takeo Yano was known. Yet Yano was unable to throw Ulsimer even once. Ulsimer was also exceptionally flexible. His nickname was Rubberman o Homem de Borracha. 7'7". Yasushi Ono's task would not be an easy one, Correo Paulistano predicted. Cut 7. All of the fights were interesting and appreciated by the fans. Braz II and Udo Doru drew after 4 active rounds. Braz I defeated Cernizaki by armlock in the 2nd round. Benedicto Perez submitted Luis Tarzan in the 3rd round by armlock, retaining his title of Southpaw Jiu-Jitsu champion. Oninho defeated Godofredo in the 2nd round by golpe de asfixiamento choke. Yasushi Ono and Charles Ulsimer drew after 10 rounds. Both remained undefeated. Both, in historical hindsight, it wasn't remarkable that Perez defeated Tarzan in a jiu-jitsu match. It was noteworthy that Ulsimer went the distance with Yasushi Ono. Ono had gone to considerable lengths to assert that he never worked fights, and his record seemed to bear him out. If this was true, Ulsimer might actually have had some of the skills that he claimed, making him a rarity among catchers of the period. Chapter 20 notes. Chapter 21. 1941. With Helio retired from professional fighting and his other 3 brothers following their own paths, Carlos Gracie needed sources of income. One of his spiritual devotees, Oscar Santa Maria, provided some. Carlos also continued to teach jiu-jitsu. Without fights to attract public attention to his academy, Carlos needed to conduct demonstrations. For that partners were needed. Big tough guys were always impressive in the roles of aggressor victims. Young girls could also be impressive in the opposite role. Carlos apparently combined demonstrations with another of his interests, young girls. One of Carlos Gracie's primary projects was producing new life, generally with the assistance of young girls from a lower social class than his own. 2. He usually married them and generally managed to stay out of trouble. But not always. The fighter promoter Gonçalves de Oliveira filed a complaint in the 4th Police District, alleging that Carlos had promised to marry his underage daughter, Lida de Oliveira e Silva, and then reneged. Lida had begun as a maid in Carlos's house and had somehow become a jiu-jitsu student and partner in his demonstrations. Lida stated that Carlos drew a horoscope and then interpreted it to mean that she would become his wife. Carlos abandoned her after she became pregnant. 3. Carlos firmly denied the allegation. His lawyer promised to offer proof within the next few days of his client's innocence. 4. Carlos was absolved of the charge, Article 267 of the Penal Code, by Judge Toscano Espinola. 5. The promoter, now identified as Eugenio Clatapreto, appealed. Judge Romal Cortez de la Cerda overturned the absolution and ruled definitively that Carlos should serve 1 year in a prison cell. 6. In a probably unrelated bit of misfortune, Gastão Jr. lost the position he had held since October 19, 1387, teaching jiu-jitsu in the Department of Physical Education. 8. Professional jiu-jitsu had increasingly fallen into disfavor over the years. By 1941, there were few pure jiu-jitsu matches. Jiu-jitsu could not compete with catch as a form of entertainment. Even the most outstanding jiu-jitsu representatives of the previous decade were faced with the choice of participating in catch wrestling or getting out of the business. Some got out. Others became pro wrestlers. Interest in jiu-jitsu did not die out, but it increasingly became an amateur sport. Fans still enjoyed seeing spectacular throws, but these were difficult to execute in a catch match with no kimono and opponents who sometimes weighed nearly twice as much as the jiu-jitsu man, if not more. Jiu-jitsu throws were not only spectacular, but seemed mysterious. One popular sports magazine presented a pictorial showing various ways, using the scientific Japanese sport, to put an opponent on the ground as varias maneras de liberar o adversario ao chão. 2 Kodokan alumni, Gio Omori and Takeo Yano, demonstrated Surigoni Seoanage, o Uchimata, and o Haragoshi. The photos were taken long before, as Omori had died in 1938 and both men looked very young. Yano was described as the young Japanese disciple of Konde Koma and a master of throws who excited the fans with the apparent ease with which he had been able to throw George Gracie in most of their numerous previous encounters. Yano's error, the article suggested, was not immediately following up with ground attacks, allowing George, with his calmness and perfect defense, to avoid defeat. 9. In 1934, Empresa Pugilistica Brasileira announced the arrival of a student of Konde Koma, then in Para. He was said to be a major expert in jiu-jitsu who could be successful in the ring against the best fighters. He was undoubtedly Takeo Yano. Yano met Konde Koma in mid-1931. 11. Before his first professional fight, Yano was introduced as having been in the shadow of or under a sombra de the almost legendary Conde Coma in Para. Takeo Yano was not the greatest Japanese jiu-jitsu master or most successful in the Brazilian rings, but he was the most visible and the most active. With a few exceptions, jiu-jitsu in the rings of Rio, Sao Paulo, and Belo Horizonte from 1941 to 1949 was represented by Takeo Yano. Jiu-jitsu sport. But jiu-jitsu was an amateur sport as well. The Bento Ribeiro Football Club inaugurated a jiu-jitsu section on Friday, September 6, 1941. 4 matches were presented. Dirceu confronted Alcides. Francafilo faced Baiano. Oswaldo Fada measured forces with Moreira, and Oswaldo Fada and Moreira engaged in a self-defense match. 12. Little information about the jiu-jitsu section subsequently reached the press, understandably. Amateur sports and recreational training were not particularly newsworthy. Without a gifted promoter like Carlos Gracie to launch challenges and manufacture media events, no one would hear about it. The public had no reason to care, and the amateur athletes and hobbyists probably didn't need the publicity either. Fada was still teaching jiu-jitsu in Bento Ribeiro in the 1950s, indicating that people were learning his version of the art throughout the 1940s, subject to the disruptions of World War II. Life went on. Helio Gracie was born a few days before March 1941 in Sao Paulo, not the famous, but now retired, fighter, brother of Carlos and George, but rather the son of Gastal Gracie Filho and Rosa Fusco Gracie. Chouqe de Jiu-Jitsu. The only confirmed professional jiu-jitsu matches of the year were Takeo Yano versus Charles Ulsimer and Carlos Pedreira versus Manuel Rocha. The first was the main event, the second was the semi-final. It was organized by Imprensa Nicolino Vigiani to take place September 27, 1941 at Estadio Brasil. It would be a Chouqe de Jiu-Jitsu match in 4 10-minute rounds. There also were 2 amateur and 2 professional boxing matches. It was a revenge match for Yano. He had already faced Ulsimer in 1939, losing by choke in the 5th round. Assuming that the fight was legitimate, it simply may not have been Yano's night. Even great champions can lose flukishly. No one can be 100% every time they enter the ring. Sometimes that results in close calls. Other times titles change hands and eras come to an end. But Yano bounced back. His reputation was reasonably intact. As for Ulsimer, it was enough to mention that he had previously drawn with the magnificent professional Yasuiti Ono in Sao Paulo on December 14, 1940. In fact, it was this draw that ostensibly qualified him to meet Yano. It was also probably not unrelated to the fact that the catch season had just ended, and both had time on their hands. Another reason was that Yano had been slated to fight Leon Finkelstein, better known as Homa Montaña, who had suddenly gone to Buenos Aires. Ulsimer was drafted as a substitute. 17. A picture in Diario de Noticias before the fight showed Ulsimer wearing a kimono and a dark, possibly black belt. He was described as a practitioner of jiu-jitsu, praticante do jiu-jitsu, as well as a catcher. The kimono did not fit. Perhaps he left his own at home and put on whatever was available for the publicity shot. The first thing anyone who regularly trains in a dogi or kimono learns is how to tie their obi belt. Ulsimer's belt was incorrectly tied. It wasn't the first time a wrestler, sometimes boxers and capoeiras too, had been described as being versed in or even masters of jiu-jitsu. In fact, it was common. It might have meant that they occasionally trained in a kimono. Mostly, it provided a pretext for putting them in matches with smaller jiu-jitsu men. In most cases, such matches occurred in pairs, one without a kimono, in which the wrestler generally won, and another with kimono, in which the jiu-jitsu men generally won. The fight was postponed to Saturday, October 4th due to rain. 19. Both fighters were confident. Yano was not afraid of Ulsimer. Yano now teme Ulsimer. Ulsimer was big, but that was nothing new. Yano had disposed of big men before. Gumercindo Taboada served as the referee. He was highly experienced and understood the game. The Carlos Pedreira versus Manuel Rocha match was refereed by Alex Pinheiro. It was resolved that the fight would go on no matter what the weather was like, calm, qualquer tempo. Ulsimer's confidence might have been based on his previous victory by choke over Yano. But confidence isn't enough to win a fight. Ulsimer had skills. He proved that in the Yasuiti Ono draw in 1940. Could he repeat the feat? He couldn't. At one point, after several spectacular exchanges of techniques, both men fell out of the ring together, leaving Ulsimer injured as a result. When they returned to the ring, Yano surprised Ulsimer with a shoulder throw balao, in combination with a fatal choke that ended the fight. It was all over in 5 minutes. Yano venció Ulsimer. Fue vencedor Yano aos 5 minutos por estrangulamento. Despite his loss, Ulsimer fought well, a pesar de vencido, actuó bien. Perhaps lack of experience cost him the fight. He had managed to draw against the greatest jiu-jitsu fighter in Brazil, Yasuiti Ono, but against Yano, it just wasn't his night. Carlos Pedreira won by armlock 4 minutes into the second round. 20. The program marked the reinitiation of the 1941 fight season, Temporada de Pugilismo de 1941. But apparently, with one possible exception, the season did not include any more jiu-jitsu matches. Dark clouds. Outside of the rings, life went on. The Standard Oil Company tanker IC White, flying a Panamanian flag, was sunk by a German submarine 750 kilometers north of Pernambuco. It was the sixth such attack. U.S. Secretary of State Cordell Hull believed that it represented Germany's intention of eliminating shipping from the Atlantic. 21. Germany and the Soviet Union were engaged in the first year of their 4-year project of exterminating each other and killing half of the people of Eastern Europe. 22. America was 6 weeks away from becoming fully and formally involved, thanks to the Japanese attack on December 7th and Hitler's declaration of war on the U.S. on December 11th. Brazilians were an ocean away and were more interested in catch wrestling and jiu-jitsu than genocide. What could they do about it anyway? Brazilians stereotypically prided themselves on their ability to compromise, but with people like Stalin and Hitler, they were out of their depth and lucky to be on the other side of the globe. Like it or not, however, Brazil would be involved. Both American and Germany wanted Brazilian rubber and other resources, and if they couldn't have them, they at least didn't want the enemy to have them. That meant that Brazil was effectively cut off from Europe. Brazil got off easy. No one bombed or invaded Brazil. As in every other country, sacrifices would need to be made. Pro wrestling would have to be put on a back burner for the duration. The situation in Europe was dire. No one expected the Russians to be able to hold out against the Germans. 23. But the war was not yet a world war. There might be time for one more fight. George Gracie announced that he would soon meet an unspecified Portuguese fighter, Lutador Lusitano, at Estadio do America in Porto Alegre on Wednesday, November 19.24. The planned fight may have been a casualty of the rapidly deteriorating international situation. Oswaldo was no longer fighting. He still taught. In 1941, he was the Técnico de Luta Livre instructor at the Minas Tennis Club. 25. Japanese water. Conde Koma died at 4:05 in the early morning on November 28, according to the diary of Ozaki Tatsuo of the Brazilian consulate. Koma's last words were, "I want to drink Japanese water. I want to go back to Japan." 26. Conde Koma's real, or birth, name was Maeda Mitsuyo Tian Guangxi. As some immigrants did to facilitate intercultural interactions, he adopted a Brazilian name as well, Otavio. But in the press, he was invariably Conde Koma, or Conde de Koma, or Conde, or simply Koma. He was so well known by his nickname that when his death was reported in a local newspaper, his wife and daughter were described as May Iris Maeda Koma and Celeste Iris Maeda Koma, respectively. It was in a sense the end of the jiu-jitsu era in Brazil, or rather the beginning of a decade-long interlude. Chapter 21. Notes. Chapter 22. 1942 to 1945. On January 19, 1942, it was reported in Brazil that Japan, Germany, and Italy had signed an agreement to cooperate in defeating their common enemies, inimigos comuns. Their common enemies were England, the United States, and various countries of South and Central America, including Brazil. 1. That did not dissuade Brazilians from going to the beach. The same day Japan, Germany, and Italy declared their intention to destroy Brazil, George Gracie was on his way with a friend to Praia Balnearia do Tramandaí, on the coast off Porto Alegre. George was unable to enjoy his day at the beach because his car overturned en route. He was seriously injured, seriamente ferido, and immediately taken to the hospital. Apparently George was not that seriously injured because 9 days later, Thursday, January 29, he was planning to climb into the ring with a fighter named Stack in Porto Alegre. 3. Stack was probably Luis Stock, one of the popular catchers appearing at Estadio America in Porto Alegre at the time, along with Constant Lamarim, Evaldo Fries, also known as Tarzan Gaucho, Adagilso Moray, Dante Carvalho, Oswaldo Gracie's former student, Otelo Correa Herrera, Armando Moraes, Mascara Listada, and the national champion Euclides Tatu Hatem. 4. It is unknown whether that fight took place. George may not have recovered as adequately as he had anticipated. It is equally possible that negotiations did not go smoothly. In the summer of 1942, George fought Tatu at Estadio America in Porto Alegre. Tatu submitted George with a double Nelson in the third round, leaving George unconscious on the canvas. Tatu demonstrando estar na mais perfeita forma aplicando double Nelson Gracie deixou desacordado sobre a lona. George thereby lost his title as undefeated in Porto Alegre. 5. Around that same time, George fought Adalgito Moraes Moracinho in a return match. It is uncertain precisely when these matches took place, but according to Esportes Ilustrado II, Moracinho fight was in the week preceding June 11, 1940. 2. And the other two fights must have been not long before that. Swindler. Helio Gracie had not fought since 1937. His financial situation was precarious. In 1943 he was ready to re-enter the ring. In March he went to Porto Alegre in search of opponents. 7. Apparently he did not find anyone willing to fight him or to pay what he thought he was worth. Also in Porto Alegre, George Gracie was seeking opponents from among local fighters. 8. He had better luck than Helio. The former Jewish jiu-jitsu champion in Berlin, Willie Steinhardt, agreed to confront George. The fight was set for Friday, April 16 at Ring Palacio in Porto Alegre as part of a program that included catch and boxing. 9. On Saturday, May 22, 1943, Helio Gracie took another driving test, Exame de Motoristas. He passed again. 10. The promoter Eurico Rocha filed a criminal complaint, crime, against his old student, Seu Antigo Pupilo George Gracie. In an interview, George had called him an embustero swindler. George was ordered to appear in court on October 5th. Rocha was George's manager in Porto Alegre. 11. Fake Jiu-Jitsu. Manuel Azevedo Maya had been a student of the Gracie Academy for 5 years during the late 1930s. He had trained with Helio many times and was one of the 2 academy representatives. The other was Paulo Cunha, who attended with Helio the judo demonstration of Tsuneyuki Kotani and Shugo Sato on Monday, July 30th, 1939 at the Fluminense Football Club. 12. Maya had followed his own path. He taught jiu-jitsu at the Tijuca Tennis Club and in the Corpo de Fuzileros Nave. His students included Artur Jorge, George, and Murilo Reis. Neither was well known for anything other than being Maya's students. Helio attacked Maya verbally, alleging that he was contrary to the interests of real jiu-jitsu. He did not explain what Maya did that he objected to. Somewhere along the line, Maya didn't know where, when, or why. Helio became convinced that his jiu-jitsu was the only jiu-jitsu. Maya contended that Helio's ring results against Takeo Yano and others, particularly Yasuiti Ono, proved that Helio's way wasn't the only way. Maya acknowledged a debt to Carlos, but he owed nothing to Helio, he said. Helio was just a friend who had become an inveterate egoist and dangerous adversary. But he wasn't intimidated, Maya said. He was ready to fight anyone, including Helio Gracie. Helio talked about discipline and moralizicao morality. But Helio didn't know the meaning of the words, Maya said. Helio even went so far as to disrespect his own brother Carlos, calling him a fake jiu-jitsu teacher, falso professor do jiu-jitsu. But Helio was off base, Maya corrected, because it was Carlos who taught both himself and Helio. At issue was the matter of fighting. Helio believed that a good teacher needed to be a good fighter. Maya disagreed. It is not necessary to be a good fighter in order to be a good teacher, and, conversely, being a good fighter does not make one a good teacher, he argued. He had previously mentioned Carlos, who was a good teacher but had never won a fight. Helio was a good fighter, Maya admitted, but with his public rudeness and disrespect, he had shown that he lacked the qualities of a good teacher. Helio responded by offering to fight with his arms tied. Maya said he would fight Helio, but only with his arms free, not tied now aceitaré de brazos, amarrados, quiero os dos soltos, so that Helio could not make excuses after he lost. The fight could happen, he said, soon after his rematch with Manuel Rocha. 15. The two met face-to-face, coincidentally in the presence of representatives of the press. In bout, Helio subjected Maya to insults that were more painful than an arm lock. Helio clarified some of the issues that he had with Maya. He believed that Maya had participated in Marmalada's faked fights. He also objected that Maya did not have permission from Carlos Gracie to teach jiu-jitsu. He did not explain why Maya needed permission. The Gracie brothers did not receive permission from anyone to teach jiu-jitsu. Maya was insulted by Helio's offer to fight without his arms, not surprisingly, as that was Helio's intention. But he listened calmly while Helio acted out the role of street thug. Helio enacted his vision of what a jiu-jitsu man should be. Maya had an alternative vision. Maya had lined up with George Gracie and Takeo Yano. Professional fighting was a job. Rewards came from giving the fans what they wanted, and what they wanted was action and spectacular theatrical violence. Profits were maximized by holding down costs in the form of pain, trauma, and medical care. It all added up to pro wrestling. Helio was virtually alone with his image of jiu-jitsu as an efficient form of genuine street fighting. Ironically, when Helio did engage in genuine street fighting, he didn't use jiu-jitsu, as Joe Aobaldi had earlier pointed out. He did what untrained thugs would naturally do, attack by surprise, with backup and weapons. His moral position was shaky at best. Helio had been retired for 6 years. Whether he was hoping to create interest in a comeback is unknown. If so, it apparently did not succeed. Times had changed. Helio was one of those who were slow to recognize it. Eventually, what was old would become new again, but in the meantime, Helio was out in the cold. Fans had shifted their affections to catch and luta livre. They also had a world war to think about. Brazil was not in immediate danger, but the quality of Brazil's contribution to the cause would have major consequences for Brazil's relations with the Allies in the post-war world. The Helio Gracie versus Azevedo Maya fight happened, or rather, something resembling a fight, but not until much later and under controversial circumstances. War. The situation in Europe was developing in an alarming but not totally unexpected fashion. As early as 1936, the Brazilian government assumed that if a world war broke out, Brazil would have to take sides, which could not be other than the United States of America. 17. Brazil broke relations with Germany in January 1942 and officially declared war in August 1942. Brazil's initial participation was primarily logistic, but it was assumed that a symbolic blood sacrifice would be required in order to reap benefits from the conflict. That meant that Brazilian soldiers would have to be ready to serve in Europe. The government began preparing the Brazilian people psychologically after Minister of War, Ministro da Guerra, and future president. 1946 to 1951, Eurico Gaspar Dutra's visit to America in August 1943. Although Brazilians were already eager to retaliate in some way against Germany for the submarine attacks off the coast, the formation of an expeditionary force posed some political problems. Dutra clarified what Brazil would be expected to do, and why. Brazil had large numbers of immigrants from Germany, Italy, and Japan, and their loyalties were matters of uncertainty. The concerns were not imaginary, especially in the case of the Japanese, many of whom fanatically believed that Brazil would become theirs after Japan defeated America, England, China, and Russia. Testifying to their level of fanaticism, they continued to believe it even after Japan surrendered. Unhappy times. Even a world at war could not keep George Gracie from issuing challenges. In Porto Alegre, he challenged the Lithuanian Stefano Zikek, better known as Gigante Memel or simply Memel, to a jiu-jitsu or catch match. George was so confident that he was willing to fight not only winner take all, but even for no money at all, apparently just for the sheer pleasure of spanking a big man. George weighed 75 kilos. Memel weighed 120 kilos, 21. It is unknown if the fight took place or if so with what result, but Memel had no fear of jiu-jitsu. He resurfaced after the war, fighting Takeo Yano at least 3 times. December was not a happy month for the Gracie family or for jiu-jitsu. On Wednesday, December 29, 1943, after a 2-month illness, Oswaldo Gracie died in Belo Horizonte. He left a wife and young son, Eros Gracie. Tattoo. Legal conflict. Helio was involved in a legal case in 1944, neither for the first nor the last time. It was unusual in that he was not guilty. The well-known sportsman, jiu-jitsu fighter, historian, professor of physical education, and civil servant, Alberto Latorre de Faria, also known as Al Faria, had charged Helio with injuring him economically. Reports were not clear on exactly what had happened. In any event, Helio was absolved and Latorre de Faria was required to pay the court costs. In addition to his academic work, Latorre de Faria was immersed in the fight world. He studied boxing with Aeneas Campello and jiu-jitsu with either Jose Barbosa or Gio Omori, or both. 24. He refereed and promoted catch and veil tudo fights. He was the director of the Federação Metropolitana de Pugilismo in 1946 and was regarded as having a deep knowledge of the secrets of the sports of attack and defense, profundo conhecedor dos segredos dos esportes de ataque e defesa. He and Helio must have patched up their differences. Latorre de Faria was the promoter and referee of the Helio Gracie vs. Waldemar Santana fight in December 26, 1955. On Saturday, November 11, 1944, Takeo Yano and his students presented a demonstration of luta livre and jiu-jitsu at a 6-day festival of sports to celebrate the 45th anniversary of the Instituto Profissional 15 de Novembro. 27. Jiu-jitsu had vanished as a public form of spectator entertainment, but clearly it was alive as an amateur sport and recreational activity. 1945. The war in Europe was near the end. Germany had gambled and lost. Italy bailed out before it was too late, but not without great losses. Japan was barely hanging on, hoping vainly for better surrender terms. Brazil had sent approximately 25,000 men to Italy as its contribution in blood. Professional fighters were probably not among them. Most were too old. Helio Gracie was past his prime, but retained his competitive spirit. In March, the horse riding season Temporada Hippica opened. Competitions provas were held Saturday, March 3rd and Sunday, March 4th at the Petropolis Country Club's headquarters in Nogueira. Helio Gracie, representing the country club, took first place in his event on Saturday. 28. On Thursday, September 6, Helio flew to Fortaleza on a Cruzeiro do Sul airplane, presumably to visit his brother Carlos. Chouqe. Carlos had moved to Fortaleza after serving his prison term for impregnating and then abandoning one of his underage jiu-jitsu students. 30. Nothing of significance occurred en route. The same would not be true the following year. Chapter 22, Notes. Chapter 23, 1946. Germany surrendered on May 7, 1945. Japan on September 2, 1945. Life very slowly returned to normal. Germany and Japan were occupied and had to be rebuilt as their overly ambitious war aspirations brought them near the edge of non-existence. Brazil, however, suffered minimal damage, having lost 1,889 soldiers, 34 ships, and 22 airplanes. On the contrary, Brazil's economy enjoyed a major boost. 2. The German immigrant community did not rise up, as some had feared. Before and during the war, the Japanese immigrants had been viewed by the North Americans and Brazilians as a potential fifth column. 3. Japan's surrender partly solved that problem, but not entirely, because most Japanese in Brazil believed that Japan had actually won the war and that reports to the contrary were merely propaganda. The post-war Japanese immigrant community was divided into 2 groups, the Make-Gumi defeat group, who accepted the fact that Japan had surrendered, and the Kachigumi victory group, the largest being the Shindo Renmei, who believed that Japan had actually won and that Brazil was now a conquered country. The majority, 95% by some estimates, belonged to the Kachigumi, who were anti-assimilationist, and believed that Brazil was a colony in the Japanese Empire and that they would receive land. 4. The Kachigumi were angry that Brazil had sided against Japan, and although most violence was directed at other Japanese, Brazilians were sometimes attacked too. Brazilians retaliated by lynching Japanese. 5. A move to ban Japanese immigration was barely defeated. In the end, the problem was eased by isolating Shindo Renmei leaders on an island prison 12 hours by boat off the coast of Santos. The process took some time. Tensions were still high in 1951, and that was one reason for the single most Important Jiu-Jitsu fight in Brazilian history, Masahiko Kimura versus Helio Gracie. Fought 6. Japanese ultra-nationalism and Brazilian xenophobia interacted to produce friction, and may have contributed to the fall-off in interest in jiu-jitsu fights. Generally, as had happened in North America, not only was the enemy feared and hated, but so were his cultural practices. Jiu-jitsu was quintessentially Japanese. No description of jiu-jitsu failed to mention that it was the Japanese science of defense. After 1942, it must have been difficult for Brazilian promoters to cast jiu-jitsu exponents in the role of the good guy. Fortunately, most jiu-jitsu practitioners in Brazil were equally adept at luta livre and catch wrestling and had shown their willingness to perform in staged matches. In fact, the two most notable representatives, George Gracie and Takeo Yano, had both participated in stage fights, some together. It is no surprise that they were the first to come back. When they did, it was in catch wrestling matches. If jiu-jitsu matches were presented, they were preliminaries involving relatively unknown and generally young and small fighters. Probably there was no choice. Catch was stereotypically the domain of giants. A smaller man, like George Gracie or Takeo Yano, could be accepted occasionally if he was an undoubted master of a secret and scientific fighting method that allowed him to compensate for his small size. For someone without those qualifications, he would have to fight someone his own size on the undercard. In any case, jiu-jitsu matches were rare in the immediate post-war period, 1946 to 1949. The reasons are not hard to find. Virtually any large man could perform as a catch wrestler. The more skills he had, the better show he could put on. Fans had already shown their preference for an out-and-out, explicitly labeled catch exhibition over a legitimate jiu-jitsu match. The difference was that the catch partner was actively cooperating and putting on a pleasing show. In a legitimate jiu-jitsu match, or any other, both opponents were actively trying to prevent the other from doing anything effective. In addition, effective fight-winning moves are not always the most visually exciting moves. Jiu-jitsu matches could be, and often were, deadly dull. A staged fight could be as exciting as the performers wanted it to be. It was more financially rewarding, as George had mentioned in 1940. It was also easier and certainly less painful. It was almost inevitable that the trend of the future was in catch wrestling. Indeed, jiu-jitsu representative George Gracie was one of the primary promoters. George sometimes entered the ring as well, but most of the action was left to Takeo Yano. The recently organized Empresa Sul-Americana de Luta 7 promoted the first event of many mixed nights of fighting on Saturday, July 27th. Thereafter, its programs adhered to the same pattern, featuring a mix of luta livre, catch, vale tudo, and jiu-jitsu. Performers were primarily catch wrestlers, along with George and Yano, and a handful of lesser-known and unknown younger jiu-jitsu men. Although a few veterans of sub-stellar stature also occasionally participated, Benedicto Perez and Carlos Pedreira, for examples. Mixed meant that two or more genres were presented, generally luta livre or catch, which were essentially synonymous, catch differing in having a connotation of North Americanness, and jiu-jitsu. Sometimes the match was mixed in the sense that a luta livre stylist was pitted against a jiu-jitsu representative, but more ordinarily the match was contested according one set of rules, either jiu-jitsu or luta livre, sometimes vale tudo. Jiu-jitsu rules basically meant wearing a kimono. Vale tudo meant that striking was allowed, although it did not mean that the strikes were real. There were no straight striking matches, boxing or kickboxing, and no matches between pure strikers and grapplers. All of the available evidence strongly suggests that the fights were simulated, and that some degree of choreography was involved. That was to be expected for the catch wrestlers, but even the jiu-jitsu men were not above suspicion. George and Yano had an extensive history of engaging of demonstrably fake fights not only with pro wrestlers, but with each other as well. Thus it would be difficult to point with any confidence to any fight during the 1946 to 1949 period as being unquestionably authentic. The exceptions were the preliminary matches fought by amateurs. They were not important enough to need to be faked. Nevertheless, the fights were an important part of jiu-jitsu history in Brazil. They were, in a way, the norm. Jiu-jitsu arose and flourished in the context of professional, theatrical wrestling. As a rule, the more real a fight was, the less interesting it proved to be to the paying public, which paved the way for the dominance of more traditional choreographed wrestling featuring stereotypical giants, tough men, and evil-doers. Jiu-jitsu men, being on the small side of the size continuum, were at a disadvantage. No one would accept the idea of a small man defeating a big man in a contest of strength. Science was required to even the odds. That science generally required wearing a kimono, which in turn could and often did result in boring stalemates. Jiu-jitsu could not compete with catch luta livre in the professional wrestling marketplace. There was a solution, but it took time and money and some luck to implement. In the meantime, professional wrestling, luta livre catch, reigned supreme in the major population centers of Brazil. Jiu-jitsu survived, represented occasionally by George Gracie, but mostly by Takeo Yano. Yano sometimes beat and sometimes lost to giant catch wrestlers, but he was always the master of the secrets of the Japanese science of attack and defense. The return of Jiu-Jitsu. The first event featuring Jiu-Jitsu representatives was held Saturday, July 27, 1946 at Estadio Municipal Pacaembu and was promoted by Empresa Sul-Americana de Lutas. George was scheduled to face the Lithuanian Gigante de Memel in a 4-round 5 minutes with 2-minute breaks luta livre match. Takeo Yano would be confronting the Jewish champion Carlos Mesnik in A 6-round 5 minutes with 2-minute breaks, luta livre match. As with all programs presented by the Empresa, preliminaries were fought by amateurs, followed by 3 professional fights. According to Jornal de Noticias, the Gracie vs. Memo fight promised to be interesting because George knew all of the secrets of luta livre as well as jiu-jitsu, and had already successfully faced the best luta livre fighters in his weight. Not much was known about Memo, but he was expected to be strong and to have some technical skills. Llano was one of the greatest fighters to appear in Sao Paulo, but Mesnic's supporters believed that he was highly capable. They expected him to win easily. Preliminary fights were Arapora vs. Edgar Deno and Apollo Brasileiro vs. J. Barros in 6 3-minute round, with 1-minute breaks, luta livre contests. There was one jiu-jitsu contest, pitting Luis Tambucci against Paulo Coelho. It was also 6 3-minute rounds. 9. The fights took place as scheduled with 1 substitution. Memo dropped out, replaced by Fritz Weber, who George had already fought twice, in 1939 and 1940. Weber had experience against the best jiu-jitsu fighters, having met Takeo Yano and Yasuidi Ono in 1939. The program was a success, especially the preliminaries. A reunião agradou bastante, principalmente em relação as preliminaries. The results were not reported in detail, but George and Weber drew. Takeo Yano defeated Mesnic in the 4th round. Luis Tambucci defeated Paulo Coelho in the 3rd round. Edgar Duro defeated Arapora in the 3rd round, and Apollo Brasileiro defeated J. Barros in the 5th round. Income renda for the event came to 97,470 cruzeiros. 10. Gigante de Memo. Llano was back in action on Wednesday, July 31 in a Vale Tudo striking permitted luta livre match against Memo, again at Pacaembu. He was not as successful against Memo as he had been with Mesnic. Memo defeated Llano in the 4th round. 11. Later reports provided more information. Apparently, Memo laid Llano out cold with a knee strike and brutally abused him with punches and kicks. Finally, Memo threw Llano out of the ring, knocking him unconscious and thereby winning the fight. 12. In other fights, Comodoro defeated Milan in a jiu-jitsu match. Halo beat Masuro also in jiu-jitsu. In luta livre fights, Arapora beat Pinto, Barros beat Godofredo, and Edgar Duro beat Rocha in what was called the best fight of the night. Income was 49,270 cruzeiros, about half of what the previous event pulled in. Promoters probably expected that. Saturdays are prime nights for any form of entertainment compared to weekdays. It is worth noting that Llano lost to the giant Lithuanian in a luta livre match that obviously permitted striking, and with no kimono, with which to apply the leverage that his scientific game depended on. Could he do better in a jiu-jitsu match? There was one way to find out. The rematch was set for Tuesday, August 21st, but transferred to the following day. Memo weighed 136 kilos, Llano weighed 76 kilos. As usual, the location was Pacaembu. The 6 rounds of 5 minutes, 2-minute breaks, fight was winner-take-all, and jiu-jitsu rules were in force. Several times Memo got wrapped up in his kimono, provoking laughter among Llano's supporters. Llano accomplished a beautiful triumph, conseguiu bonito triunfo, choking Memo in the 5th round. Oddly, Llano lost consciousness after he was declared the winner. Llano perdeu os sentidos más vitorioso. What? In 2 preliminary jiu-jitsu contests, Adao Lucas Gomes, substituting for Otto, choked Paulo Holo in round 1. And Jun Asahina finished Arnaldo Berti in the 2nd round by armlock Chave de Braco. The fight pulled in 69,120 cruzeiros. 14. Amateur jiu-jitsu. 2 jiu-jitsu matches of 6 round of 3 minutes, with 1 minute breaks, took place on Thursday, August 29th at Pacaembu. The combatants were Liguori, confronting Rocha, and Firoy, encountering Lucas. These were preliminaries to the Home Montana versus Gigante de Memo Luta Livre Vale Tudo match. The jiu-jitsu fighters were identified as amateurs from academies in Sao Paulo. Rocha might have been Manoel Rocha, who faced Carlos Pedreira in 1941. Lucas might have been Adao Lucas Gomes, who was often referred to simply as Lucas, or Adao Lucas. 15. Llano versus Catch. Takeo Llano was set to fight the Yugoslavian champion Jerko Strica on Thursday at Pacaembu. 2 luta livre and 2 jiu-jitsu matches were also presented. The 2 amateur jiu-jitsu matches, 6 3-minute rounds, were Melo versus Mira and Jin Asahima versus Messias. On Thursday, October 3rd at Pacaembu, Llano faced the Spanish champion Roberto Collado. They had put on good shows in their previous encounters. The fight was a luta livre match in 6 rounds of 5 minutes, with 2-minute breaks. There were 5 other luta livre matches and 1 jiu-jitsu match, between Abaduch versus De Olivo. Joviano Alvim and Borges were alternates. The preliminary fights were 6 rounds of 3 minutes with 1-minute breaks. The semi-final and the main event finalissima, a Vale Tudo Luta Livre between Homa Montana and Basilio Caduc of Romania, were 6 rounds of 5 minutes, with 2-minute breaks. From the 3rd round, Llano dominated the fight and finished Collado with a double foot and arm lock. Perez awarded the victory to Llano. Neither fighter accepted the decision and continued fighting, with Perez in the middle trying to separate them. According to press reports, this was the most exciting part of the evening. Finally, with Perez still holding him, Llano applied a gravata and finished Collado once and for all. 17. On Saturday, October 12, the 1946 Torneo Internacional de Luta Livre began. It was promoted by Empresa Sul-Americana de Lutas Ltd. All of the directors of the Federación Metropolitana de Pugilismo were required to attend. The featured match pitted the Spanish Goliath Roberto Collado, 204 centimeters in height and weighing 120 kilos, against Tarzan Argentino, at 119 kilos. The giant Russian Homem Montanha and the no less powerful North American Jack Bagley would also measure forces. The show was held at Estadio de São Cristóvão do Futebol e Regatas on Rua Figueira de Melo. At 8:30, the preliminaries started. The first was a 4-round of 5 minutes Jiu-Jitsu match between two of Yasuhito Ono's students, Floriano Codeso and Antonio Afonso. The second preliminary was a luta livre match between Casimiro Transcosco and Moacir Bettini. Casimiro weighed 70 kilos, Moacir weighed 67 kilos. Casimiro was also a student of Ono, and it is likely that Bettini was as well. Tarzan defeated Collado in the second round by submission desistencia. The results of the preliminary matches were not reported, but the gate was. The 7 fights pulled in a total of 129,410 cruzeros, 18. Llano and Collado were scheduled to meet in a rematch on Thursday, October 17, 1946. Due to great expenses involved in presenting the fights, the management had no choice but to raise prices from 20 cruzeros to 30 cruzeros for general admission. Ringside seats were 100% cruzeros, 19. Empresa Sulamericana de Lutas decided to present a rematch of the August 22 Llano vs. Memo fight. It was scheduled for Thursday, October 23, 1946 at Pacaembu. It was to be a Vale Tudo match of 4 rounds of 5 minutes with 2-minute breaks. It was the semi-final. Included were 6 additional luta livre matches and 1 jiu-jitsu match, 6 rounds of 3 minutes between Fernando Borges and Joviano Alvim. 20. On Thursday, October 31st, Llano was scheduled to meet North American Jack Bagley at Pacaembu. Borges, Braz, and Godofredo were to meet in the preliminaries. Superman Super Homem, while steaming north to Fortaleza, Sierra, on the Itinage, a third-class passenger named Misael Valleja had been leaning against the guardrail. Suddenly, he fell into the Atlantic. The ship's crew judged the situation hopeless and did nothing. A man jumped into the sea and rescued Valleja. Later it was revealed that the rescuer was none other than the noted professor of physical culture, Helio Gracie. Chouqe, back in the ring. Pava was scheduled to face Fernando Borges in a 6 3-minute round. Jiu-Jitsu match Saturday, December 7, 1946 at Pacaembu. It was the first of the preliminaries in the Eduardo Bargach vs. Basilio Caduc Luta Livre match. At the last minute, Bargach vs. Caduc was cancelled, and Yasuhito Ono vs. Gigante de Memo was put in its place as the finalissimo main event. Ono weighed less than 70 kilos, Memo more than 100 kilos. Despite the great difference in weight, Ono's superb technique would make the match an exciting one, even without a kimono, reporters predicted. Surrey. On Friday, December 20, 1946 at Pacaembu, Yasuhito Ono was scheduled to face Hector Fair, better known as Tarzan Argentino, owing to his resemblance to the Hollywood action character and the fact that he hailed from Argentina. It was a luta livre match, the main event in a show that included Roberto Collado vs. Alim Chat, otherwise known as Apollo Brasileiro, and 5 preliminaries, one of which featured Braz, possibly Ono's student Braz Gomes, vs. Albanese. Tarzan weighed 118 kilos a few weeks later for his fight with Gatton on January 8, and was probably about the same for his meeting with Ono, who was undoubtedly not far from his usual weight of about 68 kilos. 24. If the match took place as planned, it was the last recorded public fight of Yasuhito Ono's career. He was only 36 years old, 25. He could have fought on for many more years, as Llano, who was almost the same age, did, and he was willing to, on occasion. He did keep his hand in the fight game. His students participated in the legitimate part of the professional wrestling shows, that is, in the preliminary amateur matches. Some of his students also appeared in the famous Kato vs. Gracie and Kimura vs. Gracie fights of 1951. But Ono apparently felt that in middle age he could contribute more by teaching than competing or performing. He was also more invested in Jiu-Jitsu Moderno than in the slapstick comedy routine that the older version had degenerated into. Chapter 23, Notes. Chapter 24, 1947. Takeo Llano was set to confront another giant on Thursday, January 9, 1947. He was the Russian human mountain, Homem Montaña, Leo Finkelstein. As usual, the fight took place at Pacaembu. Llano weighed 76 kilos. The event marked the beginning of an agreement between Empresa Sulamericana de Lutas and Internacional de Pugilismo. 1. The result was a draw. 2. On January 15, Wednesday, Llano met the Arab champion Eduardo Bargach, who, at 125 kilos, and like almost every other of Llano's opponents, outweighed Llano by a large margin. The fight was 6 rounds of 5 minutes, 2-minute breaks, fought by Vale Tudo rules. There were 5 other fights, all Vale Tudo. 3. As Vale Tudo was considered a subgenre of luta livre, kimonos would not be worn, putting the Japanese master at a severe disadvantage. It did not surprise anyone if he lost under these conditions. It was almost expected. A return match with kimonos would be needed for him to prove his fiber. On Saturday, January 18, Takeo Llano went head-to-head with Hector Fair, better known as Tarzan Argentino, in a 4 rounds of 5 minutes Vale Tudo match. Jiu-Jitsu representatives Braz and Godofredo also appeared, although it is not clear from the available reports whether the match was jiu-jitsu or luta livre. The usual slate was 3 amateur fights and 3 professional fights. Fights were increasingly called simply lutas, and no longer jiu-jitsu, although specialists in the scientific Japanese game could use their secret knowledge when the rules allowed. War. On Wednesday, January 22, Yano measured forces with Homem Montana, the 135-kilo Russian. It was a veil tudo match without time limit until there was a winner, Neo. Terra limite de asaltos, so terminando cuando presentaron vencedor. 5. On Saturday, January 25, Yano met Basilio Caduc of Romania in a veil tudo of 4 rounds of 5 minutes, 2-minute breaks. 6. Takeo Yano would again be facing Homem Montana on Saturday, February 1st, in a 10 rounds of 5 minutes, 2-minute breaks, luta livre match. As usual, it was held at Pacaembu, and there were 5 other luta livre matches. Homem Montana lost his invincibility that day in front of the Amarlo Yellowman Takeo Yano. 7. If Homem Montana had been invincible or undefeated prior to the fight on February 1st, then Yano must have lost the January 22 match, as it was a match without time limit until there was a winner. Yano won the 3rd match by armlock to Homem Montana's right arm, which was still bruised a week later, when he faced the Italian champion Gattone. Fights were promoted by a tie-up between Empresa Internacional de Lutas, formerly Empresa Internacional de Pugilismo, and Empresa Sulamérica de Lutas. The shows were directed by George Gracie and took place at Pacaembu. Income from the last program was 102,820 cruzeros, offering a clue as to why George changed his tune after severely chastising Renato Gardini in 1940 for promoting simulated fights. Now he was doing the same thing. Sao Paulo Jiu-Jitsu champion Benedicto Perez was a regular referee. Perez was credited with being one of the factors in the success of the shows. He knew perfectly all of the secrets of the difficult game of luta livre and was in physical condition to compel the fighters to keep it clean. 8. On Saturday, February 8, 1947, Takeo Yano faced the pure-blood Greek from Athens, Juan Costolias at Pacaembu. It was a luta livre contest of 6 5-minute rounds with 2-minute breaks. 9. King Kong was a Guarani Indian from Paraguay, whose real name was Aníbal Fortunato Segovia. He had previously called himself Frankenstein. 10. On Wednesday, February 26, Takeo Yano took on King Kong in the final match at Pacaembu. Yano lost the fight. 11. On Wednesday, March 5, 1947, at Pacaembu, Yano encountered Andres Taranovac, whose ring name was Norki, or Norki. Norki was from Poland. The match was a 4 rounds of 5 minutes, 2-minute breaks, jiu-jitsu match. Rather unusually for such an event, there were 3 jiu-jitsu matches, all preliminary matches. Paulo Halo met Ono student Salvador Cardia, and Eduardo Galvao faced Matsuoka, substituting for Luis Tambucci, in matches of 4 3-minute rounds. Brazilian luta livre champion Tatu Euclides Hatem met the Basco Laguival. Costolias encountered Aldo Bugni. Eduardo Bargac confronted King Kong in the main event. 12. After having 3 teeth knocked out by Yano, Norki gave up in the first round. As it was a jiu-jitsu rather than a veil tudo match, Norki must have taken a bad fall. Paulo Halo choked Salvador Cardia out in round 3, and Eduardo Galvao submitted Matsuoka with a leg twist torsao de perna in round 2. Tatu choked Olaguibel in round 2. Bogni beat Costolias with a leglock chave de perna in round 3, and King Kong and Eduardo Bargac knocked each other out simultaneously, knockout duplo. The gate was 106,780 cruzeros, which was substantially higher than average for a weekday night. 13. Empresa Internacional de Pugilismo promoted an afternoon of luta livre on Sunday, March 9, 1947 at Pacaembu. There were 4 professional matches. Pablo Collado, Costalias Gattoni, Olaguibel, Basilio Caduc, and Homem Montana provided the fireworks. The first 3 preliminaries, as usual fought by amateurs, were all 4 round of 3 minutes each with 1-minute breaks, jiu-jitsu matches. Luis Tambucci versus Salvador Cardia, both students of Yasuiti Ono. Paulo Halo versus Jiro Matsui, and Antonio Silva versus Jin Asahira. 14. The Italo-Argentine Aldo Bogni was the South American weightlifting champion. Despite his 125 kilos, he was described as technical and agile. 15. He was apparently knowledgeable enough about luta livre to be able to teach it at Velo Esportivo Helénico on Praca General Osorio. 6. On Wednesday, March 12, 1947, he had a chance to test his size, power, technique, and agility against the diminutive Japanese jiu-jitsu master Takeo Yano in a 4 5-minute round luta livre match at Pacaembu. The main event was Kong versus Gattoni. Luis Tambucci faced Jin Asahira in a 4 rounds of 3 minutes luta livre match. 17. Yano and Bogni drew. The result pleased the Italian fans who had been disappointed by Yano's recent victory over another Italian hero, Gattoni. 18. The report added that with this impact draw, both maintained their undefeated records. Assuming that this was a reference to their records in the 1947 season of luta livre at Pacaembu, it follows that Yano either won or drew all of the fights cited above, for which results are otherwise unavailable. However, on February 26, Yano lost to King Kong, indicating that the statement that he was undefeated as of March 12 was not accurate. Also, the statement that Yano defeated Gattoni recently and prior to March 12 indicates that they had at least one other meeting in addition to the one that took place on April 16th, and that Yano won. On Wednesday, March 19th, Yano met Euclides Hatem Tatu, the Brazilian Luta Livre champion, at Pacaembu in a 6 rounds of 5 minutes with 2-minute breaks, Luta Livre contest. It was the main event in a program promoted by Imprensa Internacional de Pugilismo. All of the usual wrestlers appeared: Costolias, Vargas, Homem Montana, Caduc, Gattoni. Jiu-Jitsu stylists Braz, and Godofredo also made appearances. Tatu was coming off a recent 37-second win over Homem Montana. 19. Tatu defeated Yano in 3rd round by surprising KO. Tatu apparently threw Yano out of the ring, where he remained stretched out in a significant manner. Yano fue para fora do ringue ficando extendido de manera significante. The fans got their money's worth and they came out in droves. The gate was 135,000 cruzeiros. 20. Losing by being knocked unconscious after being thrown out of the ring was one of the more common ways to lose a fight. It was an experience that Yano knew well. He won some of his fights that way too. By this time it had become expected that in a match between a jiu-jitsu man, always small, and a luta livre or catch man, always big, the outcome would be highly predictable from the rules, specifically the rule that mandated wearing a kimono. The kimono allowed the smaller man to apply the secrets of jiu-jitsu, primarily collar chokes. More often than not, a rematch would be set, fought under different rules. If the first fight had been luta livre, generally the sequel would be jiu-jitsu, and vice versa. If the first fight ended in a draw, then potentially 3 or more follow-ups could be spun out. It depended on fan interest, which the fighters encouraged with challenges, threats, excuses, and promises. A controversial or ambiguous outcome generally warranted a quick rematch as well. Takeo Yano confronted Homem Montana again on Saturday, March 22, 1947. It was a luta livre match of 4 5-minute rounds, as was customary for semi-finals involving professionals. Yano was scheduled to meet Olaguvel at Pacaembu on the afternoon of Saturday, March 20th, 9 in a 4 5-minute round luta livre match with 2-minute breaks. 22. Due to a football game between Uruguay and Brazil, it was rescheduled for the evening. Carioca fans liked wrestling, but football took precedence. Yano versus Homem Montana clearly put on entertaining shows. They had practice working together. They met for at least the 4th time in a semifinal match, 4 rounds of 5 minutes, at Pacaembu Wednesday, April 2.23. Yano took on Gaton, Thursday, April 17, 1947, at Pacaembu. Yano lost by KO in the 4th round. In other results, Caduc lost by disqualification for disrespecting Bargak. Godofredo beat Omar with a combination leg and arm lock. Roberto Collado beat Moleke 20 with a Thesaura da Rim com Estrangulamento, kidney lock with choke in the 3rd round. 24th. Yano was scheduled to face Eduardo Bargas on Saturday, April 19.25. Takeo Yano faced Aldo Bogni for the 2nd time in 3 months at the end of May, or the first 2 days of June. Yano defeated Bogni in the 2nd round by knockout, at Pacaembu. How the knockout was administered was not explained but must have been either by choke or by a violent throw. Available sources do not provide the exact day, but given the gate, 115,280 cruzeiros. And the date of publication of the result, June 3, the most probable day for the fight, was Saturday, May 31.26. Jiu-Jitsu versus Joe Louis. In June of 1947, Helio Gracie challenged the American heavyweight undisputed world boxing champion, Joe Louis. Joe never accepted Helio's challenge, according to legend, with the implication that he was afraid that his boxing was no match for Jiu-Jitsu or for Helio Gracie, or both. The challenge was issued in the June 6, 1947 edition of A Noite. A Noite was published by Gracie partisan Roberto Marinho, which may partly explain why an obvious publicity stunt received as much attention as it did. One easy way to attract attention to oneself, practiced by every wrestler and most boxers, was to piggyback on someone else's fame by challenging a well-known fighter. Few fighters, in fact, none, in the 1940s were better known than Joe Louis even in Brazil. By way of comparison, Joe Louis appeared in 647 news stories in A Noite during the decade of the 1940s. Helio Gracie's name appeared 3 times. 2 of them were in connection with his challenge of Joe Louis. Similar numbers could be cited for the other major newspapers in Rio. In Diário da Noite, Diário de Notícias, Correio da Manhã, Diário Carioca, Gazeta de Notícias, e Jornal do Brasil. Joe Louis' name appeared 1,498 times, while Helio Gracie's name appeared 18 times. A Noite apparently, based on available sources, was the only daily that reported Helio's challenge. Joe Louis reigned at the apex of the sports world, as heavyweight boxing champion of the world. If he was not the greatest of heavyweight champions, he was certainly the most diligent in defense of his title. Before World War II, Brazilians looked to Europe and North America for inspiration and validation. After the war, they looked north. 28. When they looked for sports heroes to worship and emulate, Joe Louis was hard to ignore. When Joe planned to visit South America, it was news in Brazil. Argentina was generally the first stop for anyone visiting South America. Montevideo, Rio, and Sao Paulo were close by. According to Joe's manager Billy McCarney, the champion had received an offer to fight the old bull of the Pampas Luis Angel Firpo, the crude but powerful brawler who nearly dethroned Jack Dempsey on July 12, 1923. McCarney turned it down, not Because he was afraid of the hill Firpo, but because the money was too little, and the guarantee too shaky. At the end of February, Joe would be in Brazil. He would box exhibitions in Rio, promoted by Pascoal Segreto, and in Sao Paulo, promoted by Jacob Nahum's Empresa Internacional de Pugilismo. He would then proceed to Port-au-Prince and Caracas during the first week of March then, probably fight in Havana on March 12, and finally arrive in New York on the 15th. Joe had a meeting scheduled with the American Internal Revenue Service, IRS, concerning his taxes, which was the reason he was touring South America, and consequently had to turn down offers to appear in Baroda, Cali, Montevideo, Barranquilla, and Guatemala. Joe Louis stayed in the news, having left a magnificent impression in a demonstration with Arturo Godoy in Santiago, Chile. Joe Louis feared no man in a boxing ring, but he was out of his element when it came to accountants and lawyers. He returned to the United States to keep his appointment with the IRS. The opportunity could hardly have escaped the notice of Carlos Gracie and his kid brother Helio. Perhaps he thought that Joe needed money. If so, he was correct. But he was certainly far off, base about how much. The $16,000 that Helio offered wouldn't have put a dent in Joe's tax bill. It was also a drop in the bucket compared to what Joe had donated to the Army and Navy relief funds in 1942 in 2 title defenses against Buddy Bear and Abe Simon. Possibly Carlos and Helio's grasp of the champion's motivations and finances was fuzzy enough that they believed that $16,000 would tempt him, assuming that the offer was sincere. While unlikely, it was conceivable. But it didn't matter. Publicity was the objective. In 1950, Helio was equally happy to get press attention by presenting Joe with a trophy rather than a challenge. The headline on page 10 of the Friday, June 6, 1947 edition of Untold proclaimed Helio Gracie ofrece $16,000 para lutar con Joe Louis. Helio Gracie offers $16,000 to fight Joe Louis. I will give Joe Louis $16,000 to fight me, Helio promised. Dari $16,000 a Joe Louis para lutar conmigo. He was confident that Jiu-Jitsu was superior to boxing. Jiu-Jitsu is superior ao box. Helio Gracie was qualified to act as self-appointed representative of Jiu-Jitsu because, according to the article, Helio was the only Brazilian with a title conferred by a Japanese academy, o único brasileiro que possui título concedido por uma academia japonesa. The article mentioned that sometime previously the Brazilian edition of Reader's Digest published an article about a boxer who defeated a jiu-jitsu master. The article compelled Helio to rise up righteously in defense of jiu-jitsu. 33. He offered to fight 5 boxers of any nationality, with or without gloves. 3 years later, he challenged Joe Louis. The Brazilian champion clarified that he had no doubt that a boxer could never defeat a practitioner of jiu-jitsu. Both arts have the same object, which is self-defense. But jiu-jitsu has a greater array of resources and is more efficient. Helio elaborated that he would face the American boxer under any conditions. Joe could box or grapple, Helio would only rely on his jiu-jitsu. Helio concluded by saying that although it might seem absurd or pretentious, he was certain that he would defeat Joe Louis despite the vast difference in weight and punching power. Embora passa parecer absurdo o pretensão da minha parte tenho tanta certeza de que vencerei Joe Louis que além das vantagens. Helio capped it off by saying that he insisted that Joe fight him during the current year when he, Joe, was at the height of his powers. Helio didn't want to fight an over-the-hill Joe Louis. The photo caption explained that Helio Gracie was not afraid of the devastating punches of Joe Louis. Now teme os muros demolidores de Joe Louis. Demolido. Possibly Helio's victory in 1932 over Antonio Portugal led him to imagine that he could duplicate the deed against Joe Louis. But as Brazilian journalists pointed out, there was a big difference between lightweight powder-punching Antonio Portugal, who had lost more fights than he won, and the fearsome Joe Louis, considered the greatest boxer of all time, o maior pugilista de todos os tempos. While Helio continued waiting for the American boxer to respond, he explained, more specifically, why he believed that he would defeat Joe Louis. Boxing was too limited, he explained. Legitimate targets were above the waist, the liver, stomach, spleen, and trunk, and of course the face. But jiu-jitsu had chokes, arm locks, kidney locks, and leg locks. Helio believed that Joe Louis was afraid that jiu-jitsu would be shown to be a better form of self-defense than boxing. Joe Louis tem receio de que o jiu-jitsu desmoralize as posibilidades de boxe como arma de defensa pessoal. 35. Joe was back in America with bigger problems on his mind. He didn't have time for Helio Gracie and his challenge. That didn't dissuade Helio Gracie from continuing to challenge him, however. Later, in 1950, when Joe was back in Brazil, he challenged Helio to a boxing match. Helio did not respond to Joe Louis's challenge. 36. On July 6, 1947, Godofredo and Braz met in a preliminary match to the Antonio Roca versus the Syrio-Lebanese representative. Nora main event at Pacaembu. The show also featured Homa Montana, Oliguivel, King Kong, Gigante de Memo, and others. Braz won by choke in the 4th round. 37. Temporada. The Temporada de Catches Catch Can in Rio began Saturday, November 22nd, at a new stadium constructed to replace the now defunct Estadio Brasil. It was conveniently located near the city center on Avenida Beira-Mar, near the airport. It was the Palacio Metropolitano de Esportes, or simply Palacio Metropolitano. Some papers refer to it as Pavilhão Metropolitano. 38. Contained within the season temporada was a tournament called the Torneo General Angelo Méndez de Moray. The first day was planned as fundraiser for the charity Obra de Asistencia ao Filho do Tuberculoso for children with tuberculosis. Various internationally famous wrestlers were lined up to appear, such as three-time world Luta Livre champion Antonio Roca, Chilean champion Ming, former South American weightlifting champion Aldo Bogni, South American Luta Livre champion Ramon Cernadas, Homem Montana, Juano Laguivel, King Kong, among others to be named later. 39. Takeo Yano was one of those, representing the Japanese science of Jiu-Jitsu. Yano joined the troupe, if cast isn't a better term, in July of 1948. 40-some fighters were under contract to Empresa Metropolitano de Esportes, which promoted the tournament. Others were free agents. Yano had a contract and could expect to stay busy. 41. Chapter 24. Notes. Chapter 25. 1948. Nick Policeman made his debut Saturday, January 17 at Pacaembu, against Jirko Strika. Also making their debuts that evening were Zabiesco Jr. from North America and René Adore from France. Adore's nickname was Carpentier da Luta Livre, implying that he was as good at his own game or as famous in his home country of France as Georges Carpentier. Carpentier was also a champion saboteur and was world famous thanks to his $1 million fight with Jack Dempsey. Being compared to Georges Carpentier was high praise. In this case, it probably simply meant that Adore was French. 1. Nick Policeman, Jirko Strika, René Adore, and Zabiesco Jr. would soon find themselves in the ring with Jiu-Jitsu representative Takeo Yano. On Sunday, February 1, 1948, Takeo Yano was scheduled to meet Pablo Aldecoa at Pacaembu in the fifth of 7 fights presented that evening. It was to be a 5-round of 5 minutes Luta Livre match. The main event was Nick Policeman versus Ramon Cernadas from Argentina. Nick was described as yet undefeated, 8 este momento sem nenhuma derrota, indicating that he beat Strika on January 17.2. Jirko Strika had been a champion in his own country of Yugoslavia. He had fought many champions of many other countries. He was both heavy and agile, de bastante peso e não pouca agilidad. Everything considered, he was an ideal opponent for Takeo Yano. 3. They were scheduled to meet on Saturday, February 15, 1948 in a 4-round of 5 minutes Luta Livre match. It was the semi-final to the Antonio Roca versus Nick Policeman main event. 4. Suspension of disbelief. On January 29, 1948, the Federação Metropolitana de Pugilismo approved a slate of amateur Luta Livre, boxing, and Jiu-Jitsu competitions for the year. 2 Jiu-Jitsu campeonatos were included in May, the Jiu-Jitsu Campeonato Roberto, and in September, the Campeonato Metropolitano. Most fans approached catch with what the poet Coleridge called a willing suspension of disbelief, but not everyone was a fan. The Portuguese boxer Antonio Soares commented in an interview that the Luta Livre fights being presented at Pacaembu were farcical. Tudo aquilo não passa de uma farsa. In response, Yano challenged him to a fight without limit of rounds, with or without gloves, with all of the proceeds going to impecunious victims of tuberculosis, tuberculosos pobres. 6. Empresa Sul-Americana periodically offered afternoon shows as benefits for poor people with tuberculosis. It was self-serving, of course, but did genuinely help people who needed it. Soares was in effect being asked to donate his time to an admittedly worthy cause, but his cost-to-benefit calculations were not the same as those of the under contact catchers, including Yano, who had nothing to lose and only goodwill to gain. Soares actually had something to lose. He could have countered by offering to charge people to watch him spar and then give the money to charity. Yano didn't explain the relevance of his challenge. Soares said the fights were phony, not that Yano was. Soares might have been one of the many boxers who were repelled by the clownishness of the professional wrestling milieu. Boxers weren't the only ones. Some jiu-jitsu fighters wanted no part of what professional fighting, other than boxing of course, had evolved or devolved into. Helio Gracie was one of them. Nick Policeman was North American. He was also known as Kid Policeman, suggesting that he might have been young. He was described as the killer of Dallinger, Matador de Dallinger, apparently referring to the North American bank robber. Perhaps he really was or had been a police officer, but John Dillinger was killed on July 22, 1934. If Nick had been involved, he would then have a bit old to be called Kid in 1948. He might have been a legitimate wrestler, but statistically that was unlikely. The one thing we can be sure of is that he was big and probably agile, and that he understood the rules of the game he was playing. Nick and Yano were scheduled to measure forces Wednesday, February 18th at Pacaembu. It was the main event, a Vale Tudo Luta Livre that was expected to be one of the most active May movimento and enjoyable. Nick had beaten Antonio Roca at that point and was sure to put Yano to a tough test, sports writers believed. 8. Takeo Yano confronted 3-time world Luta Livre champion Antonio Roca of Italy on Saturday, February 21, 1948, in a Vale Tudo match of 6 6-minute rounds at Pacaembu. 9. On Wednesday, March 3, Takeo Yano encountered South American Luta Livre champion Ramon Cernadas from Argentina. Also on the card was Brutus Galento, the 140-kilo brother of American boxer Tony Two-Ton Galento, who unsuccessfully challenged Joe Louis. Brutus's wrestling opponent was the North American Zabiesco Jr. 10. On Saturday, March 6, at Pacaembu, Takeo Yano was set to meet Rene Adore in the semi-final to the main event, pitting Antonio Rocca against Brutus Galento. 11. On Wednesday, March 10, Takeo Yano met Zbyszko Jr. at Pacaembu in the semi-final to the Antonio Rocca vs. Brutus Galento main event. The main event was a revanche, indicating that Rocca and Galento's January 6 meeting was either crowd-pleasing or controversial, or both. 12. On March 14, Takeo Yano met the Spanish giant Roberto Colladao for the third time at least since 1946. The place was Pacaembu. The time was Sunday, March 14, 1948. The main event was Antonio Rocca vs. Nick Policeman. 13. Basilio Caduc made his first appearances in Rio rings in July of 1941, facing Pacana on July 20, Henry Piers of Holland on July 22, and Francisco Marconi of Italy on July 24, all at Estadio Brasil. 14. He returned after the war, confronting Homa Montaña at Pacaembu in October of 1946. He continued fighting in 1947. On Wednesday, March 17, Caduc had an appointment with Takeo Yano for a 4-round semi-final luta livre match at Pacaembu. 15. Roberto Ruman was a dinosaur, or a survivor, if one prefers. He had participated in some of the most controversial fights in Brazilian ring history. He had fought some of the best, including Gio Omori, Nawidi Ono, Oninho, and George and Oswaldo Gracie. He began in 1931. In 1948, he was still at it. He did not fight regularly, but in 1948, he had enough left for one more fight. On Saturday, March 20, 1948, Ruman made a reappearance in the ring against Yurko Strica at Pacaembu in a tournament named after the politician Ademar de Barros, who coincidentally was a fight fan. He had been a student of Gastão Grassi Jr. in 1937, when he was still a member of parliament. 17. In May, George signed a contract with Empresa Metropolitana de Esportes to fight the enormous, violent and powerful Basque Spaniard Pedro Juan Olaguível in Sao Paulo. 18. George did not fight until October 1948 in Rio. It was not against the giant catcher Olaguível, but rather against a jiu-jitsu stylist named Oka. He fought once more that we know of for Empresa Metropolitana de Esportes. That was a jiu-jitsu match with Takeo Yano. It appears that George was dedicating his professional energies to the managerial side of the business. He was the director orientador of the Empresa Metropolitana de Esportes family of wrestlers. Although he had harshly rebuked Renato Gardini for his methods of orientation in 1940, it appears that George found them to be appropriate to his needs in 1948. Introduction to Jiu-Jitsu. In May of 1948, Carlos Gracie published his magnum opus Introdução ao Jiu-Jitsu. It was edited by Henrique Pongetti, who also contributed a preface. According to Pongetti, Carlos and Helio had defeated champions of luta livre, capoeira gym, and boxing, and even defeated the Japanese masters at their own game. Pongetti was misinformed. As previous chapters have shown, Carlos lost the one and only public professional fight that he had to Manuel Rufino dos Santos. Helio did defeat 2 of the 5 jiu-jitsu representatives he faced, but they, Miyake and Masagoichi, were far from masters. Members of the Japanese jiu-jitsu community expressed definite doubts about their qualifications. He drew with Yano and was dominated by Namiki and Ono. He showed that he could survive with Japanese masters, but that is not quite the same as defeating them. The book was briefly reviewed by Raul de Azevedo. According to Azevedo, all of the techniques taught by the Gracie brothers at their academy were in the book. The book explained the rules of jiu-jitsu used in Japan and the benefits of jiu-jitsu training. Azevedo may not have read the book carefully. The book contained no information about the techniques of jiu-jitsu. Indeed, there was nothing about jiu-jitsu. Rather, it was devoted to Carlos Gracie's opinions about self-knowledge, mental and physical health, alcohol and smoking. 22. As Carlos Gracie had no training in any of those subjects, his teachings were merely his personal opinions. Not many people cared enough about what Carlos Gracie thought to want to buy the book. 3. Radio Guanabara. Catch wrestling proved to be so popular that people enjoyed listening to it as well as watching. Radio Guanabara broadcast all of the matches of the Campeonato Mundial de Luta Livre from the Palacio Metropolitano des Esportes, with live-action reportage by Luis Brandão. 24. In July, Yano, Douglas, Aldecoa, Hercules, and other heavyweight wrestlers were in Londrina, a small city, population about 70,000, in the state of Parana. They planned to present an afternoon of Luta Livre on Sunday, July 25th, beginning at 2 p.m. There would be 3 amateur contests and 2 professional contests. The show was to be held at Pabalhão de Lauro on Rua Minas Gerais, just in front of Estação Rodoviária. Prices ranged from 30 cruzeiros for reserved box seats, cadeiras, numeradas, to 12 cruzeiros for general admission. 25. On Saturday, July 31st, 1948, Takeo Yano was scheduled to climb into the quadrilateral with José Santos Cardoso, more popularly known by the ring name of Kid 1. There was also a Kid 2. It was a luta livre contest at Palacio Metropolitano. 26. Jeitinhos. The Departamento Técnico da Federação Metropolitana de Pugilismo was made up of Altamiro Cunha, R.A.A. Coutinho, and J. Ernesto Rodrigues. 7. The Departamento Técnico published the results of its meeting on July 26. It approved a fight, penalized a fighter by the ring name of Tony Barbeta, for irregularities and took other actions within its purview of authority. It approved the contracts between certain fighters and two organizations, Empresa de Diversos Públicas y Empresa Metropolitana de Esportes. Wanka, whose real name was Nicholas Goth, was fined 200 cruzeiros for using illegal techniques in a recent match, which resulted in his disqualification. The Departamento Técnico also approved contracts between Empresa Metropolitana de Esportes and three fighters, namely Carlos Auricchio, Stefano Zicuk, and Takeo Yano. Yano had to get permission from the Federação Paulista de Pugilismo to work in Rio, and the Departamento Técnico da Federação Metropolitana de Pugilismo in Rio had to approve his transfer. It was complicated, but Brazil has always been a highly bureaucratized society. 30. That is part of the reason why ordinary Brazilians have worked out so many little ways, or jeitinhos, to circumvent the bureaucracy or to mediate between the personal and the impersonal to solve problems. But some problems can't be completely solved with jeitinhos, and that fact played a major role in the development of jiu-jitsu during the late 1960s and early 1970s, as will be discussed in Volume 3. Pro wrestling went on. Takeo Yano had a series of encounters with Juan Costolias. The first took place on Tuesday, August 31st, 1948, at Palacio Metropolitano, 32. While the press was speculating about the upcoming Yano vs. Costolias rematch, former heavyweight world boxing champion Primo Carnera, who had started as a pro wrestler, was preparing to climb back into the pro wrestling ring. The place was Estadio Carioca in Rio. The time was September 9, 1948. Carnera's opponent was the Basque Pablo Aldecoa. Also on the bill were Mr. America vs. Wai Lo Kong from China and Mac Arthur from Ireland, against Martim Karadagian, who was from either Armenia or Argentina or both. 3-3. Karadagian was one of the pro wrestlers from this era who fought legitimate veiled tudo fights with Carlson Gracie during the next 2 decades. Like Helio Gracie, Karadagian made a habit of challenging boxing champions. Primo Carnera wasn't the only champion Karadagian challenged. He also challenged Cassius Clay, also known as Muhammad Ali. 4. As far as we know, neither Clay nor Ali ever responded to Karadagian's challenge. The rematch was initially set for Saturday, September 11th, but due to bad weather, postponed to Tuesday, September 14th, again at Palacio Metropolitano. Both would wear kimonos, which implies that in the first fight they did not. Yano won the fight, as the build-up for the third fight indicated. Costolias complained about the kimono that he wore in the second fight. It prevented him from escaping a treacherous and dangerous technique, chave tricoera e perigosa. In the third match he wanted no kimono or time limit. Yano agreed to Costolias' demands but upped the stakes by insisting on a winner, take all pay off. Takeo Yano defeated Costolias in 3 minutes, confirming his previous victory. 36. Joe Louis planned to defend his title against the winner of the Joe Baxi vs. Ezard Charles fight. Scheduled for November 12, 1948, it actually took place on December 10th. Ezard won. Joe retired on March 1, 1949, but still deep in debt to the IRS, made a comeback against Charles on September 1950. Joe lost and never paid off his debt to the IRS. 38. Helio Gracie had wanted to challenge Joe Louis while the Bombardero de Detroit was at the apogee of his career. Unfortunately, it was much too late for that. Helio's challenge, had Joe accepted, would have proved nothing. That is, of course, assuming that Helio had survived. Contrary to what Helio believed, jiu-jitsu representatives had been knocked out by boxers and people have died in the ring. 39. On Saturday, September 25, 1948, Takeo Yano confronted Eugenio José González, better known as Gorilla, in the continuing Temporada Internacional de Luta Libre at Palacio Metropolitano. Another jiu-jitsu representative, Carlos Pedreira, was matched against Juan Costolias. The main event was Alfio Baranti versus Helen Chatton. 40. The result is unknown, but indicates clearly that Yano and George Gracie were not the only jiu-jitsu men who were willing to take part in professional wrestling. Marmeladas. If not the public, at least some writers recognized that not all wrestling was legitimate, nor was all staged wrestling equally staged or staged with equal competence. There was also a difference between fights that were supposed to be real but were not, and those that were never intended to be real in the first place. These were called marmeladas. Both types of fight had their fans, and fans generally preferred one over the other. Catch fans did not want to see wrestling that did not make a serious attempt to look real. Wrestlers were criticized for being too obvious. One writer, in an article titled A Commedia do Carioca, mocked Karadagian, describing him not as a fighter luchador but rather a theatrical star vedette for accidentally winning a match that he was supposed to lose. Karadagian venceu por engano. The insult to the fans was not so much that the fight was staged, but that it was so incompetently executed. But fight like a man. In October, Yano fought a trio of matches against Alfio Baranti in the Temporada Internacional de Luta Libre, also referred to as Torneo Mundial de Luta Libre, being held at Palacio Metropolitano. Baranti was considered at the time to be the best luta livre fighter in Brazil. O mais complete estilista brasileiro da luta livre. Baranti was very experienced. He had been competing, or performing, in Brazil since at least 1940. One when he was a regular at In the Catch tournament at Estadio Brasil. Matches were held twice a week, Thursdays and Saturdays, and followed the regulations of the United States Wrestling Association. 43. He definitely knew the game and how to play it. The first was on Saturday, October 2, 1948, followed by a revanche on the following Saturday, October 9.44. In the first fight, Yano was completely dominating Baranti, who lost his composure in the second round and challenged Yano to fight like a man, homem para homem. When cautioned by referee Alex Pinheiro, Baranti punched him, knocking him down and was disqualified. The second fight was a Jiu-Jitsu match, that is, with kimono, which Yano won when Baranti fell and hit his head on the ground. Baranti was dazed and lost track of the count. He said that he would gladly fight Yano again with kimono, but first, he wanted to fight him in a luta livre match, without kimono. Baranti alleged that Yano was afraid con miedo to face him again in a fight without kimono. Yano accepted Baranti's conditions, but insisted that the fight be without time limits until there was a winner. The third fight was intended to be decisive, without a time limit, until one or the other. 1. Luta decisiva, a negra, sem limite de rounds ate que haja vencedor. Historice. Although the second fight was a jiu-jitsu match, it was conducted within the Torneo Mundial de Luta Livre. This was not a contradiction in terms. Jiu-jitsu was generally viewed as a subgenre of luta livre, but what it meant in practice was simply that the fighters wore kimonos. They might both be skilled at jiu-jitsu, but that was not always the case. Available records do not indicate who won the decisive third match. It may have been Baranti because according to standard operating practices of the business, there was a fourth match in November, when a fighter lost 3 consecutive times to the same opponent, all within a 2-week period no less. It was difficult to persuade the public that another one was justified, even in the world of pro wrestling. As Alcides Queirolo said when Archimedes Rogerio requested a third shot at Gio Amori in 1928, people don't want to watch the same fight over and over again. 47. The tournament occasionally included jiu-jitsu matches. Saturday, October 23rd was one such occasion, and 2 matches were presented. The first was Takeo Yano versus Carlos Auricchio. The second was Oka versus Jose Santos Cardos, from Portugal, better known as Kid 1. Oka was said to be a 3-dan black belt tercero grau, faixa preta, recently arrived from Japan. 48. Gigante de Mimel and other familiar catch wrestlers participated as usual. 49. Yano's jiu-jitsu skills proved too much for Auricchio, who succumbed to an armlock in the third round. Auricchio would have a chance for revenge the following Saturday. Oka defeated Kid the first in the second round with a choke estrangulamento, establishing his jiu-jitsu credentials for a possible confrontation with Yano or some other jiu-jitsu master, if he could be coaxed out of inactivity. 50. George Gracie did not like pro wrestlers posing as real fighters when they weren't. He didn't mind saying so, and didn't care who didn't like it. He even offered to fight them for free. 51. Not much is known about Oka. He was described as young and technical jovemi tecnico, and like George, a mestre master. Unlike George, he was inexperienced. According to Amana, he was impressive in his debut fight the week before. 52. Comeback. By 1948, there were few jiu-jitsu representatives still active in the rings. Yano was one, but he couldn't be expected to single-handedly fight every contender. George Gracie had his hands full with his administrative duties. He decided to make a comeback. The reasons are unclear but probably were similar to the reasons that motivated Joe Louis to fight Ezzard Charles and Rocky Marciano. Oka would be his opponent. In addition, Carlos Auricchio would have his chance to even scores with Takeo Yano. The program also marked the debut of a 204-kilo Syrio-Lebanese, named Balao Atomico, Atomic Balloon, who would fight Gatone. 3. The fights were originally planned for October 28th, rescheduled for Saturday, October 30th. The place was Palacio Metropolitano. There were 2 amateur fights and 4 professional fights. Except for the George Gracie vs. Oka Jiu-Jitsu match, all were lutas livres. In the first amateur preliminary, Kao Jack submitted Biriba by armlock in the third round. In the second amateur preliminary, Pantera Riva submitted Paulistenia with a choke from the back, Gravata pelas costas seguida de Tesora nos rins, in the third round. In the first professional preliminary, Kid the First defeated Tanque Herrera by armlock in the third round. The second professional preliminary was Takeo Yano versus Carlos Auricchio. It was a violent and action-packed fight. Yano was the superior jiu-jitsu stylist o me técnico lutador de jiu-jitsu. The fight ended when Yano's trademark armlock found its target, aplicó o seu golpe predilecto. Auricchio conceded defeat in the third round. In the third professional preliminary, or semi-final, Balao Atomico threw Gattoni out of the ring in the first round. Gattoni bumped his forehead against a seat. He returned to the ring bleeding abundantly and in a groggy condition, which Balao Atomico took advantage of to choke him from his back. The main event was extremely active, movimentadissima. George demonstrated that he still had the form that he was famous for in his younger days. After 3 active rounds, George managed to close a choke fechar estrangulamento on his no less worthy opponent, leaving him unconscious on the floor. Fans couldn't get enough of catch. That same evening there was also a full program of catch at Estadio Carioca. No jiu-jitsu representatives were involved, but future Carlson Gracie rival Martin Karadagian defeated MacArthur by pinning his shoulders to the mat. 55. Neither George nor Yano needed a long rest. They were back in action less than a week later. This time, they would be facing each other, old friends. George Gracie and Takeo Yano renewed their working partnership with another luta livre match. The two jiu-jitsu masters met on Thursday, November 4, 1948, at Palacio Metropolitano. Preliminary matches were Kid I versus Francisco Xavier Soroa, Carlos Auricio versus Gatón, and Sarkis versus Souza. Kid I defeated Soroa in round 3 by encostamento de espaduas pinning the shoulders. Sarkis bested Souza by a choke from the back estrangulamento. Pelas costas seguido de uma tesoura nos rins in round 2, and Carlos Auricio overcame Gatón in exactly the same way in round 3. The George versus Llano match was 6 rounds of 5 minutes. The match was exciting and sensational, impligante y sensacional. According to Amana, both masters put all of their vast knowledge of jiu-jitsu into play. Neither man's attack could break through the other's defense. The match ended in a well-deserved draw, a merecido empate. 5. Immediately after the match, Llano went to the airport to catch a Penair flight to Sao Paulo. He didn't stay long. He was back in Rio on Saturday, November 6 for his 4th match with Alfio Baranti. The fact that Llano and Baranti had met 3 times in October alone suggests that they must have pleased the fans, given that Llano won the first 2 of the 3. The result of the third is unknown, but indirect. Evidence suggests that Baranti won, possibly in a controversial fashion, because otherwise there probably wouldn't have been a 4th fight. Often 3 times was more than enough, but in some cases the fans wanted more. Takeo Llano and Alfio Baranti's series was such a case. Baranti was a luta livre professor and known by the nickname of Maravilla, the Marvel, suggesting that he had skills and knew how to put on a good show. On Saturday, November 6, Baranti took on the Japanese master of the game of attack and defense, Takeo Llano, for the 4th time that year. Balao Atomico confronted Sarkis in one of the preliminaries. Balao Atomico was more than just enormous. He was also incredibly violent and endowed with Herculean strength. 8. Sarkis was no match for the violence and strength of Balao Atomico. He somehow managed to survive for 3 minutes. As in his previous outing, Balao Atomico put a quick finish to his rival with a choke from the back, uma gravata pelas costas. Some fans, however, viewed the fight as a joke. View 9. Llano and Baranti gave the fans an interesting fight. The result was a draw, terminu empatada apos transcurso interesante. 60. There is no available record of a 5th Llano versus Baranti match. 4. Fights seemed to be the limit of the fans' interest, at least within a 1-year period. George Gracie versus Takeo Llano series was exceptional, but it stretched over 13 years. Perhaps there was too much variety to choose from to sustain interest in any one pairing. There were also fewer jiu-jitsu fighters. Real fighting was harder than staged fighting. It tended to be less entertaining for the general public. There was no money in amateur sports jiu-jitsu, and jiu-jitsu skills were not needed to make money in luta livre or catch. If anyone wanted to learn jiu-jitsu, it had to be for reasons other than making money. Chapter 25 notes. Chapter 26, 1949. By way of publicizing an upcoming tournament of jiu-jitsu, Anoit provided a capsule history of the art and game in Brazil. It went as follows. Carioca sports fans had come to know the sport of Kano, Kondikoma, and other celebrated masters through sensational combats in local rings fought by illustrious practitioners such as the Gracie brothers, among others, against representatives of luta livre, boxing, and capoeira gym. The jiu-jitsu stylists always prevailed, sempre com vantagem para o jiu-jitsu. But jiu-jitsu was not methodically diffused in Brazil, encouraging charlatans looking to make easy money. Little by little the art disappeared to the point where by 1949 it was nearly forgotten. 1. To rectify this lamentable state of affairs, the academies of Yasuiti Ono in Sao Paulo and Augusto Cordero in Rio joined hands to produce a Koteo competition of amateur jiu-jitsu. The objective was to stimulate interest in the game in both cities. Students of both academies engaged in matches, and the 2 professors conducted demonstrations with their students. The event was scheduled for June 4th, beginning at 8:30 Saturday evening at the Roberto Palacio de Patinacao, on Rua NS, Copacabana 337. Admission was free. First up were 2 juvenile matches, the first between Carlos Monteiro and Jorge Melo Souza, the second between Darcy Cardoso and Teobaldo Sampaio. These showed that anyone, even children and adolescents, could train jiu-jitsu moderno, increasingly referred to as judo. These were followed by matches pitting students of one academy against students of the other. Seizo Matsui, Mario Shimada, Salvador Cardia, and Batista Sardi represented Academia Ono. Luis Alberto Moreira, Floriano Cadeco, Casimiro Troncoso, and Antonio Afonso Alves represented Academia Cordero. Several of them had already competed publicly in the preliminaries to catch wrestling shows. 2. The program was successful in attracting attention to the art and to the academies of both Ono and Cordero. Journalist Ney Machado wrote a 4-page article with large and numerous photographs. According to Machado, in contrast to old jiu-jitsu, jiu-jitsu antigo, leg techniques and takedowns are used more often in modern jiu-jitsu, o jiu-jitsu moderno USA con mais frecuencia os golpes de pernas e derrubamentos. Machado also provided some historical background, mostly accurately concerning Kano, Kondikoma, and Gio Omori, but inaccurately about Jorge George and Helio Gracie. They were not students of Kondikoma. He also referred to an otherwise obscure jiu-jitsu man named Takagi Saigo. Takagi had been captain of a jiu-jitsu team at the Escola Superior de Agricultura do Japão. He opened an academy of jiu-jitsu in Sao Paulo in 1924. The academy, however, quickly closed due to lack of students. It was not until Gio Omori revived the practice of fighting in circuses and stage shows, in 1928, that jiu-jitsu experienced a surge of renewed interest. The photographs accompanying Machado's text amply showed that jiu-jitsu moderno included traditional self-defense maneuvers such as knife disarms and ground grappling, in addition to throws. 3. Ostracism and rescue. By March 1949, sports of the ring, meaning professional wrestling, and more exactly catch as catch can or luta livre, had fallen into ostracism. At that precise moment, the Metropolitan Federation of Pugilism, Federação Metropolitana de Pugilismo, stepped in and came to the rescue. The federation at that time was composed of and directed by Eusebio de Queiroz Filho, President, Albio Ferreira de Almeida, Director Técnico, Altamiro Cunha, Assistant Director, and R.A. Acutinho, Director of Amateurs. 4. The members of the federation were a group of heroes, Grupo do Heroas, who were going to save sports of the ring, professional wrestling, by using part of the profits to subsidize an amateur version of the sport. With the cooperation of the Confederação Brasileiro de Pugilismo, whose president was Pascoal Segreto Sobrinho, they decided to hold an amateur tournament at Palacio Metropolitano, built in 1947 as a venue for catch wrestling. What was different now was that the matches would be between amateurs and by implication would lack the objectionable features of professional wrestling. Professional wrestling obviously needed to continue in order to support amateur wrestling. For the first time, the Carioca public would see a Campeonato de Luta Livre for amateurs para amadores. It was called the Campeonato Carioca. For this event and all others, including professional, regulations were drawn up. There were 4 categories of amateur. Estudiantes were competitors with no prior experience. Novísimos were competitors with 10 or fewer fights. Novos had up to 20 fights, with at least 5 wins at Novísimo, or had won a championship of Novísimos. A veterano had more than 20 fights with at least 5 wins at Novos, or had won a championship of Novos. Not counted were fights with no decision, wins by walkover, demonstrations or exhibition matches. There were 8 weight classes: Mosca, 52 kilos, Gallo, 56 kilos, Peña, 61 kilos, Leve, 66 kilos, Mayo Medio, 72 kilos, Medio, 70 kilos. 80 kilos was obviously intended. Mayo Pesado, 87 kilos, and Pesado, over 87 kilos. No one who weighed less than 50 kilos was permitted to compete. All of the rules were very precisely spelled out. Amateur matches were 3 rounds of 5 minutes each with 1-minute breaks. Professional matches could vary from 4 to 10 rounds of 5 minutes to 1 to 2 rounds of 30 minutes. Amateur rules took the form of prohibitions. That is, amateurs could use any technique that wanted os competidores poderão se agarrar da forma que quiserem. Except for the following: flying mares, full Nelsons Nelson Intero, or chokes estrangulamento. Amateurs could not use chops cudeladas, knees jojadas, elbows, cotoveladas, straight kicks pontapés, or headbutts cabecadas. They could not grab or pull the hair or beards, could not twist the nose, ears, fingers, toes, or genitals, could not stick fingers in the eyes, could not throttle, scratch, or bite estrangular como dedos arranjar o morder. What they could do was to try to bring their opponent to the mat, and if possible to pin him. Professionals were permitted to use limited striking, including knees above the waist, headbutts to the body, and straight kicks above the waist. They could also use headlocks, gravitas, twists, torcos, locks, chaves, bear hugs, cinturas, leg scissors, tesouras, throws, tombos, pressure holds, golpes de forcamento, and chokes estrangulamento. Amateur catch was apparently not much different from amateur sport freestyle wrestling, while the professional version was not much different from what it had always been, except that some care was taken to remove the more ludicrous aspects that had earned the scorn of sports writers and fans. For one example, Article 4 warned that a fighter would be disqualified if he attacked the opponent outside of the ring. In all, it was a conscientious if self-serving attempt to put catch, or luta livre, on a serious footing as a amateur and professional sport. The directors of the federation expressed their plans in altruistic terms, implying that they simply wanted to help spread amateur ring sports, and that the professional version would presumably help to pay for it. An equally plausible interpretation would be that they hoped to use amateur wrestling to support and legitimize professional wrestling. Like most people, their intentions and motivations were probably mixed. From the point of view of jiu-jitsu, it didn't matter. Or rather, it was unclear what it meant. Jiu-jitsu seemed to have little future as a professional sport, as long as it aimed at doing what catch could do better. As an amateur sport, jiu-jitsu seemed to be on the losing side. Judo was already well on the way to monopolizing amateur sports jiu-jitsu, under the name of judo, or more objectively, submission grappling with kimonos. How much standing versus ground grappling would be rewarded was still an open question, but had already come to strongly favor standing. For jiu-jitsu to maintain a separate identifier, it would need to establish competition rules that were different from judo rules. With the Federation's new strategy to revitalize professional catch wrestling, jiu-jitsu now faced a double challenge. Amateur jiu-jitsu competition rules would need to be different from amateur catch rules as well different from judo. Otherwise, jiu-jitsu was at risk of being classified as catch with a kimono or judo without throws. New phase. 1949 was the beginning of a new phase for jiu-jitsu in Brazil. Professional jiu-jitsu had run its course. As a form of theatrical entertainment, Fans clearly preferred luta livre and catch wrestling to jiu-jitsu and voted with their admission tickets. There was no shortage of supply when it came to catch wrestlers. Candidates for stardom simply needed to be extremely large and capable of a certain degree of acting. A catch or luta livre wrestler could participate in a jiu-jitsu contest and, many did, but that generally required at least a modicum of authentic skills. The more responsible among sports writers quickly spotted and lambasted fakes. Being Japanese also helped, and if not that, at least a lineage to a Japanese master, whether real or invented. Or at bare minimum, a Japanese-sounding name might suffice. The mystique of jiu-jitsu almost required the stylist to be small. Jiu-jitsu was the science by which a small person could defeat a big person. How else could the fans grasp that he had used jiu-jitsu? But jiu-jitsu was not easy to fake. Unfortunately, being Japanese and being huge were often incompatible. The jiu-jitsu masters of the 1930s were all dead or old, or had moved on. Gio Omori died in 1938. George Gracie was 38 years old. Helio Gracie had not fought since 1937. Oswaldo Gracie died in 1943. Yasuiti Ono was older and had aligned himself with the growing international judo movement. The same was true of Takeo Yano. At 40 years of age with almost 15 years of ring wear and tear behind him, most of the last 10 with giants and Goliaths. With names like King Kong, Gorilla, and Human Mountain, he was ready to move more into the promotional side of fighting. At the end of 1949, Yano relocated to Porto Alegre, where he founded the Academia Yano and produced the Campeonato Brasileiro de Luta Livre on November 27.6. Yano was also involved in judo. He didn't give up on pro wrestling. He was still at it as late as August 1958 when he participated in the Torneio Internacional de Luta Livre at Maracanazinho. 7. Jiu-jitsu in Brazil had arisen in the context of show wrestling, first luta romana, then luta livre, or catch-as-catch-can as it was also called. Because luta livre catch could be scripted, it was generally more entertaining than jiu-jitsu, especially when jiu-jitsu was presented as real fighting and the fighters tried not to lose. Pro wrestling was easier and paid more, as Masahiko Kimura later said. That encouraged jiu-jitsu stylists who wanted to make money to emulate catch methods and to work in harmony with catch people. Any jiu-jitsu representative who couldn't or didn't want to do that left the business. Eventually, everyone got old. Fewer new jiu-jitsu men wanted to be pro wrestlers or professional fighters. At the same time, efforts were made by people like Oswaldo Fada, Yasuito Ono, Augusto Cordero, and the Gracie brothers to promote jiu-jitsu as an amateur sport, along the lines of amateur luta livre, eventually called luta livre olímpica, and especially judo. Some, like Yasuiti Ono and Augusto Cordero, took the next logical step and simply became judokas. That meant adopting the international rules of judo, which increasingly rewarded standing technique at the expense of ground grappling, which had already been comparatively neglected, but became even more so when judo was adopted as an Olympic sport. Takeo Yano merged with the judo community while keeping one foot in the pro wrestling ring. The key to the development of jiu-jitsu over the succeeding decades lie in this. The Gracie brothers attempted to compete in judo tournaments, which is to say, they entered some of their students in judo competitions, and one even medaled, albeit as a white belt. Judo was well regulated, and as an international and finally Olympic sport, prestigious. Successful competitors became legitimate national heroes. Those who remained true to what they believed were jiu-jitsu's roots in ground fighting faced a dilemma. Judo had government support, without which any success as an amateur sport was going to be an uphill struggle if possible at all. Brazil has always been a highly bureaucratic society. Government approval is necessary for almost anything, and government support, permission to use public facilities, monetary subsidies and the like, requires persuading the right people that there is some public benefit. Any Olympic sport automatically qualified. Jiu-jitsu was not an Olympic sport, and the benefits, notwithstanding marketing cliches about self-esteem and self-discipline, which applied equally to judo, if not more so, seemed to be directed at a certain large family and a few individuals associated with them. At this point, the jiu-jitsu story becomes largely coextensive with the Gracie family, with a few exceptions. The Gracies were not the only people who clung to the old ways, but they were in the forefront of the movement to win official recognition, popular support, and government subsidies for jiu-jitsu as an amateur sport. What the Gracies did was not new. They simply adopted judo's organization, methods, customs, traditions, myths, even more so than they already had, inadvertently or not, owing to the fact that what they had learned was essentially an older form of Kodokan Judo. As all of the Kodokan-trained jiu-jitsu people pointed out to them, they obviously could not join forces with the judo people, and they could not compete with them under international, government-approved judo rules. They needed to make jiu-jitsu an alternative form of judo, that is, one stressing ground fighting rather than throwing. That necessitated some minor changes in competition rules. For example, the notion of the ippon or one-point win was retained, but not for a clean throw or pin, but rather for a submission to a choke or joint lock technique. Procedures for determining a winner based on points were adopted from judo. Judo rules were not perfect, but they were better than the alternative. Rather than invent a new set of rules, jiu-jitsu simply modified judo rules and in a sense brought jiu-jitsu a bit closer to what Kodokan Judo and some of its offshoots and variants had originally been. 8. In a sense, jiu-jitsu returned to its source, which was Kodokan Judo. It is true that judo derived from jiu-jitsu, as no one including Kano ever denied. But the jiu-jitsu that the Brazilians learned was the jiu-jitsu that had been transformed by Kano into his Kodokan system. If anyone in Brazil learned jiu-jitsu from anyone other than a Kodokan-associated man, there is no record of it. But there were differences. Given enough time and differing environments, cultural practices, such as languages or sports, will diverge in some ways, unless strong pressures prevent that from happening. Accordingly, in time jiu-jitsu and judo diverged in certain relatively minor ways. The first difference between jiu-jitsu and judo was that jiu-jitsu specialized in ground fighting while judo increasingly specialized in throwing. The second difference was that jiu-jitsu called itself jiu-jitsu rather than judo. This was necessary from a marketing standpoint. Jiu-jitsu could not compete with judo on price because judo was cheap or free, with a few exceptions, and it could not compete in the prestigious international competitions, which were necessarily conducted according to judo rules, which meant little opportunity for the jiu-jitsu people to do what they did comparatively well. The third difference was that while judo rapidly shed any pretense that it was designed for self-defense or real fighting, jiu-jitsu retained the traditional, since 1904 at least, marketing points and redoubled its emphasis on these aspects. The fourth difference was that judo warmly embraced its status as an amateur sport, ignoring the fact that judokas were well subsidized in many countries. Jiu-jitsu continued to persevere in the realm of professional theatrical fighting. But just as jiu-jitsu could not compete with judo at judo's game, so it could not compete with pro wrestling at pro wrestling's game. Jiu-jitsu attempted to carve out its own niche within the theatrical fighting world. Jiu-jitsu entrepreneurs adopted an older name for their fighting subgenre, Vale Tudo, or Everything Goes. 9. Vale Tudo was basically grappling combined with striking, in a sense catch as catch, mixed with savate, capoeirajam, and boxing, but without the choreography. It wasn't real fighting, but it was pretty close. The problem was, for some people, it was too close. It was a risky business in more ways than one. Judo and pro wrestling were either accepted or supported by society and government. Attitudes toward Vale Tudo were as mixed as the game itself was. Judo was clearly a sport, and pro wrestling was just as clearly entertainment. Brazilians were never really sure what Vale Tudo was, but at times it made certain people uncomfortable. In Brazil, if the right person, or wrong person as the case may be, doesn't like what you are doing, you are well advised to stop. Very bad things can happen if you don't. 10. But Vale Tudo was only a small part of the story, and it wasn't the first part. Jiu-jitsu's recrudescence occurred in 1951 with a fateful encounter between an underemployed ex-fighter and a pro wrestler. The pro wrestler just happened to be the greatest judoka, or jiu-jitsu fighter, according to some versions, Japan had produced up to that time. His name was Masahiko Kimura. The underemployed ex-fighter was Helio Gracie. Chapter 26 notes. Epilogue. The past and future of jiu-jitsu. Shortly before jiu-jitsu reached Brazil, there was jiu-jitsu and judo in North America, and other places in frequent contact with the major port cities of Brazil. 1. Brazilians were interested and well informed about what was happening in the capitals and cultural centers of the advanced countries, primarily England, France, Germany, and the United States. They wanted to be part of it. They were usually several steps off the pace, but as rule, what happened in London, Paris, Berlin, and New York eventually happened in Rio, Sao Paulo, and a few other cities. All of the major powers, including Russia, had been interested in Japan since Perry's first visit in 1853. Around the turn of the 20th century, they became even more so, alarmed by Russia's expansionist aims. Japan was seen as a potential counterweight. Japan's own imperial ambitions would draw Russia's attention eastward. The Pacific region was becoming increasingly vital. One of those who was especially interested was American President Theodore Roosevelt. The first noteworthy martial arts entrepreneur in North America was John J. O'Brien. He claimed, a diploma of professor of jiu-jitsu awarded by the Japanese government. Theodore Roosevelt had an interest in the manly arts, and jiu-jitsu was seen as the new manly art. O'Brien was invited to teach the president in March of 1902. O'Brien proposed a course of 8 weeks. Roosevelt never finished his lessons. But in the field of marketing, a short and slim connection to the right person or group can be enough. Even a single word or picture can be worth millions. O'Brien had offered to teach the president for free, or expenses. 3. The publicity would be more valuable than his usual fee of $100 for 8 weeks, and O'Brien wasted no time exploiting it. 4. As it happened, everyone in the jiu-jitsu business profited, probably more than O'Brien himself, when Roosevelt's daughter Alice showed an interest. In the Japanese game, it wasn't O'Brien who was invited to teach her, but a Japanese expert, ironically, a Kodokan judo man, Professor Yamashita. 5. The real explosion in jiu-jitsu interest took place during the Russo-Japanese War, February 8, 1904 to September 5, 1905. It took almost no time for ambitious promoters to get into the act. Writers looking for sensational material were not far behind. Newspapers welcomed both. They provided content which attracted readers who attracted advertisers, which made the cost of copies of the paper lower, which attracted more readers. Readers could buy tickets to professional matches. It was a highly symbiotic relationship. Teachers could also offer their services. But there was one problem. To reveal the jealously guarded ancient secrets of the Japanese science of self-defense, one had to have access to them in the first place. But for 2,000 years, jiu-jitsu masters had been prohibited by imperial edicts from teaching foreigners. Therefore, one almost had to be Japanese. Failing that, one needed a plausible connection to a lineage. John J. O'Brien seemed to have a reasonably legitimate claim, with documentation of a sort. Other people made similar claims, sometimes of questionable validity. O'Brien had a formidable combination of assets. He had a diploma, friends in the media, and a personal link to a sympathetic American president. It was no wonder that jiu-jitsu became faddishly fashionable for a few years. 6. Like all fads, it quickly lost steam. Jiu-jitsu's profitability or sustainability had to be maintained in more old-fashioned ways. Enter marketing and professional wrestling. Technology can change quickly. Basic human motivations don't. What has happened before will happen again. What is happening now has happened before. Looking at the marketing and diffusion of jiu-jitsu in North America illuminates considerably what later took place in Brazil. The parallels are very close. In many cases, the phrasing used in marketing materials in 1904 in the United States is almost identical, allowing for translation to that used in Brazil throughout the period reviewed in Chouqe Volume 1, 1856 to 1949, and even in 2014. Secrets of an ancient scientific art previously closely or jealously or religiously guarded suddenly are made available to the Western world or to anyone anywhere with money to spend. The imperial edicts prohibiting Japanese jiu-jitsu masters from teaching outsiders had been abruptly lifted. The reasons varied. It might be that newly formed friendly relations between America and Japan suddenly made it safe to teach Americans. While Japan was concentrating on learning how to build battleships, dive bombers, and torpedoes, it might be an individual master's feeling of gratitude for the courtesies extended to him by the natives of his host country, as Yaikichi Yabe claimed. 7. Usually, no reason was offered. Similarly, when the Gracies, or to be legally precise, the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Academy, 1951 W, Carson Street, Torrance, CA 90051, decided to reveal the closely guarded secrets of the family's fighting system, using precisely the same phrase used 94 years before by Yaikichi Yabe, or his copywriter. No reason why the closely guarded secrets were suddenly being revealed was provided. 9. The author doesn't point this out to make fun of anyone, but rather to remind that some things don't change much. Young males want to be strong. People are easily panicked by media-created threats. Bored people want to be entertained. Entrepreneurs want to make money. People like novelty. People want secret, easy ways to accomplish things that actually are neither secret nor easy but require time and effort. People want to impress other people with their extraordinary abilities and membership in select groups. They seek artifacts, such as belts and diplomas, to help them accomplish that. 10. Technology has changed. Instead of newspapers, we now have computers and iPods. Human nature is the same. Readers who proceed to Chouqe Vol. 2 1950 to 1960 and its sequel Chouqe Vol. 3 1961 to 1999 will have a head start if they keep that in mind. Epilogue notes. Appendix 1. Fighters. Dates indicate first confirmed year of ring activity. A date to the right of the fighter's name indicates the last year of reported ring activity. 1. Jiu-Jitsu representatives. Members of Conde Coma troops in Brazil. 2. 1914. Sao Paulo Conde Coma, Maeda Mitsuyo, Okura Satake Akiyama.